Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 4661 to Chapter 4845. Listening to Bewitching's question, Di Xiaofeng nodded with a complicated expression. Yun Yan should also go. Seeing this, Di Beichen also sighed secretly in his heart. Presumably, there would be some twists and turns at that time. Other things were easy to deal with, but this kind of thing was the most difficult. He was helpless. After knowing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, have you talked to Yi?" Yi was so pure that she liked Di Xiaofeng without hesitation. She didn't think of other possibilities at all. If she knew that Di Xiaofeng actually liked someone else, she was really worried that Yi wouldn't be able to bear it. Di Xiaofeng sighed. "I have already told her that I only treat her as a sister, but Yi didn't seem to take my words to heart." He thought that after he made this clear, Yi would understand, but he didn't expect that when they met again, Yi acted as if nothing had happened before. Bailey Hongzhuang fell into silence when she heard this. It seemed that Yi had already known all this in her heart, but she was just unwilling to give up. From the moment Di Xiaofeng told her, she already understood, but she also knew that if that was the case, she couldn't continue to get along with Di Xiaofeng, so she could only pretend that what happened that day never happened. Suddenly, Bailey Hongzhuang also felt a little distressed for Lin Yi. "No matter what, we have to treat Yi better," Bailey Hongzhuang said solemnly. The time on the flight magical weapon was undoubtedly boring. Almost everyone was cultivating on their own. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen had been immersed in cultivation. Obtaining the quota was one thing. After obtaining the quota, going to the Immortal Cloud secret realm was a bigger test. If they were not strong enough, let alone the harvest, they didn't even know if they could keep their lives. At the same time, Xiren and others had been staying in the Chaos Ring. After some discussion, everyone decided to enter the Immortal Cloud secret realm in this way. On the one hand, it could save the quota, and on the other hand, it might also have unexpected good effects. What's more, if Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen proposed to go to the Water Qishui city with them, it would probably make everyone a little embarrassed. After all, there were not so many quotas. Instead of that, it was better to be simple and straightforward. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. After the Great Elder reminded them that they were close to the Water Qishui city, everyone exited the cultivation state. Not long after that, everyone appeared in the Water Qishui city. As soon as they walked through the city gate, the bustling clamor spread to everyone's ears. Looking at the city in front of her, there was a trace of emotion in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. This city was much larger than Rong'an City. The road was wide enough to accommodate dozens of carriages moving side by side. Everything was grand and spectacular. However, there were also a lot of pedestrians here, and it was very lively. "It's not too early for us to be here now. Many people from various powers have already arrived. In a few days, there will be even more people in Qishui City. It won't be easy to find a place to stay." Di Xiaofeng smiled. "I'm afraid the people of our family haven't arrived yet, but they should be here soon." Lin Yi looked around and said thoughtfully, "Let's go and settle down first." The Great Elder said, "By the way, we can understand the current situation." It didn't take long for them to arrive at the Di family shop. Bailey Hongzhuang discovered that the Di family had also opened a pill shop here. The shop was connected to a courtyard, and the area wasn't small. As soon as they arrived, the shop's manager immediately came out and greeted them with a smile. "First Elder, young master, young miss, you're here. I've already arranged your accommodations. If there's anything you need, just let me know." The First Elder nodded slightly and asked, "Are all the forces here now? Is the Jun family here?" Reporting to the First Elder, "All the forces are here now. The Jun family arrived very early. I don't know if it's intentional or not, but they're staying in the inn across from us." "That alchemist Qin is also with them?" The First Elder's voice was cold, and his eyes were gloomy. He couldn't help but get angry when he thought about this. "That's right." The manager nodded. "The Jun family treats alchemist Qin as a guest of honor and treats him very well. Every time alchemist Qin goes in and out, it's like the stars surrounding the moon. We can see everything clearly." As soon as he said this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others didn't look too good. The other side knew that they were deliberately provoking them by staying across from them. They were obviously trying to provoke them. This Jun family is getting more and more arrogant. Di Xiaofeng's face was full of anger. It's bad enough that they used such underhanded methods behind our backs. Now they're even trying to make us unhappy. How hateful. That alchemist Qin isn't a good person either. He went back on his words. How shameful. Di Zhai's eyes were also full of disgust. The dignified Di family had been played like this. If this spread out, everyone would lose face. Have you contacted an 8th grade alchemist willing to help us participate in the competition? Even though the possibility of this happening was very small, the first elder couldn't help but ask. If they could contact an 8th grade alchemist at this time, then they could still get out of this situation. Otherwise, they would only be laughed at by the Jun family. Great Elder, most of the Tier 8 alchemists have already been chosen by the various families. When we found out, it was already too late. We couldn't contact them at all. The steward sighed. He had already tried his best to contact them. However, once the immortal cloud mystic realm opened, grade 8 alchemists would be highly sought after by all the powers. No one would complain about having too many slots for the immortal cloud mystic realm. Even if they couldn't use that many slots, they could still use them to exchange for more items. Therefore, it was impossible for them to find any slots at this moment. The Great Elder sighed. This result was within his expectations. He consoled, forget it. You've already done your best. Hearing this, the manager felt a little ashamed. It's because I'm not capable enough. Just as they were talking, a group of people walked out of the opposite. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't know the other party, but when the group of people appeared, the faces of the first elder and the others turned gloomy. Compared to the gloomy faces of the members of the Di family, the people on the other side were beaming with pride. Then, a group of 10 people walked over. Isn't this the first elder of the Di family? You brought the young people of your family here? A middle-aged man was the first to speak. His face was filled with a proud smile. The first elder looked at him coldly, but didn't bother to reply. However, if I remember correctly, the Di family should only have 5 spots, right? Although all of you know your own limits and know that you probably won't be able to obtain many spots and only brought 6 disciples, I still have to remind all of you that with just 2 grade 7 alchemists, I'm afraid that all of you won't even be able to obtain an extra spot. As soon as he said this, everyone's faces turned ashen. The other party was mercilessly ridiculing them. Jun Xianxia, don't go too far. The first elder's face was cold and his eyes were cold and sharp. This is the first elder of the Jun family, Jun Xianxia. He usually doesn't get along with us. As for the man beside him, he's alchemist Qin, who we invited before. The others are the outstanding disciples of the Jun family. Di Xiaofeng was worried that Di Beichen and Jun Xianxiao didn't understand the situation, so he introduced them to each other. Although Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen hadn't met each other before, they had a general understanding of the situation. It seemed that the Di family and the Jun family had already reached the point where they were tit for tat. Jun Xianxiao chuckled. I'm just telling the truth. How is that going too far? You know what the Jun family is doing behind the scenes, yet you still come here to make a fuss. Could it be that all mad dogs like to bark? The first elder obviously didn't have a good temper and his words weren't polite. Who are you calling a mad dog? Alchemist Qin was displeased. He was a dignified 8th grade alchemist, yet someone dared to talk to him like this. If it was before, the first elder would naturally be very polite to Alchemist Qin. However, after what had happened, he was full of disgust for Alchemist Qin. If you're not a mad dog, why are you barking in someone else's territory? Di Xiaofeng said coldly. Jun Xianxiao looked at Di Xiaofeng. You're just a junior. How dare you interrupt? The Di family is really getting more and more unruly. You don't need to worry about that. The first elder's face was cold. You're not welcome here. Di Yuanchu, is this how you treat me? Medicine Master Qin's face had long since turned cold. Medicine Master Qin, your friendship with the Di family has already been severed when you joined the Jun family. There's no need for you to put on such an act in front of us. It's useless to us. The Di family's medicine master, Di Yunhe, also spoke out. A mere 7th grade alchemist dares to be so arrogant. Alchemist Qin coldly snorted, with your strength, participating in this alchemy competition is nothing more than a foil. At least it's better than someone like you who goes back on your words. Another alchemist, Di Hingyun, sneered. Alchemist Qin's face was ashen. You. Medicine Master Qin, there's no need to pay attention to them. They're just running their mouths. Xianxia quickly calmed down. The dignified Di family can only get 5 spots. Everyone will laugh at them when the time comes. Why should we be angry with them? Let's just watch them make a fool of themselves. Hearing this, Medicine Master Qin nodded. That's right. At the same time, the young people of the Jun family were also full of pride. They looked at the Di family with mockery and disdain. This time, they would completely crush the Di family. Men, chase these mad dogs out. The first elder said coldly. Seeing this, Xianxia chuckled. Let's go. Let's see how long they can last. Although their response was very tough, and the Jun family's arrogance did not gain any benefits, they knew very well that this tough attitude would not last long. If their performance in the alchemy competition this time was too bad, they would inevitably lose face. In fact, they would not be able to leave quietly even if they wanted to. The Jun family would definitely think of ways to embarrass them in front of everyone. Thinking of this, everyone felt inexplicably annoyed. This Jun family's people are too arrogant. Looking at that face, I really want to ruthlessly stomp on his face. Di's eyes could not suppress the anger in his heart. As a member of the Di family, he had never been humiliated like this before. The Jun family and we are already enemies. This situation is very normal. Everyone, do not let this affect your hearts. The competition between families is not just one thing. This time, we suffered a loss, but this will not happen again in the future. Listening to the great elder's words, everyone nodded. This time, they could only suffer this hidden loss. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. The other side was so arrogant. If they really did not perform as well as the other side, who knew how proud the other side would be, they would not give the other side such a chance. They would not take this loss. The steward had already arranged everyone's accommodations. After settling down, everyone was free to move around. However, the great elder still warned them not to go out unless absolutely necessary. The Jun family must be thinking of ways to make trouble for them. Once they went out, they would be easily targeted. Regarding this, everyone understood that if they were targeted, it was very likely that the other side would have something to use against them. Therefore, everyone decided to stay in the room and cultivate peacefully. The other side undoubtedly wanted to show off in front of them, so they might as well not give the other side a chance to show off. In fact, just as the great elder had predicted, the Jun family's disciples wanted to find a chance to humiliate the Di family's cultivators. However, after wandering around, they found that the Di family had no intention of coming out. This caused their plan to go down the drain, which made them feel indescribably uncomfortable. Di Yunhe and Di Hingyun were the most nervous people in the Di family. Although the family had already prepared themselves for failure, as alchemists, they couldn't win glory for the family. This was an indescribable grievance. The two of us have already advanced to Tier 7 alchemist for a long time, but we still can't touch the threshold of Tier 8 alchemist. If we can't get a spot for the clan this time, we'll really lose face for the clan. Di Yunhe's expression was heavy. He felt an indescribable grievance in his heart. He hated himself for being useless. If he could advance to a grade 8 alchemist, he would not have to endure such humiliation today. Sigh, our talents are indeed limited. Di Hingyun was also depressed. Back then, Alchemist Qin and I were both Tier 7 alchemists. Now that he has reached Tier 8, we are still Tier 7 alchemists. No wonder he is so arrogant. Di Yunhe slammed his fist on the table, and his face was filled with anger. I don't know why, but I just can't refine an 8th grade pill. I've caused a junior to be humiliated. It's really unbearable. No, let's try again. As long as the alchemy competition hasn't started, we still have a chance, Di Hingyun said. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen both entered the chaos ring. Seeing their arrival, Wen Xiren and the others came to greet them. You've already arrived at Qishui City? Di Beichen nodded, that's right. Haha, when the alchemy competition starts, you have to find a chance to let us out. We don't want to miss such a lively occasion. When Xiren's face was full of smiles. Although the number of outstanding alchemists in the upper realm was astonishing, they believed that Bailey Hongshuang would still be able to stand out here. Of course. Bewitching replied, originally, I wanted to find an inn for you to move around freely. But now, the situation is limited, so we can only continue to stay here. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed slightly. What happened? Mo Yunjue asked in a deep voice. After Bewitching explained what happened, everyone understood the specific situation. Hong Zhuang, are you now an 8th-tier alchemist? Mo Yunjue looked at Bailey Hongshuang with concern. As far as the current situation was concerned, only when Bailey Hongshuang became an 8th-grade alchemist could she change this situation. Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly and nodded, I've already successfully refined an 8th-tier pill a few days ago. When these words came out, everyone's heart was in awe. Hong Zhuang, your ability is really not a bluff. Shangguaningying gave her a thumbs up, since that's the case, this alchemy competition shouldn't be any weaker than theirs. Although Bailey Hongshuang had just advanced to the 8th tier, Shangguaningying was full of confidence in her. Because, from the past until now, Bailey Hongshuang had never failed in this kind of thing. That alchemist Qin is also an 8th tier alchemist, and he's been advancing for a longer time than me. It won't be easy for me to defeat him. Her beautiful black and white eyes rippled with a bright and lively luster. After all, the two of them were at the same level. Even if she won, it would be difficult for her to be much stronger. What happened today made her very unhappy. She had completely integrated into the D family. She couldn't tolerate the other party's provocation of the D family. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongshuang thoughtfully. Wife, do you have other plans? Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. I heard that the 2 alchemists in the family have been promoted to the 7th tier for a long time. If they can be promoted to the 8th tier at this juncture, then we will have all the advantages. Following Bailey Hongshuang's words, Ao Lingxiao and the others widened their eyes. If that was really the case, then it wouldn't be an advantage at all, but a complete suppression. It can't be? Hong Zhuang, you're so abnormal. You can actually do this? When Xiren couldn't help but cry out. This ability was really scary. Not only Xiren, but Bewitching also revealed a look of astonishment. It wasn't easy to guide people to advance. Noticing everyone's incredulous gazes, Bailey Hongshuang explained, I do have this plan, but I can only try my best. I can't be sure if I can achieve this effect. She had the Chaos Ring. The reason why her alchemy skills could advance so quickly was inseparable from the Chaos Ring. The Chaos Ring had the most detailed guidance. She believed that the guidance of others couldn't compare to the Chaos Ring. If there really was a problem, then she could tell them the alchemy method in the Chaos Ring. Maybe it could help them level up. Although this idea sounded like a fantasy, it was really possible. Hearing this, everyone nodded. No matter what, it's good to try. After exiting the Chaos Ring, Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching went to the 2 alchemists' residence. When Yunhe and Yunhe opened the door and saw Bailey Hongshuang, they were confused. Second young master, what are you doing here? Bewitching said slowly, 7th elder, 8th elder, Hong Zhuang and I are here to talk about alchemy. Hearing this, Yunhe and Yunhe understood. They smiled and said, Second young mistress, did you encounter any problems during alchemy? Tell us, if we can help you, we will tell you. When they knew Bailey Hongshuang was going to participate in the alchemy competition, they thought it was ridiculous. But after thinking about it carefully, since the leader agreed, he must want Bailey Hongshuang to come and broaden her horizons. Broadening her horizons would be good for improving her alchemy skills. In fact, Bailey Hongshuang had become a pill master at such a young age, and they were very appreciative of her. After hearing Yunhe's words, Bewitching was somewhat helpless. He knew that the 2 elders had good intentions, but they didn't come here to solve his own doubts, but to solve their own problems. To be honest, we want to ask you what problems you encountered when you tried to make the 8th realm elixir. Maybe Hong Zhuang can help you. Hearing this, Yunhe and Hingyun were both stunned. Then, a trace of anger appeared on their faces. She was so young, yet she wanted to teach them alchemy. She was too arrogant. Second young master, you are still very young. I understand that it is inevitable for you to be arrogant, but excessive arrogance is not a good thing. He suppressed his anger and reminded them. Bewitching was also somewhat helpless. He also understood that such words would inevitably cause the other party to be dissatisfied, but what he said was also the truth. Actually, Hong Zhuang has already broken through to become an 8th grade alchemist, Bewitching said. A tier 8 alchemist. Hingyun chuckled. He was about to get angry, but when he came to his senses, he was stunned. Second madam, have you really become an 8th level alchemist? 2. Pairs of doubtful eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. It was too hard to believe. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Yes, this is the pill I just refined. Before coming here, Bailey Hongzhuang had already predicted this situation, so she had refined a cauldron of pills in her chaos ring. She knew that if she didn't show evidence, the other party wouldn't believe her. Taking the white porcelain bottle from Bailey Hongzhuang, Yunhe and Hingyun took a look. As alchemists, they naturally could tell that this pill was just refined not long ago. The family didn't invite an 8th level alchemist, so this pill couldn't have been refined by someone else. Therefore, this was the only explanation. Is this really refined by second madam? Yunhe was dumbfounded. If this was true, how terrifying was second madam's talent in alchemy? Seeing how serious Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang were, Yunhe and Hingyun looked at each other. Although it was hard to believe, they were serious. Obviously, they would not joke with them at such an important moment. Second young master, second young madam, please come in. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching let out a sigh of relief. At least the two elders began to believe them. Second young madam, Yunhe opened his mouth. Thinking that he had to ask for advice from such a young junior, he did not know what to say. If the other party was an elder, he would definitely ask his doubts immediately and listen attentively. However, in front of Bailey Hongzhuang, it was really difficult to do so. Noticing the expressions of Yunhe and Hingyun, Bailey Hongzhuang understood that they were embarrassed at the moment. She immediately said, Elders, I am now an 8th level alchemist. I have some experience in refining 8th level elixirs. Why don't we exchange some ideas? Maybe it will enlighten you. Under the current situation, if you can advance to 8th level, it will be very beneficial for the family. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Yunhe and Hingyun felt less embarrassed. Second young madam, you have already helped the family a lot by advancing to 8th level alchemist. Otherwise, with our skills, this alchemy competition is bound to bring shame to the family. Yunhe and Hingyun smiled. Whether they could advance or not, at least the news of Bailey Hongzhuang's advancement was great news to them. This solved the problem that they were most worried about. Even if they had just advanced to 8th level, as long as they could refine 8th level elixirs, they would be able to get a ranking. Seeing the two elders' friendly attitude, Bailey Hongzhuang was very happy. If it were ordinary people, her words would have provoked the other party's anger. In comparison, the two elders were very nice. Hongzhuang's advancement to 8th level alchemist can indeed alleviate the family's predicament. However, the Jun family is too arrogant. If the two elders can also advance, we will definitely be able to take them down a notch. What do you think? Bewitching's handsome face was cold and domineering. His voice was firm and full of vigor. It was not their style not to fight back. Hearing Bewitching's ambitious words, Yunhe and Hingyun looked at each other. They suddenly felt that they might have underestimated this second young master before. Although he was from the underworld, his domineering attitude and temperament, he was from the D family. Second young master is right. If we can turn this time, the family will be Proud's family. Hingyun's eyes were bright and resplendent. This time, everyone had been holding a breath in their hearts. They had long wanted to vent their anger. Because everyone had the same goal, the two elders no longer had the same idea after learning about Bailey Hongzhuang's abilities. Instead, they told her all the problems they had encountered. In fact, they did not have much hope because they had asked other 8th level alchemists before, but none of them could break through the shackles. However, after Bailey Hongzhuang answered their questions one by one, their thoughts completely changed. After Bailey Hongzhuang answered one question after another, Yunhe and Hingyun no longer looked down on her as before. An indescribable shock and joy spread in their hearts. These were the questions that had always been giving them headaches. However, Bailey Hongzhuang explained them in detail. Originally, they only thought that they might be able to hear some methods of refining level 8 elixirs from Bailey Hongzhuang and the situation when she broke through. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was not talking about these at all. She was actually teaching them all kinds of things that they needed to pay attention to when refining elixirs. If it were someone else who told them these things, they would definitely be too lazy to pay attention. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's method seemed to have opened a new door for them, causing their eyes to light up. A strange feeling spread in their hearts. The things that they couldn't figure out before seemed to have loosened up. The inspiration and experience made them extremely surprised. Although Bewitching didn't know much about alchemy, after noticing the constantly changing expressions of the two elders, he understood that what his wife said was very useful. He saw with his own eyes that the two elders changed from indifference to astonishment, to shock, and now to admiration. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang expected, the two elders' biggest problem was the method of refining elixirs. Although they were all alchemists, each alchemist's method of refining elixirs was slightly different. Moreover, there were all kinds of tricks when refining elixirs. However, most of the time, no one was willing to share these tricks with others. Therefore, if they wanted to solve these problems, they had to figure it out themselves. In comparison, her method of refining elixirs could be said to be a unique one. It was a combination of her previous refining methods and the methods in the Chaos Ring. However, she didn't find the two elders' questions difficult to answer. On the contrary, she felt that it was very easy. She was even a little surprised that the two alchemists were troubled by such questions. If Yunhe and Yunhe knew what Bailey Hongzhuang was thinking when answering these questions, they would definitely break down. These questions were very difficult for everyone to answer. For this question, they had consulted many people, but no one had a definite answer. Who would have thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would actually easily resolve these problems the moment she opened her mouth? They simply couldn't understand. Could it be that the lower realms pharmacists were already so powerful? He actually had such a profound understanding of alchemy. If Bailey Hongzhuang were to speak of these views, it would probably shock a lot of people. Thinking back to Bailey Hongzhuang's equally outstanding medical skills, they even felt that their previous views were all wrong. Not only was the lower realms standard not inferior to the upper realms, on the contrary, it was even more formidable than the upper realms. Elders, do you have any other questions? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the two elders after answering their questions. Yunhe and Hingyun looked at each other. In their eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang was extremely popular. They took advantage of this opportunity to ask the questions that they didn't understand before. The answers she gave also made them very excited. Although some of the answers needed to be tested personally to know whether they were correct or not, they had an intuition that everything Bailey Hongzhuang said was correct. There was no flaw at all. They did have a lot of questions, but they had already asked all the questions they could think of, so they couldn't think of anything else to ask. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. Then the two elders will study it first. We'll leave first. She had said a lot of things, so Yunhe and Hongzhuang probably needed time to sort it out. Thank you so much for your explanation today. Yunhe no longer regarded himself as a senior in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. On the contrary, he felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was a complete alchemy master. To have such strength at such a young age, her future achievements would definitely be very terrifying. You're too polite. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. She could also feel the change in attitude of the elders. Just as Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang were walking out of the door, Hingyun couldn't help but ask, "Second madam, if we encounter any problems while refining pills, can we ask for your help?" When Di's eyes passed by, he heard what Hingyun said to Bailey Hongzhuang and almost fell down. His face was full of shock, thinking that he must have heard wrong. No problem. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly replied, "If the two elders have any questions, you can come to me directly." "Thank you, second madam." Hingyun breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't hide the joy on his face. Although they only chatted for a short while today, he learned more than all the things he had learned over the years. After leaving, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching went straight back to their rooms. Wife, your performance today really made the two elders see you in a new light. Beichen's face was full of admiration. The change in attitude of the two elders was really too big. On the way here, the two elders didn't talk to Bailey Hongshuang at all about alchemy, so he knew that the two elders didn't take Hongshuang seriously. But now, they obviously respected Bailey Hongshuang as a master. Just now, the two elders listened to her seriously like students, which left a deep impression on him. Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly. I hope that what I said will be helpful to them. In fact, she felt that according to what she explained before, if the two elders could understand everything, it wouldn't be difficult for them to become level 8 alchemists. I will. After seeing Bailey Hongshuang and Dijai's leave, Dijai's immediately went to the two elders' room. 7th elder, 8th elder, did I hear you wrong? You asked Bailey Hongshuang a question? Seeing Dijai suddenly appear, Di Yunhe and Dijai's were a little surprised, but they didn't find it strange. That's right, second madam's attainment in alchemy is amazing. It's our good fortune to be able to ask her a question. Di Hingyun said. This was his real thought, and he didn't feel that saying it would be embarrassing. On the contrary, he was really glad that he could be taught by Bailey Hongshuang today. He even felt that he might be able to become a level 8 alchemist. If he could really do it, then Bailey Hongshuang would be his great benefactor. Hearing this, Dijai's was stunned, as if he was struck by lightning. Until the two elders closed the door, he still stood there in a daze, his face full of disbelief. Recalling the admiring look of the 8th elder, his lips couldn't help but twitch. How is this possible? However, the two elders didn't want to explain to him at all. They had just absorbed so much content. At this moment, they just wanted to digest it properly. Inside the house, Di Yunhe and Di Hingyun looked at each other. Their faces were full of emotions. I didn't expect second young madam's alchemy skills to be so outstanding. We underestimated her before. Yes, now that I think about it, our previous attitude was really inappropriate. Di Hingyun sighed. He only felt that his previous attitude was not good enough. Di Yunhe nodded slightly. We did not do well before, but we won't do it again in the future. These questions mentioned by second young madam are completely different from the ambiguous answers we got when we asked before. I don't know if the other party hid something from us when we asked, so they gave such ambiguous answers. They must have hidden something. In contrast, second young madam really doesn't hide anything from us. I am convinced by this point alone. Di Hingyun looked serious. In fact, most people were not willing to tell their own tricks. However, Bailey Hongshuang did not hide anything from them at all. On the contrary, she explained it in detail. You are right. If anyone says something bad about second young madam in the future, we can't indulge them. Di Yunhe also nodded. They liked this second young madam very much. Immediately afterward, the two no longer hesitated and immediately began to refine elixir. In the next 2 days, Di Yunhe came to Bailey Hongshuang once. Bailey Hongshuang watched the two refine a furnace of elixir and gave her own opinion. The two suddenly gained something and began to retreat again. On this day, the Lin family also arrived in Qishui City. Bailey Hongshuang and others appeared on the street with Lin Yi. I have been staying in the house for the past few days. As soon as I came out, I found that there are more people in Qishui City. Lin Yi looked around curiously. At such a lively time, there were many interesting things. It was a pity that she couldn't come out. Indeed. Bailey Hongshuang nodded. Such a wide street was no longer empty. On the contrary, there were a lot of pedestrians. Second cousin-in-law, the alchemy competition will begin in 3 days. I think you don't have to worry too much. In fact, even if we don't get a place this time, with the D family's background, it won't affect us much. I understand. It's rare for us to come out, so we're not in a hurry to go back. Let's look around first. The great elder's behavior today is a little strange. Didn't he say that he didn't want us to come out? I don't know why, but they let us out today. Lin Yi looked puzzled. This was really not in line with the great elder's style. However, no matter how much she thought about it, she still couldn't figure out what the problem was. Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly. Why are you thinking so much? Since you want to go shopping, let's look around. Great! Linny clapped her hands. Ordinary things are not attractive to us. Why don't we go to the underground market? Underground market? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart suddenly became interested. There must be a lot of treasures in the market of the upper realm. What's more, many forces had gathered in Qishui City now. There must be more treasures to be exchanged. Let's go and take a look. Bailey Hongzhuang said with a smile. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang also agreed, Linny was even happier. She held Bailey Hongzhuang's arm and walked to the underground market together. It's strange. I don't know where Big Cousin and the others went today. They didn't bring us along. Linny curled her lips. She thought that she could finally come out today. She was the happiest to come out with Big Cousin, but she didn't expect that Big Cousin and Second Cousin had gone out first, leaving only her and Second Cousin-in-law. They have their own activities. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. Today, Bewitching and the others went out with a mission, but she didn't know if they could succeed. The two of them walked to the front of a building. This building looked like a simple loft, and there was nothing special about it. After paying 10 mid-grade spirit stones, the two of them walked in. After a few steps, they saw a staircase extending to the underground. As soon as they walked down, they felt the lively noise. Looking at the underground market that was as bright as day, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. If she didn't remember clearly that she was underground, she would think that everything here was a street. The scale of this underground market was huge. She couldn't see the end at a glance. Hundreds of stalls gathered together, which was extremely spectacular. There were more pedestrians. People gathered in front of almost every stall. After a while, many things were sold. Master, it's so lively here. Xiao Hei's eyes flashed with interest. She liked lively places the most. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded with a faint smile. It seems that there should be a lot of good things here. The scale this time is really unprecedented. Linny looked excited. Second cousin-in-law, let's go and take a look. Immediately afterward, Linny pulled Bailey Hongzhuang and rushed into the crowd. Seeing that, Bailey Hongzhuang also smiled helplessly. Yi really had the mentality of a child. With just a glance, Bailey Hongzhuang discovered that there were many precious treasures in this stall. If she had wanted to find such a treasure in the past, she would have had to rack her brains. However, there were so many of them here. It had to be said that the resources in the upper realm were much more abundant than those in the lower realm. However, after seeing the D family's vault of resources, she was no longer amazed by these things. After visiting more than a dozen stalls in a row, Linny also saw something that she was satisfied with. She immediately bought it. Bailey Hongzhuang also saw some good things, but she didn't buy them. Although these things were not bad, they were not necessarily needed. Moreover, she didn't have many spirit stones on her. Previously, when she stayed in the family clan, she had been cultivating in the cultivation room and had used up a lot of spirit stones. Therefore, she did not think of collecting spirit stones from the family clan. On the contrary, she collected a lot of spirit herbs. What's more, the price of the things in the upper realm was extremely shocking. She didn't know if she could buy something good with all her spirit stones. If she really came across something that she really needed, she could consider bartering for it. Looking in the direction pointed by Linny, sure enough, many people surrounded a stall. There was only one possibility for this situation, that was, an excellent treasure appeared in this stall. As Bailey Hongzhuang and Linny approached, the discussions of the surrounding people also entered their ears. There's actually a radiant vine here. That's an extremely rare thing. Yes, the value of the light vine is extremely high. It is also something that people compete for at the auction. I didn't expect it to appear in this underground market. However, the personality of this stall owner is also strange. He doesn't collect spirit stones but barters. Until now, no one has been able to come up with something that satisfies him. In my opinion, there will be many people from different forces coming in a while. We can see such a treasure, but we can't fight for it. When hearing the words light vine, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes suddenly lit up. She didn't expect to see such a good treasure here. Although light vine had the word light in its name, it could be used by cultivators of any attribute. It could improve the attribute power of the cultivator, thereby increasing their perception. However, it was the most helpful to the light attribute cultivator. Increasing the attribute power itself was already very attractive to everyone, not to mention that it could also make the cultivator have a perception. Once the understanding of the attribute power was improved, the combat power would increase rapidly. Generally speaking, such a treasure was definitely at a sky-high price. Most of them would appear in auctions. They rarely appeared in places like the trading market. The most special thing was that this stall owner didn't want spirit stones but wanted to exchange for what he needed. I didn't expect it to be a treasure like the light vine. Linny's eyes also lit up when she heard about this treasure, but then she sighed again. If you want to get such a treasure, it will cost a sky-high price. With my little wealth, it is not enough at all. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Indeed, to get such a treasure, one had to pay a high price. Since we are here, we are not in a hurry to leave. Let's take a look first. Linny said, you have the light attribute. In fact, this light vine will be of great help to you. The light vine was the most helpful to the light attribute cultivator. It could even have a certain purification effect. If Bailey Hongzhuang could get her hands on it, her light attribute would definitely improve even more. In fact, Bailey Hongzhuang was also a little envious. Such a treasure would be of great help to her. However, she wanted to see what the stall owner needed. At the same time, she was also thinking about what she could offer in exchange. Please make way. Linny tried hard to walk into the crowd. After all, standing on the periphery, they could hardly see anything. The cultivator who was pushed away by Linny was extremely annoyed. He was about to get angry, but he found that the other party was two beauties, especially the woman behind. She was breathtakingly beautiful. All of a sudden, all of his annoyance disappeared, and he quietly gave up his seat. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled apologetically to the other party, then followed Linny to squeeze in. The man watched in a daze as Bailey Hongzhuang entered the crowd, his mind still in a daze. Soon, the two of them squeezed to the front of the stall, and only then did they see the situation of the stall clearly. Oh my God, there is not only light vine here, but also 7 snake cloud fruit, flame fish grass. Linny didn't know what to say. These treasures were rare. She didn't expect them to be gathered together in an underground market stall. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, it would have been hard to believe. Linny was at a loss for words. Bailey Hongzhuang's delicate face was also surprised, but she was more curious about the stall owner. The stall owner was an old man with a white beard on his chin. Even though so many people surrounded his stall at this moment, he still looked indifferent. He even held a book in his hand, but she didn't know whether he was reading it or not. Stall owner, can I exchange a bottle of 8th grade elixir for this light vine? At this moment, a man asked aloud. Hearing this, the stall owner raised his eyes lazily and said, what 8th grade elixir? 8th grade cloud breakthrough pill. Following the man's words, all the cultivators present cried out in surprise. 8th grade cloud breakthrough pill could help cultivators break through from the starlight realm to the nebula realm. Above the starlight realm, it was very difficult to break through a major level each time. However, with the help of elixir, the possibility of breaking through would be greatly increased. Therefore, the value of this kind of elixir could be said to be rising. It was the favorite of cultivators. The man actually offered a bottle of cloud breakthrough pill. How could people not be envious? There are 10 cloud breakthrough pills in a whole bottle. The value is extremely high. Yes, there are not many 8th grade alchemists. What's more, the refining of this cloud breakthrough pill is not easy, so the price is extremely high. I am afraid that this light vine will be traded away. Everyone sighed. If it were them, such a deal would be worth it. The man smiled. He actually gritted his teeth before deciding to take out this bottle of cloud breakthrough pill because he already had the cloud breakthrough pill, and this light vine was more useful to him. However, just when everyone thought that this deal would be successful, the stall owner waved his hand, not trading. As soon as these words came out, the man couldn't help but be stunned. He said after a long while, why? What why? If I don't want to exchange, then I won't exchange. The stall owner said lazily. Everyone was speechless when they saw the stall owner ignoring the cloud-breaking pill. He didn't even care about such a treasure. However, thinking. About how the stall owner had so many treasures, everyone understood that the stall owner must be someone who was used to seeing treasures. That was why he was so calm. After being rejected just like that, the man was a little depressed. However, looking at the bright vine, he was still unwilling to give up. He could not help but ask, "What can I offer in exchange for this bright vine?" "I haven't decided yet," the stall owner answered matter-of-factly. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. "If you don't know what to exchange for, then how am I supposed to know what to exchange for?" The man suppressed the anger in his heart and asked. "If I knew what to exchange, wouldn't I just write it down? Why would I waste my time waiting for all of you to ask me questions one by one?" The stall owner rolled his eyes with an expression that said, "Are you an idiot?" Faced with the stall owner's expression, the man felt like crying but had no tears. "Am I an idiot? You're the weirdo, alright." Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the stall owner's expression and couldn't help but laugh. This stall owner's personality was really too interesting. Not only Linny, but many cultivators around couldn't help but chuckle. However, it was not directed at this man. They also felt that the stall owner's explanation was really frustrating. The charm of the light vine was still great. In a short time, many people came to inquire. The proposed conditions were not bad, but they were all rejected by the stall owner. Bailey Hongzhuang stood aside but did not speak. Her gaze fell on the light vine. She found a problem. There were 5 small words written in front of this light vine, 100-year light vine. However, according to her judgment, this was not a 100-year light vine, but a millennium light vine. On the surface, there wasn't much difference between a 100-year illuminating vine and a 1,000-year illuminating vine. Many people would confuse them. However, she had read in a book that the surface of a 1,000-year illuminating vine had a faint layer of purple. This purple was very light. If people who didn't know about it carefully looked at it, they would not notice it at all. In fact, there were only a few people who could recognize it among so many people present. The value of the Millennium Illuminating Vine was much higher than the 100-year Illuminating Vine. If the name of the Millennium Illuminating Vine were to spread, it was likely that it would attract many more people. Did the old man in front of me really not recognize it? Bailey Hongzhuang thought in her heart. If I exchange a Millennium Light Vine with the price of a 100-year Light Vine, I will make a lot of money. However, this is a bit too much of an advantage. After thinking about it, she still felt that she shouldn't do this. Although it would save a lot of money, since the other party could take out so many heaven and earth treasures, the force behind him must not be simple. If the other party knew about it afterward and came to find trouble, it would be really troublesome. What's more, even if the other party didn't know about it, he would feel embarrassed if he met her again in the future. This person has so many treasures. There might be a time to exchange in the future. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang also made a decision. Second cousin-in-law, this stall owner's vision is so high that he doesn't fancy so many treasures. I'm afraid there is not much possibility for us to exchange. Linny sighed. She couldn't think of a way to meet such a high requirement. I want to try. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled lightly. She had been observing this old man for a long time. As a doctor and an alchemist, she found that he seemed to have some hidden illness. Since the other party didn't know what he wanted in exchange, if he could take out something that could cure the other party's hidden illness, perhaps the other party would agree. Not only that, if her judgment wasn't wrong, the other party should be an alchemist, and his grade wasn't low either. This was because she noticed that when many cultivators took out pills to exchange, this old man's expression was extremely calm, and there was not even the slightest ripple in his eyes. Logically speaking, the value of these medicinal pills was not cheap. No matter what, he should be somewhat moved. However, the other party's heart was as calm as still water. There was only one possibility. He could refine them himself, so he did not put these medicinal pills in his eyes at all. What could make an alchemist's eyes light up? That was the pill formula. Bailey Hongzhuang was sure that as long as she took out a valuable pill formula, the other party would definitely agree to trade with her. She didn't have any spirit stones, but she did have this lost pill formula. This level of pill formula was a priceless treasure in the eyes of alchemists. Xiao family's eldest miss is here. She must have heard that there is a light vine here, so she came. It seems that the charm of this light vine is really great. It has attracted the next generation of light saint. I think that even if she comes, she may not be able to exchange for this light vine. After all, the character of this stall owner is very peculiar. In the midst of everyone's discussion, a yellow figure slowly appeared in front of the stall. After Bailey Hongzhuang heard that Xiaosou appeared, her gaze also changed a bit. In the past, she didn't have any feelings for Xiaosou. Her only impression was that the other party would be the next generation of Light Saint. But now, after knowing that Beichen and Xiaosou once had an engagement, this feeling became completely different. Lin Yi didn't expect Xiaosou to suddenly come here. She subconsciously looked at Bailey Hongzhuang on the side. There was a trace of worry deep in her eyes. After getting along with her for this period of time, she liked her second cousin-in-law very much. Although her identity and status couldn't be compared with Xiaosou, she felt that her cultivation and ability were not worse than Xiaosou. The most important thing was that her second cousin-in-law was much easier to get along with. She didn't have Xiaosou's aloof appearance at all. However, she knew that Xiaosou was interested in her second cousin. Now that they met here, her second cousin-in-law was likely to suffer a loss. Thinking of this, Lin Yi subconsciously pulled Bailey Hongzhuang and wanted to leave. Second cousin-in-law, we have seen enough. Why don't we go first? Lin Yi said with a smile. However, when she said this, she found that Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze had already looked behind her. She followed Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze and found that she and Xiaosou had already begun to exchange gazes. Lin Yi's heart suddenly thumped. It seems that this trouble is unavoidable. As soon as Xiaosou entered the crowd, she noticed a woman in a white dress. The simple and elegant white dress on her body revealed a unique aura. Her exquisite facial features seemed to have been meticulously carved by the heavens. Every inch of her face was exquisite to the extreme, making it impossible for people to nitpick. She had a pair of bright eyes that were overflowing with light. Her lips were vermilion and her skin was white like the crescent moon. There was a faint smile on her lips that was impossible to ignore. She seemed to be the most eye-catching person here, and as long as someone came close, they would not be able to ignore her existence. When she saw Bailey Hongzhuang, Xiaosou was shocked. Even though she was a woman, she had to admit that this woman was extremely beautiful. Just as he was guessing which force this woman came from, he noticed Lin Yi beside her. Most importantly, she heard Lin Yi address this woman as second cousin-in-law. She clearly remembered that Lin Yi called Di Beichen as second cousin before, so the identity of this second cousin-in-law was obvious. Di Beichen's wife. It was because of this woman in front of her that Di Beichen did not hesitate to refuse the marriage contract with her. Previously, she wondered why Di Beichen would make such a choice when the other party was just a woman from the underworld. However, now she suddenly understood. This was the first time Bailey Hongzhuang saw Xiaosou. As described by Lin Yi before, Xiaosou had an outstanding appearance and outstanding temperament, but she had an insufferably arrogant aura. Lin Yi clearly felt that the other party's gaze was full of contempt and disdain. It was an indescribable sense of pride, as if Lin Yi was standing there, and Lin Yi could not be compared with her in this life. It was like a powerhouse looking at an ant. However, in Lin Yi's opinion, the other party was wrong. Xiaosou was not a powerhouse, and she was not an ant. I thought that Di Beichen, who was found by the Di family, would be a character. I didn't expect him to be just a playboy who is obsessed with beauty. Xiaosou looked straight at Bailey Hongzhuang. She did not avoid the taboo in her words. She seemed to be mocking Di Beichen, but in fact, she directly pointed out that Bailey Hongzhuang was just a pretty face. Seeing that Xiaosou was so rude, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. She knew very well that her second cousin was not a playboy at all, and her second cousin-in-law was definitely not a pretty face. Xiaosou, what do you mean by this? Lin Yi asked with a gloomy gaze. Xiaosou chuckled, didn't I make it clear? You. Lin Yi looked indignant. In the past, Xiaosou was just as famous as her. It was just that after the identity of the next generation of Holy Maiden of Light, Xiaosou's identity had risen. Now, she did not put many people in her eyes. Just when Lin Yi was about to argue with the other party, Bailey Hongzhuang pulled her and glanced at Xiaosou faintly, it's better than nothing. As soon as these words came out, Xiaosou was stunned at first. After realizing Bailey Hongzhuang's meaning, her face suddenly became pale. Bailey Hongzhuang was saying that she was not as good-looking as her. Miss Xiao, is this lady the wife of the second young master of the D family? At this moment, the man standing beside Xiao Shou could not help but ask. Xiao Shou nodded slightly. That's right. She is Di Beichen's wife. Jun Lingxuan had a look of realization on his face. He had seen this woman a few days ago when he went to the D family's elixir store with the Great Elder. There were many members of the D family present at that time, but this woman had left a deep impression on him. Because her appearance was simply too outstanding. As the young master of the Jun family, he had seen many beauties, but none of them could compare to the woman in front of him. However, he didn't expect this woman to be Di Beichen's wife. It turns out to be the wife of the second young master of the D family, but why haven't I seen her before? Jun Lingxuan was a little baffled. For the second young master of the D family who had just returned, there had been a lot of speculation in the outside world. As for the real situation, no one knew about it except for the D family. Xiao Shou chuckled, she is just a woman from the underworld. Naturally, you have not seen her before. Underworld? Jun Lingxuan was stunned. Then, an incredible light appeared in his eyes. The wife of the second young master of the D family is actually a woman from the underworld? The standard of the D family has been getting lower and lower in recent years. Xiao Shou smiled and nodded, you are right. Hey, don't go overboard with your words. Lin Yi looked angry. She didn't expect these two guys to be so excessive. What I said is the truth. What's wrong with that? Xiao Shou's lips curled into a mocking smile. Her expression was full of arrogance. Although Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance was indeed better than hers, other than that, Bailey Hongzhuang could not compare to her at all. She would let Di Beichen understand how stupid it was to cancel his engagement with her. For a woman who only had a beautiful appearance, he would affect the interests of his family. This was something that only a good-for-nothing would do. During this time, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The development of the Jun family over the years was not much weaker than the D family. However, Jun Lingxuan had been coaxing her like this. In contrast, Di Beichen was dismissive of her. She was furious when she thought of the situation at that time. Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly took a step forward. Her clear and intimidating eyes looked directly at Xiao Shou. Everything you said is just to cover up that you have lost to me. Most of the time, the stronger you appear, the more cowardly you are in fact. Your disguise is meaningless. There was a faint smile on her delicate and perfect face. Her deep and charming eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. She was very clear about Xiao Shou's thoughts. At this moment, all the belittling was just to vent her anger. But in terms of feelings, Xiao Shou would always be defeated by her. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Shou paused. The words she wanted to say were stuck in her throat. Looking at the woman in front of her eyes that seemed to be able to see through her soul, she only felt that all her disguises were seen through. She felt inexplicably embarrassed. She understood what Bailey Hongzhuang said. In terms of Di Beichen, she was indeed defeated by Bailey Hongzhuang. Lin Yi was originally worried that Bailey Hongzhuang would suffer in the face of Xiao Shou, but she did not expect her second cousin-in-law to be so domineering. Is this considered hitting the nail on the head? You're thinking too much. I didn't lose, and I won't lose to you. Xiao Shou's eyes were cold. She was a proud daughter of heaven. How could she be defeated by a country bumpkin? Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled, not caring about Xiao Seiwu's emphasis. Her voice was cold as she said, if you really didn't care, then you wouldn't have been so eager to belittle and attack me when you saw me. It's just like how the strong are strong. Even if you don't say it, others will know. However, you are clearly not one of them. Bailey Hongzhuang remained indifferent throughout. No matter how unpleasant Xiao Shou's previous derogatory remarks were, she didn't seem to take them to heart at all. At this moment, her words were clearly not sarcastic. She was merely stating a fact, but it made everyone feel that Xiao Shou was extremely embarrassed. Because, in contrast, Bailey Hongzhuang was obviously more dignified. Everyone was secretly surprised when they saw that after the confrontation between Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Shou, it turned out that Xiao Shou was at a disadvantage. I didn't expect the loser to be Xiao Shou. This is incredible. This woman is the second young madam of the D family. She is not a simple character. Previously, I thought that Xiaoxia must have the absolute upper hand. Although the other party is from the underworld, her bearing is not comparable to ordinary people. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already been angry in the face of Xiaoxia's merciless sarcasm. However, Bailey Hongzhuang could deal with it so calmly. It was really eye-catching. He thought that there would be no objection to the result of this confrontation, but he did not expect such a result. He had already heard about the annulment of the engagement between Xiaoxia and Bewitching. He also knew that Xiaoxia was very dissatisfied with Bewitching. Therefore, he planned to take this opportunity to pursue Xiaoxia. As long as he pursued Xiaoxia, the Xiao family and the Jun family would become one camp. In this way, it would be much easier to deal with the D family. Therefore, he had been trying his best to invite Xiaoxia to travel with him these days. Today, he took the opportunity of having Light Vine here to invite her out. Originally, when Xiaoxia was at a disadvantage, he should have helped her. But at this moment, he didn't know how to help in the battle between the two women. After all, it was really inappropriate for a man to intervene in this situation. Little girl, the other party is just a woman from the underworld. Why do you have to care about her? Talking more will only lower your status. We are here for the Light Vine. Jun Lingxuan said aloud. Listening to Jun Lingxuan's words, Xiaoxia nodded and glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang coldly. I don't want to talk more with you. Naturally, I don't want to talk more. Lin Yi sneered. If she was still a little afraid of Xiaoxia's identity before, after seeing the other party with the Jun family today, she didn't care anymore. The Jun family was their opposing family. Since Xiaoxia was on good terms with them, they were also opposing forces. In this case, there was no need to be polite. Xiaoxia didn't expect Lin Yi to suddenly say such a thing at this moment. She said angrily, Lin Yi, do you want to compete with me? If Miss Xiao wants to compete, you can come directly to me. My sister is still young. If you fight with her, you will be accused of bullying the young. At this moment, a woman's voice came over. The figure directly blocked in front of Lin Yi. Seeing this person appear, Lin Yi's face suddenly showed a little surprise. Sister. The woman nodded slightly and glanced at Lin Yi helplessly. Didn't you say to meet us first? Hee. Lin Yi stuck out her tongue, feeling a little guilty. So it's Lin Xianxia. Xiaoxia looked at the woman in front of her and sneered. That's right, it's me. Lin Xianxia did not back down at all. I heard that you're about to become the next Saint of the Light. I'm very interested in fighting with you. That way, I can say that the Saint of the Light is my defeated opponent in the future. As soon as he said that, Xiaoxia's face turned ugly. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Lin Xianxia in surprise. She didn't expect Xiaoxia to be weak as soon as she appeared. Second cousin-in-law, Xiaoxia once fought with my sister a few years ago, but she lost. So, she basically took a detour when she saw my sister over the years. Even if her cultivation has improved now, I believe that she is still not my sister's opponent. Lin Yi explained in a low voice. Although her voice was low, several people nearby could still vaguely hear it. Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly realized that Xiaoxia was very strong. It turned out that Lin Xianxia was stronger. Seeing that Xiaoxia was suppressed by Lin Xianxia, Jun Lingxuan immediately stood up and said, if you really want to compete, Miss Xiao doesn't need to do it. I will compete on her behalf. Noticing Jun Lingxuan's move, Xiaoxia's eyes flashed with a different light. She suddenly had a better impression of him. Jun Lingxuan naturally did not ignore the change in Xiaoxia's eyes. He was overjoyed. Now his goal was to get Xiaoxia's favor. He was a man of great ambition. He didn't care about appearance, character, and so on. The only thing he cared about was value. As long as the Xiao family was tied to them, the development of the Jun family would be stronger than before. After seeing Jun Lingxuan stand up, Lin Xianxian's eyes also turned cold. I didn't expect the relationship between the Xiao family and the Jun family to be so close now. So what? Jun Lingxuan smiled. What he wanted was to let everyone know that the relationship between the Xiao family and their Jun family was better now. Xiaoxia couldn't help but frown after hearing Jun Lingxuan's words. She instinctively felt that something was wrong, but thinking that Jun Lingxuan had been helping her just now, she put this feeling aside. Jun Lingxuan, are you bullying my Lin family? A man also came forward. His outstanding temperament was not weaker than Jun Lingxuan. Second cousin-in-law, this is my Lin family's eldest brother, Lin Taxing. Lin Yi whispered to Bailey Hongshuang. People from these forces would meet each other, so everyone was familiar with him. However, second cousin-in-law had just come from the lower realm, and it was her first time participating in such an event. She didn't understand the situation. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. She had heard of the most outstanding child of the Lin family, Lin Taxing. Seeing him today, he was really extraordinary. Lin Taxing, you are here too. Jun Lingxuan saw Lin Taxing suddenly appear, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Not bad. In the face of Jun Lingxuan, Lin Taxing was not weak at all. If you want to compete, I'll accompany you to the end. The onlookers couldn't help but sigh when they saw the two sides opposing each other. From the looks of it, a fight was unavoidable. However, at this moment, the stall owner's voice suddenly rang out. Young people, if you want to fight, then fight outside. Don't interfere with my business here. Hearing this voice, Xiaosuo and Jun Lingxuan finally remembered that the most important reason they had come here was for the radiant vine. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Xiaosuo coldly glanced at Bailey Hongshuang and the others, but she had already remembered all of this in her heart. She believed that Bailey Hongshuang would definitely enter the Immortal Cloud's secret realm. It wouldn't be too late for her to settle all her grudges after entering the Immortal Cloud's secret realm. Right now, the most important thing to her was the radiant vine. Even though the news that she was about to become the next Saint of the Light has spread, she knew very well that her talents had yet to reach 100%. The seniors of the Light Sacred Assembly were all thinking of ways to help her. Every generation of the Saint of the Light had 100% attribute talent, and she needed to reach at least 99%. Not only could the radiant vine increase a cultivator's understanding of attributes, but it could also purify a cultivator's talents. This was a great temptation to her. If her talent index could be raised again, she would no longer need to hold the title of the next generation. Instead, she could become the true Saint of the Light. Nothing was more attractive to her than the illuminating vine. Fortunately, the illuminating vine was still here. As Xiaosuo carefully sized up the bright vine, her eyes suddenly lit up, and a look of pleasant surprise flashed in her eyes. She did not expect the stall owner to be so stupid as to sell the illuminating vine without even knowing its age. Previously, she had always wanted the illuminating vine, so she knew a lot about it, including the age of the illuminating vine. The value of the 100-year illuminating vine was already very high, let alone the 1,000-year illuminating vine. Its effect was not as simple as doubling its value. She did not expect her luck to be so good as to see the 1,000-year illuminating vine in the underground market. Otherwise, even she would not have the confidence to obtain it at an auction. That was because the illuminating vine was simply too attractive. Suppressing the ecstasy and excitement in her heart, Xiaosuo said, "Stall owner, what do you think if I exchange these items with you?" Immediately after, a few items appeared in Xiaosuo's hands. Everyone took a closer look, and a covetous look appeared in their eyes. That's the dripping cloud fruit and the evergreen flower. The dripping cloud fruit was the main ingredient for refining the cloud-breaking pill, and it was also very precious. However, it was clearly far inferior to the illuminating vine. However, the effect of the evergreen flower was similar to that of the illuminating vine, except that the evergreen flower was only effective for wood-type cultivators. Xiaosuo had a confident smile on her face. Previously, Jun Lingxuan had already told her that the stall owner was a wood-type cultivator. Therefore, to the stall owner, the evergreen flower was obviously more effective. As expected, the stall owner's eyes lit up when he saw the evergreen flower in Xiaosuo's hands, and his expression fluctuated. Previously, the items that many cultivators had taken out did not cause the stall owner's expression to change at all. His reaction at this moment was clearly tempting. After seeing the evergreen flower and noticing the stall owner's reaction, Bailey Hongshuang immediately understood. It turned out that Xiaosuo had come prepared. She had already known that the stall owner was a wood-type cultivator. However, although the stall owner's heart was in turmoil, he did not immediately answer Xiaosuo. Seeing this, Xiaosuo could not help but frown. She was a little puzzled. Could it be that these things are not enough? The stall owner pondered for a moment before waving his hand. Xiaosuo's expression immediately turned ugly. To be honest, the value of these two items added together was about the same as the light vine. It was just that the light vine was harder to obtain. At this moment, Jun Lingxuan took out another item. These two items plus the spiritual immortal grass should be enough, right? Hearing that, Xiaosuo looked at Jun Lingxuan in surprise and could not help but ask, "Young Master Jun, this?" The spiritual celestial grass was also a very precious treasure. It could help a cultivator stabilize their cultivation and get rid of pill toxins. It was common knowledge that in the later stages of cultivation, one would inevitably need medicinal pills in order to make a breakthrough. However, taking too many medicinal pills would produce medicinal toxins that would affect the cultivator's potential. The spiritual celestial grass was a treasure that could get rid of pill toxins. Hence, although the spiritual celestial grass could not help in raising one's cultivation, it was still something that cultivators needed. "Miss Xiao, take this as a gift from me to you." Jun Lingxuan smiled gracefully. "Young Master Jun, thank you very much." Xiaosuo said gratefully, "I will find a way to return it to you after I go back." Jun Lingxuan smiled lightly, "Miss Xiao, you are too polite. I consider myself to be good friends, and this is just a small gift. Why should I take it to heart, don't tell me." "Miss Xiao doesn't think so?" Hearing this, Xiaosuo paused, and then the smile on her face became brighter. Lin Yi on the side couldn't help but snort coldly, "Hypocrite. Second cousin-in-law, if this light vine is really obtained by Xiaosuo, it will be troublesome." Lin Yi was a little anxious. If the Xiao family had a good relationship with them, Xiaosuo's promotion would not affect them. But now, the relationship between the Xiao family and the Jun family was so close. If Xiaosuo's identity rose again, it would be a big problem for them. Lin Xianxian's face was also a little gloomy. "We have to find a way to snatch this light vine. It's a pity that we didn't get the news before, and we don't have such valuable treasures on us. If we go back now, it will be too late." Lin Taxing's gaze was deep and complicated. It was not a good thing for their opponent to become stronger. However, it was obviously not easy to stop all of this now. Unless they waited for Xiaosuo to get it and then snatched it. But now, many forces in the entire Qishui city had gathered. It was almost impossible to make a move without being targeted. At that time, it would only cause the conflict between the two families to erupt in advance. "Stall owner, these three things should be enough to exchange for your light vine, right?" Xiaosuo said again. The stall owner looked at the three things in front of him, but his expression was still the same as before. "Although these three things are good, but, isn't this enough?" Xiaosuo frowned. She knew in her heart that if it was a 100-year light vine, these three things were enough. But if it was a millennium light vine, it was obviously not enough. However, based on the content written on it, the old man should not have recognized the year. In that case, why did he keep refusing? "I'm not exchanging." The old man smiled and waved his hand. As soon as he said that, Xiaosuo and Jun Lingxuan's expressions turned ugly. "Stall owner, are you messing with us on purpose?" Jun Lingxuan's gaze was gloomy, and his low and hoarse voice was filled with threat and displeasure. Could it be that the other party had no intention of exchanging the light vine at all, and was deliberately toying with them? "If I'm not exchanging, then I'm not exchanging. What does it have to do with you guys? As far as I know, many people have come to exchange for this light vine, but you haven't agreed. Could it be that you want to find out who has what treasure so that you can secretly make a move?" Jun Lingxuan had a malicious look in his eyes. From the very beginning, he had felt that this stall owner was very strange. He had taken out too many treasures, but now that so many people had come, he still refused to trade. It was hard to believe that this stall owner did not have ulterior motives. As Jun Lingxuan's voice fell, the gazes of the cultivators present changed. Previously, no one had thought of this. Now that Jun Lingxuan had reminded them, everyone realized that there was indeed such a possibility. If that's really the case, then it's too scary. Who would have thought of that? However, this old man has delayed for so long and still refused to agree. It's indeed a little strange. Facing everyone's discussions and speculations, the stall owner didn't care. He just glanced at Jun Lingxuan and Xiaosou lazily and waved his hand. If you don't want to exchange, just leave. You are hindering my business here. Do you know who we are? Jun Lingxuan's gaze became gloomy. The stall owner in front of him really angered him. If the things he took out were not enough, it would be fine. It was obviously a good deal, but the other party deliberately made things difficult. How could he not be angry? What does it have to do with me who you are? The old man looked cold and waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense in front of me. Go, go. Being driven away by the stall owner without any mercy, Xiaosou and Jun Lingxuan both had a trace of annoyance in their eyes. They were also people with status. If they were treated like this, it would be a joke if it was spread out. On the contrary, everyone in the Lin family breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this scene. Looking at this situation, the possibility of the light vine being taken away by Xiaosou was very small. Just when the dispute was about to erupt, Bailey Hongshuang suddenly said, "Senior, can you understand what I took out?" As the voice of Bailey Hongshuang fell, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that at this critical moment, there would be someone who would rush out and touch the bad luck. The most important thing was that this person was Bailey Hongshuang, who had a conflict with Xiaosou before. This was really a good show. Xiaosou sneered on the spot. You? What kind of treasure can a person from the lower realm take out? I advise you not to embarrass yourself here. Not only Xiaosou, but Lin Yi and others were also stunned when they saw Bailey Hongshuang suddenly stood up. The stall owner was obviously unwilling to exchange anything. If Bailey Hongshuang didn't stand up, Xiaosou and others would have become a joke. But now that Bailey Hongshuang stood up, it was equivalent to having another person as a scapegoat. Lin Xianxia and Lin Taxing looked at each other and couldn't help frowning. They already knew about this Bailey Hongshuang from the family master, but they didn't expect her to act so rashly. It was somewhat inconsistent with the situation they learned before. The stall owner looked at Bailey Hongshuang with interest and said, "Little girl, what do you want to exchange with me? The things I take out will definitely be what you want." Bailey Hongshuang's lips curved into a confident smile. Hearing this, the stall owner was slightly taken aback, then he chuckled, "I haven't even thought about what I want." "How can you be sure that the thing you take out must be what I want?" "Yes. Take it out and show it to me." Under everyone's expectant gaze, Bailey Hongshuang took out a pen and paper and wrote the content on the paper. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but sneer. I thought she would take out some treasure. She just wrote a few words on this paper. Is it possible to exchange it? Isn't this a joke? I think this woman is also trying to please the crowd with claptrap. What good thing can a woman from the lower realm have? Lin Yi couldn't help but pull Bailey Hongshuang's sleeve and reminded, "Second cousin-in-law, don't worry." Bailey Hongshuang returned a smile, but she did not stop her actions. Faced with the stall owner's doubts, Bailey Hongshuang was extremely calm. "Senior, don't be anxious. You can take a look first. If you don't agree, at most we won't make this deal." Looking at Bailey Hongshuang's confident and certain look, the stall owner took the slip of paper in half disbelief. After he had finished reading the contents of the slip of paper, his gaze suddenly changed. "Is what you've written true?" Bailey Hongshuang gently nodded. "Of course it's true. Do you know the meaning of what you've written?" The stall owner put away his lazy look and his gaze became serious and deep. "Stall owner, don't worry. Since I've written it, it must be true. Besides, I'm a member of the D family. The monk can run away but the temple can't run away. I definitely won't lie to you about this kind of thing." Her devastatingly beautiful face was shrouded in a confident glow. Her rosy lips gently raised into an elegant and beautiful smile. Bailey Hongshuang only stood there quietly, but she was like a bright pearl emitting a dazzling radiance. The stall owner fixed his gaze on Bailey Hongshuang and said, "All right, I'll make this deal." Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang's smile widened. She had always been confident that as long as she mentioned it, the stall owner would definitely agree. Compared to Bailey Hongshuang's indifference, everyone present was dumbfounded. Especially Jun Lingxuan. Previously, he had said that this stall owner had set up a stall here as a cover and that he didn't really want to make an exchange. However, in the blink of an eye, the stall owner had completed the deal with Bailey Hongshuang. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Furthermore, the slap in the face was so swift that it made him feel a burning pain. His heart was extremely gloomy. Why didn't Bailey Hongzhuang mention the deal earlier? At least he wouldn't have been slapped in the face on the spot. Xiaosuo's face was filled with disbelief. She had just said that Bailey Hongzhuang, a person from the lower realm, would never be able to take out any treasures. However, in the blink of an eye, that stall owner who had never placed anything in her eyes had agreed without any hesitation. Most importantly, they had not seen Bailey Hongzhuang take out any valuable treasures. She had only written a few words on a piece of paper and the stall owner had agreed. What kind of character was this? How could it be so valuable? At the same time, Lin Yi and others were dumbfounded. Previously, he thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was being too impulsive because the stall owner's standards were too high. It was impossible for Bailey Hongzhuang to take out something that could be exchanged with him. But Bailey Hongzhuang did it, and she did it so easily. Lin Yi's lips twitched slightly. She looked at Lin Xianxia on the side. I seem to have underestimated second cousin-in-law. Lin Xianxia also looked at Lin Taxing. Their judgment just now seemed to be wrong. It seems that the family master's judgment will not be wrong. Lin Taxing said slowly. According to the family master's description, although Bailey Hongzhuang came from the lower realm, her conduct, ability, and even vision were not worse than the cultivators in the upper realm. For this reason, the family master also specifically emphasized not to be arrogant in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. If the other party had lived in the upper realm since she was a child, they would not be Bailey Hongzhuang's opponent. When they first heard this, they still didn't believe it. However, after seeing the scene in front of them, this idea became firm. That was because they couldn't even reach a deal with him. You should know that the value of the item you're offering is not low. It's even more valuable than this light vine. Don't you think that you've made a loss in this transaction? The stall owner looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and put away the piece of paper in his hand as he slowly asked. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Senior, I believe that you're very clear about the value of this light vine. If this was only a 100-year light vine, the item I'm offering is naturally far more valuable than this. However, this is a 1,000-year light vine, so it's different. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the surrounding cultivators were stunned once again. Then, their eyes lit up as they stared at the light vine. So this light vine was actually a 1,000-year light vine. A 100-year light vine was already very rare. The value of a 1,000-year light vine was even more indescribable. However, the label clearly stated that it was a 100-year light vine. Xiaosuo's heart thumped when she heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words. She had thought that she was the only one who had noticed this. She never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would notice it as well. The stall owner chuckled. Young lady, you're very honest. After receiving the stall owner's reply, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes became even clearer. It seemed that her judgment was not wrong. This stall owner had already recognized the light vine's age. As for why he would do this, she could not understand. Perhaps he really did want to play a trick on her. When the crowd saw that the stall owner had agreed with Bailey Hongzhuang's point of view, they could not help but be dumbfounded. No wonder the stall owner had been unwilling to make the exchange. So this was the crux of the matter. If they were in his shoes, they would definitely not make the exchange unless they were stupid. I never thought that this would actually be a 1,000-year light vine. This is my first time seeing it. Then the value of this light vine is really shocking. I wonder what this young lady from the D family had offered in exchange for the stall owner to agree immediately? I heard that the Xiao family had previously intended to help Xiaosuo find a light vine. Logically speaking, Xiaosuo should be very familiar with the light vine. Do you think she was able to recognize the age of this light vine? As one of the cultivators voiced his doubts, everyone's gaze turned to Xiaosuo. They didn't usually come into contact with the light vine, so it was normal that they couldn't tell its age. However, with Xiaosuo's situation, it was a little unreasonable that they couldn't recognize it. If she recognized it, then the things she took out before were deliberately to take advantage of this stall owner. It would have been fine if no one knew about it, but now that they had Bailey Hongzhuang as a comparison, Xiaosuo was naturally at a disadvantage. Xiaosuo's expression was a little unnatural. She didn't expect that this problem would suddenly involve her. If he said that he did not recognize her, it meant that he admitted that his knowledge was not as good as Bailey Hongzhuang's. If he said that he recognized it, then it would be true that he had taken advantage of her. No matter which one it was, she was not willing to admit it. Therefore, she could only remain silent for the time being. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao, weren't you very arrogant before? Looking at it, you don't seem to be as good as my second cousin-in-law from the lower realm. Lin Yi also emphasized the words lower realm, but the effect at the moment was the opposite. The sarcasm was stronger. With her status, what good things could she possibly take out? Be careful that she doesn't reveal the secrets of the D family. Otherwise, what could compare to this millennium illuminating vine? Xiao was indeed shocked for a moment. However, after thinking about it carefully, she was certain that Bailey Hongzhuang could not possibly take out anything valuable. Therefore, the only possibility was that this item came from the D family. Although I'm from the lower realm, I have one good thing about me. That is, I won't take out my family's things for my own benefit, Bailey Hongzhuang said calmly. Xiao's face sank when she heard this. She was so angry that she was about to go crazy. She really wanted to know what Bailey Hongzhuang had taken out in exchange. However, she could not figure it out no matter how hard she tried. Little girl, I like honest people. If you can really do what you've said, I'll give you everything I have here. Just like how you won't take advantage of me, an old man like me won't take advantage of you either. The stall owner looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with admiration and excitement in his eyes. In fact, he could not help but feel excited when he saw the contents of the slip of paper. It was only because he forcefully suppressed his emotions that he did not lose his composure in front of everyone. Although he also doubted whether Bailey Hongzhuang was telling the truth, judging from Bailey Hongzhuang's current performance, he still believed her. Compared to Xiao and the others, this little girl was more reliable. He had met many people, but Bailey Hongzhuang had a calm and collected aura. More importantly, she had a clear conscience. The stall owner's words were no different from a heavy bomb exploding in everyone's hearts. They had already found it hard to accept when they had taken away the millennium illuminating vine. Now, the stall owner was actually saying that he wanted to give everything to Bailey Hongzhuang. One must know that the treasures here were all extremely precious. Every single one of them had been painstakingly exchanged for. Now, he was actually giving everything to Bailey Hongzhuang. This was simply too crazy. The more it was like this, the more everyone was curious about what Bailey Hongzhuang had to offer in exchange. Since Bailey Hongzhuang's things could be exchanged for so many things, it meant that her things were worth more. Xiao and the others felt that the stall owner was crazy. If he wasn't crazy, he wouldn't have made such a choice. Senior, the item I took out is actually not that valuable. Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but say. However, the stall owner waved his hand. Perhaps your item isn't that valuable, but in my eyes, it's worth it. Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly startled, but she immediately understood what the stall owner meant. The next moment, she took out a pen and paper and started writing again. But this time, the content she wrote was much more than the last time. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang handed it over to the stall owner. Senior, the content is all here. If you have any questions, you can look for me at the D family's pill shop. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled gently. The stall owner took the slip of paper and read it. The look in his eyes changed slightly. He then rolled up the items on the stall and handed them over to Bailey Hongzhuang. Little girl, I believe in you. Alright, today's business is done. You may all disperse. I'm leaving as well. Just as he finished speaking, the stall owner walked out of the crowd suavely and quickly disappeared. Let's go as well. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled gently. Lin Xianxia and Lin Taxing looked at each other. Such a result was really beyond their expectations. For a time, everyone's covetous eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. She had too many treasures on her now. Noticing this, Lin Taxing immediately said, "Let's go back first." They were now being targeted by so many people. Although the underground market was relatively safe, the treasures were too coveted, so no one could say what would happen. Therefore, the best way now was to go back immediately. In this way, at least many people could dispel their thoughts. Originally, Lin Yi wanted to ask Bailey Hongzhuang what she exchanged for. Why did she exchange so many treasures with just a few words? But now, after Lin Taxing's reminder, she realized that their current situation was not very good. In the next moment, everyone in the Lin family tacitly surrounded Bailey Hongzhuang and left the underground market without hesitation. Although everyone was envious, they also understood that the Lin family and the Di family were behemoths that they could not afford to offend. Despite the burning desire in their hearts, the facts calmed them down. It was obviously not a good deal to suffer a calamity for this treasure. Ordinary cultivators naturally had such concerns, but Xiao Shou and Jun Lingxuan obviously did not. Xiao Shou was determined to get this millennium illuminating vine. Naturally, she could not watch Bailey Hongzhuang take it away. After all, this was her biggest hope. Whether she could secure the position of the Holy Maiden of Light depended on the illuminating vine. Jun Lingxuan naturally knew Xiao Shou's thoughts. The two looked at each other and immediately chased after her. After walking out of the underground market, everyone in the Lin family did not relax their vigilance. They still went back at the fastest speed. Fortunately, this underground market is not far from our Di family. Let's go there quickly. Lin Taxing looked dignified. In my opinion, Xiao Shou will not give up. The illuminating vine is too useful for her now. Even if she won't give up, so what? Lin Xianxian's eyes were cold. Now that the Xiao family and the Jun family are so close, they are likely to become our enemies in the future. In any case, this illuminating vine must not fall into the hands of Xiao Shou. Once she becomes the Holy Maiden of Light, it will not benefit us. Lin Taxing's gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. Hongzhuang, when you go back later, go into seclusion. Don't worry about anything else. As long as you absorb the energy of the illuminating vine, it will be useless even if Xiao Shou's people. He was sure that Xiao Shou would invite the elders of her family over as soon as possible. After all, the Xiao family and the Di family had not completely fallen out with each other. If the elders of the Xiao family were to appear, the Di family would be put in a very difficult position. However, if the illuminating vine had been consumed, then the situation would be different. The Di family would not be put in a difficult position because of this. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded without hesitation. I understand. In fact, her thoughts were the same as Lin Taxing's. The longer the illuminating vine was kept, the greater the trouble. She believed that it would not take long for this news to spread and everyone would know about it. Therefore, the only way was to use it. The fact was just as Lin Taxing expected. Although Xiao Shou was extremely unwilling, she did not dare to snatch it directly. After all, she did not represent herself at this moment, but also the entire family. If she snatched something from the Di family in public, it would really be a falling out. Even though she had a high status in the family, she could not bear this kind of thing. Therefore, she rushed back to the Xiao family's residence immediately. She wanted to find an elder to represent her. She believed that in her current situation, the family would definitely try their best to help her get the illuminating vine. Once she became the Lady of Light, it would bring a lot of benefits to the family. It was not until Bailey Hongzhuang and her party returned safely to the medicinal shop that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Go ahead, Lin Taxing said. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and walked in without hesitation. Di Chuyuan saw that Bailey Hongzhuang left in a hurry as soon as she came back, and a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. When he saw Lin Yi and others looking nervous, he couldn't help but ask, what happened? Great Elder, I'm afraid there will be some trouble that requires your help later, Lin Taxing said. Di Chuyuan had a puzzled look, and his expression became complicated. Did you get into trouble outside? No. Lin Xianxian shook her head, and then told Di Chuyuan everything that happened before. However, Di Chuyuan was stunned after listening to all this. You mean that the second young madam just wrote a few words and got the illuminating vine? Great Elder, I know you think it's incredible. In fact, we all think so, but all of this is true. We didn't lie to you. Lin Yi couldn't help but explain. Di Chuyuan really felt that this matter was unbelievable, but he also understood that it was impossible for everyone to lie to him about this kind of thing. As the great elder of the Di family, he naturally knew that the most important thing at the moment was not to study how Bailey Hongzhuang did all this, but to come up with countermeasures. Taxing, go back and invite great elder Lin over. Yes. Di Chuyuan's expression was solemn. According to the younger generation, Xiao Shou and Jun Lingxuan were very close. Perhaps the elders of the Xiao family and the Jun family would come together later. If a fight broke out, he might not be a match for them alone. It would be safer if the first elder of the Lin clan came. Bailey Hongzhuang walked into the house and began to eat the light vine. The light vine was a very magical plant that could be eaten directly. The energy inside was in the form of a liquid and was very gentle. It was not harmful to the cultivator. Bailey Hongzhuang only felt a sweet energy flow into her mouth. This energy was extremely pure and exuded a dense aura of light. As the energy entered her body, she could clearly feel the joy of the light energy in her body. The energy gradually spread out, and the light energy rapidly grew as if it was being nourished. In a short period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang found herself on the verge of a breakthrough. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, it's the illuminating vine. The effect is amazing. I thought it would take some time for me to break through again. I didn't expect to break through immediately after eating the illuminating vine. After absorbing the power of the light vine, Bailey Hongzhuang quickly broke through to the Starlight Fourth Order. Since she went to the D family, her cultivation had been growing rapidly in the rich vitality environment. In a short time, she had broken through from the Starlight Realm to the Starlight Realm. However, as she adapted to the rich vitality environment, her cultivation speed gradually stabilized. For the upcoming Immortal Cloud Secret Realm, everyone was working hard to cultivate in order to get good opportunities in the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm. Similarly, everyone knew in their hearts that they were obviously several levels weaker than the children of these aristocratic families. Even if they were desperately chasing now, there was too little time left for them. They could only do their best. Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to try her best to break through to the Starlight Fourth Order before entering the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm. She didn't expect to reach it not long after coming to Qishui City. With the breakthrough in cultivation, the power of the light vine was still exuding. Bailey Hongzhuang clearly felt that the light power in her body had been cleansed by the light vine. Originally, her light power was already very pure. At this moment, after being cleansed, it exuded a bright and charming luster, shining like a star. One could feel the sacred and warm aura just by getting close. Bailey Hongzhuang secretly exclaimed in her heart. It is indeed a 1,000-year-old light vine. It is really helpful to light attribute cultivators. Even if her cultivation didn't break through, the change in power alone could improve her combat power by a level. Lin Xianxia and others had been staying in the medicinal shop. After feeling the aura of Bailey Hongzhuang's breakthrough, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on their faces. The power of the light vine had been absorbed. Even if the people of the Xiao family came, it would be useless. When Bewitching and others came back, they found that all the young children of the Lin family were gathered here. A hint of surprise suddenly appeared on their faces. What's wrong with you? Did something happen? Di Xiaofeng looked at Lin Xianxian. His intuition told him that they were not here to play. Big cousin, you are finally back. Lin Yi was happy as soon as she saw Di Xiaofeng. I went out with my second cousin-in-law just now. As a result, we made a lot of noise. Fortunately, my sister found us. Otherwise, it would be difficult for us to come back safely. Listening to Lin Yi's words, a hint of nervousness suddenly appeared on Bewitching's face. How is Hongzhuang? Second cousin, don't worry. Nothing happened. Second cousin-in-law is fine. Bewitching was relieved when he heard the words. Immediately afterward, Lin Yi told him what happened before. After listening to all this, in addition to Bewitching, Di Xiaofeng and the others' faces were also full of astonishment. Sister-in-law is so powerful? Di Xiaofeng was dumbfounded. They all knew the value of the Millennium Illuminating Vine. Even if he was present, he wouldn't be able to exchange for it. Lin Yi nodded again and again. Yes, I found that second cousin-in-law is actually very powerful. Previously, even when facing Xiao Sou, she was not at a disadvantage at all. That momentum, TSK, I'm convinced. Not only Lin Yi, but Lin Xianxian on the side also nodded secretly. She was also convinced about this. Is Hongzhuang taking the illuminating vine now? Bewitching asked aloud. I didn't expect Xiao Sou to be together with Jun Lingxuan in the blink of an eye. Looks like we have to make some preparations. Di Xiaofeng's expression darkened. Originally, according to the patriarch's plan, Although the Xiao family would definitely be dissatisfied with the cancellation of the marriage, as long as they spent a certain amount of time and resources, it was still possible to make up for this relationship. However, he didn't expect that the Xiao family and the Jun family would ally together. This relationship would probably be irreparable. That's right. According to what I saw today, Jun Lingxuan is probably pursuing Xiao Shou, and Xiao Shou didn't reject Jun Lingxuan. If this situation continues, the Xiao family and the Jun family might ally together in the future, which would be a big problem for us. Lin Xianxian's expression darkened. The Lin family and the D family were originally on the same side. If the other party targeted the D family, they would naturally target the Lin family as well. You all did well today. It's good that the light vine didn't fall into Xiao Shou's hands, Dijai said slowly. Dijizai said slowly. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Di Beichen's previous choice, the matter had already reached this point. He could only minimize the loss. The news that Xiao Shou is going to take over the position of the Holy Maiden has been spreading for a long time, but until now, she hasn't really taken over. I heard that the Light Vine has the ability to purify talents. Could it be that she can't directly become the Lady of Light? Di Xiaofeng suddenly said. Regarding this, he actually had doubts in his heart for a long time. He wasn't the only one. Many people had such guesses in their hearts because this rumor had been spreading for too long. If the previous Holy Maiden was still around, Xiao Shou wouldn't be a problem. However, the Holy Maiden hadn't appeared for a long time. Logically speaking, if someone was qualified for this position, the Holy Assembly would immediately push her to the position. There must be something wrong with not having a successor for so long. Following Di Xiaofeng's words, Lin Xianxian and the others also had a thoughtful look in their eyes. Yes, in fact, I also suspect that there might be some problems. If it was before, it would be fine. Now that the Xiao family and the Jun family are connected, it is best for us that Xiao Shou can't become the Holy Maiden of Light, said Daiheoan. The Great Elder also felt helpless about the news that the Xiao family and Jun family were together. He didn't expect the Xiao family to make such a choice. In fact, the Great Elder's eyes. He didn't expect Xiao family to do this. Of the great. He couldn't help but be angry. Until Di Chuyuan left, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, Big cousin, where did you go today? Don't mention it. Di Zhai's face was gloomy. As soon as I went out, I met those annoying guys from the Jun family. I don't know if they are targeting us specifically. We bumped into them not long after going out. Now we are indeed in trouble. Daiheoan sighed. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation after going out today. He couldn't help but look at Di Beichen helplessly. Beichen, you are a little too impulsive today. Daiheoan's face was also gloomy and complicated. You shouldn't have agreed to this bet at all. This is simply a losing game. However, Di Beichen just remained silent. His handsome face faintly showed a bit of anger. Forget it. Since this has already happened, then let's not bother about it anymore, said Di Xiaofeng. Lin Xianxian frowned slightly. What happened? Why are your faces so solemn? We met the Jun family before. They have been making a fuss about us not being able to invite an 8th grade alchemist this time. Their words were full of ridicule. Di Beichen was dissatisfied, so he argued with them for a while. As a result, they made a bet. If we get fewer slots than them in this alchemy competition, then we will give all the family slots to them. On the contrary, they will give all the slots to us. Daiheoan explained aloud. As soon as these words came out, Lin Yi and others couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Second cousin, are you crazy? Lin Yi looked at Di Beichen in disbelief. Originally, the Di family only had 5 slots. If they don't even have these 5 slots, what should they do? In the current situation, this was a dead end. It was easy to give out 5 slots, but if they wanted to get 5 slots from other places, they would have to pay a huge price. The most important thing was that the slots were so tight. Even if they were willing to exchange something, the other party might not agree. Lin Xianxian also felt incredulous. You actually agreed to such a bet? Di Xiaofeng sighed helplessly. You saw the situation at that time. If you don't agree, it is equivalent to admitting that we are all cowards. Seeing this, Lin Xianxian glanced at Bewitching and others speechlessly. I really don't understand why you men are so prideful. The final interest is the most important. The Jun family managed to invite Medicine Master Qin this time, so it's inevitable that they'll get a spot. On the other hand, whether it's you or us, none of us are a match for them. We were already at a disadvantage, and now we're completely finished. Just as everyone was gloomy, Di Beichen and Di Xiaofeng exchanged a look with each other. There was no depression in their eyes, on the contrary, there was a bit of a smile. After leaving the underground market, Jun Lingshuan returned to his family. Although he had failed to help Xiao Shou obtain the light vine, he had made some progress overall. His efforts had not been in vain. As soon as he returned to his residence, he found that his family's disciples were chatting in full swing. Haha, the D family is really digging their own graves this time. I thought that the successor of the D family would be someone amazing. I didn't expect him to be such an idiot. He didn't even care about the interests of the D family in a fit of anger. What a joke. We'll definitely win this time. When we get their 5 slots back, we'll really have a good show to watch. As Jun Lingshuan returned, the great elder of the Jun family, Jun Xianxiao, also appeared. After hearing everyone's discussion, Jun Xianxiao roughly understood the situation, and a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Great elder, we were just following your instructions, but we didn't expect the D family's second young master to be so impatient. After being provoked a few times, he agreed. I think they must be regretting it now. Jun Liyun, the second young master of the Jun family, said with a smile. Jun Lingshuan frowned slightly. If it was before, he wouldn't have thought that there was anything wrong with this news. However, after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's performance in the underground market, he suddenly felt that he had underestimated Bailey Hongzhuang. They knew that this was an impossible bet, but they still agreed. Could there be a trap? Jun Lingshuan couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Jun Liyun hurriedly waved his hand. How is that possible? With the current situation, the D family can't make a comeback. I've been paying attention to the D family's actions recently. Although their people are trying to find a way to contact an 8th grade alchemist, it's impossible to do so at this time. In the past 2 days, they seem to have given up on the idea of finding a 9th grade alchemist. Jun Xuanxiao's lips curled into a proud smile. For so many years, the Jun family had been suppressed by the D family. In order to break this situation, the Jun family had put in a lot of effort over the years. This time, in the Immortal Cloud secret realm, they would crush the D family. He wanted to take away all the D family's spots, so that none of the D family's cultivators could enter. In this way, he believed that the D family would definitely become a joke. Great Elder, I have something to say. Jun Lingshuan slowly said. Please speak, great young master. Then, Jun Lingshuan told them what happened in the underground market. After hearing this, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. It can't be? That woman from the lower realm actually took out something to exchange for the light vine? Jun Liyun's face was filled with confusion. This was simply unbelievable. Jun Lingshuan looked serious. I was there at the time. I saw everything clearly. It's definitely not fake. Jun Xuanxia's expression also changed a little. His eyes were deep and solemn. We might have underestimated her before. Now that I think about it, the D family is a big family after all. If their daughter-in-law is just an ordinary girl, they won't accept her so easily. Moreover, they actually gave up on the marriage alliance with the Shao clan for a woman from the lower realm. This point is worthy of consideration. Jun Xianxiao slowly analyzed. You should pay more attention in the next few days. I'm afraid this woman is quite capable. The Millennium Illuminating Vine is no ordinary item. Since Bailey Hongzhuang was able to trade it back, the item she took out must be extraordinary as well. Great Elder, I also think that we underestimated her. Before. Do you think there is a problem with the second young master of the D family agreeing to our bet? Jun Lingshuan pondered. Hearing this, Jun Xianxiao was silent for a moment. Then, he said, it shouldn't be. At this time, it is impossible for the D family to produce an 8th level alchemist. Great Elder is right. Big brother, don't worry. Jun Liyun couldn't help but say, this time we will definitely win. Seeing that everyone was so convinced, Jun Lingxuan also nodded and suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. Perhaps he was really overthinking all this. Xiao Shou immediately returned to her family and went to look for the clan elder. "Elder, quickly bring me to the D family's residence," Xiao Shou said as soon as she saw the elder. Hearing this, the great elder was puzzled. "Eldest miss, why do you suddenly want to go to the D family's residence? They have the light vine. You should know how important this thing is to me. Father has said before that if we encounter something similar to the light vine, no matter the price, as long as it is within the family's ability to bear, we will definitely help me exchange it for it. You remember this, right?" Hearing this, Xiao Jinfeng's expression turned serious. "Eldest miss, don't worry. I will definitely think of a way to obtain this light vine." Xiao Jinfeng's heart immediately became lively. "The D family has wronged us before. If we propose that as long as they are willing to exchange the light vine with us, we will write off our previous enmity, I'm sure they will agree. If it was any other family, it would be very difficult for them to obtain the light vine. However, the other party was the D family, so it was much easier to solve this problem." However, after hearing Xiao Jinfeng's words, Xiao Shou fell into silence. After hesitating for a while, she said, "Great elder, I will be going with Jun Lingxuan today." As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Jinfeng was slightly startled. Looking at Xiao Seiwu's guilty expression, he immediately understood and his expression became extremely ugly. "What a fool! Do you know what it means for you to be going with Jun Lingxuan today? Previously, when the D family rejected the engagement, I felt that I had lost face. Our family and the D family have been very close all these years. Even though the Jun family has always wanted to be on good terms with us, the head of the family has never been too close. You should know the reason for this. Now that you and Jun Lingxuan have appeared in front of the D family at this juncture, what do you think they will think?" "I didn't think so much at the time," Xiao Shou said gloomily. "Alas." Xiao Jinfeng sighed. "If you were alone, the possibility of success would not be small. But in the current situation, the possibility is not high." Xiao Shou immediately became anxious. "Great elder, you know how important this radiant vine is to me. No matter what, you have to help me get it. Let's go now and try our best." Xiao Jinfeng immediately took Xiao Shou to the D family's residence. However, halfway there, they suddenly met two people. "Elder Xiao, are you heading to the D family's elixir shop?" Jun Xianxiao smiled as he looked at Xiao Jinfeng. "Do you need my help?" Jun Lingxuan smiled at Xiao Shou. After he told the great elder about what had happened, the great elder brought him to the path leading to the D family's medicine store and waited for them to arrive. When he saw Jun Xianxiao, Xiao Jinfeng frowned slightly. A complicated light flashed in his eyes. If he went with Jun Xianxiao at this moment, it would be tantamount to telling the D family that they had allied with the Jun family. "Thank you for your kindness, Elder Jun. We will handle this matter ourselves." Xiao Jinfeng declined politely. Hearing Xiao Jinfeng's answer, Jun Xianxiao was not surprised. He smiled faintly and said, "Elder Xiao, I understand your concerns. But think about it, this radiant vine is too important to Miss Xiao. I understand Elder Jun's good intentions, but this is a matter between us and the D family. It's better for us to deal with it ourselves." Xiao Jinfeng's attitude was still firm. He couldn't agree to this kind of thing without the family head's consent. "Elder Xiao, we are doing this out of good intentions." Jun Lingxuan couldn't help but say, if the D family was willing to give it to us, they would have done so already. "Even if we go now, we'll get the same answer." "That's right. If we go and help them, we can put some pressure on them and force them to give in," Jun Xianxiao said slowly. After Xiao Shou heard this, an anxious expression appeared on her face. "Great elder, this radiant vine is really important to me." She couldn't help but feel depressed when she thought about how the light vine was in Bailey Hongzhuang's hands. Just as she hated Bailey Hongzhuang didn't like her either. She probably wouldn't agree at all. Xiao Jinfeng's mood was also very complicated. This light vine was really important to Miss Xiao. Before they could find another way, this light vine was their only chance. Jun Xuanxiao's words made sense. It wouldn't be easy to find a way to exchange for it. Most importantly, the D family probably already believed that they were in cahoots with the Jun family. Even if he tried to explain it now, it would be useless. After all, many people had seen what happened before. In the end, Xiao was too impulsive before. Elder Xiao, you also know that this is the only chance for Miss Xiao to become the real Holy Maiden of Light. Once she misses it, it won't be so easy to find another suitable opportunity. Jun Xuanxiao's eyes were filled with a deep and clear light, but his voice was very calm. As soon as he said this, Xiao Jinfeng and Xiao Sou's faces both changed. Only they and a few people in the Holy Assembly knew about this. It had never been spread. How did the Jun family know about it? Now, the outside world basically believed that Xiao Shou would become the Saint of Light. They didn't know that there was still a fine line between the two. If the Jun family spread this news, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them. Elder Jun. Xiao Jinfeng frowned. Elder Xiao, this is just a suggestion. You should know that we have been trying to get on good terms with you all these years, but you always keep us at arm's length. In fact, I just want to help today. I don't have any other thoughts. Jun Xianxiao smiled. If Elder Xiao doesn't need us, then we'll take our leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Xianxiao prepared to leave. Wait. Xiao Jinfeng's voice rang out. Although the Di family had expected that Xiao Shou and the others would come, they didn't expect that the Jun family would also come with them. For a moment, everyone's eyes darkened. If they hadn't been sure that the Xiao family and the Jun family had formed an alliance before, then the actions of the other party had clearly confirmed it. Is Elder Di Chuyuan here? Xiao Jinfeng walked in and asked with a smile after seeing the young disciples of the Di family and Lin family. Elder Xiao is currently cultivating in his room. May I know why Elder Xiao is here? Di Xiaofeng slowly asked. Jun Lingshuan saw that Di Xiaofeng completely ignored his existence, and his face turned cold. Jun Xianxiao, who was on the side, gave him a wink. There was always a faint smile on his face. He didn't take all this to heart at all. From the moment they appeared together with Xiao Jinfeng, their goal had already been achieved. As for whether they could get the light vine or not, he didn't care at all. I heard that the Di family got a light vine in the underground market. This light vine is very useful to Sou. I hope you can give it to us. As for the reward, we will never let you suffer a loss. We will definitely take out something of equal value in exchange. Can you please invite Elder Di Chuyuan out? Seeing that Xiao Jinfeng's attitude was not bad, Di Xiaofeng nodded. Elder Xiao, please wait for a moment. I will go and invite the great elder. After Xiao Shou sat down, her eyes fell on Bewitching. Just like the first time she saw Bewitching, the feeling of her heart still hadn't dissipated. That was a face that was enough to fascinate any woman. Even if she didn't think about it anymore, she would still think about it at some point. Noticing Xiao Shou's slightly eager gaze, Lin Yi and Lin Xianxian couldn't help but look at each other. It seemed that Xiao Shou really had feelings for Bewitching. However, Bewitching never looked at Xiao Shou from beginning to end. At this moment, he was thinking about how his wife was absorbing the light vine. The Jun family's elders came together at this moment with the intention of pressuring them. Once the conflict broke out, he only hoped that Hong Zhuang would not be affected. Not long after, Di Chuyuan came out. Elder Xiao. Di Chuyuan's face was full of smiles, and he cupped his hands to Xiao Jinfeng. I didn't expect to see you today. Xiao Jinfeng also smiled and cupped his hands. Long time no see, Elder Di. Elder Di, we meet again. Jun Xianxiao stood up and smiled. Seeing Jun Xianxiao, the smile on Di Chuyuan's face suddenly disappeared, and his eyes became cold. Elder Xiao, why are you here with Elder Jun today? Compared to his previous eagerness, Di Chuyuan's voice had become calm, with a hint of coldness. It seemed that the situation was indeed developing in the worst direction. The Xiao family had actually joined forces with the Jun family. He had to send this news back to his family as soon as possible so that his family could make preparations. Xiao Jinfeng secretly sighed when he sensed the change in Di Chuyuan's attitude. Unfortunately, he no longer had any other choice. We met by chance, Jun Xianxiao said with a faint smile. Obviously, no one would believe such an excuse. Xiao Jinfeng quickly repeated the reason for his visit. Elder Di, I hope you can help us. Elder D, the D family and the Xiao family have been on good terms all these years. For the sake of our friendship, you should agree no matter what, right? Xianxia said matter-of-factly. Hearing this, Di Chuyuan frowned and said coldly, whether I agree or not, what does it have to do with you? Xiao Jingfeng's heart thumped when he saw Xianxia speak at this time. When he heard his threatening words, he understood that this matter was not easy to negotiate. Di Chuyuan, I'm just saying a few words. What's the meaning of your attitude? Xianxia's face turned cold. He didn't even bother to continue his previous hypocrisy. Instead, he directly confronted Di Chuyuan. Di Chuyuan and Xianxia had always hated each other for so many years. Naturally, Di Chuyuan knew that everything this guy did before was just a disguise. Now that the other party showed his true face, Di Chuyuan felt much more at ease. With our relationship, do you think it is possible for us to have a good talk? Di Chuyuan sneered. It seems that you know it very well in your heart. Xianxia sneered, to tell you the truth, in this immortal cloud secret realm, I will make you return in failure. You won't get a single spot. Then you don't have to worry about it. Di Chuyuan's momentum was not weak at all. Xianxia's eyes were cold, you're so stubborn. It's not long before the competition starts. I want to see how long you can hold on. You'd better take care of yourself. Maybe you will lose to us. Are you dreaming? The two alchemists in your family who can't reach the 8th grade in their lifetime want to defeat us? It's simply a pipe dream. Xianxia ridiculed mercilessly. If it were other things, he would be worried that the D family might have a backup plan. But in this matter, he had already determined that the D family had absolutely no possibility of turning the tables. You are not welcome here. You can leave now, Di Chuyuan said coldly. Yes, you know that you are not welcome, but you still like to come here. The Jun family is really thick-skinned. Lin Yi's eyes were full of disgust. Di Xiaofeng and others also looked at them coldly, leave quickly. Don't stay here and be an eyesore. Seeing everyone's attitude, Jun Xianxiao and Jun Lingxuan's faces were extremely ugly. I am here to help Elder Xiao today. I can't leave without completing the task, Jun Xianxiao said aloud. Hearing this, Di Chuyuan looked at Xiao Jingfeng, Elder Xiao, is this your idea? Ugh, Elder Xiao looked embarrassed. He really regretted it now. If he knew that this would be the situation, he would never have agreed to come with Jun Xianxiao. There was no need to talk. The other party directly rejected him. If it were him, he would definitely make the same response. Great Elder, Hong Zhuang has already absorbed the energy of the bright vine. There are no more bright vines to exchange, Bewitching said slowly. Di Chuyuan nodded and looked at Xiao Jingfeng. Elder Xiao, you heard it. We can't do anything about it. Xiao Jingfeng had a helpless look on his face. He understood that after today's incident, their relationship with the D family would probably be broken. When Xiao Suo heard this, she was unhappy. What do you mean? Can't you just brush us off? She had set her eyes on the light vine first. Now that it had been snatched away by Bailey Hongzhuang, she could not accept it. Oh? Di Chuyuan's expression turned cold. According to Miss Xiao, I lied to you on purpose? Isn't it obvious? Xiao Suo said, we already said that we won't treat you badly. This thing is very useful to me. At this time, Di Beichen also spoke up, the bright light vine is very helpful to anyone, and it will also be of great help to my wife. Seeing that the person who spoke was Di Beichen, Xiao Suo softened her tone and said, I am of the light attribute. The bright vine is very helpful to me. Di Beichen's voice was low. Xiao Suo was dumbfounded after hearing this. She also has the light attribute? Lin Yi stood up, yes, my second cousin-in-law also has the light attribute, and her talent level is not weak. Miss Lin's words are interesting. No matter how high Miss Bailey's talent level is, can it be higher than this little girl? Jun Lingxuan couldn't help but chuckle. As soon as these words came out, Lin Yi was a little speechless. She only knew that her second cousin-in-law's talent level was not weak, but she wasn't sure what level it was. This is not necessarily the case. Di Beichen said calmly. According to his judgment, Hong Zhuang's talent level was not weaker than Xiao Suo. On the contrary, she might be stronger than Xiao Suo. However, no one believed Beichen's words at all. "In any case, we can't give you this light vine anymore," said Lin Xianxian. "You've gone too far." Xiao Seiwu's face was filled with anger. For the sake of this light vine, it could be said that she had exhausted all means. One had to know that this thing itself was a very rare treasure. Wanting to find it was not an easy matter at all. It was precisely because of this that she did not hesitate to go when she knew that the light vine would appear today. If she missed this opportunity, she really didn't know when she could find it again. She couldn't accept the opportunity to slip away in front of her eyes. "Xiao Sou, I don't understand what you are saying." Seeing the other party like this, Lin Yi was unhappy. Obtaining the light vine before was based on various means. My second cousin-in-law obtained the light vine because of her ability. This thing is not yours. What's wrong with not giving it to you? That's right. Miss Xiao is probably used to being spoiled at home. You have forgotten that we are not in the Xiao family. There is no need to endure your unreasonable behavior, said Lin Xianxian. Sarcastically. Xiao Sou's face was pale. When she was about to argue again, Xiao Jinfeng stopped her and shook his head slightly, motioning her to stop talking. At this point, it didn't make any sense to say more. Regardless of whether this light vine was used or not, the D family had made up their mind not to hand it over. Let's go. Xiao Jinfeng sighed. Hearing this, Xiao Sou looked unwilling, but she didn't want to leave at all. Seeing this, Jun Xianxiao couldn't help but say, Great Elder Xiao, since this thing is so important to Miss Xiao, it's a pity to leave it like this. Xiao Sou's eyes lit up when she heard this. She was indeed unwilling to give up. Xianxiao said, it's simple. It's actually very simple. If they don't want to give it to you, just force them to. Jun Xianxiao smiled. I don't believe it's such a coincidence. The other party has the light attribute and absorbed the light vine immediately. According to Jun Xuanxiao's judgment, although Bailey Hongzhuang was Di Beichen's wife, her status was definitely not comparable to the direct descendants of the Di family. If it was someone else who took it, he could believe it. But now, it was Bailey Hongzhuang who took it. There was no credibility at all. Jun Lingshuan also nodded, yes, Miss Xiao. It's a pity to give it up like this. Di Beichen looked at Jun Lingshuan coldly, according to your words, are you going to make a move? So what if we make a move? Jun Lingshuan sneered. Xiao Jinfeng originally didn't want to deepen the conflict with the Di family, but after seeing his young lady's insistence, he hesitated in his heart. After all, this opportunity was too important for Xiao Sou. But when he thought of the friendship between them and the Di family over the years, he didn't want to completely fall out with them. As long as you find Bailey Hongzhuang and prove to me that she has taken the light pain, then I will leave today. Xiao Sou insisted. Miss Xiao is really big, but you seem to have chosen the wrong place to behave atrociously. My Di family is not a place for you to mess around. Not to mention that we are telling the truth, even if we are not, what can you do? If you really want to do it, then don't talk nonsense. Just do it. Di Beichen's voice was extremely cold. If he had a good impression of the Xiao family when they agreed to break off the engagement, then now his impression of Xiao Sou and others was extremely bad. This was a completely self-righteous young lady who did whatever she wanted just because of her status. He hated people like this the most. Listening to Di Beichen's words, Xiao Sou couldn't help but be stunned. She didn't care about what others said before, but Di Beichen said so. Naturally, she couldn't help but feel a wave in her heart. I'm just fighting for what I need. Are you going to protect her like this? Xiao Sou couldn't help but ask. This woman is completely out of her mind. Why bother talking to him? Lin Xianxian rolled her eyes. She admitted that Xiao Sou's talent and strength were praiseworthy, but she had to say that this girl's brain circuit was really different from others. That's right. If my second cousin doesn't protect my second cousin-in-law, is he going to protect you? Lin Yi sneered. Xiao Sou was speechless by Lin Yi. Her original depression suddenly turned into anger. She immediately said, Great Elder, since they don't care about their previous friendship, then we don't have to worry about it. She wanted to let Di Beichen know how stupid it was to give up on her. Jun Xianxiao had been waiting for Xiao Sou to say this. He immediately showed a happy expression and said, Miss Xiao, you're right, the D family has wronged you in the first place, yet they are still acting so tough. It's obvious that they don't have the sincerity to befriend you. As soon as he finished speaking, the origin energy in Xianxia's body surged out. His powerful aura directly crushed toward Di Chuyuan. Di Chuyuan snorted coldly. With a wave of his right hand, he directly shattered the military academy's aura. Since you want to snatch it by force, I'll accompany you to the end. Xianxia chuckled. Di Chuyuan, you alone are no match for the two of us. Although Xiao Jinfeng had been hesitating, when Xiao Soa said those harsh words, he understood that today's situation could no longer be changed. Since he was destined to sever all ties with the D family, he had to at least snatch the light vine. Otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss today. Elder D, I'm sorry. Seeing this, Di Chuyuan's eyes were cold and gloomy. In that case, there's no need to talk nonsense. After Di Xiaofeng and others on the side saw this scene, they also understood in their hearts that from today onwards, the Di family and the Xiao family could be said to have cut off all ties. Elder Jun and Elder Xiao, what a great lineup. Do you think that only you have reinforcements and the Di clan doesn't have any? Hearing this familiar voice, Di Xiaofeng and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the great elder's judgment was right. Fortunately, he had sent someone to invite the Lin family's elder over. Otherwise, they would be at a disadvantage if they fought at this moment. Lin Xuanren slowly walked over and stood beside Di Chuyuan without hesitation, glaring at Jun Xianxiao and Xiao Jinfeng. Seeing Lin Xuanren's appearance, Jun Xianxiao and Xiao Jinfeng couldn't help but look at each other, their gazes dignified. They originally wanted to take advantage of today's opportunity to quickly crush Di Chuyuan so that they could snatch the light vine. However, they didn't expect the Lin family's elder to rush over so quickly. One had to know that their cultivations were usually on par. If they had the same number of people, it wouldn't be possible to determine the winner in a short period of time. Once this matter was spread out, it wouldn't be good for any of their families. It seemed that they had lost their advantage. When I heard the news before, I didn't dare to believe it. I didn't expect the Xiao family to be connected with the Jun family. In my opinion, the reason you went to the D family to break off the engagement was just an excuse to form an alliance with the Xiao family. Lin Xuanren sneered, if you want to break off contact with us, just say it. Why do you have to be so hypocritical? As soon as these words came out, Xiao Jinfeng couldn't help but frown. Elder Lin, what do you mean by this? We went there with good intentions. It's you who didn't care about our friendship. Xiao Jinfeng, now that we are all here, you don't have to lie through your teeth. You have to understand that it was you who came to the D family and said that you wanted to break off the engagement. We agreed. Later, you said that you didn't want to break off the engagement, and we refused. In this way, we didn't do anything wrong at all. Not only that, in order to ease the many years of friendship, the D family also expressed goodwill to you. What you are doing now is obviously ungrateful. Don't think that it's okay to pour dirty water on the D family. No one is a fool. If this matter is spread out, everyone will naturally understand, Lin Xuanren said coldly. Hearing Lin Xuanren's words, all the disciples present couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Previously, in order to give the Xiao clan face, the clan really didn't speak of the matter in detail. Only now did they understand what was going on. She didn't expect the Xiao family to go back on their word. In that case, the D family didn't do anything wrong. The Xiao clan is really too much. They think everything is up to them. Di Zhai's eyes were filled with disgust. It was only now that he realized what was going on. In that case, it wasn't entirely Bewitching's fault. No matter who it was, they would have a temper. Whatever the other party said was the truth. Naturally, it would make people unhappy. Previously, I thought that we had mistreated the Xiao family and felt apologetic towards them. So this is the truth. Daihaoan also had a look of disbelief on his face. After Lin Xuanren revealed the truth, Xiao Jinfeng and Xiao Sou's faces swelled to the color of a pig's liver. Although they felt that the D family was indeed in the wrong, after hearing Lin Xuanren's words, they felt that the D family wasn't in the wrong. It was all their fault. Xiao Jinfeng naturally understood that it would not do them any good if they continued to talk like this. Elder Lin, we have indeed come here today to ask for Elder D's help. If they cared about our friendship, they would not be so perfunctory and say such obvious lies, Xiao Jinfeng said in a deep voice. However, just as Xiao Jinfeng finished speaking, the aura of a breakthrough spread over. This aura also contained the aura of the light attribute. Feeling this, Xiao Jinfeng's face suddenly became very ugly. Just now, he said that the D family deliberately said such words to brush them off. He did not expect that Bailey Hongzhuang would break through now. This aura of a breakthrough contained a strong light aura. They believed that there could not be such a coincidence in this world. This must be a breakthrough made after absorbing the light vine. Elder Xiao, you should believe us now, right? Di Chuyuan said in a deep voice. Xiao Jinfeng's face was full of embarrassment. This situation was completely beyond his expectations. For a moment, he did not know what to say. We have already made it very clear before. It's just that you are not willing to believe us, Di Xiaofeng said coldly. They actually used it. Xiao Suo could not help but be dumbfounded. This news made her feel even more desperate than if the D family had lied to her. If the D family had lied to her, then at least she still had a chance to obtain the light vine. However, now that the light vine had been absorbed, it meant that she no longer had any hope. Jun Xianxiao and Jun Lingxuan could not help but look at each other after noticing this scene. They did not expect all of this to be true. However, they did not take this matter to heart. Anyway, they had already achieved their goal of coming here today. All this time, they had wanted to destroy the alliance between the Xiao family and the D family and replace the D family. After today's incident, although this was indeed a misunderstanding, the gap between the two parties had been completely widened. It was basically impossible to restore it. As such, the best choice for the Xiao family was to ally with them. This was the best news for them. Since the matter has been clarified, then please leave. Di Chuyuan's expression was calm and cold, as if the people before him were just strangers. Now that things had developed to this point, he didn't want to say anything more. He just wanted to immediately report this news to the family so that the family could make preparations as soon as possible. Noticing Di Chuyuan's attitude, Xiao Jinfeng was also filled with regret. They had really failed at the last step this time. They had tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice used to lure it. Unfortunately, there was no turning back now. After the Xiao family and the Jun family left, peace was finally restored. However, everyone's hearts were heavy. What happened today was obviously not a good thing for them. This meant that in the future, they would lose a helper and correspondingly have one more opponent. They had to be vigilant. Chu Yuan, in my opinion, this matter is not entirely a bad thing. Lin Xuanren said slowly, since the Xiao family has been planning to form an alliance with the Jun family for a long time, it's good that we know about it earlier. Otherwise, it would be really bad if we were to fall into their trap. Di Chuyuan nodded slightly, I understand what you mean. That being said, the family has still suffered losses. Di Chuyuan sighed faintly. Although he said so, he still felt helpless when he thought about the situation in front of him. The Jun family had been thinking of ways to deal with them all these years. In addition, no one had succeeded in inheriting the bloodline of their family for many years. Now, the power of the family's inheritance was gradually weakening. In order to not let the D family's disciples panic, they did not say anything about this. In fact, whether it was the family head or them, they were extremely worried about this matter. Once the Xiao family and the Jun family joined forces, they would have another threat. Not for other reasons, but because the Jin family also had a bloodline, but the strength of the bloodline was weaker than the Jun family's. Although they had not succeeded in inheriting the inheritance for so many years, no one could guarantee that they would succeed this time. If the Jun family and the Xiao family succeeded in inheriting the bloodline, the D family would be in endless danger. Bailey Hongzhuang, who was cultivating, was completely unaware of what was happening outside. She was completely immersed in comprehending the power of light. Through the power of the illuminating vine, she successfully broke through 2 levels and reached the star light rank 6. This kind of harvest was already a pleasant surprise to her. However, after breaking through, she felt a mysterious power filling her mind, causing her originally chaotic feeling towards the power of light to gradually become clear. This feeling was as if a ray of light had suddenly appeared in a dense fog where he couldn't even see his own fingers, causing the surrounding fog to gradually fade away. At the same time, he also gained a little more understanding. Only after experiencing it personally would she understand how magical it was. It was because of this that Bailey Hongzhuang was still paying attention to the movements outside. She was worried that this matter would cause a conflict between the two families. In the end, she did not have the mood to care about this at all. She was completely immersed in comprehending the illuminating vine. She understood that this kind of opportunity was not easy to come by. The illuminating vine was definitely a treasure that could only be found by chance. She had to seize this opportunity. Originally, with her strength, she would be at the bottom of the list in the Immortal Cloud's secret realm. Moreover, now that she had offended Xiao Sou, she had unknowingly gained an extremely strong opponent. If she did not have the ability to protect herself, she would only be a burden to the D clan. Time passed by slowly. Xiao He and Bai Shi felt the miraculous changes in Bailey Hongzhuang and their eyes were filled with astonishment. Immediately after, they realized that they could also feel the power of comprehension when they stood beside Bailey Hongzhuang. Immediately, they were immersed in the comprehension. Dong, Bailey Hongzhuang, who was immersed in her comprehension, only opened her eyes when she heard the sound of someone breaking through the shackles. His pitch-black eyes flashed with an unusually bright light before returning to their original black color. A faint smile appeared on her delicate and elegant face. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood that her understanding of the light attribute had already reached a new level. Although she did not know what level she was at least her control over the power of light was much stronger than before. When Bailey Hongzhuang walked out of the room, Bewitching immediately walked over. "My wife, you've come out of your closed-door cultivation." Bewitching smiled. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded gently. "What time is it now?" While she was comprehending, she only felt that time had passed in the blink of an eye. She did not realize how much time had passed. "Second mistress, you've finally come out." Di Yunhe let out a sigh of relief and relaxed. "Today is the day of the alchemy competition. We were worried that you wouldn't be able to come out today. We didn't know what to do." Di Hingyan smiled. With Bailey Hongzhuang's help, they had successfully reached the level of an 8 physique alchemist and would be able to enter the alchemy competition. However, they knew that Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemy skills were much better than theirs. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang only gave them a few pointers and they managed to break through. This showed how powerful she was. With Bailey Hongzhuang participating in the alchemy competition, they believed that the D family would be able to turn the tables. Just thinking about it made them extremely excited. Di Chuyuan's face was also full of smiles. He had been worried about this for a long time. Even when the two elders told him that he had become an 8-realm alchemist, he still had a look of disbelief on his face. He never expected Bailey Hongzhuang to be able to reach this step. Immediately, his view of Bailey Hongzhuang changed completely. Previously, he only thought that the second mistress was very intelligent and had the demeanor of a general. She was not petty at all and he admired her very much. But now, he understood that his second mistress was a complete genius. She was not any worse than the geniuses of the other clans. In fact, her alchemy skills had already surpassed most alchemy geniuses. If he had known this earlier, the D family would not have had to worry about this. They already had a genius alchemist. "Second mistress, it's all thanks to you this time. If it wasn't for you, our D clan would have really lost face this time." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled brightly. "I am also a member of the D family. This is what I should do. Plus, the competition hasn't started yet. We can't be happy too early. Although that's the case, I believe that other than the Alchemist Guild, no other clans would be able to send out 3 8-realm alchemists at once." Hearing Di Hingyan's words, everyone nodded. They were quite familiar with the alchemy competition in the Immortal Cloud's secret realm. Even before the competition started, they could roughly predict the situation. After all, 8-realm alchemists were all famous people. Other than some new alchemists, most of them knew something about it. However, it was not easy to advance to level 8. Taking everything into account, there would not be many of them. Out. After Di Xiaofeng came out of the room, he saw Bailey Hongzhuang, a happy smile on his handsome face. "It seems that today is the day for us to show our prowess. The Junes today." One had to know that they had spent a lot of effort in order to successfully make the other party place a huge bet. Their acting skills were also not easy. Today, it was time for them to reap the fruits of their labor. Just thinking about it made them excited. The Jun family has been too arrogant these days. Today, we can teach them a lesson, Bewitching said slowly. Ever since that day, the Jun family had been especially arrogant because the Xiao family had formed an alliance with them. The Xiao family and the Jun family have formed an alliance? Although Bailey Hongzhuang had guessed that there would be such a possibility before, she was still a little surprised when she heard it. After all, so many years of friendship shouldn't be overthrown so easily. Di Xiaofeng nodded slightly. It's a long story. Let's set off first. I'll tell you in detail on the way. Okay. Great Elder Di Chuyuan on the side noticed that Daihaoan had also walked in, so he lowered his voice and said, "Don't overdo it later, in case the Jun family has the possibility of going back on their word." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Previously, except for a few of them, no one knew that the 7th elder and the 8th elder had been promoted to the 8th grade alchemist. It wasn't that they didn't believe Daihaoan, Lin Yi, and others, but this matter must be pretended well to deceive the Jun family. Once more people knew, it was likely to be exposed. Instead of that, it was better to keep others in the dark. In this way, the best effect could be achieved. Daihaoan and Di Zhais quickly rushed over. After seeing that everyone had arrived, Di Chuyuan said, "Let's go." It didn't take long for everyone to arrive at the venue of the alchemy competition. Looking at the vast venue in front of her, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but be secretly speechless. This place was enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people, and the entire venue was circular. There was a circular high platform in the center. The high platform was so large that it could accommodate thousands of people. Around this circular high platform was a circle of stair-shaped seats. Here, everyone could clearly watch the competition on the high platform. At this moment, the surrounding area was already full of people, and almost every family occupied a place. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also came to the Di family's place. Long ago, the Di family cultivators of the elixir shop had already come here to occupy seats. The Lin family members greeted the Di family after seeing them arrive. "You're here." Bailey Hongzhuang and others nodded with a smile, but when their eyes fell on the other side, the smile on their faces turned cold. "Oh, Di Chuyuan, you're finally here. You came so late. I thought you were embarrassed to come here because you knew you would only embarrass yourselves," Jun Xianxia sneered mercilessly. Di Chuyuan coldly glanced at Jun Xianxia and said, "Jun Xianxia, can you not bark like a mad dog every time you see us? I'm just telling the truth. Since I'm here, why should I be afraid of others talking about me?" Jun Xuanxia's eyes were sinister and cold. "If you don't want to listen, then just hand over the 5 quotas of the Di family. The competition hasn't even started yet. Aren't you being too anxious? The final outcome is still uncertain." Hearing this, Jun Xianxiao chuckled. "Do you think you can get a place in the alchemy competition by relying on your family's 2 grade 7 alchemists? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your disciple for being impatient and wanting to bet with us. Now that you've lost all the quotas, I'm afraid you won't have a good time when you go back, right?" Di Chuyuan snorted coldly, turned his head and didn't say anything else. Seeing this, the Di family members became even more complacent. In their opinion, the Di family was already showing weakness. Later, they were waiting to see the Di family make a fool of themselves. The Jun family is really amazing recently. In the past, the Di family had always been on top of them. But judging from today's situation, I'm afraid they will be on top of the Di family. Haven't you heard? The Xiao family has now formed an alliance with the Jun family. They are so proud these days. I heard that the Di family fell into the Jun family's trap this time. Alchemist Qin first promised to represent the Di family in the competition, but he later betrayed them and went to the Jun family. As a result, the Di family didn't have time to invite other alchemists. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fallen to this point today. Not only that, the Di family's children also made a bet with the Jun family's children. Whoever loses today will have to hand over all their slots. In my opinion, the Di family may not even get a slot in the Immortal Cloud secret realm this time. I'm afraid the rankings of the Di family and the Jun family will change in the future. Xiaoxia couldn't help but say after listening to everyone's discussion, "Great Elder, I think our previous choice was not wrong. The D family is so unappreciative. It's only right to give up on them. In my opinion, this Bewitching is also an impulsive person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a bet with the Jun family that has no chance of winning." Hearing this, Xiao Jinfeng nodded. At first, he felt helpless about this situation, but now after noticing this scene, he also felt that maybe this development was not a bad thing. The development of the Jun family over the years could not be underestimated. The Immortal Cloud Secret Realm was also an extremely important opportunity for the young children to gain experience. If the D family really couldn't even get a slot this time, then it was very likely that they would be suppressed by the Jun family in the future. Big sister did the right thing. I think the second young master of the D family is not worthy of big sister at all. What kind of eyesight can people from the lower realm have? He sacrificed the interests of the entire family for a moment of anger. In my opinion, if the D family falls into his hands in the future, I'm afraid it will be completely over. Xiao Sudong said aloud. Xiaoxia's face showed a smile. She firmly believed that the D family would regret it. After Lin Yi and others noticed this scene, the anger on their faces became stronger and stronger. This Jun family is too much. Lin Xuanren sighed. In this matter, the D family was indeed at a disadvantage. Even if they were unconvinced, there was nothing they could do. Not long after, the guild master of the Alchemist Guild arrived. Along with him were the guild masters of the various large elemental guilds. The Immortal Cloud Secret Realm that is held once every 10 years is about to open. The old rules are still to hold the alchemy competition. I believe everyone is very clear about the rules, so I won't say anything more. The president of the Alchemist Guild revealed a smile. This time, the judges are the 5 honorary elders of the Alchemist Guild. The appraisal is absolutely fair and just. If anyone has any objections, you can raise them. We will give you an explanation. All the major powers were very familiar with the rules of the alchemy competition. Every competition was very fair, so no one was worried about it. This time, only the top 100 alchemists will be able to get a slot to enter the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm. The first place will get 100 slots, the second place will get 99 slots, and so on, decreasing with each level. The competition is divided into 3 rounds. The scores of each round are averaged by the 5 judges, and the total score is the sum of the scores of the 3 rounds. The competition method will be drafted by the guild masters of the various large elemental guilds, and the Holy Light Assembly's president will draw lots to show fairness. Bailey Hongzhuang originally didn't know much about the rules of this competition. At this moment, after listening to all this, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This opening was really concise and comprehensive, there was no nonsense at all. However, the explanation was very detailed. After hearing it, almost no one could not understand the rules. The big families were already familiar with all this. Immediately, the alchemists representing the families walked up to the high platform. Di Yunhe and Di Hingyun jumped onto the high platform. Di Chu looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and said, "Second madam, it doesn't matter if you don't understand the rules, as long as you follow the rules, it will be fine. This kind of competition has always been very fair. Don't worry." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. After a smile, she followed Di Yunhe and Di Hingyun up to the high platform. Recently, she was keenly aware that the Great Elder's attitude towards her had changed. This was not to say that the Great Elder did not pay enough attention to her before. This feeling was like the Great Elder's respect for her was mostly because of Di Beichen's face, but now it was completely because of her. Just after Bailey Hongzhuang walked up to the high platform, suddenly there was a cry of surprise not far from her, followed by a burst of worship and admiration. "Look, Ouyang Jifeng from the Ouyang family is participating as well. He is the alchemy genius of the Ouyang family. No one in the younger generation can compete with him in alchemy. He is only 28 years old, but he has already become an 8th-level alchemist. This talent is simply shocking. I heard that many seniors in the Alchemist Guild are full of praise for him. They call him a peerless genius in the alchemy world." Listening to everyone's discussion, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look to the side. Sure enough, a tall and strong figure stood not far away. Among this group of alchemists who were on the older side, he was clearly an existence that people could notice at a glance. The man's face was indifferent and calm. There was a hint of arrogance between his eyebrows. In the face of countless people's gazes, he chose to completely ignore them. Although this was the first time she had seen this person, the fact that he was able to become an 8th-tier alchemist at such a young age was indeed something to be proud of. Second madam, this Ouyang Jifeng is a genius alchemist who has been famous for a long time. Di Hingyu noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze and couldn't help but explain, however, in my opinion, second madam, you're better. Before learning about Bailey Hongzhuang's attainments in alchemy, Di Hingyu also felt that Ouyang Jifeng's fame was unparalleled, but now, his opinion had completely changed. His second young mistress was a true genius. After all, if it were Ouyang Jifeng, it would be impossible for him to casually guide a 7th-grade alchemist to advance. That's right, I think so too, Di Yun, he said. Back then, they were also very envious of the Ouyang clan for having such a genius in alchemy. But now, there was no need to be envious. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a faint smile. There were always many geniuses in this world. That was why they needed to constantly work hard. With Ouyang Jifeng's age, he was extremely eye-catching among the older alchemists. Therefore, Bailey Hongzhuang was also a unique existence. Who is this woman? Why is she on the stage as well? She seems to be a member of the Di family. I heard that the Di family didn't manage to invite a level 8 alchemist this time. Now, they are sending such a young girl to participate in the competition. Is the Di family out of desperation? Haven't they lost enough face? I think the Di family is really finished this time. They have lost their minds. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. The Di family had been exposed a lot recently, which made everyone think that the Di family was going downhill. As for the situation in front of them, everyone felt that it was even more incomprehensible. This was completely crazy. After Jun Lingxuan noticed this scene, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He really did not expect that Bailey Hongzhuang would participate in this alchemy competition. Even a level 7 alchemist would find it difficult to win a place in the alchemy competition. Only a level 8 alchemist would have a certain chance of winning. A genius like Ouyang Jifeng was definitely a rare existence. It was already very difficult for one like him to appear. It was impossible for another one like him to appear. In his opinion, since the Di family didn't have a chance of winning this time, they should participate in the competition in a low-key manner. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang was on the stage, almost everyone's attention was attracted to her. It was difficult for people not to notice her. Jun Xianxia couldn't help but frown after noticing this scene. He had been dealing with the Di family for so many years, so he knew their tricks very well. However, the scene in front of him was completely out of the ordinary. Is the Di family crazy? How could they let a woman from the lower world participate in the alchemy competition? Xiao Sudong's face was full of disbelief. Because he was so surprised, his voice became sharper and louder. Originally, many families were curious about this matter, but they didn't understand the real situation. Now that they heard the Xiao family's words, they finally understood. Suddenly, their expressions became even more strange. A woman from the lower world participating in the alchemy competition? What a joke! Jun Wubin sneered. Xiao Soa glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang indifferently and said, the Di family has 3 places, but they only have 2 level 7 alchemists. That's why they let her come. In fact, this situation was not difficult to understand. Such an occasion was undoubtedly very helpful for alchemists. Coming here to gain experience could broaden one's horizons and learn a lot. If it was a direct descendant of the Di family, then it would be strange for Bailey Hongzhuang to come here. Let's not talk about anything else. This woman is beautiful. In my opinion, this Di clan's second young master is an idiot. He only cares about beauty and completely disregards his clan's reputation. This is already very obvious. Otherwise, the Di family's second young master wouldn't have agreed to the Di family's bet. You know, the Di family will lose the last 5 places. The heir that the Di family has been trying so hard to find all these years is a good for nothing. How terrible. The disciples of the Xiao family and the Jun family mercilessly slandered Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang. In fact, they felt that their judgment was very correct. It was precisely because of this that the surrounding families also believed in this idea. They sighed in their hearts even more deeply. Bewitching looked indifferent, let them say what they want. He didn't even bother to explain the truth that was about to be revealed. The more the other party talked, the more painful his face would be. Di Xiaofeng was originally worried that Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't be able to withstand such ridicule and sarcasm. After all, being stared at by so many people all of a sudden, anyone would feel uncomfortable. However, when he looked at them, he realized that his worries were unnecessary. Whether it was Bewitching or Bailey Hongzhuang, it was as if nothing had happened. Obviously, they simply did not put these things in their eyes. Di Xiaofeng, I think your D family is really finished this time. You can't even send out such a person. You can't be hoping that this woman can help you get a spot, right? The Jun family's second young master, Jun Shitao, mocked. He really felt that the D family was a joke. The dignified D family has fallen to this point. I really feel sorry for you. Di Xiaofeng stepped forward and said, you don't need to worry about this. I advise you not to be too proud too early. So what if you found an ally? You're jumping around like a clown. Can't you be quiet? Hearing this, Jun Shitao's face became a little ugly, but he still said coldly, continue to hold on. Let's see how long you can hold on. Then open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Otherwise, you'll think of ways to act shamelessly when you lose to us. Di Xiaofeng sneered. When these words came out, the Jun family was stunned at first. Then, as if they had heard the world's biggest joke, they laughed loudly. Haha, did I hear wrong? They want to beat us in this situation? This is simply a fool's dream. Xiao Sou and the others who were not far away couldn't help but sneer after hearing this. This was a complete joke. Di Xiaofeng is already panicking. Xiao Sou's eyes were full of ridicule. All of this was the Di family's choice. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame themselves. After all, their Xiao clan had a grade 8 alchemist. Moreover, this grade 8 alchemist's grade was relatively high. Therefore, they were not worried about the quota at all. At this moment, a figure walked up to Di Xiaofeng and put a hand on his shoulder. He said with great familiarity, Xiaofeng, what's going on? Di Xiaofeng smiled when he saw who it was. Morongjing, you're here. Looking at Di Xiaofeng's smiling face, Morongjing couldn't laugh. You sure have a big heart. Now that you've fallen into such a situation, you can still laugh? What the hell is going on? However, Di Xiaofeng did not care about Morongjing's worries. Instead, he pulled him to Di Beichen and introduced him, second brother, let me introduce you. This is my good brother, the eldest young master of the Morong family, Morongjing. Morongjing, this is my second brother, Di Beichen. Hearing this, Morongjing looked at Di Beichen and smiled, just by looking at his appearance, I can tell that he's your biological brother. You brothers' genes are really abnormal. Di Beichen smiled, nice to meet you. No need to be so polite with him. Di Xiaofeng chuckled, I've been hanging out with this kid since we were young. We're all brothers. Morongjing nodded, you're Xiaofeng's brother, so you're my brother. We'll be on the same side in the future. First, tell me, what's the situation with you guys? Why do I feel like the Di family has changed a lot in the time that I haven't seen you? Morongjing looked worried. He had arrived a little late today, but the moment he arrived, he heard all kinds of unfavorable rumors about the Di family. He couldn't help but be stunned. He had only been in seclusion for a while, but he didn't expect so many things to happen. You have to think carefully. If there's a way, it's better to cancel the bet. If the Di family can't get a single spot this time, then it'll be really bad. Looking at Morongjing's concerned look, Di Xiaofeng felt a trace of warmth in his heart. Ever since the Xiao family and the Jun family formed an alliance, plus the news that the alchemist was poached, many cultivators who were usually in contact with him were not as close as before. Even though he knew that the Jun family's plan wouldn't succeed, he couldn't help but sigh at the hypocrisy of the world after noticing all this. Through this matter, he had seen through a lot of people. Morongjing still treated him as usual, which made him feel a little touched. We won't cancel it. Di Beichen said. Morongjing was slightly stunned, then helplessly sighed. In fact, he also understood that this kind of thing couldn't be said out loud. If he went back on his word now, it would be very embarrassing. Forget it. Our family has a good alchemist. If we can get a few more spots, I'll think of a way to ask the family for a few more spots. It's just that the competition this time is more intense, so I don't know how many spots we can get. Morongjing's face was full of worry. The competition for the spots in the Immortal Cloud's secret territory was extremely terrifying. Genius alchemists were piled up, so it wasn't easy to stand out. Good brother, thank you for your good intentions. Di Xiaofeng patted Morongjing's shoulder and said with a smile, don't worry, my sister-in-law isn't simple. Damn. Morongjing was speechless. What time is it now? You're still so calm? I'm worried for you. What's the hurry? The competition hasn't even started yet. You'll know when you watch. Di Xiaofeng said with a smile. Di Beichen's lips curled into a faint smile. His eyes met with Bailey Hongzhuang's, filled with determination and trust. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded her head quietly. She would do her best to help the Di family get a spot. Although there were still 9th-grade alchemists among the alchemists participating in the competition, she was naturally no match for them. Fortunately, there were very few 9th-grade alchemists. Among the 8th-grade alchemists, she was still very confident that she could obtain a good result. After all, this was the upper world. There were as many powerhouses and geniuses as there were clouds in the sky. So, it was almost impossible for the younger generation to come out on top. However, as long as they could win over the Jun family's quota, they would be able to hold their heads high. When Alchemist Qin noticed Di Yunhe, Di Hingyun, and Bailey Hongzhuang around he couldn't help but sneer. Di Yunhe, are you really not afraid of losing face by bringing such a little girl up here? In my opinion, this little girl probably hasn't even reached Tier 5 alchemist, right? Di Yunhe coldly looked at Alchemist Qin. You don't have to worry about that. Seeing this, Alchemist Qin looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. I heard that the alchemists in the lower world aren't very skilled. You're really brave to dare to participate in this competition. Bailey Hongzhuang was originally very dissatisfied with Medicine Master Qin. If it weren't for this guy, the Di family wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. Originally, Medicine Master Qin had behaved himself, but he had provoked her time and time again. If she didn't teach him a lesson, then she wouldn't be Bailey Hongzhuang. I disdain talking to people who don't keep their promises. Her cold voice didn't hide her disgust and disdain. Bailey Hongzhuang coldly glanced at Medicine Master Qin as if she had seen something disgusting. He was actually looked down upon by a little girl. Medicine Master Qin felt ashamed and angry. This is clearly because the Di family can't afford it. What's wrong with me leaving? Humans die for wealth just as birds die for food. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his actions. Bailey Hongzhuang sneered. If everyone was like this, then there would be no such thing as credibility in this world. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone present felt the same. The Di family had been tricked by the Jun family and Medicine Master Qin. Everyone understood this. Although they didn't say it out loud, they still felt some disdain for such a method. As far as I know, you didn't even negotiate with the Di family. You directly colluded with the Jun family, didn't you? You'd better stick to the big tree that is the Jun family. Otherwise, any family that invites an alchemist like you will be really unlucky. Who knows if you'll collude with other families behind their backs? Bailey Hongzhuang's glib tongue directly poked at Medicine Master Qin's weak spot. He was actually a little worried about this point, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it wasn't a big problem. However, now that Bailey Hongzhuang had said it out loud, he realized that something was wrong. When he turned his head, he found that everyone around him was secretly nodding their heads. They all had the same expression on their faces. This little girl is right. What Medicine Master Qin did this time was indeed despicable. In any case, I won't dare to ask Medicine Master Qin to do anything in the future. Didn't you see how badly the Di family was tricked this time? If they hadn't invited Alchemist Qin, this wouldn't have happened. Although the Di family was very unlucky this time, at least they cleared the mine for us. Thinking about it, the alchemist our family hired was very good. At least he wasn't poached by our opponents. In a short period of time, everyone changed the topic as they found the source of this matter. When Di Yunhe and the others saw Alchemist Qin's face turn red, they felt a burst of joy in their hearts. These days, Medicine Master Qin had been living a carefree life, and they had long disliked him. Now that the second madam had said this, Medicine Master Qin's future would probably be difficult. "You stinky girl, what nonsense are you talking about?" Medicine Master Qin cursed angrily. He didn't expect that this girl would cause such a commotion the moment she opened her mouth. If he had known earlier, he would never have taken the initiative to speak to this girl. Whether it's nonsense or not, everyone knows very well. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged and ignored Medicine Master Qin. Instead, she turned her attention to the judge's table nearby. "Now, let's draw the content of the first round." As soon as the president of the Alchemist Guild finished speaking, the president of the Radiant Guild took out a piece of paper from a sealed box. Then, he read out the content of the piece of paper. The first round, refining medicinal ingredients. Refining medicinal herbs was an essential skill for an alchemist. However, every alchemist's extraction of medicinal herbs was different. The better the extraction of medicinal herbs, the better the effect of refining pills. However, sometimes, even if the extraction of medicinal herbs was slightly inferior, it would not affect the alchemist's reputation and strength. Now that the assessment was about the extraction of medicinal herbs, they would definitely take out medicinal herbs that were very difficult to extract for the assessment. In this way, many alchemists' ability to extract medicinal herbs would be revealed. After all, when refining pills, there were many medicinal herbs that were not difficult to extract other than those that were difficult to extract. The medicinal herb to be extracted this time is the ironheart fruit. If the extraction rate reaches 60%, you'll pass. If you can't reach 60%, you'll be eliminated. Following the Light Association's president's words, everyone also understood the requirements of this assessment. "I didn't expect to be extracted from the ironheart fruit. This thing is the most difficult to extract. Basically, everyone feels a headache just looking at it. This ironheart fruit has a hard exterior, and it's very difficult for flames to soften it. However, its interior is very fragile. Once the flames are too strong, the essence inside will instantly turn into nothingness. Not only that, after the exterior is melted, there will be a lot of residue in the essence. The extraction is the residue in the essence. The difficulty can be imagined. Therefore, this ironheart fruit is something that everyone is unwilling to extract. 60% seems to be a low requirement, but in fact, among the thousands of alchemists, I'm afraid that less than half of them can reach 60%. This alchemy competition is indeed as difficult as before." The crowd, who didn't know much about the ironheart fruit, finally understood after hearing the discussion. Their faces were filled with horror. They did not expect this medicinal herb to be so difficult to extract. Many people would be eliminated in the first round. Some alchemists who did not have much confidence in obtaining a ranking had their expressions become extremely ugly after hearing this question. The last trace of hope was directly extinguished. It's actually an assessment of the ironheart fruit. This time, those who are not strong enough will be directly exposed. Xiaosuo's face was filled with joy and pride as she looked straight at Bailey Hongzhuang. She already hated this woman who was playing to the gallery and had snatched her light vine. Later, when Bailey Hongzhuang was directly eliminated, she would take good care of her and let the younger generation know that this grandstanding and overconfident woman was a woman. Jun Lingxuan naturally knew who Xiaosuo was referring to. He immediately smiled and said, "She's just asking for humiliation. Let's just wait and see." As he said this, Jun Lingxuan took a deep look at Di Beichen and Di Xiaofeng. "Maybe the 3 alchemists of your family will be eliminated in the first round." Di Beichen chuckled, his handsome face relaxed. "Instead of worrying about us, why don't you take good care of your alchemist Qin? He doesn't look too good either." Hearing this, Jun Lingxuan was slightly taken aback. His gaze shifted slightly, and as expected, he saw alchemist Qin's hesitant and somewhat helpless expression on his face. His heart couldn't help but thump. Alchemist Qin was an 8th-grade alchemist. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have any problems with this kind of thing, right? Thinking that he might be ostracized by everyone in the future, his mood was already very bad. Therefore, he only hoped that he could shine in this alchemy competition. Only in this way could he eliminate the previous impact. He didn't expect that he would be refining the Ironheart fruit. If it was something else, he still had some confidence to get an excellent result. However, the refinement of the Ironheart fruit was considered his weak point. He was afraid that it would affect his results. "Young Master Jun, you can rest assured," Xiaosou slowly said. "Alchemist Qin has already advanced to the 8th level. He is quite famous even among the 8th level alchemists. There will definitely be no problem." Jun Lingshuan also nodded. He also had some understanding of Alchemist Qin's strength. He would definitely be able to help the family win a place. Soon, there was an Ironheart fruit in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. The Ironheart fruit was completely black. It was very hard, like a stone in the hand. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the Ironheart fruit in front of her. Her delicate and elegant face was surrounded by a confident luster. Her refinement of medicinal herbs had always been very high. The teaching of the Chaos Ring was very useful. Thinking back, when she first learned in the Chaos Ring, besides identifying medicinal herbs, the first thing she practiced was the refinement of medicinal herbs. Not only was the Chaos Ring powerful, but the requirements were also particularly high. Therefore, she spent a lot of energy and time on refining medicinal herbs. The Ironheart fruit was indeed difficult to refine. Unfortunately, the medicinal herbs she used to practice refining were the Ironheart fruit. The first round begins now. With the command, many alchemists on the competition stage began to act immediately. This round of assessment not only required the refinement of medicinal herbs, but also the refining time. Because the number of participating alchemists was really too many, even if it was only a very short time, the rankings would be different. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally knew this, so she didn't delay. After carefully looking at the Ironheart fruit, she looked at the alchemy furnace in front of her. After confirming that there were no problems, she began to refine the Ironheart fruit. The alchemists on the competition stage began to refine, and the spectator area was very lively. Everyone was paying attention to their own alchemists and the alchemists of other families. Under these circumstances, even if everyone had more confidence in their own alchemists, they couldn't help but be a little nervous. Bailey Hongzhuang methodically refined the Ironheart fruit, carefully controlling the temperature in the furnace. These were not unfamiliar to her. As the temperature in the pill furnace gradually rose, the Ironheart fruit that had been quiet and motionless also underwent some changes. The surface began to melt gradually, but the process was very slow. Bailey Hongzhuang was very patient because she knew that this was a slow process. Once she lost her patience and tried to speed up the process, it was very likely that she would fail. Time passed slowly. Bailey Hongzhuang refined it over and over again. As long as there was time, she would do her best. This was because she understood the importance of the quota to the D family. Furthermore, the more cultivators the D family sent, the more advantage they would have in the Immortal Cloud's secret realm. When she thought about how the D family was now being targeted by the Jun family and the Xiao family, she felt very unhappy. He had to teach these despicable fellows a lesson. In essence, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were very similar. There was only one Ironheart fruit, which meant that each alchemist only had one chance. Not only that, but time was limited. Even if there were 2 Ironheart fruits, everyone had no time to refine a second time. Gradually, some alchemists began to stop. When they finished refining, they directly pressed the button next to the table, indicating that they had finished refining. One by one, the alchemists finished refining. Bailey Hongzhuang was not slow either. After trying her best to refine to the best extent she could, she pressed the button and then waited on the side. When she stopped, most of the alchemists present were still refining. Xiaosou had been paying attention to Bailey Hongzhuang from the corner of her eyes. When she saw that she had finished refining so quickly, a trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. She thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would fail in refining. She did not expect that she would succeed. "Elder sister, don't be fooled by Bailey Hongzhuang's pretense now. In my opinion, the purity of her refining must be very poor. Didn't you see that Ouyang Jifeng hasn't stopped yet?" Xiao Sudong said. He had a good relationship with Xiaosou, so he naturally knew about Bewitching. Therefore, he was also full of disgust for Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang. They dared to bully his elder sister. They were simply courting death. Listening to Xiao Sudong's words, Xiaoxiu subconsciously looked at Ouyang Jifeng, who was not far away. However, just as she turned her head, Ouyang Jifeng also finished refining. She immediately nodded secretly. Bailey Hongzhuang could not be compared with a genius like Ouyang Jifeng. She thought that she was just pretending to be calm at this moment. Maybe she did not even reach 60%. Ouyang Jifeng also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Among the alchemists present, they were the youngest. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang was even younger than him. Coupled with her stunning appearance, he still paid some attention to her. After seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had finished refining, he was also a little surprised. However, he kept his doubts to himself. When the result came out later, he would know the result. When alchemist Qin stopped refining, he immediately looked at the three alchemists of the D family next to him. After seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had finished refining, he was also stunned. When he turned his head and saw that Di Yunhe and Di Hingyun were still refining, he was relieved. From the beginning to the end, he did not take Bailey Hongzhuang seriously. As for Di Yunhe and Di Hingyun, he knew that they were still level 7 alchemists. They could only refine the iron heart fruit to an intermediate level. It was impossible for them to achieve a good result. This time, the Jun family would definitely win against the Di family. While alchemist Qin was secretly proud, Di Yunhe and Di Hingyun were also full of surprise. In the aspect of refining medicinal materials, they were also very weak in the past. Especially refining the iron heart fruit, it was really too difficult. However, a few days ago, they happened to ask Bailey Hongzhuang about refining the iron heart fruit. Bailey Hongzhuang's answer and method were refreshing. Today, they happened to refine the iron heart fruit. Naturally, they were very happy. That was because the results of their refinement today were much better than before. Time's up. At the moment when the time was announced, some pharmacists who had yet to finish refining also had to stop. Therefore, immediately after, there was a burnt smell of medicinal herbs failing to be refined. The failed pharmacists were all dejected, and their faces were full of unwillingness. It should be known that it was not that many alchemists did not succeed in refining, but that they wanted to obtain a better ranking, so they continued to refine further. Unfortunately, they did not pay attention to the time, so they directly failed and lost the qualifications to continue the competition. At this time, the Pharmacist Association's president stood up. Because the number of pharmacists participating in the competition is extremely large, the apparatus will be used to judge first. The black light on the table is extremely unqualified, the white light is qualified, the red light is good, and the golden light is excellent. As for the specific score, it will be scored by several judges. After the 3 rounds of competition, the score will be clear. Hearing this, everyone nodded. If it were in normal times, it would be enough to just use the apparatus to score, but there were too many now, so the scoring needed to be very detailed. Otherwise, it would be difficult to rank. When Bailey Hongzhuang heard that the apparatus would actually be used to score, she was secretly surprised. The upper realm really had a lot of means. With the apparatus to score, it would save a lot of time. Otherwise, with 5 pharmacists scoring one by one, who knows how long it would take with so many people. According to her judgment, the apparatus's scoring was probably a screening. Those with lower grades basically did not need to be scored because they could not enter the top 100 at all. Immediately after, Bailey Hongzhuang felt rays of light shining, and a kind of breath quietly swept past the white porcelain bottle next to her. Obviously, it was checking the purity. Suddenly, rays of black light appeared on the competition stage. The black light shining in front of the table meant that they were not qualified. The pharmacists in front of the table all showed dejected expressions when they saw this. All the wishful thinking was useless here. Standing on the stage, they might not see clearly enough, but everyone in the stands found that this was only the first round, and more than half of the pharmacists were eliminated. I didn't expect this iron heart fruit to be so difficult to refine. The pharmacists present are not bad, but so many were eliminated. In fact, it is very difficult to refine the iron heart fruit to 60%. Most pharmacists can't achieve it, so this result is very normal. The pharmacists present had a deep understanding. Generally speaking, being able to refine to 60% was already very good. It was only because everyone here was a genius pharmacist that such a standard was set. Almost everyone believed that Bailey Hongzhuang would be eliminated, but when Xiao Sou and others found that the black light in front of Bailey Hongzhuang's table did not light, their expressions changed. Xiaofeng, I didn't expect your sister-in-law to have some skills. There was a trace of interest on Morongjing's face. He thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was indeed a bit messy, but at this moment, after seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang was stronger than many alchemists, his thoughts had changed. Di Xiaofeng rolled his eyes at him and said, "What are you saying?" You. According to their judgment, Bailey Hongzhuang was definitely the one who would be eliminated immediately. However, Bailey Hongzhuang hadn't been eliminated even though so many alchemists had been eliminated. That was unbelievable. How could this be? The same thought flashed through the minds of the cultivators of the Jun family and the Xiao family. This was already incredible. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang was really an alchemy genius? That was impossible. After the eliminated cultivators left one after another, the competition platform suddenly became much more spacious. Then, rays of white light began to shine. Medicine Master Qin's gaze fell on Di Yunhe and the others. According to his judgment, the three of them had stopped at the qualified level. However, after the white light stopped shining, Bailey Hongzhuang, Di Yunhe, and Di Hingyun's table didn't shine. Medicine Master Qin couldn't remain calm. He had agreed to participate in the competition for the Di family. Therefore, he was very familiar with Di Yunhe and Di Yunhe's alchemy skills. The two of them weren't good at refining herbs. It was already difficult for them to reach the qualified level. However, there was no light. Didn't that mean that they had reached the good level? After all, there weren't many alchemists left who could reach the good level. Seeing Medicine Master Qin's expression change, Di Yunhe sneered, "Medicine Master Qin, you're not the only one who has improved over the years." Hearing that, Medicine Master Qin snorted and covered his unnatural expression. He said mockingly, "So what if you've improved in refining herbs? Aren't you just level 7 alchemists? You don't have to worry about that." Di Yunhe smiled. He wasn't in a hurry to tell Medicine Master Qin that they had become level 8 alchemists. He felt that it would be more interesting to let Medicine Master Qin discover it himself. Bailey Hongzhuang is a doctor. How could she be so skilled in alchemy? Xiao Sou's heart began to waver. She had looked down on Bailey Hongzhuang in every possible way. She didn't expect her to have such results. She couldn't remain calm. Next is a cultivator with a good level. Another voice sounded. Then, the red light began to flicker. When the red light appeared on the tables, the pharmacists' faces were filled with satisfaction. The ironheart fruit was so difficult to refine. Being able to refine it to 80% was already a very good result, so everyone was very satisfied. Even if it was an 8th grade alchemist, not all of them would be able to refine it to such an extent. As for the better grade of excellent, that was basically the world of 9th grade alchemists. If it had been before, Alchemist Qin would have been all smiles when the red light flashed in front of him. But now, he couldn't bring himself to smile at all. This was because he wasn't able to completely crush the Di family's alchemist in this round. In his opinion, this was something impossible, but it had happened. He didn't even want to look at the faces of Di Yunhe and the others. However, when he looked at the people of the Jun family, he found that they were looking at him as if they had seen a ghost. When Medicine Master Qin turned around, his expression became the same as everyone else from the Jun family. That was because Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two did not have any red light flashing in front of them. From the beginning to the end, there was no light in front of their tables. Didn't this mean that they had reached the golden level? How was this possible? If it weren't for the fact that he was standing in front of everyone's eyes, he would have shouted out his thoughts. There was definitely something wrong with the equipment. Bailey Hongzhuang tilted her head and noticed that there was no red light in front of the two elders' tables. She smiled. "Second young mistress, it's all thanks to the method you taught us." Di Hingyun smiled and transmitted his voice. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "Eighth elder, this is all thanks to your ability. If it weren't for second young mistress's guidance, we wouldn't have been able to do this." At this moment, Di Yunhe was full of admiration for Bailey Hongzhuang. Especially when he noticed Medicine Master Qin's expression, it was as if he had seen a ghost. He felt proud and elated. Medicine Master Qin was extremely arrogant in front of them. Because they were not as strong as him, they could only hold their breaths. But now, they could finally return all of this to him. How great was the feeling of being able to hold one's head high. They were now experiencing it for themselves. All of this was given to them by second young mistress. You. This is impossible. Medicine Master Qin's voice became sharp and filled with incredulity and disbelief. How could Di Yunhe and Medicine Master Qin's refining technique have improved so much in such a short time? The most frightening thing was that Bailey Hongzhuang, this little girl, had actually reached the gold grade. For a moment, he even thought that he might be dreaming. Medicine Master Qin's sharp voice attracted many people's attention. Only then did they realize the situation of the 3D family alchemists. Damn, this is really a huge reversal. Didn't they say that the D family would be done for if they didn't manage to invite an 8th level alchemist? Why doesn't it look like that's the case? That young woman can reach the excellent level? Isn't that too scary? Didn't you say that you came from the lower realms? I'm not too sure about this either, but judging from the reactions of the Jun family and the Xiao family, this is going to be interesting. Everyone sympathized with the D family because they had been tricked by the Jun family and the Xiao family. Now that there was such a big reversal, everyone felt that it was very interesting. More and more people turned their attention to Bailey Hongzhuang. There were only 2 alchemists in their 20s on the field. One was the famous Ouyang Jifeng, and the other was the unknown Bailey Hongzhuang. Ouyang Jifeng also did not have any light flashing in front of him, which meant that he had reached the gold level. No one found this strange. After all, he was a rare alchemy genius in the upper realm. However, such an unknown character like Bailey Hongzhuang also had such results. It was like a stone startling a splash of water. I didn't think that we'd underestimated the second madam of the D family. It looks like she's really capable. I also thought that the D family wouldn't let anyone come up here so casually. It turns out that they're very confident. Every force had 3 quotas, but not all of them were willing to take up these 3 quotas. Therefore, the 3 alchemists of the D family standing on the high platform were unique existences. Ouyang Jifeng's gaze landed on Bailey Hongzhuang. He never thought that there would be such an outstanding person among the younger generation. She was younger than him, but her strength had already reached such a level. Could it be that she was even more talented than him? Previously, when he heard Xiao Sou and the others' words, he had thought that Bailey Hongzhuang had only come here because she was trying to seduce Bewitching. But now, he understood that Bailey Hongzhuang was someone with true strength. For a moment, he was actually somewhat dissatisfied with Xiao Sou. She clearly came here with her true strength, yet she insisted on slandering others. Even if she was the next Saint of Light, it was not good to casually use such a title. As a genius alchemist, he knew very well how much effort one had to put in to achieve such a result. No matter how talented one was, without enough effort, it was absolutely impossible. Just based on this point, he understood that Bailey Hongzhuang was definitely not the kind of person that Xiao Sou was talking about. While Ouyang Jifeng was sizing up Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze also landed on Ouyang Jifeng. Then, Ouyang Jifeng smiled and nodded at Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang also returned the smile. This scene was not ignored by the crowd. Suddenly, a series of exclamations rang out. One had to know that Ouyang Jifeng was a genius in the limelight. There were many people who were chasing after him. Ouyang Jifeng just smiled at Bailey Hongzhuang. Does this mean that he has acknowledged Bailey Hongzhuang? To be able to obtain Ouyang Jifeng's acknowledgement, this Bailey Hongzhuang really does have some skills. The Xiao family is really spreading rumors this time. It seems that the second young master of the D family is not a good-for-nothing either. After Bailey Hongzhuang proved her strength, all the previous slander was overturned. Only then did the crowd realize that they had completely misunderstood Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. The Jun family and the Xiao family are really playing dirty. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't have slandered them like this. I almost believed it. Thinking about it carefully, the D family is a big family. How could their heir be a good-for-nothing? Everyone understood. When they looked at the Jun family and the Xiao family again, their gazes changed. Jun Xianzhiao's expression became extremely ugly. This situation was completely beyond his expectations. He could not understand how Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two's results could be so outstanding. According to his previous understanding, it was impossible for the 3D Bewitching. After noticing the change in Jun Xianzhao's expression, Di Chuyuan's lips slowly curved into a smile. Jun Xianzhao, you have to remember our previous bet. I will wait for you to send the quota over. Don't even think about denying it. Hearing this, Jun Xianzhao's expression became gloomy. He sneered, Di Chuyuan, don't be too proud. You just happen to be good at refining medicinal herbs. There are still 2 more rounds. It's impossible for you to have the upper hand in both rounds. There was an insurmountable gap between a 7th grade alchemist and an 8th grade alchemist. Even if the D family had the upper hand now, he was not so worried. After all, when it came to refining pills, the score difference between a 7th grade pill and an 8th grade pill was huge. Even if the D family had the lead in the first round, they could completely overtake them later. You little brat, I finally understand now. No wonder you are so calm and not anxious at all. Di Xiaofeng smiled. Even though he knew about his family's situation, he didn't expect them to perform so well in the first round. If his father and grandfather knew about this, they would be very happy. How did Hong Zhuang do it? Di Zhai's was the most shocked person in the Di family. Before, he mocked Bailey Hongzhuang for coming here to cause trouble, but Di Baichen refuted him. Because of this, he was very unhappy. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang was able to do this, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. I told you before, but you didn't believe me. Di Baichen's voice was gentle. He didn't have a good attitude towards Di Zhai's. After all, this guy was very rude to Hong Zhuang, so he naturally didn't have a good impression of him. Di Zhai's wanted to continue asking, but when he saw Di Baichen didn't want to talk to him, he could only swallow his doubts. However, his eyes were filled with excitement. He thought that he would embarrass himself here today, but he didn't think that he would be able to shine in the first round. So Hong Zhuang really is an 8th realm alchemist. Daihaoan finally understood. His face revealed a look of realization, and his eyes were filled with apology. Baichen, I underestimated Hong Zhuang before. I'm really sorry. Di Baichen waved his hand, not taking it to heart. In fact, when Hong Zhuang said this before, almost no one believed her. Haoan, don't you think the result is very good? Di Xiaofeng smiled. Hearing this, Daihaoan's eyes suddenly lit up. So that bet. You and Baichen did it on purpose? Di Xiaofeng nodded slightly. That's right. Di Zhai's also heard this and his face was filled with surprise. If they could win the Jun family's spot, then the Di family would be the big winner this time. Next up is the excellent alchemist. The golden light quietly flashed. Just as everyone expected, the tables of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 all flashed with golden light. This ray of light directly extinguished the hope in the hearts of the Di family and the Xiao family. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 had actually reached this level. Soon, someone took the white porcelain vase in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and handed it to the 5 judges to determine the score. During this process, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others walked off the stage. Because the number of contestants had decreased, the things above had to be rearranged. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that the first bottle to be taken away was the white porcelain bottle in front of the gold-level pharmacist, followed by the red one. As for the white porcelain bottle, it seemed that he didn't intend to grade it. Di Hingyun on the side seemed to have guessed the doubts in Bailey Hongzhuang's heart, and immediately explained, because this competition only selects the top 100, so the rest basically won't be graded. It's just a waste of time. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. She also expected this possibility. Linny greeted Bailey Hongzhuang as soon as she walked down. Her delicate and lovely face was full of excitement. Second cousin-in-law, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I underestimated you before. If Linny was asked who she admired the most now, it would be Bailey Hongzhuang without any surprise, whether it was the day she exchanged for the light vine in the underground market or today's performance on the stage. Bailey Hongzhuang gave her a great surprise. Lin Xianxian and Lin Taxing also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in amazement. The other party's performance today was really beyond their expectations. Although this was only the first level, they suddenly felt that Bailey Hongzhuang could go all the way to the end through the other party's indifferent and calm face. If that was the case, then Bailey Hongzhuang would be the dark horse in this alchemy competition. Facing Linny's admiring look, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. I just happen to be good at it. I just took a look. There are only a dozen alchemists who have reached the gold level. Except for the extremely powerful 9th level alchemists and a few alchemists who are about to break through to the 9th level, there are only the 3 of you and Ouyang Jifeng left. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang said it so simply, Lin Yi shook her head. She had noticed all this clearly. Now she understood that her second cousin-in-law was a low-key person. If it were someone else, they would have been eager to announce it to everyone with such ability, but her second cousin-in-law was so low-key. Lin Taxing and Lin Xianxia glanced at each other. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. It seemed that everyone's judgment was wrong. Almost everyone thought that Bailey Hongzhuang only relied on her beauty to get here. In fact, her ability was not weaker than her appearance. Xiao Suo looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, who was surrounded by the Lin family and the Di family, and a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes. She really didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang could get such an amazing result in this first level. Recalling her previous words, the current situation made her feel very embarrassed. However, she still didn't believe that Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemy skills were really so powerful. After all, she knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was a doctor. Doctors and alchemists had some similarities. Bailey Hongzhuang should only be good at refining medicinal materials. In addition, her alchemy skills were absolutely impossible to reach the 8th level. Because such a genius was also extremely outstanding in the upper realm. She did not believe that Bailey Hongzhuang could do this. Di Yunhe and Di Hingyun looked at each other. Both of them were in a good mood. If it wasn't for Bailey Hongzhuang, they wouldn't have gotten such a good result in this round. When they thought of the stunned gazes of the crowd just now, they felt a burst of joy in their hearts. These guys were sure that they would be completely wiped out this time, but this situation clearly gave everyone a surprise. Xiao Suo, didn't you think that my second cousin-in-law was just trying to please the crowd? Now open your eyes and see clearly. My second cousin-in-law has real strength, unlike you who only knows how to talk. Lin Yi's eyes were filled with disgust. She raised her chin and looked at Xiao Suo proudly. In the past, she had been very polite to Xiao Suo because of her relationship with the Xiao family. Now that they had become enemies, she naturally wouldn't be polite. Xiao Suo's face suddenly turned cold. It's just the first round. You talk as if you can already get a ranking in this competition. It's ridiculous. At least I'm better than you. Lin Yi shrugged indifferently. Her youthful face was still full of pride. Speaking of which, you don't seem to know how to do this, right? You. Usually, Xiao Suo didn't feel any problem. But now, with Lin Yi's words, she actually felt that she was not as good as Bailey Hongzhuang. This was something she absolutely couldn't accept. However, facing Lin Yi's words now, she couldn't answer. Seeing Xiao Suo fall into silence, Lin Yi became more and more proud. So, don't say that you are from the lower realm in the future and look down on the people from the lower realm. I don't see that you are much better than the people from the lower realm. On the contrary, in my opinion, you are not as good as my second cousin-in-law at all. If you put on that high and mighty look again, it will be a joke. Lin Yi's words hit the nail on the head. She didn't leave any face for Xiao Suo. Lin Yi was a straightforward person. If she liked someone, she liked them. If she didn't like them, she didn't like them. When she thought of Xiao Suo's aggressive and arrogant look in the Di family's elixir shop, she wanted to return all of this back. Lin Yi, don't be too proud. There are still 2 rounds later. If you are too proud, it will be difficult to get off the stage later. Xiao Sudong saw that Xiao Suo couldn't reply in a word, so he quickly spoke up. Lin Yi shook her head. Don't worry. I will always be proud. Humph. Lin Xuanren was also standing beside Di Chuyuan with a smile at this moment. His always calm and steady face was full of surprise at this moment. Chuyuan, you are too unkind. It turns out that you have already prepared a backup plan, and I have been worried. If I had known this, I would have been able to sleep peacefully these few days. He wasn't exaggerating at all. The family with the best relationship with the Di family was their Lin family. No matter what happened, they always stood on the same side. Therefore, if the Di family was in a disadvantageous situation, their Lin family would also feel the same. Who would have thought that he was so worried about the Di family? In fact, all of this was superfluous. Di Chuyuan laughed softly. He could hear that while Lin Xuanren's words carried a bit of complaint, there was more joy. Speaking of which, this is all a surprise brought to us by Hong Zhuang. In fact, through this incident, we have also seen a lot of things clearly. The reason why I'm hiding it is because of the bet with the Jun family. Di Chu originally hated the Jun family's previous actions the most. The Di family had always been magnanimous. He didn't expect that they would suffer such a big loss this time. Thus, when they found out that the 3 participants from their clans had all reached the level of Tier 8 alchemist, they made a decision. Since the Jun family wanted to exterminate them and not leave a single spot for them, then they would do the same. Not only that, but because Di Beichen and Di Xiaofeng were being chased, they were extremely cautious. Until the last moment, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Hearing Di Chuyuan's words, Lin Xuanren also understood. He immediately looked at Jun Xianxia with a playful gaze. In that case, there will be a good show to watch later. Compared to the joy of the Di family at this moment, the Jun family was shrouded in a layer of depression. Jun Xianxiao looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others with a gloomy gaze. He really didn't expect this to happen. Previously, he had clearly inquired about the Di family's situation very clearly. They didn't even have a single Tier 8 alchemist. How could they obtain such an outstanding result? That's right, Alchemist Qin. You said that they were still far away from becoming level 8 alchemists. Why did they perform so well in the first round? Jun Lingshuan was also a little anxious. When he first met Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen, he had a faint feeling of uneasiness in his heart. At that time, he felt that everything was very safe and there was no problem at all. However, after what happened today, he suddenly felt that his previous feeling was not wrong. Alchemist Qin's face was also a little ugly. He had always looked down on Di Yunhe and Di Hingyun. Now that they had lost in the first round to the 2 guys he had always looked down on, one could imagine how he felt. At this moment, when he heard Jun Xuanxiao's questioning words, he was very unhappy. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang said, he had no other way out. He could only maintain his relationship with the Jun family. Therefore, he could only patiently explain. Great Elder, don't worry. What I learned before is absolutely correct. Di Yunhe and Di Hingyun are only level 7 alchemists. As for why they were able to perform so well in this round, I think it's because they are good at this. This kind of situation occurs in every alchemy competition. Everyone has something they are good at. Naturally, it's very beneficial for them to draw this kind of topic. However, there are still 2 more rounds. They can't be so lucky. You can rest assured. Alchemist Qin said with certainty. Looking at Alchemist Qin's confident and assured face, Jun Xianxiao was relieved. What Alchemist Qin said was very likely. He could only sigh that the Di family was really lucky this time. Bailey Hongzhuang just looked at Xiao Shou indifferently. She could see the strong disgust and anger in the other's eyes. In response, she just responded with a calm smile. Di Yunhe was strong only because of her family background. In terms of personal strength, she did not take her seriously at all. Even if her current cultivation was weaker than Xiao Shou's, she was still full of confidence. She would definitely surpass her. Sensing Bailey Hongzhuang's extreme confidence, Xiao Shou's eyes flickered. She could clearly see the strong confidence and ambition in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. Even her careful state of mind was affected. The most terrifying thing was that the other party gave her a tyrannical aura that pressed forward courageously, causing her to have a feeling that she could not resist. How was this possible? Xiao Shou was secretly shocked, but she did not show it on her face. She began to wonder if this Bailey Hongzhuang really came from the lower realm. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were waiting for the second round of the competition to begin, a figure walked over under everyone's gaze. Looking at the man in front of her, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slowly bloomed into a smile. Nice to meet you, Ouyang Jifeng. Ouyang Jifeng stood in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. A polite and calm smile appeared on his handsome and determined face. It was like a wisp of spring breeze, blowing past without a trace. It's a pleasure to meet you, Bailey Hongzhuang. You're very powerful. Noticing Bailey Hongzhuang's attitude, Ouyang Jifeng seemed to be even more delighted. Let's exchange pointers when we have the chance. It would be my pleasure. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. Even though this was her first time meeting Ouyang Jifeng, she had a rather good impression of him. After all, he was someone with true power. It's a promise. It wasn't until Ouyang Jifeng left that everyone present reacted. Everyone thought that Bailey Hongzhuang's performance was so outstanding this time that she was likely to be Ouyang Jifeng's opponent. They didn't expect that the two would become friends. Di Xiaofeng looked surprised. This Ouyang Jifeng's character has always been very strange. Most people don't care about him at all. I didn't expect him to take the initiative to meet Hong Zhuang at this time. It's really surprising. Not only Di Xiaofeng, but Lin Xianxia and others also nodded. I have seen this Ouyang Jifeng before, but he seems to be only interested in alchemy. He doesn't pay attention to other things at all. Lin Xianxia shrugged. In fact, in their opinion, this Ouyang Jifeng was a complete nerd. Even if a beauty stood in front of him, he would have no reaction. Having said that, no one dared to ignore Ouyang Jifeng. Because his strength was as outstanding as his alchemy skills. Second cousin-in-law, it is already amazing that you can become Ouyang Jifeng's friend at this time. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. Looking at everyone's astonished look, Bewitching said, he took a fancy to Hong Zhuang's alchemy skills, so he took the initiative to befriend her. When Ouyang Jifeng came just now, he saw it clearly. The other party's eyes were very clear. Obviously, he didn't have any thoughts. He just took the initiative to befriend Bailey Hongzhuang because he appreciated her alchemy skills. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, thinking about it, only such a focused mind can do this. The Ouyang family is a very powerful family. Hongzhuang, it is also a good thing that you can become friends with Ouyang Jifeng. Di Chuyuan said with a faint smile. Not long after, the voice on the high platform sounded again. The second round of the competition is about to begin. Alchemists who passed the first round, please step onto the competition stage. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the two elders did not delay and immediately jumped onto the stage. Mo Yunjue and the others stood outside, paying attention to Bailey Hongzhuang's situation. They were happy for her results in the first round. Hongzhuang is indeed a perverted existence. No matter where she is, she will always be so outstanding. Xiren sighed, his mouth constantly muttering that she was too perverted. I used to think that Hongzhuang's talent in alchemy was astonishing. No wonder no one in the lower realms was her opponent. It turns out that she was also such a powerful existence in the upper realms. Mo Yunjue's lips curled into a smile. In fact, he should have known that Hongzhuang had always been this outstanding. It's a pity that we can only watch from outside. We can't go near to cheer her on. Shang Guaniying sighed. Usually, she would always be by Hongzhuang's side at times like this. It's not bad that we can watch from here. Xiren looked at Shang Guaniying comfortingly. After all, if they suddenly appeared in front of the Di family now, it would be very shocking. When they walked onto the competition stage again, compared to the crowded situation in the first round, there were less than half of the people left on the stage. Now, the president of the Radiant Guild will pick the topic for the second round. The president of the Alchemist Guild said. Everyone immediately looked at the president of the Radiant Guild, wondering what kind of topic would be chosen for the second round. The second round is a test of knowledge. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but be surprised. Testing knowledge? What kind of test was this? After all the alchemists present heard about this test, their expressions became somewhat complicated. I didn't expect to draw such a question. Di Yunhe frowned. Every time this test is held, there are always some obscure questions. I wonder what kind of question it will be this time. That's right. This is a test of luck. If you happen to know, you'll be able to answer satisfactorily. If you haven't heard of it, you're done for. Di Hingyan shook his head and sighed. He didn't know how lucky he was either. Bailey Hongzhuang listened to the conversation between the two elders and finally understood. She couldn't help but ask, does this test require us to answer on paper? Di Yunhe nodded. That's right. This test is to test the alchemist's understanding of obscure herbs. However, there are so many herbs in the world, and even more obscure ones. We don't even see many of them on a daily basis, so we don't know much about them. Since this test isn't something we use on a daily basis, we can only rely on luck. Second, madam, you don't have to worry. Actually, many people might not know about it. Di Hingyun comforted. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. She didn't expect this test to be held in such a way. She felt that it was quite novel. Alchemist Qin's mood was complicated. He wanted to win the second round, but he didn't expect this kind of question. This was a test of luck. He couldn't guarantee that he would be better than Di Yunhe and Di Hingyun. When he thought of this, he felt extremely depressed. Why was everyone helping the Di family this time? If he didn't know that this test was completely fair, he would have suspected that the Radiant Guild's president was colluding with the Di family. To ensure that this test is absolutely fair, we will decide on the questions on the spot. Every alchemist will have a pen and paper in front of him. After we have decided on the questions, everyone can begin to answer. Hearing this, everyone nodded. This was indeed quite appropriate. After waiting for a while, the voice of the Alchemist Association's president sounded out once again. There are a total of 10 questions in the second round. Each question is worth 10 points. 60 points is qualified, 75 points is good, and 90 points is excellent. Now for the first question, please write down the 10 types of medicinal herbs that are incompatible with the sprout of green. Each correct answer will count as 1 point. After the first question was read out, the complexion of the alchemist on the competition platform changed somewhat. I knew that this kind of assessment would have such perverted questions. Di Hingyan let out a sigh. The green prunus branch was not a common medicinal ingredient, but everyone had some understanding of its properties. But now, they were asked to write down 10 things that could counter each other. This was not easy. The other alchemists also sighed one after another, unable to guarantee whether their judgment was correct or not. Therefore, when everyone below the stage saw the group of alchemists' hesitant or sighing appearances, they understood in their hearts that this competition was not simple. Correspondingly, there were still some pharmacists who calmly started to write their answers. Pharmacists with abundant knowledge wrote even faster, their expressions brimming with confidence. Listening to Xiao Sudong's words, Xiao Sou also looked up. Sure enough, as Xiao Sudong said, her family's alchemist had already written with confidence. Bailey Hongzhuang, on the other hand, looked hesitant. Seeing this, she couldn't help but show a trace of pride in her eyes. For the other 2 elders of the Di family, she didn't care so much. She cared most about Bailey Hongzhuang. What she wanted was to see Bailey Hongzhuang's defeat, not that all the glory belonged to Bailey Hongzhuang alone. At this moment, everyone in the Jun family's eyes were also tightly focused on the 3 members of the Di family. They had already lost to the Di family in the first round. In the second round, they couldn't accept losing again. Fortunately, after looking at them, they found that the 3 members of the Di family didn't write. They all looked a little hesitant. Alchemist Qin was also a little hesitant, but he didn't hesitate for long and soon began to write. In this kind of knowledge assessment, the older the person, the more advantageous it is. After all, they have more time to read books. After all, young alchemists can't be compared with older alchemists. Di Chuyuan said slowly. This situation was also within his expectations. Bailey Hongzhuang was too young. It was already incredible that she could become an 8th-grade alchemist at this age. If she also had some understanding of these unorthodox knowledge, it would be too terrifying. Lin Xuanren nodded slightly. Yes, this kind of question is actually more advantageous for older alchemists. You see, the younger alchemists present are basically hesitating. Lin Yi and others were a little worried after seeing this scene. This kind of assessment was really unfavorable for Bailey Hongzhuang. Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but look at Di Beichen and said, "Sister-in-law's performance is already very outstanding. It doesn't matter if her performance in this round is not good enough." The 3 rounds of the competition were calculated based on the total score. Even if there were some shortcomings in the second round, Bailey Hongzhuang's performance in the first round could make up for all of it. Seeing this, Di Beichen smiled slightly and said, "These questions won't stump Hongzhuang. He and Hongzhuang had been together for so long. It could be said that he knew her alchemy skills very well. The knowledge in the Chaos Ring was already amazing. He believed that there must be other reasons for his wife's hesitation now, not because she couldn't answer. After hearing Beichen's words, the June and Xiao cultivators on the side sneered in their hearts. Beichen, I think you're too confident. Even, June Lingshuan side and on sides, mocks, June Lingshuan ridiculed. On the stage, Bailey Hongzhuang's hesitant look was clearly seen by all of them. Beichen just glanced at June Lingshuan faintly. Alchemist Qin, whom you have always praised, doesn't seem to be so sure of the answer. At least it's better than those alchemists in your family who are slow to write. Beichen's lips suddenly raised. Young Master June, since you are so confident, why don't we bet again? As soon as this remark came out, June Lingshuan frowned slightly and said, what do you want to bet? Listening to Beichen's incomparably arrogant words, June Lingshuan was simply speechless. Just as he was about to angrily refute, Beichen's voice rang out again. Since that's the case, how about we bet the storage ring on your hand? June Lingshuan was the young master of the June family. Naturally, he had a lot of treasures in his storage ring. Storage ring? June Lingshuan was slightly stunned. He was very clear about how many valuable treasures he had in his storage ring. What? You don't dare? Beichen raised his good-looking eyebrows. If you don't dare, then forget it. Beichen's deep eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. He lazily withdrew his gaze. If you don't have the guts, then don't clamor in front of me. It's annoying to look at. After hearing Beichen's words, June Lingshuan only felt that the opposite party's attitude was like driving away an annoying dog. He was the dignified young master of the June family. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Xiaosuo couldn't help but speak up after hearing this bet. Young Master June, he's just putting up a strong front. Everyone can see that he's bound to lose. Xiaosuo was already very dissatisfied when she heard that Beichen blindly believed in Bailey Hongzhuang. All along, only men had pursued her. It was rare for her to admire a man, but the other party disdained her. Therefore, the better Beichen treated Bailey Hongzhuang, the more unhappy she was. June Lingshuan originally wanted to agree to this bet. Now that he heard Xiaosuo's words, he didn't hesitate. Since young Miss Xiao thinks so, then I agree to this bet. June Lingshuan's face was full of confidence. The D family was indeed lucky in the last round, but he did not believe that the D family would be so lucky every time. However, his gaze fell on Beichen for a moment before he turned to Xiaofeng and said, you just came from the lower realm to the upper realm. In my opinion, there shouldn't be anything good in your storage ring. If you want to bet with me, then use Xiaofeng's ring. June Lingshuan was not stupid. On the contrary, he was very smart. Since Beichen took the initiative to propose such a bet, he might have already transferred the treasure in the ring. Therefore, he would not accept the ring as a wager. When Xiaofeng saw that June Lingshuan actually took a fancy to his ring, he was stunned for a moment before he nodded and said, okay, I promise you. When Lin Yi saw that Xiaofeng actually chose to agree, she couldn't help but say, cousin, we don't seem to have the advantage in this second round. In fact, her words were more euphemistic because everyone saw the situation on the dueling platform very clearly. This was equivalent to giving away the ring directly. June Lingshuan would not give Xiaofeng the opportunity to regret. He immediately said, it's a deal. It's a deal. Seeing that what was done could not be undone, Lin Yi also sighed. She couldn't help but feel distressed. She knew how many treasures were in Xiaofeng's ring. If he lost like this, it was really a pity. We believe in Beichen. Xiaofeng smiled faintly. He did have a lot of treasures in his ring, but in order to be able to hold his head high today, everything else was nothing. Lin Xianxia also showed a helpless expression, AI, you are a little too impulsive. On the dueling platform, just as Beichen thought, Bailey Hongzhuang hesitated when she heard this question. According to what the two elders had told her before, this topic should be very obscure. Therefore, even though she was confident in her knowledge, she was still a little worried before hearing the question. She was even guessing what kind of strange question would appear in her head. But after hearing the content of the question, she realized that the question was very simple. After hesitating for a while and making sure that she didn't mishear the question, Bailey Hongzhuang began to write down the answer. Very quickly, the second question was read out. What is the effect of the long sea sand? Everyone once again revealed a look of hesitation. After Bailey Hongzhuang heard this question, she didn't find it difficult at all. She was even a little confused. It was clearly a very simple question. Why was everyone so hesitant? Logically speaking, she shouldn't have misunderstood it, right? After a few questions, the audience realized that the alchemists on the stage were writing slower and slower. It was obvious that the questions were getting harder and harder to answer. These questions are too obscure. Many of the medicinal ingredients are no longer seen. Nobody will carefully understand them. Now that they are being tested, many people won't be able to answer. There were also many alchemists below the stage. These alchemists weren't of the 7th realm and were here to watch and learn. Actually, this isn't much. It's fair that everyone can't answer. Didn't you see that the 9th realm alchemist also revealed a look of hesitation? It's a good thing that I don't have the right to participate in this alchemy competition. Or else it would be embarrassing if I couldn't answer anything. In this situation where almost everyone was hesitating, one person's actions were very eye-catching. This person wasn't just anyone, it was Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's speed was very fast. The moment she heard the question, she started writing. Everyone was pondering, but she was the only one who was so fast. If Bailey Hongzhuang was an established alchemist, then it would be fine. But she was a newcomer, and a newcomer who performed well in the first round. This made everyone very curious. This girl is writing so fast. Could it be that she can answer this question? It can't be? This is a question that even 9th realm alchemists have to think about. Could it be that she's just writing nonsense? I don't think so. Her performance in the first round was very outstanding. There's no need for her to pretend now. After noticing Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, the president of the Alchemist Guild also had doubts in his heart. In fact, as early as the first round, he had already noticed Bailey Hongzhuang. To be able to refine the Ironheart fruit to such an extent at such a young age was already amazing. He felt that this kind of thing happening to Ouyang Jifeng was very normal, because they called Ouyang Jifeng an alchemy genius that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. Bailey Hongzhuang was younger than Ouyang Jifeng, but she could do this. How could they not be surprised? He originally had the intention of getting to know Bailey Hongzhuang. If the other party was really an alchemy genius, then their alchemist guild couldn't miss this opportunity. Second cousin-in-law can't really be that abnormal, right? Linny was secretly stunned. She looked at Bewitching incredulously. These questions are so difficult. Can second cousin-in-law answer them? Looking at Bewitching's doting look, Linny and Lin Xianxia couldn't help but look at each other and shook their heads helplessly. He's really the second cousin who dotes on his wife. Obviously, no matter who it is, in the eyes of Bewitching, Bailey Hongzhuang can't be compared with her. It seems that my previous worries seem to be superfluous again? Linny raised her eyebrows slightly. She was still distressed for Di Xiaofeng's storage ring before, but now she began to look forward to Jun Lingxuan's storage ring. Thinking about it, the treasures in Jun Lingxuan's storage ring would definitely broaden their horizons. Di Xiaofeng also smiled heartily. Sister-in-law really brings us infinite surprises. Lin Taxing secretly sighed. I didn't understand why the Di family would make such a choice before. Now I finally understand. Although Lin Taxing didn't say it out loud, everyone present understood what he meant. Thinking back to the time when the Di family chose Bailey Hongzhuang without hesitation and gave up Xiao Sou, this was an incomprehensible choice in everyone's eyes. Now they suddenly understood. Jun Lingxuan was originally very happy. He could get Di Xiaofeng's storage ring, which was a big profit. But as the more questions came out, the more unnatural the smile on his face became. Because he clearly saw Alchemist Qin frowning and thinking, and Bailey Hongzhuang's relaxed indifference, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Young Master Jun, don't worry. Xiao Seiwu couldn't help but say, in my opinion, this Bailey Hongzhuang is most likely just pretending. Maybe she thought that this kind of question could be written randomly and have a chance of getting it right. Hearing this, Jun Lingxuan nodded slightly. That's right. As Bailey Hongzhuang wrote down the answers to the 10 questions, she noticed that the alchemists around her were still thinking. At this moment, she already understood that most of these herbs were herbs that appeared in the past. They rarely appeared now, but thousands of years ago, they were herbs that were often used. It was precisely because of this that she felt that it was very simple. but to others, it was very obscure. Thinking of this, the corner of her lips could not help but reveal a faint smile. It seemed that the heavens were really on her side. Originally, in her view, wanting to pull apart the gap with other alchemists was not easy. But after this hurdle, it seemed that she could already pull apart a considerable gap. Since the slots to enter the immortal cloud mystic realm were so important, the more, the better. When she turned her head, she found that the two elders were also worried at this moment. The pen in their hands fell down hesitantly. Obviously, they were not sure of the answer. Regarding this, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but inwardly sigh. It was a pity that she could not cheat. Otherwise, she could directly tell the two elders the answer. Then, they would definitely achieve good results in this pill refining competition. It wasn't that she didn't have such thoughts, but since the alchemy competition had existed for so many years, there was already a set of rules. Cheating would probably be discovered immediately. By then, not only would her results be invalidated, but her family would also be implicated. Naturally, she wouldn't do anything unnecessary. Boom, another resounding voice came over, reminding the alchemists that the time was up. Everyone stopped what they were doing, but there were still a few alchemists who wanted to answer. In the next moment, the paper in front of him was ignited and turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. He had naturally lost the right to answer. Compared to the first round of tests, the pill refiners on the competition stage were all holding their breaths, their faces filled with anxiety. Because in the first round, they were very clear about their results. But for the second round, they were not clear about their results. If they were not careful, there was a possibility that they would fail miserably. The people on the viewing platform were equally anxious. The quota to enter the divine cloud mystery realm was very important to the great families. Once their own pill refiner was eliminated, they would have to pay an even higher price to exchange for the quota from the other families, and would even owe them a great debt of gratitude. Most importantly, even so, they could not guarantee that their own families would be able to exchange for the quota. Actually, in every pill refining competition, the one thing that everyone does not hope for the most is to test their knowledge. This is just too reliant on luck. Even a 9th grade pill refiner could fail miserably. Isn't that so? Even the pill refiners on the stage are looking worried. The way I see it, the number of people eliminated in this round is going to be terrifying. Hearing the discussions of the pill refiners below the stage, Di Chiyuan's eyes could not help but show a trace of worry. Before this, he had heard the two elders mention that they hoped that they would not be tested on their knowledge. But it just had to happen. One must know that once one is eliminated, there would be no results at all. It was not just the Di family. The Jun family, Xiao family, and Lin family's elders were all worried. They did not even ask for a good result, as long as they did not get eliminated. Young Master Jun, don't worry. That Bailey Hongzhuang will definitely not stay. Xiao Sudong could not help but say. Xiao Sowen nodded as well. No matter how calm she appears now, the results later on will not lie. Seeing that everyone was so certain, the tension in Jun Lingxuan's heart relaxed a little. After all, he had a lot of cultivation resources in his ring. He had come here this time to enter the divine cloud mystery realm, so his family had placed the resources into his ring early on. If he were to lose this bet, then his precious cultivation resources would be gone. What's more, it would benefit Di Beichen and Di Xiaofeng. Soon, a black light flashed on the competition stage. After a series of rapid flashes, a black light flashed in front of many alchemists' tables. Even though everyone had already expected the elimination rate of this competition to be shocking, they still couldn't help but be dumbfounded when they saw it with their own eyes. More than half of the alchemists were directly eliminated in a vast expanse of black light. Noticing this scene, everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air, followed by lamenting. After Bailey Hongzhuang noticed the frightening elimination rate around her, a trace of astonishment flashed through her bright, pitch-black phoenix eyes. It seemed that this question really stumped the majority of alchemists. She hurriedly looked at the two elders behind her. After discovering that the two elders had not been eliminated, she could not help but let out a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he wasn't eliminated. Di Yunhe and Di Hingyun were worried as well. They didn't know if their answers were correct or not. Fortunately, they weren't eliminated, so they were relieved. Whether it was the Jun family or the Xiao family, everyone was certain that Bailey Hongzhuang would be eliminated. However, when they saw that the black light did not flash in front of Bailey Hongzhuang's table, everyone was stunned for a moment. Xiao Suo couldn't understand. No matter from which point of view, Bailey Hongzhuang was bound to lose. Why did she persist? It was impossible for her to believe that Bailey Hongzhuang was really a powerful alchemist. She didn't believe that a woman from the underworld would have such talent. However, she didn't know how to explain everything in front of her. Jun Lingxuan's complexion changed after noticing Bailey Hongzhuang's situation. However, after noticing that alchemist Qin was not eliminated, he was quietly relieved. At least, the result was not clear yet. Second cousin-in-law is really not eliminated. Lin Yi exclaimed. Her delicate little face was full of excitement. Second cousin-in-law knows a lot. Lin Xuanren also breathed a sigh of relief. Their family's alchemist was also not eliminated. In my opinion, I am afraid that 80% of the alchemists are still at the qualified level. Lin Xuanren's face was filled with emotion. It was already very good to pass this kind of unorthodox assessment. Di Chuyuan nodded slightly, not bad. Today's results have exceeded my expectations. I just don't know who will win the bet between Beichen and Jun Lingxuan. Lin Xuanren chuckled. They also heard clearly when Di Beichen and Jun Lingxuan made a bet. The younger generation has their own ideas, but I believe that Beichen will win. Initially, when he heard that Di Beichen made such a bet, he was a little worried. But after thinking about it, he still did not intervene. The younger generation had their own ideas. What's more, this was a bet between the two outstanding children of the two families. As an elder, if he intervened, he would lose Di Beichen's face. Compared with some losses, Di Beichen's face was equally important. As everyone knew, Di Beichen would be the next family master of the Di family. Not only that, during this period of time, he discovered that Di Beichen had many outstanding characteristics. Some of the things that they didn't understand before now seemed to be Di Beichen's way of doing things. Therefore, he chose to believe in Di Beichen. Even though the outcome of the battle had yet to be decided, he still believed in his young master's judgment. Jun Xianxia looked at the confident Di Beichen and couldn't help but frown. Ever since Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang appeared, the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Originally, he thought that it was a mistake for the Di family to bring Di Beichen back. How could a child who had been wandering outside for so many years be able to take on such an important role as the young master? However, the more he learned, the more he felt that these two people were not simple. Was the Di family really that lucky? Even though they had been wandering outside, they had still grown into such an outstanding person. Soon, the white light began to flash. When the white light stopped, everyone found that most of the qualified alchemists' tables were shining with white light. Alchemist Qin's table was shining with white light. Although he was looking forward to a better result, he also knew that it was good enough to achieve a good result. After knowing the result, he immediately turned to look at the alchemists of the Di family. When he noticed that Di Yunhe and Di Hingyun were both shining with white light, Alchemist Qin couldn't help but feel relieved. At least everyone was the same. However, before Alchemist Qin could completely relax, he realized that there was no light in front of Bailey Hongzhuang's table. Alchemist Qin's eyes widened as he stared at Bailey Hongzhuang's table in a daze. He even suspected that the light was broken. It was such a difficult question that they needed to think for a long time. How could Bailey Hongzhuang's score be higher than theirs? When Di Yunhe and Di Hingyun saw Bailey Hongzhuang's situation, they looked at each other and smiled. In their hearts, Bailey Hongzhuang was much stronger than them. She could help them advance with just a few pointers. It was natural for her to perform well. Di Beichen's lips curled into an evil smile. He opened his right hand and said to Jun Lingxuan, "Storage ring." Jun Lingxuan was still in shock. When he heard Di Beichen's teasing words, his face darkened. He turned around and looked at Di Beichen. His sharp eyes stared at him as if he wanted to see through his thoughts. Unfortunately, he could not see anything from Di Beichen's eyes. He could only see calmness and indifference. "You two are in cahoots, aren't you?" Jun Lingxuan's face was filled with anger. When he recalled Bailey Hongzhuang's previous behavior, it was obvious that they were in cahoots with each other to trick him. If Bailey Hongzhuang could answer his questions, why did she pretend to be hesitant? When he agreed to the bet with Bewitching, Bailey Hongzhuang answered his questions faster. He would not believe that the two of them were not in cahoots. Xiaosou's face darkened when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang's situation. Because it wasn't only medicine master Qin who had such a result, his own medicine master also had such a result. Bailey Hongzhuang was actually better than the medicine master he had always respected. When she saw that Jun Lingxuan had lost the bet, she felt even more unhappy. After all, she had urged Jun Lingxuan to agree to the bet. Now that the other party had lost, she also had a certain degree of responsibility. "What you're doing is too despicable," Xiaosou said angrily. Hearing this, Bewitching looked at Xiaosou indifferently and then sneered, "In terms of despicableness, I can't compare to you." As soon as he said this, Xiaosou's voice froze. Lin Xianxia also walked out and looked at Xiaosou provocatively. "Let's not talk about the fact that we didn't scheme at all. Even if we did, so what? Compared to your actions, we are simply too kind, aren't we?" Jun Lingxuan's expression was ugly. Although he had used medicine master Qin's matter to trick the D family, he had also become the subject of ridicule. Originally, he thought that if he could trample the D family under his feet this time, it would be worth it even if he became the subject of ridicule. But looking at the current situation, his confidence was getting lower and lower. "Enough nonsense, hand over the ring." Bewitching's voice was gentle. In front of so many people, young Master Jun wouldn't be thinking of reneging on the bet, right? It's not strange for him to renege on the bet. In any case, we have already seen how thick-skinned the other party is. Di Xiaofeng mercilessly added a stab. "This young master is not someone who can't afford to lose." Jun Lingxuan shouted angrily and immediately took off the ring and threw it to Bewitching. Bewitching took the ring and said, "Since you're so straightforward, you should directly remove the restriction." "You." Jun Lingxuan gnashed his teeth and looked at Bewitching, but he still removed the restriction on the ring. After the white light settled down, a red light flashed. In a short period of time, the entire competition platform flashed with white and red light. Ouyang Jifeng looked at the red light flashing in front of the table, and he sighed secretly in his heart. Even though he had read a lot of books, he could only go so far in this level. Although it did not meet his expectations, it was still not bad. Turning his gaze slightly, he found that the tables of the few ninth-grade alchemists were also flashing with red light. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seems that the alchemist with the best results can only reach good. However, when the whole audience was flashing with light, a dim spot became more eye-catching. After Di Xiaofeng froze for a moment, he looked straight at Bailey Hongzhuang. His handsome face was full of astonishment. His lips were slightly open, but he couldn't speak for a while. At this time, Lin Yi on the side couldn't help but exclaim, "Quick! Look at the second cousin-in-law." If there were still people who didn't notice this situation before, after Lin Yi's shout, everyone's eyes turned to Bailey Hongzhuang. Because only Bailey Hongzhuang was left in the audience at this moment, the light in front of the table was not on. The audience was in an uproar. "No way? Bailey Hongzhuang actually defeated the ninth-grade alchemist and Ouyang Jifeng? Isn't it said that this kind of question is very difficult, and the younger the alchemist, the less likely it is to have an advantage? Bailey Hongzhuang can actually reach excellent? It's terrifying. There is really a dark horse in this alchemy competition." For a time everyone present was dumbfounded. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang's performance was good before, no one would think that she might be better than Ouyang Jifeng. And now, at least for this round, her results had surpassed Ouyang Jifeng's. After Ouyang Jifeng saw that the light in front of Bailey Hongzhuang's table was not on, his pupils shrank a little. His firm and calm face finally showed a trace of fluctuation. As early as seeing Bailey Hongzhuang, he already knew that the former was a capable person, but judging from the current situation, it seemed that he still underestimated her. If Jun Lingxuan felt a little unconvinced when he lost this bet before, then looking at this scene now, he didn't know what to say. An indescribable shock spread in his heart. He couldn't imagine that this woman could do this. Is she really from the lower realm? Even in the upper realm, there is no genius who can compare with her. As he thought about this, Jun Lingxuan couldn't help but look at Xiaosou who was next to him. Previously, he thought that the D family had made a stupid move by giving up on Xiaosou. However, looking at it now, he suddenly felt that Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't any weaker than Xiao Shou. In fact, she was even stronger than Xiao Shou. Even though this alchemy competition wasn't over yet, he already felt that Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely be able to enter the top 100 and fight for a place for the D family. Xiao Shou also felt as if she had been dealt a heavy blow. Looking at the white figure on the high platform, she could no longer maintain her previous arrogance. The strength that the other party had displayed made it impossible for her to continue mocking them. That would only make her look worse. Bewitching stared at Bailey Hongzhuang on the high platform. His deep, black eyes were sparkling. His wife had always been this outstanding. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled at Bewitching. Even though there were people around them, they only had eyes for each other. Who said that the second young master of the D family is a good-for-nothing who is obsessed with beauty? His wife is clearly a combination of beauty and strength. With such a beauty, I would rather be a good-for-nothing. This is a true beauty that can topple a city. There are many beauties who came to watch the alchemy competition this time, but since the appearance of this Bailey Hongzhuang, I feel that no woman can compare with her. The men present couldn't help but speak up. Born in the upper realm, they had seen a lot of beauties, but none of them could compare with Bailey Hongzhuang. They only felt that after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang, the beauties they thought of before could not be called beauties at all. If everyone thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was only beautiful before, it was still a notch weaker. Judging from the current situation, Bailey Hongzhuang was a more talented alchemist than Ouyang Jifeng. Marrying such a beauty was definitely a gain. For a time, Bewitching had become the object of envy of the men present. It was a great fortune in life to have such a beauty. Bewitching calmly accepted the envious gazes around him. He was most fortunate that he went to Fengbo country. If there was no calamity at that time, his life would be bleak. Second cousin, I suddenly feel that the men around me are looking at you with hostility. Linny couldn't help but say. Even if she just stood beside Bewitching, she could feel the unfriendly light around her, which made her feel uncomfortable. Di Xiaofeng also chuckled. I am afraid that your second cousin will become the object of everyone's jealousy now. Let us be jealous. Bewitching's lips curled up slightly, and his handsome face was full of confidence. After noticing Bailey Hongzhuang's situation, the president of the Alchemist Guild, Lu Yuhai, also showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. President, this young girl is not simple. She can achieve excellence in such a difficult question? As one of the judges, the honorary president Xue Changdong had a look of astonishment on his face. One had to know that even they had to look up information to determine the answer to this question. Bailey Hongzhuang was actually able to answer it directly. This level of knowledge was simply too shocking. Lu Yuhai nodded. He is indeed a genius. Logically speaking, we should have noticed such a genius long ago. Why have we never heard of him? As the Alchemist Association's chairman, he had always cherished talents and liked this kind of talented youngsters the most. President, this person is the young mistress of the D family. I heard that she came from the lower world. I didn't expect her to have such amazing attainments in alchemy. Of course, there were some well-informed people in the crowd. The D family had caused such a big commotion this time, it was hard not to attract attention. In addition, the D family, the Jun family, and the Xiao family had all changed during this period of time. Therefore, everyone was well aware of the situation. From the lower realms? Lu Yuhai was even more surprised. He was very clear about the level of alchemy in the lower realms. It seems that this Miss Bailey is also a very outstanding person in the lower realms. The D family is really not simple. Even if the young mistress of the family has been away for so many years, she is still very outstanding after returning. Indeed, the D family's position has been stable for so many years. Naturally, they have their reasons. Everyone nodded and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a glimmer of light in their eyes. As soon as he said this, Lu Yuhai and the others showed an expression of approval. They all wanted to see Bailey Hongzhuang's answer sheet, but they didn't know to what extent she would be able to answer. We'll find out soon enough. Lu Yuhai chuckled, and in his mind he had already made up his mind. Once he received the paper, he must first check Bailey Hongzhuang's answer sheet. Next up is the golden light for excellent answers. It seems that everyone already knows the results because there is no one else here other than the D family's Bailey Hongzhuang. Lu Yuhai stood on the high platform and spoke in a calm yet joyful voice. Hearing this, everyone nodded. There was no suspense in this answer. However, everyone was more concerned about the Alchemist Association's president's attitude towards Bailey Hongshuang. At this moment, Liu Hai had deliberately mentioned Bailey Hongshuang's name. It was obvious that he had already noticed her. Everyone secretly sighed. Once a genius like Bailey Hongshuang was discovered by the Alchemist Association, they would definitely want to nurture her well. Come to think of it, when they saw Bailey Hongshuang this time, she was still a nobody. The next time they saw Bailey Hongshuang, she would probably already be a famous person who was not inferior to Ouyang Jifeng. Following the flash of a golden light, everyone noticed that the light in front of Bailey Hongshuang's table had lit up. However, when they saw this golden light, everyone's faces couldn't help but reveal a trace of doubt. This was because the golden light in front of Bailey Hongshuang's table was different from the golden light they had seen in the first round. This ray of light was unprecedentedly bright. Even though there were many different rays of light around it, they were all covered by this golden light. Not only that, this ray of light was constantly flashing, as if it was the king of light. At a glance, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Everything around it had become a foil. Bailey Hongshuang naturally also noticed the light in front of the table. Her clear eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. This was her first time participating in the alchemy competition, so she didn't know much about the situation. What was going on in front of her? Everyone in the audience was dumbfounded after seeing this scene. They had never seen such a situation before. Why is this light like this? How strange. Xiao Sudong said with a strange expression. Xiao Soa noticed the astonishment on Bailey Hongshuang's face, and she couldn't help but have a thought. Could it be that the instrument made a mistake? Following Xiao Soa's words, the eyes of everyone in the Jun family lit up. It was hard for them to accept Bailey Hongshuang's excellent results. On the contrary, if the results were wrong, everyone would think it was normal. The disciples of the Lin family and Xiao family couldn't help but worry. It wasn't easy to get such good results, so they didn't want anything to happen. When the leaders of the various large guilds noticed this scene, they were all stunned for a moment. After looking at each other, a trace of disbelief appeared in their eyes. This result is really a little scary. The leader of the Radiant Guild, Lu Hongwei, couldn't help but say. Lu Yuhai nodded. If everyone hadn't seen this with their own eyes, he would have thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Seeing that everyone agreed with her conjecture, Xiao Sou's pale face gradually showed a trace of a smile. If that was the case, then all the praise that Bailey Hongshuang had just received was fake. That would make it easier for everyone to accept. Just as the voices below the stage were getting louder and louder, Liu Yuhai stood up. He raised his hands and the crowd instantly quieted down. I'm sure everyone feels that the light in front of Medicine Master Bailey is very strange. In fact, when we first saw it, we were also stunned. It has been a long time since such a result appeared. In the history of the alchemy competition, such a light would only appear when there is a full score. Liu Yuhai was still explaining, but in the minds of everyone present, there was only one word, full score. This was a light that would only appear when there was a full score. Not only did Bailey Hongshuang not fail to achieve such a score as they had expected, but she also got a terrifying full score. It had always been regarded as the most difficult test for medicine masters, and it was extremely difficult to get a good score. However, Bailey Hongshuang actually got a full score. The tens of thousands of people in the square instantly quieted down. Everyone was immersed in the shock of this result. When everyone came back to their senses, there was a series of gasps coming from below the stage. Full score. I have never heard of anyone getting a full score in this test. Today is really an eye-opener. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, who would believe it? All the medicine masters stopped at good, but Bailey Hongshuang actually got a full score. What kind of brain does she have? Everyone from the Jun family and the Xiao family froze. This result was too big a blow to them. Xiao Sou's face became even uglier than before. She really wanted to find a hole to hide in. Bailey Hongshuang actually got a full score. Di Yunhe and Di Hingyan also looked at Bailey Hongshuang in amazement. Even though they already knew that Bailey Hongshuang was amazing, this result was too shocking. Medicine Master Qin was speechless. He couldn't understand how the Di family managed to find such a crazy daughter-in-law. Di Chuyuan and the others were no less shocked than the others. Even they did not know that Bailey Hongzhuang was this powerful. Looks like everyone has underestimated the D family this time. It's very likely that the D family is the biggest winner in this competition. I don't know why the Xiao family decided to break with the D family at this time. If they didn't do so, they could still get some places from the D family this time. The worst is the Jun family. If they lose to the D family this time, then they won't even have a single spot. When Xiao Jinfeng saw that everyone was talking about his family, he felt depressed in his heart. Before this, he knew that the D family had no chance of making a comeback. He didn't know why the situation suddenly changed, which caught him off guard. Originally, he was still thinking that he had made a wise choice. In just a short period of time, all the advantages were on the D family's side. On the contrary, their situation had become very bad. Most importantly, the Xiao family had now become a joke in the eyes of others. Xiao Shou also noticed the change in Xiao Jinfeng's expression and felt helpless. Great Elder, I. As soon as he said this, Xiao Shou's face turned even uglier. Her half-opened lips gradually closed and she looked as if she had lost her soul. Even though the alchemy competition hadn't ended yet, judging from the current situation, the D family's performance this time wouldn't be bad. Most importantly, Bailey Hongzhuang was now the center of everyone's attention. In the future, she would probably become a well-known figure. Just this point alone was enough to make her unhappy. Jun Xuanxiao's face turned from happy and complacent to gloomy. The more time passed, the more he didn't want to talk. When Medicine Master Qin walked down, he looked at Jun Xianxiao. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He couldn't help but lower his head. When he went up on stage, he said that he would definitely defeat the D family's medicine master. He didn't expect the result to be like this. He felt that he had lost face. However, this situation was really beyond his expectations. Who would have thought that the D family's little girl would be so terrifying? Let alone him, no one present had expected this. Everyone in the Jun family remained silent. The group of disciples even looked at the great elder's expression from time to time. Jun Zitao couldn't help but feel nervous. He thought that he had gained a big advantage in the bet with Bewitching. However, judging from the current situation, he might have made the wrong decision. If they really lost this time, then their Jun family wouldn't have a single spot. This spot was very important to them. He had been looking forward to participating in the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm for a long time. Most importantly, their family had spent a lot of effort to obtain this spot. If they ended up with nothing, then they would become a joke in everyone's eyes. Di Chuyuan didn't forget to add insult to injury after seeing the gloomy atmosphere in the Jun family. Elder Jun, it seems that you won't be able to have the last laugh in this alchemy competition. Hearing this, Jun Xianxiao only glanced at Di Chuyuan coldly. He didn't answer. He only lowered his voice and said to Medicine Master Qin, who was next to him, "You must win this last round." He wasn't very optimistic because Bailey Hongzhuang's performance in the second round was too outstanding. Just catching up with the points they had surpassed in the second round was already a very difficult task. He knew that the scales of victory were tilted towards the D family. However, he would not give up until the very last moment. This was because none of the three alchemists from the D family had reached the 8th rank. This was their only hope. Medicine Master Qin nodded, but his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He felt that the Hong Zhuang in this version of the game was a freak. It was too difficult to defeat her. However, he couldn't say it directly in front of Jun Xianxiao, so he could only force himself to agree. Di Chuyuan saw that Alchemist Qin was no longer as confident and arrogant as he used to be. The smile in his eyes deepened. He said, "Alchemist Qin, you must perform well in the last round. Don't lose. Otherwise, the D family will lose." As soon as he said that, everyone from the D family understood what the Great Elder meant. Smiles appeared on their faces. That's right. Medicine Master Qin, you have to help the Jun family get as many spots as possible in this round. That way, we can have the best harvest. Di Xiaofeng chuckled. Looking at Jun Xuanxiao's angry face, Di Chuyuan said casually, "How could I be earlier than you?" What a joke. Jun Xuanxiao's expression froze. They were the most complacent ones before this. Before the competition had even started, they had already determined that they were the winners. Who would have thought that the D clan would give them such a resounding slap in the face? When Murong Jing saw this, he was completely relieved. It seems that you don't need to worry at all. I'll go first. I'll find you after the competition. Di Xiaofeng nodded with a smile. I'll treat you to a drink after the competition. It's a deal. Soon, the third round of the competition began. At this moment, there were only about 200 alchemists left on the high platform. If it were in the past, there would be at least 500 alchemists left in the third round. However, because the elimination rate in the second round was too high, there were only so many alchemists left. The third round of the competition is very simple. Every alchemist needs to refine the highest level of elixir they can refine. However, you only have one chance. Start now. Obviously, everyone already knew the content of the third round of the competition. They began to refine the elixir they were best at. Di Yunhe and Di Hingyun looked at each other. They had just become level 8 alchemists. They had also successfully refined level 8 elixirs, but the level was not high. Therefore, they chose to refine level 8 elixirs at this moment. Bailey Hongzhuang did not start refining immediately. Instead, she was thinking about what kind of elixir she should refine. Compared to the previous 2 rounds, the third round of the competition was undoubtedly the easiest to increase the score. Most importantly, there was no elimination in the third round of the competition. Therefore, any kind of score was possible. Although she was not sure how many points there would be between the 2 levels, it would not be a small difference. There were several level 9 alchemists present. They must refine level 9 elixirs. However, she was only a level 8 alchemist. She could not compete with them in this aspect. In this way, if she wanted to get a better score, she had to work hard on the choice of elixir. After pondering for a moment, Bailey Hongzhuang chose the pill she wanted to refine, the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill. The 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill was a very famous pill among Tier 8 pills. It could help a cultivator stabilize their cultivation. Most importantly, while stabilizing their cultivation, it could also help a cultivator increase their potential. Many cultivators were stuck at a bottleneck and were unable to break through. This was because there were some hidden dangers in their previous cultivation that affected their chances of breaking through. Generally speaking, under such circumstances, even if they consumed pills that could help them break through, it would not have much effect on them. However, the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill could do it. It was precisely because of this that the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill was a pill that many cultivators desired. However, in the long flow of history, the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill's pill formula was lost. If Bailey Hongzhuang was representing herself in the competition, she would definitely not choose to refine such a pill. Because she was very clear about the allure of this pill to everyone. However, she now had the D family behind her, so she didn't have to worry and could boldly refine them. This was the difference between having a backer and not having one. After deciding to refine the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill, Bailey Hongzhuang no longer hesitated and quickly began to refine it. The competition stage suddenly quieted down. Apart from the occasional sound of refining medicinal herbs, there was no other sound. Below the high platform, Xiaoxia looked at the clan's alchemist who had been eliminated in the second round and could not help but ask, "Can you tell what grade of pill Bailey Hongzhuang is refining?" She had no understanding of pill refining, and even if she watched the other party refine the pill, she would not be able to tell. However, she was really curious as to what grade of alchemist Bailey Hongzhuang was. "Eldest miss, the medicinal herbs she took out made it impossible for me to determine the pill formula." Xiao Honghua looked a little embarrassed. Xiaoxia frowned, "What do you mean? How can you not be able to determine it?" Xiao Honghua was their clan's 8th grade alchemist. Logically speaking, he should be able to determine the type of pill the other party was refining based on the medicinal herbs she took out. "I've never seen this type of medicinal herbs or pill formula before." Xiao Honghua was also very puzzled by this point. Logically speaking, whether it was a 7th grade or 8th grade pill formula, he was basically familiar with it. As long as the other party took out the medicinal herbs, he would be able to determine the type of pill the other party was refining. However, when he looked at the medicinal herbs Bailey Hongzhuang took out, he was unable to determine the type of pill it was. There were only two possibilities for this situation. The first possibility was that Bailey Hongzhuang was a ninth-grade alchemist and she was refining a ninth-grade pill, which was why he did not know. The second possibility was that Bailey Hongzhuang was refining a long-lost pill or a new type of pill, which was why he did not know. No matter which of the two possibilities, Xiao Honghua felt that it was impossible. However, he could not think of a third possibility. Hearing Xiao Honghua's words, Xiao Sou could not help but stomp her feet. She was simply about to die from anger. Until now, he still could not figure out Bailey Hongzhuang's background. Most importantly, his own clan's alchemist could not even determine the type of pill the other party was refining. Then do you know what grade of pill she refined? Xiao Sudong couldn't help but ask. Xiao Honghua pondered for a moment and said, based on the types of medicinal herbs she took out, it should be a grade 8 medicinal pill. As soon as he said this, Xiao Sou and Xiao Sudong couldn't help but look at each other with ugly expressions. Previously, they only thought that Bailey Hongzhuang might not even be able to reach the level of a 6th-tier alchemist. Now, she was actually refining 8th-tier medicinal pills. Was this a joke? Since when was it so easy to become an 8th-grade alchemist? The members of the Jun family also heard Xiao Honghua's judgment, and their complexions turned extremely ugly. So the D family had already planned this all along. Jun Xuanxia's face darkened. I always thought that the D family didn't have a level 8 alchemist. It turns out that Bailey Hongzhuang is a level 8 alchemist. No wonder they agreed to this bet. It seems that they did it on purpose. Jun Lingshuan nodded. When I saw Bailey Hongzhuang before, I had an ominous premonition. Now, it seems that my premonition was right. Great Elder, what should we do now? If Bailey Hongzhuang successfully refines an 8th-tier medicinal pill, then they will definitely win this competition, Jun Zitao said worriedly. Compared to the complacency he felt when he first mentioned this bet, he was now only worried. Jun Xianxia fell into silence. There was nothing they could do now. No family would be able to bear such a price. Therefore, all they could do now was to wait for the result. If Bailey Hongzhuang made a mistake in this round and failed to refine the pill, that would be what they were looking forward to the most. It seems that neither Bewitching nor Bailey Hongzhuang can be left alive. Jun Xuanxia's eyes flashed with killing intent. He originally thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was nothing to be afraid of, but now his thoughts had changed. An alchemist with amazing talent, it wouldn't take long for her to become a level 9 alchemist. Her appeal in the future would be terrifying. Those good-for-nothings couldn't even handle this kind of thing properly. Jun Lingshuan and Jun Zitao looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. They originally had a good hand this time, but they didn't expect to be counterattacked in the end. This feeling was indescribably uncomfortable. At this moment, no one was in a better mood than the D family. They came prepared to lose face, but they didn't expect to be complacent and happy. Great Elder, as long as Hongzhuang and the two elders don't make a mistake in this round, our family should be able to get a good quota. Di Xiaofeng's face was full of joy as he looked at the Great Elder and said happily. Di Chuyuan nodded slightly, that should be the case. If the family head knows about this, he will be very happy. When the result is out, we will send the news back as soon as possible. The family will also have to send more disciples to participate. Di Beichen said with a smile. Previously, because he rejected the marriage, the family disciples lost their quota. Now that they got more quotas, everyone would like Bailey Hongzhuang even more. Thinking of this, Di Beichen was in a good mood. On the competition stage, as time gradually passed, the faint fragrance of pills spread out. When the first pill fragrance spread out, it was followed by the second, then the third. Not long after, some alchemists successfully refined their pills and stood aside with smiles on their faces, waiting for the final result. During this process, the sound of failure could be heard constantly. After all, alchemy was not a 100% success rate. Even if the ranks of these alchemists were not low, there was still the possibility of the pills being destroyed. On this battle stage, if one's heart was not calm, a slight difference would lead to such a result. As one alchemist after another completed refining pills, the atmosphere on the competition stage also became tense. Many cultivators stared at the hourglass at the side. There wasn't much time left. Di Yunhe and Di Hingyun also finished refining. They looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and found that Bailey Hongzhuang was still refining. We don't have much time left. Madam, it seems like you haven't finished yet. Will you make it in time? Di Hingyun looked worried. There were many restrictions in this competition. Once the time was up, even if the pill was successfully refined, there would be no results. I don't think so. The Di Crane's voice sounded uncertain. Below the high platform, Lin Yi and others saw that most of the pharmacists on the stage had stopped, but Bailey Hongzhuang still didn't stop. Worried expressions appeared on their faces. Di Chuyuan and the others couldn't help but worry. Once the time was up, no matter how high the grade of the pill was, it would be useless. Don't worry, it's not time yet. Bewitching slowly said. Jun Lingxuan and the others saw this scene and their eyes lit up with hope again. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't finish in the time limit, they would win. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang's results were outstanding in the first 2 rounds, if she didn't get a result in this round, it would be impossible for her to enter the top 100. It seems that Bailey Hongzhuang was just lucky in the first 2 rounds. Her true alchemy skills are not enough. Jun Zitao's eyes flashed with joy. This kind of result was more normal. If Bailey Hongzhuang was really that outstanding, it would be really unacceptable. If Bailey Hongzhuang doesn't get a result in this round, then the Di family's pride would be meaningless. The Jun family couldn't help but be happy because there wasn't much sand left in the hourglass. At the judges' table, the Alchemist Guild's president and the various honorary guild masters were also paying attention to Bailey Hongzhuang's situation. From the performance of the first 2 rounds, Bailey Hongzhuang had successfully entered their sights. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang's performance in this round was good, they could be sure that Bailey Hongzhuang would enter the top 100 and obtain a good result. At this moment, seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang still hadn't finished refining, they were a little anxious. This girl's talent is very outstanding. If she doesn't make it in time in this round, then it would be a pity. That's right. Even if she only refined a 7th grade pill, or even a 6th grade pill, she should still be able to enter the top 100. Did you notice that the ratio of the herbs she took out was not the pill formula we know? Lu Yuhai said. As early as when Bailey Hongzhuang started refining pills, he had already noticed this point. In his heart, he had been thinking about what kind of pill she was refining. Hearing Lu Yuhai's words, the other elders nodded. They had also noticed this point. I feel that this Miss Bailey from the lower realm is very unusual. Whether it is knowledge or ability, she is very outstanding. This time even we were unable to recognize the pill she refined. This is really a pleasant surprise. I hope she can make it in time, said another honorary elder. Everyone nodded. With such a talented person, they also hoped that he would be able to achieve good results. The sand in the hourglass was about to run out, and the faces of the Jun family members were filled with smiles of joy. Jun Zitao's face was full of smiles. It seemed like his bet was a success after all. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Just as Jun Zitao spoke, Bewitching's cold voice rang out, "You're thinking too much." As soon as these words came out, Jun Zitao couldn't help but be stunned. Just as he was about to refute, he found that Bailey Hongzhuang had already stopped. Obviously, she had finished refining. How could this be? Jun Zitao was dumbfounded. How could the timing be so good? She actually completed the refining at the last moment. Everyone in the Jun family felt as if there was an invisible hand strangling their throats. The originally happy cheers were strangled just like that, and they could no longer speak. Second cousin-in-law is playing with my heartbeat. I almost died from anxiety. Lin Yi couldn't help but say. Lin Xianxia laughed involuntarily. In the future, when you are with Hongzhuang, your psychological endurance is really good. Otherwise, it will be unbearable to be surprised and frightened at the same time. After Bailey Hongzhuang stopped, she found that the sand in the hourglass on the side had flowed out. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Fortunately, I made it in time. If I make a mistake in this last level, it will be terrible. Di Yunhe and Di Hingyun were originally anxious to death. Until this moment, they breathed a sigh of relief. Second madam, you made us anxious. Bailey Hongzhuang turned her head and smiled brightly, sorry to make you worry. In fact, she had not refined the 8 turns Bodhi pill much. When she was refining, she found that it took a long time to refine a better quality 8 turns Bodhi pill. Fortunately, she made it in time. Looking at the apologetic look on Bailey Hongshuang's face, Di Yunhe and Di Hingyun's hearts softened. Our second madam is so nice. She is so capable without any sense of arrogance. How can we not like such a good girl? In the future, if someone in the Di family dares to bully the second madam, they will definitely be the first to stand up and disagree. If the second madam does not have a family in the upper realm, they will be the second madam's family in the future. When alchemist Qin saw that Bailey Hongshuang completed the refining at the last moment, he also secretly scolded in his heart. God is really blind, just a little bit more, and he would have won. With a loud voice, the time was up. In this last round, the system scoring is very simple. The 6th grade medicinal pill will be scored from 0 to 40 points, the 7th grade medicinal pill will be scored from 40 to 60 points, the 8th grade medicinal pill will be scored from 60 to 80 points, and the 9th grade medicinal pill will be scored from 80 to full marks. Hearing this scoring standard, Bailey Hongshuang immediately understood. Sure enough, the score in this last round was very wide. There was a direct difference of 40 points between the medicinal pills of different grades. Previously, she wasn't too sure why a 7th-tier alchemist's chances of winning were so low. Now, she finally understood. In the first 2 rounds, it was obviously very difficult to pull apart the scores. However, in the 3rd round, the highest score for a 7th grade medicinal pill was only 60 points. The 8th grade medicinal pill directly exceeded 20 points. This kind of gap was simply impossible to make up for. Fortunately, there weren't many 9th grade alchemists on the field. Otherwise, this would be the world of 9th grade alchemists. Low-grade alchemists wouldn't have a chance at all. The grading time for medicinal pills is rather long. Fellow alchemists can wait below the stage. Seeing this, Bailey Hongshuang and the others walked down the stage and returned to the team. As they walked down, the members of the Di family gave up their seats. Hongshuang, 7th elder, 8th elder, you've all worked hard. Take a rest. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang and the other 2 smiled and sat down to rest at the request of everyone. How is it? Are you confident in this final round? Everyone couldn't help but ask. Bailey Hongshuang and the 2 elders looked at each other and said in unison, let's see the results later. Why are you still keeping us in suspense at this last moment? Lin Yi muttered. She was now more concerned about the Di family's results than her own results. The medicinal pill is refined, but we don't know the score. Let's wait for the results. Di Hingyun said with a smile. While they were waiting, the entire grandstand was bustling with activity. Everyone was trying to guess the final result. While Bailey Hongshuang was waiting, she saw a familiar figure in the distance, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Beichen, is that the Bailey family? Di Beichen looked in the direction Bailey Hongshuang was pointing at. He immediately noticed a familiar figure, Bailey Yunyan. The 100 Lane clan was some distance away from where they were. Previously, he had been looking around, but he hadn't noticed it. At this moment, because the alchemist on the high platform had come down, he was able to see a relatively distant place. That should be it. Di Beichen smiled. Looking at the Bailey family, Bailey Hongshuang understood that the arrangement of the seats was based on the family's power. Compared to the Di family's position, the Bailey family's position was much worse. This also showed that Bailey Hongshuang's power could not be compared to the Di family's. Thinking back, the Bailey family was one of the top families. She wondered if the Bailey family that Bailey Yunyan belonged to was her own Bailey family. When this thought appeared in her mind, she couldn't suppress it. If possible, she really wanted to find out. Looking at Bailey Hongshuang's thoughtful expression, Di Beichen could guess what she was thinking. He couldn't help but ask, wife, are you thinking about your previous family? Bailey Hongshuang nodded, it's been so many years. I don't know if they still exist. Since we've come to the upper realm, we'll have a chance to find out. Wife, there's no need to rush. After the alchemy competition ends, we'll find a chance to ask Miss Yunyan about it. Di Beichen's gaze was gentle. If his wife wanted to do something, he would do it with her. He wouldn't let her have any regrets. A warm smile appeared in Bailey Hongshuang's eyes, okay. After returning to her senses, Bailey Hongshuang realized that Bailey Yunyan had also seen her and was smiling at her. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also nodded in response. They had not seen each other for a while since they had parted. However, she noticed that Bailey Yunyan's gaze was more focused on Di Xiaofeng, who was behind her. Lin Yi was surrounding Di Xiaofeng at this moment. In fact, as long as Di Xiaofeng was there, Lin Yi's eyes could not tolerate anyone else. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen looked at each other helplessly. This was Di Xiaofeng's own love debt, and they couldn't do anything about it. It looks like Yi is going to be sad. Xiao He sighed inwardly. Although it didn't have a high EQ, it knew that Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan loved each other. Just thinking of Lin Yi's cute appearance, it didn't want to see her sad appearance. In fact, Yi is so cute. There are many men who like her. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. With Lin Yi's likable personality, it would be true happiness if she met a man who doted on her. Di Baichen held Bailey Hongzhuang's small hand and said, "What should be experienced will be experienced. In fact, it may not be a bad thing for Yi. When she meets the person who only has her in his heart, she will understand." At the judges' table, the 5 honorary presidents were examining the pills one by one and giving their scores. Because there were more people, it took a little longer. However, when it came to the pill refined by Bailey Hongzhuang, the 5 alchemists were stumped. Looking at the perfectly round pill in front of them with 8 patterns on it, they couldn't help but feel troubled. "President, I have to ask you to come over." Lu Yuhai also noticed the expressions of the 5 alchemists. He had planned to come over and take a look, but when he heard this voice, he immediately walked over. "What's the problem?" "President, look at this pill." Shui Zhongdong pointed at the pill in front of him and said, "This pill doesn't seem to be the kind of pill we usually come across." Hearing this, Lu Yuhai couldn't help but be stunned. There was actually a pill that could stump the 5 honorary presidents. However, when he looked at the pill in front of him, he also couldn't help but feel troubled. Just as Shui Zhongdong said, he really didn't recognize this pill. "What kind of pill is this?" Shui Zhongdong looked puzzled. Judging from the color and aura, this pill's grade is probably not low. Moreover, there are 8 patterns on it, which proves that the refinement was perfect. Which alchemist refined this? Lu Yuhai couldn't help but ask. "President, this was refined by Miss Bailey from the D family." "Oh, so it was her." Lu Yuhai suddenly understood. When he saw Bailey Hongzhuang refining it, he already felt that the pill refined was not simple. As expected, it was something they didn't know. In fact, he kept thinking about the medicinal herbs that Bailey Hongzhuang had taken out to refine. Finally, a possibility appeared in his mind. "I think this pill might be the long-lost 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill." Following Lu Yuhai's words, shock appeared on the faces of the 5 alchemists present. 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill? Shui Zhongdong was stunned. This pill has been lost for a long time. Even if many alchemists want to restore this pill formula, no one has succeeded. How could it appear? The pill formula of the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill has indeed been lost for many years. No one in the upper realm knows about it. But don't forget, this Lady Bailey came from the lower realm. She might have obtained the inheritance of the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill. Lu Yuhai, on the other hand, did not find this strange. Back then, the upper realm and the lower realm were originally the same world. It was only later that they separated. However, this didn't mean that what the upper realm didn't have, the lower realm didn't. Take a closer look. According to the records in the ancient books, the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill has a sweet fragrance. Its entire body is light green, and there are pill veins on it. The more pill veins there are, the better the effect of the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill. At most, there will be 8 pill veins. The pill in front of you is like that. After Lu Yuhai's reminder, the description of the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill appeared in everyone's minds. Sure enough, all the characteristics matched up. It is said that the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill is called the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill, but it is very difficult to refine 8 pill veins. Generally, it is very good to be able to refine 6 pill veins. Could this be a perfect 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill? Shui Zhongdong couldn't help but exclaim. If this was true, then Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemy skills were probably more powerful than they had thought. Lu Yuhai nodded. It's very possible. The alchemy competition was an extremely important competition. Every major force was participating, so they couldn't afford to make any mistakes during the grading. If Bailey Hongzhuang really refined a perfect 8 revolutions Bodhi pill, then her score would naturally be raised. Hearing this suggestion, the other 4 alchemists nodded in agreement. That's right. We must clarify this matter. Otherwise, we won't be able to give everyone an explanation. Seeing that everyone agreed with this suggestion, Liu Hai nodded. Then I'll go and ask. Everyone below the stage was waiting for the final grading result. This would determine each family's quota. Therefore, they had been paying close attention to the situation at the judges' table. Suddenly, they saw the Alchemist Guild's president walk down the stage. When the alchemists behind him walked down as well, a strange expression appeared on everyone's faces. What's President Liu doing? Why did he suddenly run down without grading? That's right. Why did the other judges run down as well? What are they trying to do? This old man has watched so many alchemy competitions, but this is the first time I've seen such a situation. For a moment, everyone's attention was attracted by the actions of Liu Hai and the others. At such a time, it was difficult for such actions not to attract attention. Bewitching and the others also noticed this scene. Most importantly, they realized that Liu Hai and the others seemed to be heading towards them. Beichen, why do I feel that President Liu and the others are walking towards us? Di Xiaofeng frowned and couldn't help but ask. Di Beichen also looked at him and nodded. I had the same feeling. As he said that, he couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Bailey Hongzhuang. If Liu Hai and the others were really walking towards them, then the person they were looking for could only be Bailey Hongzhuang. Everyone from the Jun family and Xiao family also noticed the scene and their eyes lit up. However, they didn't know if it was a good or bad thing for Liu Hai and the others to come over. Alchemist Qin's eyes lit up with pleasant surprise. Could it be that they discovered something wrong with Bailey Hongzhuang during the competition? One had to know that the alchemy competition had been held so many times, but such a thing had never happened before. Something must have gone wrong. Soon, Liu Hai and the others arrived in front of the Di family. Elder Di. Liu Hai looked at Di Chuyuan with a smile on his face. Guildmaster Liu, Di Chuyuan hurriedly replied with a smile. As the president of the Alchemist Association, Liu Hai's status was equivalent to the head of an aristocratic family. Even he had to be very respectful when facing him. Moreover, medicinal pills were something that every family needed. Hence, no one was willing to obtain the Alchemist Association. I came here at this moment to ask Miss Bailey a question. Liu Hai's attitude was very cordial. He had always been very patient with genius alchemists. Seeing that Liu Hai was indeed looking for Bailey Hongzhuang, everyone's expression became complicated. Bailey Hongzhuang cupped her hands and said, Greetings, President Liu. Greetings, honorary presidents. Liu Hai smiled faintly and waved his hand. Miss Bailey doesn't need to be so reserved. To be honest, we came here to ask about the medicinal pill you refined this time. I'm ashamed to say this, but is the pill you refined the 8 revolutions Bodhi pill? What kind of joke is this? President Liu and the others don't know what kind of pill Bailey Hongzhuang is refining? I've never seen President Liu and the others like this before. This is too unbelievable. 8 revolutions Bodhi pill? Even more cultivators shifted their attention to the pill. Although this pill had been lost for a long time, everyone was familiar with its name. Wasn't the 8 revolutions Bodhi pill lost a long time ago? Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang has successfully refined it? That's impossible. All these years, many alchemists have tried to recreate the 8 revolutions Bodhi pill, but they've never succeeded. If Bailey Hongzhuang is really refining the 8 revolutions Bodhi pill, doesn't that mean that she has the lost pill formula? Suddenly, a fiery or suspicious gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang's body, all of them wanting to know the real result. If this was true, it would be incredible. One had to know that this pill was something that everyone desperately needed. When the Di family heard this news, they were all dumbfounded. Di Yunhe was even more shocked. Second Madam actually refined the 8 revolutions Bodhi pill? Di Hingyun was also astonished. He didn't know whether this was true or not. Under everyone's passionate gazes, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. That's right. It's the 8 revolutions Bodhi pill. After receiving Bailey Hongzhuang's confirmation, Lu Yuhai and the others sighed in their hearts. It seemed that their judgment was correct. I see. I didn't expect Miss Bailey to have the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill formula at such a young age. She's really amazing. Lu Yuhai praised Bailey Hongzhuang without hiding anything. He secretly decided that he would definitely pay her a visit after the alchemy competition. Not to mention that Bailey Hongzhuang was a talent that they wanted to rope in. The 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill formula was also very important to the Alchemist Guild. If Bailey Hongzhuang was just a junior worth roping in before, then now Bailey Hongzhuang was a talent that they must rope in. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the crowd went into an uproar. Linny didn't know what to say to express her feelings at this moment. She just looked at the calm and indifferent Bailey Hongzhuang. She felt that her second cousin-in-law was too abnormal. Thinking back to the time when second cousin-in-law cured her aunt, she had already sighed in her heart. Bailey Hongzhuang was able to cure the disease that so many doctors were unable to cure. Now, Bailey Hongzhuang was able to easily take out the long-lost elixir that everyone was envious of. She suddenly felt that her second cousin-in-law was a treasure. It seemed that anything could happen to her. President Liu is overpraising me. I'm just lucky to have this pill formula. However, at this moment, everyone was not in the mood to listen to Bailey Hongzhuang's details. There was only one thought in their minds. That was, Bailey Hongzhuang had the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill formula. Every family had many cultivators stagnant in their cultivation. The 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill had always been the elixir that everyone yearned for. Now, it had appeared, everyone's heart couldn't help but shine with hope. This was their gospel. The 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill, Xianxia muttered to himself. How could the D family possibly have this lost pill formula? Great Elder, I recall that the D family doesn't have this pill formula. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang's pill formula belongs to her? Jun Lingxuan revealed an incredulous expression. He also understood that if the D family really did have this lost pill formula, they would have taken it out long ago. They wouldn't have waited until now. Thus, there was only one possibility left. This pill formula belonged to Bailey Hongzhuang herself. When he recalled how Bailey Hongzhuang had easily obtained the radiant vine in the underground market, he still couldn't figure out how she had done it. However, based on the current situation, since Bailey Hongzhuang possessed the lost pill formula, she must have many valuable items. Not to mention anything else, just this long-lost pill was already full of temptation to others. Jun Xuanxia's expression turned solemn. If that's really the case, then this Bailey Hongzhuang is somewhat frightening. Previously, he had never placed Bailey Hongzhuang in his eyes. He simply didn't need to pay attention to an aunt like her. However, in this alchemy competition, Bailey Hongzhuang had practically overshadowed everyone else. Even Ouyang Jifeng, who had always been sought after by everyone, had been completely overshadowed by Bailey Hongzhuang, becoming an existence in the background. This is impossible. Xiaosuo couldn't help but exclaim, she's just a woman from a lower realm. How could she possibly have a lost pill formula? She must have used some kind of pill to imitate the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill. President Liu, don't be fooled by her. Xiaosuo felt that if she continued to stay here, her brain would become abnormal. Her previous performance was already unbelievable, and now, such news had spread. This was simply a fantasy, alright. For a moment, Xiaosuo felt that she must be dreaming. Otherwise, how could so many impossible things happen at the same time? Lu Yuhai admired Bailey Hongzhuang very much. When he heard Xiaosuo's words, he couldn't help but frown. Miss Liu, are you doubting my judgment? It wasn't just guild leader Liu, the other apothecaries also had ugly expressions on their faces. Although they also knew that Xiaosuo was questioning Bailey Hongzhuang, these words were also questioning their poor eyesight. They couldn't even distinguish the types of medicinal pills. Hearing Lu Yuhai's words, Xiaosuo was slightly taken aback. Xiao Jinfeng, who stood to the side, hurriedly said, President Liu, she was just speaking nonsense in a moment of desperation. I hope you don't take it to heart. Seeing this, Lu Yuhai did not say anything further. He had also heard of the conflict between Xiaosuo and Bailey Hongzhuang. He treated it as a dispute between the younger generation and could not be bothered to say anything more. Xiao Jinfeng broke out in cold sweat. Even their Xiao family couldn't easily offend a colossus like the Apothecary Association. President Liu, I don't mean to doubt you, but do you think that she would have such a precious pill formula? Xiaosuo couldn't help but ask. Not only Xiaosuo, but many cultivators present also had the same doubts. This pill formula was not available in the entire upper realm, yet a woman from a lower realm actually had it. It was truly inconceivable. Bailey Hongzhuang indifferently glanced at Xiaosuo. She realized that this woman was really stubborn. The sudden voice attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was curious about who would stand up and say such a thing at this time. Bailey Hongzhuang also had some doubts in her heart, but she felt that this voice was a bit familiar. For a time, everyone's eyes turned to the source of the voice. At this glance, Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised to find that the person who spoke was the old man who exchanged the light vine with her in the underground market a few days ago. Bewitching and others also looked at this figure in confusion, but they had never seen this person before. Hey, isn't this the stall owner in the underground market that day? Linny looked at the familiar figure in surprise. She didn't expect to see him here. She didn't expect that the stall owner would stand up to testify at this time. Listening to Linny's words, Bewitching and others understood. Who is this person? He actually stood up to testify at this time. What he said might not necessarily be believed by others. Just as the younger generation was questioning one after another, the older alchemists present looked at this figure and were stunned on the spot. Lu Yuhai looked at the figure behind him in surprise and said, "Old President, you finally appeared." Shui Zhongdong and other pharmacists all had a look of surprise on their faces. They looked at this figure in disbelief, worried that it might be an illusion. However, when Bailey Hongzhuang and others heard Lu Yuhai address the stall owner as the old president, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang had expected that the identity of this old man was not simple, she didn't expect it to be to this extent. After all, it was not an ordinary cultivator who could take out the light vine and many precious herbs. It was just that the old president of the Pharmacist Guild was a big shot. Why would he think of setting up a stall in the underground market? Great Elder, is this the old president of the Pharmacist Guild? Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask. Di Chuyuan nodded slightly. His face was also stunned. Yes, he is President Kudekang. He didn't expect that the person who did business with Bailey Hongzhuang would be Kudekang. Old President, I finally meet you. Lu Yuhai didn't care about anything else at this moment and quickly walked in front of Kudekang. Kudekang waved his hand casually. What's there to be excited about seeing an old man like me? Old President. Lu Yuhai's eyes were slightly red, and a complicated light flashed in his deep eyes. A smile appeared on Kudechang's face as his gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. This little girl is indeed not simple. As he spoke, Kudekang gave Bailey Hongzhuang a knowing smile. Bailey Hongzhuang's face also showed an elegant smile. Although this identity made her very surprised, it was not a bad thing. Hearing this, Lu Yuhai and the others recovered from the surprise of seeing Kudekang. Recalling what Kudekang had said before, they couldn't help but ask, Old President, what did you mean by what you said just now? I said that I can testify for this girl. This girl does indeed have the lost pill formula. Kudekang spoke again. The D family is really lucky to have such a daughter-in-law. As he spoke, Kudechang's gaze fell on Di Chuyuan. Di Chuyuan hurriedly cupped his hands. He knew that this old president was a very important person. What kind of person was the Alchemist Association president? Even he was praising Bailey Hongzhuang. It could be seen how amazing Bailey Hongzhuang was. Di Chuyuan and the others were also pleasantly surprised. They never thought that their second young mistress would receive such praise from the old president. In comparison, the Xiao family and Jun family's expressions became abnormally ugly. Originally, in their opinion, killing Bailey Hongzhuang was no different from killing a grasshopper, but they did not expect that such a small character, who they did not put in their eyes, would jump so high in the alchemy competition. Old President, how can you prove that Bailey Hongzhuang has the lost pill recipe? Xiaosuo couldn't help but ask. Kudekang looked at Xiaosuo meaningfully and said with a smile, Old man, my hidden illness was cured by this Bailey girl's pill recipe. Could it be that the Xiao family's girl thinks that my ability to identify pills isn't as good as yours? As Kudechang's voice fell, everyone immediately understood. Old president, has your hidden illness been cured? Liu Hai's voice was filled with excitement, and it even trembled a little. Kudekang nodded. Back then, I said that if my hidden illness couldn't be cured, I wouldn't return. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but look at the great elder. It was clear that among them, only the great elder knew about this old president. This President Kudekang is the previous president of the Alchemist Association. His alchemy skills can be said to be at the peak of perfection. It is said that he can already refine 10th grade pills. Once this was said, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' eyes were filled with astonishment. Alchemy skills were the same as cultivation. The further one progressed, the harder it was to improve. Although there was only a difference of 1 grade between a 9th grade alchemist and a 10th grade alchemist, the majority of 9th grade alchemists were unable to refine 10th grade pills. It's just that something happened later. President Kudekang could no longer refine 10th grade pills. Since then, he announced his retirement and passed the position to President Liu. He has never appeared again. When this news came out at that time, it caused a great sensation. No one understood why President Kudekang chose to retire suddenly at that time. Now it seems that he has a hidden illness. Until this moment, Di Chuyuan connected all of this. It turned out that the problem was here. It turns out to be the case. Everyone was stunned. But in that case, isn't second cousin-in-law more powerful? Lin Yi couldn't help but say, the problem that President Kudekang couldn't solve for so many years was solved by second. With Lin Yi's words, everyone's eyes were looked at her. That was the case. After everyone knew Kudechang's identity, no one doubted his words anymore. After all, as the former president of the Alchemist Association, it was absolutely impossible for him to fake this kind of thing and do something that would damage his reputation. So, I'm afraid that Bailey Hongzhuang has more than one kind of lost pill recipe. Yes, this 8 turns Bodhi pill is a kind of medicinal pill to treat the old president's hidden illness. It is another kind. Bailey Hongzhuang has too many treasures. If that's the case, I'm really starting to envy the D family. They're just too lucky. When I saw the Jun family and the Xiao family joining forces, I thought the D family would be in trouble this time. Now, it seems that the D family will not be in trouble. On the contrary, they may even increase their influence because of this. Yes, the situation this time has really taken a turn. If we don't see the end, we won't be able to tell who the real winner is. It was not until this moment that everyone understood why the D family made such a decision. It turned out that they had already considered it carefully. Their previous judgment had been wrong. How could a giant like the D family take the risk to make such an outrageous move without thinking about it properly? They were still too naive. However, just as everyone thought so, the members of the D family sighed in their hearts. Like everyone else, they had just found out that Bailey Hongzhuang had so many trump cards. Obviously, even if they explained now, no one would believe them. Jun Xianxia looked at Di Chuyuan gloomily. I haven't seen you for a while. I didn't expect your acting skills to improve so much. Thank you for the compliment, Di Chuyuan said indifferently. Since no one would believe him even if he explained, he might as well admit it directly. Anyway, Bailey Hongzhuang was already their second young madam. Even if others were envious, they could not do anything about it. Little Bailey, I owe you a favor. Kudekang looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile. Compared to the way he looked at others, the way he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang was obviously gentler and more amiable. Bailey Hongzhuang cupped her hands and said, Senior, you are too polite. The deal we made back then has already been completed. You don't owe me anything. Back then, she had seen through Kudechang's hidden illness and chose to give him the pill formula. If not, Kudekang would not have agreed to the deal so quickly. He did not even have the time to consider it. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's magnanimous appearance, Kudechang's eyes were filled with admiration. Little Bailey, although the value of what I gave you is not low, in my eyes, it is far from being comparable to what you gave me. You're not someone who likes to take advantage of others, so this old man naturally won't take advantage of you. Therefore, I owe you this favor. You don't have to say anything more. If you need this old man's help in the future, feel free to ask. Kudechang's tone was resolute, not giving Bailey Hongzhuang any chance to refuse. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly taken aback. From the other party's attitude, she understood that if she continued to speak, it would only make Cultivation unhappy. Therefore, she did not say anything more. "Thank you, senior. That's more like it." Cultivation revealed a satisfied look. Liu Hai and the others never thought that the person who cured the old president would be Bailey Hongzhuang, and their hearts were filled with gratitude. Until now, Cultivation was still the only alchemist who was able to refine Tier 10 medicinal pills. Him being able to return had a great significance to the Alchemist Association. "Miss Bailey, you cured the old president's hidden illness. Our entire Alchemist Association owes you a favor." Liu Hai's gaze was deep and his voice was sincere. He thanked Bailey Hongzhuang from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for Bailey Hongzhuang, he did not know if he would have the chance to see the old president in this lifetime. One must know that the old president had done him a great favor. Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned. Liu Hai's reaction was also out of her expectations. However, this was also a good thing to her. The cultivators of the D family looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and didn't know what to say. They felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky and smashed onto their heads. The Alchemist Guild suddenly owed them a favor. Although it was owed to Bailey Hongzhuang was now a member of the D family. Was there anything more surprising than this? "Sister-in-law, you really are our D family's lucky star," Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but say. Originally, they were bound to lose this time, but Bailey Hongzhuang had completely turned the situation around. Now, not only were they not at a disadvantage, they were even in the limelight. Among the many forces, which family could be more famous than them? As soon as this was said, whether it was the cultivators of the D family or the Lin family, they couldn't help but nod. In their eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang was a shining lucky star. After confirming that Bailey Hongzhuang was refining the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill, Liu Hai and the others didn't continue to stay here. After all, the most important thing now was to evaluate the points of the alchemy competition. Compared to the previous silence, the audience couldn't be quiet anymore. Many of the families that were on good terms with the D family were now secretly regretting it. Their relationship with the D family was originally very good, but after knowing that the Xiao family and the Jun family had joined forces, they subconsciously kept some distance from the D family. Who would have thought that there would be such a reversal in the end? However, even if they tried to get closer to the D family now, they were afraid that the D family would still have a thorn in their hearts. The Morong family originally had some opinions about Morong Jing being so close to Di Xiaofeng at this time, but at this moment, they felt that Morong Jing's actions were really right. Not long after, Liu Hai stood up from the referee's seat. He looked at the crowd below the high platform and said, "To everyone's anticipation, the results are out." Everyone's faces were either filled with nervousness or anticipation. Only the top 100 would be able to obtain a place to enter the immortal cloud mystic realm. As long as they were alchemist clans who had persevered until the very end, they would inevitably be filled with anticipation. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also looked at the huge black stone on the high platform. The names of the top 100 alchemists would appear on it. 100th place, Mo Dingling, points, 90, 65, 75, total score, 230. 99th place, He Jun. His scores were 91, 64, and 78. His total score was 233. One after another, the names of the pharmacists appeared on the black stone from bottom to top. All the clans who discovered that the names of their own alchemists had appeared at the top of the rankings. Although their points were at the bottom of the rankings and they did not have many slots, the slots to enter the immortal cloud secret realm were already very difficult to obtain. Even if they were able to obtain one more slot, it would still be a joyous occasion. Moreover, this was not only related to the quota. On the other hand, it also reflected the ability of their own alchemists, which was helpful in increasing the clan's influence. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' gazes were all focused on the black stone. They discovered that as the rankings were getting closer and closer to the front, the gap between the points was getting smaller and smaller. There were even 2 decimal places after the decimal point. The closer it is to the front, the smaller the gap between the points between the cultivators. Often, a difference of a few tenths of a point can lead to a difference in the rankings. Di Chuyuan slowly said. Soon, the last 50 names were all displayed. This guy was very arrogant when he was in the D family. He didn't take Di Yunhe seriously at all. Now that they were both level 8 alchemists, Di Hingyun wanted to know how big the gap was between them. Although Alchemist Qin had been a level 8 alchemist for a long time and had more experience than them, since they were both level 8 alchemists, the gap shouldn't be too big. Alchemist Qin also noticed Di Hingyun's gaze and said coldly, "Why are you looking at me? Do you think you can surpass me? Why are you so arrogant? Even if I'm not your opponent, you can't compare to our second madam." Di Hingyun sneered, "You were so arrogant when you left the D family. I want to see how much you can bring to the Jun family. Then wait patiently. At least it's better than you and Di Yunhe. After so many years, you're still level 7 alchemists. I think you'll be stuck here for the rest of your lives." Di Yunhe turned around and said with a smile, "Alchemist Qin, you're wrong. Let me tell you, we're already level 8 alchemists. Don't think you're so great just because you're in level 8 alchemist. You used to be so arrogant in front of us and said we weren't talented enough. Now it seems like you need to improve your vision." Alchemist Qin was stunned. At this moment, he didn't care about Di Yunhe's mockery. He focused all his attention on the fact that Di Yunhe had become a level 8 alchemist. "Are you kidding?" Alchemist Qin sneered, "Even if you want to show off, you don't have to exaggerate things like this. You should know that it's easy to see through this. Level 8 alchemists at the same time? You too? You must be dreaming." "Haha," Di Yunhe chuckled, "we've always been honest people. We're not like you. This kind of thing can't be faked. The results will be out soon. Open your dog eyes and see." Di Yunhe and Di Hingyun ignored Alchemist Qin. When they thought about how arrogant this guy was in front of them before, they felt a burst of displeasure. Today, they could be considered to be able to completely turn the tables. If Alchemist Qin had heard Di Yunhe's conversation before, he wouldn't have taken it to heart. However, after being slapped in the face again and again, he felt that something was wrong with him. Could it be that what the other party said was true? Advancing to become an 8th-tier alchemist was not an easy task, not to mention that both of them had advanced at the same time. Alchemist Qin thought about it for a while, but he still felt that it was impossible. 27th place, Di Hingyun. 8th Elder, you are 27th. The members of the D family were pleasantly surprised. One had to know that this quota was enough to help the D family obtain many quotas to enter the Immortal Cloud's secret realm. Most importantly, in their opinion, it was basically impossible for the 8th Elder to enter the top 100. Now, not only did he enter, but his score was also so high. How could they not be surprised? Di Hingyun also smiled happily. In fact, he had been a little worried before he saw his name. Only at this moment did he completely relax. However, such a ranking still made him feel incomparably pleasantly surprised. "Hingyun, look. You got 77 points in the 3rd round." Di Yunhe paid more attention to Di Hingyun's score. Not to mention the first 2 rounds, the 3rd round score was already shocking enough. Logically speaking, they had just become level 8 alchemists. Even if they had successfully refined level 8 elixirs, their score shouldn't be too high. But now, Di Hingyun had reached 77 points. This was unbelievable in their eyes. Hearing Di Yunhe's words, Di Hingyun also noticed this point. His eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of surprise. "Yeah, I didn't expect my score to be so high. No wonder my ranking is so high." Di Hingyun thought carefully for a moment. If it was any other time, this would be impossible. "Yunhe, in my opinion, this is caused by the alchemy skills that second young madam taught us. When I was refining, I felt that the quality of the elixirs was better than the ones we refined before." Di Hingyun thought and said. Di Yunhe nodded slightly. "We have the same thought." After thinking about it, they couldn't think of any other reason. When they heard Bailey Hongzhuang telling them the details of refining elixirs, they were very shocked. This method was quite different from what they usually did. Now, it seemed that the effect was better than they thought. Alchemist Qin was shocked when he saw Di Hingyun's score. This was because the score in the 3rd round proved that Di Hingyun had refined a level 8 elixir. Moreover, the quality of the elixirs was very outstanding. How could this be? Alchemist Qin was in disbelief. When he was in the D family, he clearly knew that Di Hingyun was a level 7 alchemist. Not only that, according to what he knew, Di Hingyun was not only a level 7 alchemist, but also a level 8 alchemist. How could Di Hingyun reach this level in such a short time? Jun Xianxia and the others were also stunned when they saw that Di Hingyun was ranked 27th. They didn't take Di Hingyun seriously at all. They thought that it was impossible for him to enter the top 100. However, the 27th place on the ranking board blinded them. How did Di Hingyun achieve such a ranking? Jun Xianxiao could no longer remain calm. He's just a 7th grade alchemist. It's impossible for him to enter the top 100. Xiao Jinfeng also had a puzzled look on his face. This matter is indeed a little strange. According to what they knew, the Di family did not have a level 8 alchemist. It was precisely because of this that the Di family had wanted to exchange a few places with them, but they had refused. If Di Hingyun was an 8th tier alchemist, then the Di family wouldn't have needed to do such a thing. 26th place, Qin Shixin, points for the 3 rounds, 89, 69, 79. 6. Then, Qin Shixin's name appeared on the ranking stone. This ranking doesn't seem to be that high. I thought this alchemist Qin was very powerful before. I didn't expect him to be as powerful as I thought. Lin Yi couldn't help but say. Di's eyes also glanced at Qin Shixin contemptuously. This guy was so arrogant when he was in our family. He always looked down on 7th elder and 8th elder. Now, his score is only 1 point higher than 8th elder. I don't know why he was so arrogant before. It's ridiculous. Not only Di's eyes, but everyone in the Di family had the same thought at this moment. If this guy was really so strong, they could accept his arrogance. However, he obviously didn't have such strength, yet he still put on such airs. That was really too much. Qin Shixin's face became extremely ugly after seeing his ranking. He didn't expect that he would have such a ranking. Logically speaking, with his strength, he should at least enter the top 20. He didn't expect that he would stop here this time. Most importantly, his ranking was only 1 place higher than Di Hingyun. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Everyone in the Jun family also looked at the score above in disbelief. They hoped that Qin Shixin could get a good result. Obviously, this was not a good result. If there was no bet with the Di family, it would be fine. Such a ranking could also win a very good quota for the Jun family. At least, the Jun family would have enough quotas, and there would still be a surplus. But now, it was obviously not such a situation. Alchemist Qin, you told me before that you would definitely enter the top 20. Jun Xianxiao opened his thin lips, and his voice was already cold. They had spent a lot of money to invite Qin Shixin in the beginning. In order to bring down the Di family this time, they had invested a lot. However, such a result did not meet their expectations at all. Jun Lingshuan and others' faces were also ugly. From the moment they saw Qin Shixin's ranking, they knew that they had lost the bet this time. Because Bailey Hongshuang's ranking had not come out yet. No matter which round, Bailey Hongshuang's results were better than Qin Shixin's. This meant that their quota this time would be given to the Di family. Thinking of this, everyone's face turned a little pale. Alchemist Qin, could it be that I'm the one who's been fooled? Are you actually a spy sent by the Di family? Jun Xianxiao narrowed his eyes. His sharp gaze shot straight at Qin Shixin, as if he could see through all his thoughts. Qin Shixin couldn't help but be stunned. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Great Elder, you have to believe me. I'm doing this for the Jun family wholeheartedly. I don't have any other thoughts." Jun Xianxiao snorted. How can I believe such a result? Great Elder, I didn't perform well today. Qin Shixin explained anxiously, it's mainly because the Di family's situation was beyond my expectations. My state of mind was affected, so I couldn't perform well. Alchemist Qin, you clearly told us that the Di family doesn't have an 8th grade alchemist. What's the situation now? How did the 8th elder of the Di family suddenly become a level 8 alchemist? Jun Lingshuan frowned as he looked at Qin Shixin. He also felt that there was something wrong with Qin Shixin. This. I don't know either. Qin Shixin couldn't help but feel anxious. When I was with the Di family, he was really only a 7th grade alchemist. Qin Shixin nodded. That's right, Great Elder. It's possible. Bailey Hongzhuang went to the D family after I left. I can't control this. Maybe Di Hingyun was under too much pressure before, so he became an 8th grade alchemist at this stage. Jun Xianxia frowned. What happened this time was very different from what they had expected. Now, the whole Jun family was waiting for them to bring back good news. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. At this moment, Jun Zitao and the others couldn't help but exclaim, "How is this possible?" Hearing this, Jun Xianxiao and the others couldn't help but look at the rankings. There were 3 words written on the 25th place, Di Yunhe. Jun Xianxiao stared at the name for a long time, then looked at Qin Shixin gloomily. What do you have to say now? If only Di Hingyun had reached the 8th grade, it might have been a coincidence. But both of them had reached the 8th grade, and they didn't know about it at all. If Qin Shixin hadn't hidden it from them, there was no other possibility. Qin Shixin stared at the rankings in a daze. He even rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How? How is this possible? Di Yunhe and Di Hingyun had sandwiched him in the middle. At this moment, he didn't care that his score was lower than Di Yunhe's. He just wanted to explain to Jun Xianxiao. However, in this situation, no matter how he explained, it was useless. Even he couldn't believe it. The Jun family looked at Qin Shixin with hatred. They thought that it was a good plan to poach medicine master Qin, but they didn't expect that they would be tricked by the D family. After all this trouble, Qin Shixin turned out to be a member of the D family. No wonder they lost so badly. Feeling the Jun family's gaze, Qin Shixin stepped back with a pale face. He really couldn't explain it. Of course, this scene didn't escape the eyes of the D family. Suddenly, they felt a burst of joy. Qin Shixin deserved this kind of punishment for betraying them. At this moment, Di Beichen's voice suddenly rang out. Medicine Master Qin, you did a good job. We won't mistreat you. Qin Shixin was still thinking about how to explain, but when he heard Di Beichen suddenly say such a thing to him like a brother, and then looked at the Jun family's people who wished they could kill him, he really wanted to cry. But was his words useful now? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen with a smile. Beichen, you're really good at tricking people. You have to pay for what you did. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Qin Shixin. Sure enough, after this incident, Qin Shixin was afraid that there was really no way out. The Jun family would never let him go. Under such circumstances, no other family would come forward to protect him. If he was a person who valued friendship and righteousness, there might be people who would stand up for him and protect him. However, it was obvious that people like him wouldn't have such loyal friends. When the Xiao family saw that the Jun family had turned against them, they all felt uncomfortable. They could have laughed at the Jun family, but now, they were on the same side as the Jun family. There was no changing it. The Xiao family's alchemist performed well and reached the 16th place. If it were before, this ranking would definitely make them very happy, but now they couldn't be happy. The Lin family's alchemist ranking was relatively low, and the other alchemist was eliminated directly. However, Elder Lin was not in a hurry now because the Jun family had won a lot of slots this time. With the close relationship between the two families, it was not a problem to get some slots from them. I was wondering if I could give you some slots. Now it seems that our Lin family is going to take advantage of you. Lin Xuanren couldn't help but smile. Di Chuyuan also laughed, no problem. Isn't this a simple matter? At this moment, he actually felt surprised. In the past, alchemy competition had always been their family's weakness. He didn't expect it to suddenly become their strength. It's already in the top 10, but the name of second cousin-in-law hasn't appeared yet. Lin Yi couldn't help but rub her hands. Her face was full of excitement. The faces of Di Xiaofeng and others also showed a look of expectation. As a matter of fact, the top 10 were usually occupied by the 9th grade alchemists of the Alchemist Guild. The Di family had never gotten such a good ranking. Master, I don't know what place you will be. Xiao Hei's eyes flashed with excitement. In fact, such a result was already outstanding, but she always felt that her master's ranking would be better. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the score on the ranking list and shook her head thoughtfully. I don't know, but I will know soon. After looking carefully, she found that Ouyang Jifeng's name had not appeared yet. It seems that Ouyang Jifeng is really powerful. According to the seventh elder, the top 10 were basically all ninth-grade alchemists. The reason why she could get such a good result was mainly that she got full marks in the second round. This Ouyang Jifeng could also enter the top 10, which showed his talent. 5th place, Ouyang Jifeng. Finally, everyone saw Ouyang Jifeng's name in anticipation. There was a burst of exclamations from the audience. With Ouyang Jifeng's age, he was able to obtain such a quota. In the future, he would definitely win the alchemy competition. Ouyang Jifeng is indeed a genius. Such a ranking is simply the pride of the younger generation. Ouyang Jifeng is indeed powerful. Originally, he was in the limelight in this alchemy competition. Who would have thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would suddenly appear? Now, he is not the most eye-catching one. Bailey Hongzhuang's ranking is still not out yet. This result is a little scary. Everyone discussed animatedly. Even the other grade 9 alchemists were practically ignored by everyone at this moment. After Ouyang Jifeng saw his ranking, his expression was very calm. He turned to look at Bailey Hongzhuang. Feeling the other party's gaze, Bailey Hongzhuang revealed a smile. Then, she saw Ouyang Jifeng give her a thumbs up. 3rd place, Zhou Yan, the 3 rounds of scores are 98, 90, 90. 2nd place, Heng Rui, the 3 rounds of scores are 98, 91, 90. Until now, Bailey Hongzhuang's name still had not appeared. Everyone already understood in their hearts. This is too scary. The D family's Bailey Hongzhuang is actually 1st place? I have never heard of the alchemy competition being won by a 20-something alchemist. Everyone in the D family had already expected that Bailey Hongzhuang's results would not be bad, but when they saw this result at this moment, they still couldn't believe it. Second cousin-in-law actually won 1st place? Lin Yi's eyes widened. This feeling was as if she had ascended to the clouds and stepped on the clouds. She was so happy that she couldn't believe that this was true. Di Xiaofeng and others also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. This score was indeed beyond all of their expectations. Not only them, but Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment when she heard this result. According to her judgment, it was already good enough to enter the top 5. She really didn't think about getting 1st place. Just when the D family and the Lin family were immersed in joy, Xiaosuo's questioning voice suddenly sounded. This is impossible. There is a problem with the score. When everyone saw that Xiaosuo began to find trouble at this time, they were too lazy to pay attention to her. Because previously, whenever Bailey Hongzhuang had a good result, Xiaosuo would definitely find trouble, but it turned out that she was wrong in the end. Thinking about it, it was the same this time, so everyone was too lazy to take it to heart. Seeing that no one paid attention to her at all, Xiaosuo's face was also ashen. The highest score for an 8th grade medicinal pill is only 80 points. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang's score in the 3rd round reached 80 points, she can't surpass the score of the 2nd place. Xiao Seiwu raised her voice so that everyone around her could hear her clearly. She had reason and evidence to back up her words. Originally, no one paid attention to her, but after hearing her words at this moment, everyone calculated a little and found that what she said was really right. Yes, Miss Xiao is right. There is indeed a problem with this score. I didn't expect such a problem to appear in this alchemy competition. We must raise it. That scared me. So it was a calculation error. I was wondering how Bailey Hongzhuang could get 1st place at such a young age. That's just too shocking. Bailey Hongzhuang took a closer look at the 2nd place's score after hearing the crowd's discussion. It was just as the crowd had said. Her score shouldn't be higher than the 2nd place's. Just as everyone was guessing, the name of the 1st place was revealed. It was none other than Bailey Hongzhuang. 1st place, Bailey Hongzhuang. Her scores for the 3 rounds are 99,185 respectively. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted by Bailey Hongzhuang's score in the 3rd round. Sure enough, the score was calculated wrongly. Bailey Hongzhuang's score was actually 5 points higher. At the same time, some attentive cultivators also noticed another problem. Don't be anxious. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang took away the 5 points from the 3rd round, her score would still be the same as the 2nd place's score. She could still be considered as tied for 1st place. Speaking of which, Bailey Hongzhuang is still in first place. Xiao Shou was originally feeling complacent about her discovery, but after listening to everyone's words, she took a closer look, and the smile on her face dissipated a little. No matter what, there must be a problem with the score. Furthermore, being tied for first place would also pull Bailey Hongzhuang's limelight down a little. That's true. The crowd nodded. At this moment, Lu Yuhai stood up and waved his hand at the crowd who had raised their doubts. Instantly, the crowd quietened down. Hearing Lu Yuhai's words, everyone looked at the high platform, wondering what kind of explanation he would give. Bailey Hongzhuang was also confused, but she didn't feel disappointed at all. She never wanted to have any honor that didn't belong to her, not to mention that today's results had already exceeded her expectations. I believe everyone already knows that Bailey Hongzhuang refined the long-lost 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill. Lu Yuhai's voice sounded. Just because she refined a long-lost pill, she can get an extra 5 points. The cultivators below the stage couldn't help but question. In the alchemy competition, a difference of 1 point could make a difference in the rankings, let alone 5 points. The reason why she got an extra 5 points is not because she refined a long-lost pill. Everyone, please listen to me patiently. I believe some of you know about the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill. This pill belongs to the 8th grade, and there's a reason why it's called the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill. Every time a first revolution pill appears, an elixir pattern will appear. A perfect 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill will have 8 elixir patterns. In the rules of the alchemy competition, there has always been a rule. When an alchemist refines a perfect elixir, they can get an extra 5 points. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present suddenly understood. However, this answer made them even more surprised. I heard that it's very difficult to refine a perfect elixir. This kind of elixir can maximize the medicinal effect. It's said that other than the old president, no other alchemist has been able to refine an elixir of this level. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang has done it? No way, Bailey Hongzhuang's talent is too amazing. Everyone's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. They didn't expect such a shock at the end of the alchemy competition. Di Yunhe and Di Hingyun looked at each other. Both of their eyes were filled with astonishment. There is indeed such a rule in the alchemy competition. However, no alchemist has been able to do so for so many years. Over time, everyone has forgotten about it, Di Yunhe said. I didn't expect second young mistress to have refined a real 8 turns Bodhi pill. This is really rare. Di Hingyun sighed. Lin Yi and other young disciples looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in amazement. Although they didn't know much about alchemy, they could tell how difficult it was to achieve this step from the stunned expressions of other alchemists. So many alchemists were unable to do it, yet Bailey Hongzhuang was able to do it. How formidable was this? After seeing the look of realization on everyone's face, Lu Yuhai's face also showed a smile. I believe that everyone should understand the origin of these scores now that I've explained it to this point. At this time, the alchemist ranked second spoke up. Miss Bailey is able to refine perfect grade medicinal pills. She is indeed worthy of such a score. This one is wholeheartedly convinced. After everyone saw that the second-ranked alchemist no longer had any objections, they all nodded their heads and accepted this result. Xiao Shou didn't expect such a result in the end. She couldn't help but ask the alchemist and her family. Is it really so difficult to refine a perfect elixir? Hearing this, Xiao Shou's body trembled and her face turned pale. She knew that it was not easy to refine a perfect grade pill, but she did not know how difficult it was. However, she knew how difficult it was to become a 10th grade pill refiner. If Bailey Hongzhuang could become a 10th grade pill refiner in the future, then just this point alone would make Bailey Hongzhuang a dazzling member of the younger generation. Ouyang Jifeng had always had a very high reputation among the younger generation. The reason was that everyone thought that he was very likely to become the next tier 10 alchemist. Now, it was obvious that Bailey Hongzhuang's potential was more outstanding than Ouyang Jifeng's. She would definitely receive attention that would not be any less than Ouyang Jifeng's. If it was said that she had been arrogant and confident in front of Bailey Hongzhuang before, then all of this was slowly disappearing. At least, before she truly became the saint of the Light Maiden, she no longer had the right to act arrogantly in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Xiao Shou indifferently. Her family background was indeed enough to crush many others. However, when a person displayed enough outstanding talent, even if she did not have a background, she would still have an unshakable position. She would protect her man with her own hands. If she wanted to covet her man, she would have to see if she had the right to do so. Thus, the once-in-a-decade pill refining competition came to an end. After the results were announced, Bailey Hongzhuang and the two elders went up on stage to collect their identity cards to enter the Immortal Cloud's secret realm. This identity card was blank. Once a cultivator imbued their aura into the card, their information would be revealed. As the three of them walked down the stage, the faces of the D family were filled with joyful smiles. This time, the D family had really reaped a great harvest. When Xianxia came down with his identity card, his expression was extremely awkward. He had thought that today would be his day of limitless glory and that he would become the Jun family's guest of honor. He never thought that he would end up in such a situation. Looking at the identity card in his hand, he didn't feel any joy at all. On the contrary, he felt very miserable. After seeing Xianxia come down, Bewitching looked at Jun Zitao. Second young master of the Jun family, do you still remember our bet? The moment these words came out, Jun Zitao's expression became very ugly. He really regretted it now. If he had known, he would never have made such a bet. She had always thought that the second young master of the D family was a good-for-nothing. Who would have thought that he was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing? This time, he was completely defeated by Bewitching. Jun Zitao didn't answer Bewitching. Instead, he looked at Jun Xianxia, his face pale and powerless. First elder, Jun Xianxia naturally knew the stakes of this bet. He couldn't accept such an outcome. The Immortal Cloud's secret realm was an excellent opportunity for the young disciples of every family to gain experience. However, this time, there wasn't a single person left in the family, which obviously affected the development of their disciples. Elder Jun, I remember that before the start of the pill refining competition, you specifically reminded me of this bet. Now that you've lost, don't tell me that you're going to renege on your bet in front of everyone? Di Chuyuan chuckled. He glanced at the crowd behind him and looked at Jun Xianxia with a faint smile. Jun Xianxia looked at Di Chuyuan with a malicious gaze. The smile on his face was particularly glaring in his eyes. Here you go. Di Chuyuan held the identity card in his hand and smiled. Thank you so much, Elder Jun, for giving us such a big gift. Jun Xianxia snorted and said, I'll return Xianxia to you as well. After that, Jun Xianxia didn't want to look at Xianxia anymore. Everything had been ruined by Xianxia. Now, he really didn't want to see this guy anymore. Otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control his anger and would tear this guy apart in front of everyone. Let's go. Jun Lingxuan and the others glared at Bewitching and the others before leaving with Jun Xianxia. The D family didn't care about the others' anger. On the contrary, they were in a good mood. When the surrounding big families saw that the Jun family's quota had all fallen into the hands of the D family, their eyes shone with envy. The D family is really the big winner of the alchemy competition this time. The number of quotas is terrifying. That's right. We've really watched a good show today. Who would have thought that the Jun family would still be defeated by the D family in the end, even after scheming so much? The D family probably won't be able to use up so many quotas. I think we should think of a way to use our resources to exchange for a few quotas from the D family. For a moment, many families were excited. Compared to the D family who had so many quotas, most families only had a few quotas. It was not enough at all. There are so many quotas. Our family's disciples can't use them all. Di Xiaofeng's face was full of joy. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. It seems that the family should be able to get a lot of good things this time. Di Chuyuan, who was always serious, was very happy at this moment. His image was completely different from usual. All of this is thanks to Hongzhuang. Dai Haoan looked emotional. If it weren't for Bailey Hongzhuang, how could they have achieved such results? Everyone nodded. In their hearts, Bailey Hongzhuang was the biggest contributor and their lucky star. I'm sure the patriarch and the others will be very surprised when they hear this news. Second madam, this is all thanks to you, Di Chuyuan said seriously. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and said, I am also a member of the D family. This is what I should do. Hearing this, everyone laughed. All the gloominess from before completely dissipated at this moment. When Xiao Jinfeng and the others saw how proud the D family was, they felt a little sad. Even though they had gained a lot this time, they still couldn't feel happy. Because they had made an unwise decision. Let's go back and celebrate. Di Xiaofeng suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement. The alchemy competition had ended and there was still some time before the opening of the Immortal Cloud Mystery Realm. During this period of time, they had to continue staying in Water Praying City and wait for the arrival of the other disciples of their clans. Sure. Great. Of course. Everyone agreed. At this moment, the Bailey family's team slowly walked past the D family's team. Bailey Yunyan's gaze fell on Di Xiaofeng. In fact, she didn't pay much attention to the alchemy competition. Instead, she focused more on Di Xiaofeng. The most important thing was that in the process just now, she found that there was always a delicate and lovely woman beside Di Xiaofeng. The two were obviously very close. She wanted to leave directly, but she couldn't help but look at Di Xiaofeng. Compared to a behemoth like the D family, the Bailey family was just a small family. It was precisely because of this that she never thought that a character like Di Xiaofeng would like her. She always understood the huge gap between the two, but Di Xiaofeng's approach gradually made her greedy. Maybe it's really possible, however, looking at the radiant man at this moment, she deeply felt her insignificance. Di Xiaofeng also noticed Bailey Yunyan while talking, and his gaze suddenly changed a little. Big cousin, let's go. Lin Yi happily held Di Xiaofeng's hand. Today, we have to celebrate. We won't go home until we're drunk. This scene fell into Bailey Yunyan's heart, and a trace of bitterness appeared in her eyes. Yes, only such a woman is worthy to stand beside Di Xiaofeng. And I am still too insignificant. Thinking of this, she lowered her head, no longer looked at Di Xiaofeng, and left with the family team. After noticing Bailey Yunyan's action, Di Xiaofeng pulled away Lin Yi's hand and said, "Wait for me." As soon as his voice fell, Di Xiaofeng quickly walked in the direction of Bailey Yunyan. However, Lin Yi looked at her empty hand, and a trace of loss quietly flashed in her dark eyes. Di Xiaofeng quickly walked to the Bailey family's team, and the children of the Bailey family were surprised after seeing Di Xiaofeng approaching. They couldn't get in touch with a character like Di Xiaofeng on normal days. Isn't this the young master of the D family? Why is he approaching our team? It should be impossible for anyone in our family to know him. Could it be that someone has offended him? That would be troublesome. Just when the children of the Bailey family were guessing, Bailey Yunyan watched Di Xiaofeng's figure gradually approaching, but her heart was pounding. In the end, Di Xiaofeng stopped in front of Bailey Yunyan. Yunyan, something has happened. I have been staying in the family, so I couldn't tell you. Once I'm done with my family's business, I'll come and find you, okay? Di Xiaofeng's handsome face was filled with a warm smile. His gaze was shallow as he looked at Bailey Yunyan, but it was inexplicably moving. Bailey Yunyan stared blankly at Di Xiaofeng. She didn't expect Di Xiaofeng to come at this time. Moreover, he didn't seem to have changed at all. Most importantly, when she looked into his clear and resolute eyes, she suddenly felt that the distance between them had closed a little. The members of the Bailey family were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. From the looks of it, could it be that the young master of the D family likes Yunyan? Isn't this too explosive? If that's really the case, then it's a big deal. Wow, Yunyan is so lucky. I'm so jealous of her. A blush appeared on Bailey Yunyan's face. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, she said, yes. Compared to Bailey Yunyan's happiness at this moment, Lin Yi felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Her eyes followed Di Xiaofeng all the time. After seeing Di Xiaofeng smile to Bailey Yunyan, her hands gradually became cold, and her face began to turn pale. She had never seen Di Xiaofeng smile and gaze. Although Di Xiaofeng was usually very kind to her, something was missing. She understood that it was love. Even though she already knew that Di Xiaofeng didn't like her, when she saw all this with her own eyes, her heart still felt like it was being cut by a knife. She had liked him for so many years. She was determined to marry him since she was a child. Now, he showed such a gentle smile to others. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw Di Xiaofeng go to Bailey Yunyan, her eyes fell on Lin Yi. Come to think of it, this incident must have hit Lin Yi hard. Sure enough, she saw the smile on Lin Yi's face gradually fade away. Her delicate face was pale as if she had lost her soul. She couldn't help but frown and start to feel distressed. Although this situation was within their expectations, they still couldn't help but feel distressed when they saw Lin Yi like this. Seeing this, Xianxia immediately walked to Lin Yi's side. She said with concern and distress, Don't be sad. Bailey Hongzhuang also walked over and looked at Lin Yi worriedly. At this time, their comfort was powerless. Words were pale because no matter what they said, they couldn't offset Lin Yi's heartache at this moment. Di Xiaofeng was very fast. After speaking, he quickly walked back. After seeing Di Xiaofeng coming back, Lin Yi smiled again as if nothing had happened. Big cousin, Lin Yi opened her mouth, but she didn't ask in the end. Big cousin, let's go back quickly. I'm starving to death. Di Xiaofeng looked at Lin Yi with a complicated expression, then nodded and said, Okay, let's go back. Seeing this, Lin Xianxian and Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at each other, but they were even more distressed. Lin Yi was completely deceiving herself and numbing herself. She was unwilling to accept this reality. However, judging from the current situation, even if Lin Yi wanted to deceive him, she wouldn't be able to deceive him for long. Lin Taxing and the others were also aware of the situation and felt somewhat helpless. If it was something else, everyone could think of a way. But when it came to matters of the heart, even if they wanted to help, there was nothing they could do. The members of the Bailey family were completely immersed in disbelief, surprise, and envy. Yunyan, when did you meet Di Xiaofeng? From the looks of it, he seems to like you. What do you mean by seems? Isn't it obvious? He likes Yunyan. Yunyan, you're so lucky. Di Xiaofeng is the perfect lover in the eyes of so many girls. I'm so jealous that he likes you. The female members of the Bailey family were already going crazy. They all lamented that such a thing had never happened to them. The elder was also surprised. However, if Bailey Yunyan could really be together with Di Xiaofeng, it would be a great thing for their family. However, Lin Yi, who was the happiest, did not go. Everyone understood the reason for this. After trying to call several times, Lin Yi just refused to say that she was not feeling well. Everyone could only leave helplessly. Lin Xianxian stood outside the house, looking at the closed door. Her brows were knitted together. She was Lin Yi's sister. She naturally knew how deep Lin Yi's feelings for Di Xiaofeng were. Lin Yi almost dreamed that she could marry Di Xiaofeng, but such a dream could not be achieved. She understood that Lin Yi couldn't face all this at the moment, and she would not force her sister to face it. Since she wanted to be alone, then let her stay here alone. Without Lin Yi, this celebration was naturally less joyful. Lin Yi was usually the most lively person here. Thinking that she was probably hiding in the house and sad now, everyone couldn't be happy. As the initiator of this matter, Di Xiaofeng was also very helpless. He didn't want to hurt Lin Yi, but he really couldn't help it in this matter. If I can, I really want to beat you up. Lin Xianxian looked at Di Xiaofeng fiercely. If someone else bullied her sister like this, she would have already taken action without hesitation. Hearing this, Di Xiaofeng stared at Lin Xianxian and said, You can hit me. This is all my fault. I am sorry for Yi. For a long time, he had also doted on Yi, his cousin, very much, but she was just a cousin. He couldn't develop any other feelings for her. However, seeing Yi sad, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Lin Xianxian grabbed Di Xiaofeng's collar with one hand and waved her fist without hesitation. Di Xiaofeng just stood there without moving. In fact, he would rather someone beat him up so that he would feel better in his heart. However, Lin Xianxian's fist stopped only 1 centimeter away from Di Xiaofeng's face. Forget it. What's the use of hitting you? Lin Xianxian sighed, Can you be with Yi if I hit you? As Lin Xianxian said, she shook her head, If you don't really like Yi, then what's the point of being with Yi reluctantly? Yi is so good. She deserves a man who loves her wholeheartedly. As soon as he said this, everyone nodded in agreement. This was also what they were thinking. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen glanced at each other. From Bailey Hongzhuang's point of view, Di Xiaofeng was really too hurtful, but they also knew that Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan loved each other. This kind of thing could only be said to be fate. During dinner, Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and White Dragon came out together. However, when Bailey Hongzhuang did not see White Lion, she could not help but wonder, where did White Lion go? White Lion is with Yi, Xiao He said. Ah? Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised. When did it go in? After Yi comes back, she will be with Baisher. Yi needs comfort now, so it's good that Baisher is accompanying her, Di Baichen said slowly. At least this way, we can rest assured. Indeed. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. If there was no one by Lin Yi's side now, they would not be at ease. Although Baisher was a beast, he was also a reliable beast. Today's Baisher already had the majesty of the Beast King. His fur was soft and shiny. His streamlined figure and domineering appearance were awe-inspiring in everyone's eyes. Lin Yi was shocked when she saw Baisher because such a beautiful and domineering beastkin was rare. The most important thing was that Baisher's fur was soft and warm. It was so comfortable to hug him. Since then, Lin Yi often hung out with Baisher. At first, Baisher refused Lin Yi's hug, but because of Lin Yi's identity, he could only accept it helplessly. After all, there was always a guy who would stick to him as soon as she saw him. He couldn't do anything, so he could only let it be. Gradually, Baisher got used to it. Baichen, have you told Yi that Baisher will be able to transform into a human form soon? Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly thought of this and couldn't help but ask. Di Baichen shook his head with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Didn't you tell Yi? I thought you told her. Bailey Hongzhuang said. I thought you told her too. Di Baichen responded. I just think that Yi won't be able to hug Baisher willfully for long. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged. Di Baichen smiled faintly. In fact, it's good that you didn't tell her now. At least you can let Baisher accompany her. Otherwise, we won't feel at ease leaving her alone at this time. With Baisher, they didn't have to worry about Lin Yi doing stupid things. This was enough. The next day, Di Xiaofeng, Di Baichen, and Bailey Hongzhuang appeared together at the Bailey family's residence. Bailey Hongzhuang was also full of curiosity about the Bailey family. She just wanted to know if the current Bailey family and the Bailey family from 1,000 years ago were the same family. It's just that if they were to go over and ask, the other party would be suspicious. Fortunately, they knew Bailey Yunyan. So, it was best to ask from her. Bailey Yunyan walked out of the Bailey family. Her face was red as she looked at Di Xiaofeng and then at the two strangers behind her. She smiled and said, Xiaofeng, congratulations, you've finally found your brother. Ever since she met Di Xiaofeng, she knew that Di Xiaofeng had always been looking for Di Baichen, but he couldn't find him even after spending a lot of time and effort. She didn't expect that the brothers would finally reunite this time. She was also happy for Di Xiaofeng. Hearing Bailey Yunyan's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two smiled. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen first met Bailey Yunyan, they were both in disguise. Therefore, Bailey Yunyan didn't recognize them at all. Seeing the three of them smile, Bailey Yunyan felt a bit strange. Could it be that she said something wrong? Just as she was confused, Di Xiaofeng said, Yunyan, actually, you know Baichen and Hongzhuang. Hearing this, Bailey Yunyan was even more confused. I know them? I don't know them. They are Situ and Yi Xian. Di Xiaofeng smiled. What? Bailey Yunyan was dumbfounded. Her eyes widened as she looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Xiaofeng in disbelief. How is that possible? It's such a coincidence. We were in disguise. I didn't expect Xiaofeng to be Baichen's big brother. Bailey Hongzhuang explained with a smile. By the way, how is Miss Xier now? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Bailey Xi's condition was quite serious, but it gradually improved. They didn't see Bailey Xi in the alchemy competition this time, so they didn't know how she was doing now. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Bailey Yunyan's face. Xier is much better now, but because she was expelled from the family, she didn't come this time. So it's like that. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Miss Bailey, I really didn't expect you to be so beautiful. Bailey Yunyan's eyes were filled with amazement. When Bailey Hongzhuang stood on the stage, the first thing she noticed was not that Bailey Hongzhuang could represent her family in the alchemy competition at such a young age. The first thing she noticed was Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance. There was a beauty in the north, aloof and independent from the world. With one look, she could topple a city, and with another, she could topple a country. In the past, she didn't understand what kind of beauty could truly topple a city, but after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang, she understood. When she saw Bailey Hongzhuang before she changed her appearance, although her appearance wasn't bad, it couldn't be compared to her current appearance. Miss Yunyan is too kind. Speaking of which, we are really fated. Bailey Yunyan's face was filled with excitement. Your surname is also Hongzhuang, what a coincidence. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. When I first saw you, I also felt that this was a kind of fate. Since everyone has so much to talk about, why don't we find a tea house to sit down? It's not appropriate to keep standing here. Di Xiaofeng looked to the side. Almost all the young disciples of the Bailey family were gathered here, and everyone's eyes fell on them. He only felt that if everyone continued to look at him like this, it wouldn't be a comfortable thing. After Bailey Yunyan noticed this scene, a trace of embarrassment appeared on her face, and she quickly said, "That's right, why don't we go somewhere else?" Ever since Di Xiaofeng came to find her yesterday, everyone had been asking her how she met Di Xiaofeng, which annoyed her to no end. She could imagine that when she came back later, she would be surrounded by everyone again. She felt extremely helpless. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching nodded, then went to the tea house together. Along the way, Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Hongzhuang were reminiscing about old times, while Bailey Hongzhuang, she was thinking about how to ask about the Bailey family. After all, it was strange for an outsider to suddenly ask about the Bailey Hongzhuang family. Di Xiaofeng's aunts and held hers Yunyan the Bailey's. Is this the way SA families S's? Bewitching's dark and deep eyes flashed with a wise luster. His expression was indifferent, as if he had already seen through everything. In this kind of situation, Bailey Yunyan's attitude had already made her intentions clear. After all, he hadn't missed Bailey Yunyan's disappointment yesterday. Thinking about it, Yi's matter might have even helped Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan's relationship. Looking at Bewitching's confident look, Bailey Hongzhuang also nodded. No matter what, she had to ask today. Di Xiaofeng noticed the strange expressions on Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's faces, and a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. He always felt that Bailey Hongzhuang seemed to have something on her mind, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Tea house. After Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan finished talking, Bailey Hongzhuang said, "Miss Yunyan, I have something to ask you." Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's serious expression, Bailey Yunyan also became serious. "What is it? How long has your family been around?" Hearing this, Bailey Yunyan was slightly stunned. She thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would ask some complicated questions, but she didn't expect that she would ask about her family's heritage. This was a bit strange. Although our Bailey family is just an ordinary family now, our family has been around for thousands of years. Bailey Yunyan's face was full of pride. Even if the Bailey family was just an ordinary family in the eyes of others, they knew that their family used to be a very dazzling and powerful existence. It's just that it gradually declined. I don't know why you're asking this. At this time, Di Xiaofeng also said, I also heard that the Bailey family used to be a very powerful family, but I don't know what happened, and it gradually declined. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up when she heard that the Bailey family had been around for thousands of years. In addition, the Bailey family used to be a very powerful family. With these 2 points combined, her judgment was very likely to be true. Thinking that the Bailey family might still exist, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but feel happy. This was really good news. Back then, she passed away because of an accident and didn't explain many things to her family. In fact, she had always felt guilty in her heart. If she could confirm that the Bailey family still existed, then she would feel much better and even have a sense of belonging in her heart. After all, she was a member of the Bailey family. Hongzhuang's surname is also Bailey. According to the information passed down by her ancestors, her family used to be a very large one. After coming to the upper world, she learned about the Bailey family, so Hongzhuang wanted to know more about it, Bewitching explained. Hearing Bewitching's words, Bailey Yunyan was slightly taken aback. Then, her eyes lit up. Could it be that Lady Bailey's ancestors are of the same lineage as us? Although the possibility of this was not high, It was indeed possible if one thought about it carefully. In the past, the Bailey family was very powerful, and there were many direct descendants and branch descendants. After a few generations, many of the branch descendants went to other places. Naturally, it was also possible that they went to the lower world. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. That is indeed a possibility. That is why I wanted to ask. I hope Miss Yunyan can tell me. In my opinion, you don't have to call me Miss Yunyan. Just call me Yunyan. How about it? Bailey Yunyan said. She had always had a good impression of Bailey Hongzhuang. If it wasn't for Bailey Hongzhuang, Xier would probably be dead by now. In addition, Bailey Hongzhuang was Di Xiaofeng's sister-in-law. She felt that this was fate. Okay, Bailey Hongzhuang replied with a smile. Just call me Hongzhuang. On the side, Di Xiaofeng finally understood what Bailey Hongzhuang was thinking about before. When he first found out that his sister-in-law's surname was also Bailey, he only felt that it was fate. He didn't expect that his sister-in-law and Bailey Yunyan might really have the same bloodline. How could this not be surprising? However, he felt that if Bailey Hongzhuang and Bailey Yunyan really had the same bloodline, then it was really fate. I want to know if there was a family head named Bailey Jingyu in your family? Bailey Hongzhuang asked in a deep voice, her dark phoenix eyes flashing with a nervous light. Bailey Jingyu was none other than Bailey Hongzhuang's grandfather. At that time, it was Bailey Hongzhuang who passed the position of family head to Bailey Hongzhuang. The old man was clearly old but strong, but he said that he wanted to rest all day, so he passed the position of family head to her early on. In fact, she also understood that it was because her father died in an accident. Her grandfather wanted to protect her and didn't want others to have the possibility of taking over the position of family head, so he did this. She originally wanted to lead the Bailey family to become stronger and stronger, but who would have thought that in the end, even she died in an accident? Thinking about it, her grandfather must have been very sad when he found out about this. Every time she thought of this, Bailey Hongzhuang felt a burst of pain and couldn't help but feel guilty. She let Bailey Jingyu send off her own child. Needless to say, she felt very sad in her heart. It was a pity that she had no way to let Bailey Jingyu know that she didn't die and was still alive. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bailey Yunyan shook her head. In my memory, I don't seem to have heard of this family head. Miss Yunyan, Hongzhuang's bloodline has been in the lower realm for a long time. I hope you can go back and look at your family's genealogy. Maybe you can find it. Bewitching said in a deep voice. Bailey Yunyan was slightly stunned, then her eyes lit up. You're right, I thought too simply. I'm afraid this is a matter from a long time ago. What I know is only the successive patriarchs in recent years. I really don't know anything about the patriarchs from many years ago. Why don't I go back and do some research? While speaking, Bailey Yunyan frowned again. We are now in the Waterchi city. The genealogy is in our family. I think even if I ask the great elder, he may not know. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and said, there's no need to rush. After we're done with the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm, you can find some time to help me ask around after you return to your family. She had already waited for so many years, and she didn't mind waiting a few more. Although he didn't have any concrete evidence, he was certain that the Bailey family was most likely the family she had been in. Because there wouldn't be so many coincidences, since the Bailey family had been passed down for many years and was once a big family, it was impossible for there to be two Bailey family at the same time. Hongzhuang, don't worry. I'll help you inquire about it as soon as I return to my clan, Bailey Yunyan said. Thank you very much. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. You're too courteous. Bailey Yunyan waved her hand, this is nothing. I'm just going back to inquire about it. I haven't even thanked you properly when you helped treat my sister. Listening to Di Xiaofeng's words, the smile in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes deepened a little. She immediately nodded with a smile, yes, we are all on the same side, so I won't say more polite words. Bailey Yunyan's expression changed. A trace of shyness quietly appeared in her eyes, but she didn't continue to talk about this topic. Not speaking was equivalent to acquiescence. Di Xiaofeng, Di Beichen, and Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at each other. They already understood a little in their hearts. Lin Yi, who stayed in the house, was very sad. Although she already knew that big cousin only regarded her as a sister, she never gave up. After all, she had liked him for so many years, and she never thought of other possibilities in her mind. Now that she saw that Di Xiaofeng already had someone he liked, the sadness in her heart was self-evident. White Lion, do you think I should give up? Lin Yi raised her red and swollen eyes, looking at White Lion in front of her. She muttered with her small mouth, looking as aggrieved as possible. White Lion looked at Lin Yi, who was hugging him as a pillow, and his eyes flashed with a strong sense of helplessness. In fact, his original intention was to go out with his master for a big meal, but he didn't expect to be dragged in by Lin Yi directly. Since the first time he saw Lin Yi, he had become her pillow. Although he had struggled many times, it was obviously useless. White Lion, what's with your gaze? Lin Yi frowned and looked at White Lion. I am already so sad, and you still don't want to care about it. Aren't you too heartless? Listening to Lin Yi's words, White Lion restrained himself a little and let the other party hug him. Anyway, he was already used to it. What's more, Lin Yi always looked happy on weekdays. Her appearance today was really distressing. Seeing White Lion's attitude change, Lin Yi's heart also warmed a little. I know, White Lion, you are the best to me. Lin Yi rubbed her face on White Lion, but the sadness in her eyes still did not dissipate. You say, if I give up like this, isn't it a pity? I have liked big cousin for so many years, and my heart has never changed. Just as Baisher was about to speak, Lin Yi said again, but if you really love someone, you should want to see him happy. Eldest cousin doesn't like me. Even if he really gets together with me, he probably won't be happy. Lin Yi looked bitter. She couldn't help but think of Di Xiaofeng's expression when he saw Bailey Yunyan today. White Lion, do you know, I have never seen big cousin look at any woman with such a warm gaze, but I saw it today. From the moment I saw the look in his eyes, I knew I had failed, and it was impossible. Actually, I was very clear in my heart that perhaps my persistence these past few years was unreasonable in everyone's eyes. Not only did it not bring any happiness to big cousin, but it also made him feel a lot more helpless. I've thought about giving up before, but it's one thing to think about it, and another thing to do it. Every time I think about giving up, I can't help but feel my heart ache. I always think that maybe one day, big cousin will change his mind. Maybe he will fall in love with me. Lin Yi had tears in the corner of her eyes, but I can't lie to myself anymore. Looking at Lin Yi like this, Baisher's gaze gradually changed. Originally, Baisher couldn't understand Lin Yi's persistence. In his opinion, Di Xiaofeng had always shown it clearly. In this matter, Di Xiaofeng had tried his best to do the best he could, but Lin Yi was unwilling to give up. At this moment, after hearing Lin Yi's words, he began to understand. In fact, Lin Yi was not ignorant, nor was she willful or unreasonable. It was because her love was too deep, so she couldn't let go. Come to think of it, if you like someone to the bone, wanting to give up is not an easy thing to do. He thought that Lin Yi would still not choose to give up after today, but now hearing what she said, he suddenly felt that Lin Yi was also very cute. Just when Baisher was about to comfort Lin Yi, he found that she had fallen asleep due to exhaustion from crying. Seeing this, Baisher also sighed in his heart. He might have thought too much. Lin Yi called him in just to talk to herself, not to ask him for an answer. As early as after the end of the alchemy competition, the Great Elder immediately conveyed the result back to the Di family. Di Yujue had actually been a little worried during this period of time. Although he had already expected that his family would not be able to obtain good results in this alchemy competition, he felt that the Jun family would definitely not let go of the opportunity to add insult to injury. He only hoped that the family's juniors would not be affected by this incident. After all, this time, Di Xiaofeng and others would not be in the limelight. On the contrary, they would be ridiculed and suppressed. If they could persist in such a situation without affecting their state of mind, it would actually be a kind of training for them. It was just that as a cultivator of the Di family, they had always been in the limelight in the outside world. He was afraid that everyone would not be able to accept such a situation. He was also a little worried. After learning that the Xiao family had formed an alliance with the Jun family, Di Yujue was also very angry. He didn't expect the Xiao family to be so heartless this time. They made such a decision when their Di family needed help. This feeling was tantamount to being betrayed again, which made Dujue extremely annoyed. Dujue wasn't the only one who was worried. Xian and the others couldn't help but worry as well. The alchemy competition has already ended. I think the news will come back soon. Xiao Wanrong's face faintly revealed some worry as she rubbed her hands. Xian nodded slightly. That's right. According to the usual days, we should be able to receive the results today. I hope the children will not be affected in such a situation. Dujua's eyes darkened slightly. As the head of the family, it was indeed his fault that he did not provide better protection for his family's disciples. Seeing Dujue blaming himself, Xiao Wanrong couldn't help but say, Yujue, this matter is not your fault. We misjudged Medicine Master Qin at that time, so we ended up in this situation today. This will never happen again, Xian said seriously. Just as they were talking, the second elder quickly rushed over. Patriarch, the news has arrived. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present changed. Quick, let me see. After noticing the change in Dujue's expression, Lin Yunqing couldn't help but feel puzzled. Yujue, is there any good news? After reading the contents of the letter, Dujue couldn't help but laugh. God really blesses the D family, haha. After hearing the news, the elders of the D family also rushed over. As soon as they arrived, they heard Dujue's happy voice and their faces were filled with confusion and joy. Although they didn't know what was going on, from Dujue's expression, they could tell that something good must have happened. Xian and Xiao Wanrong were also curious. Dujue was still in a gloomy mood. Why did he suddenly change? It turns out that we've always underestimated Hong Zhuang. Dujue's voice was deep and apologetic, but his eyes were unusually bright. Master, what do you mean by this? Second elder couldn't help but ask. They were too curious. Previously, Hong Zhuang told me that she had broken through to become an 8th-tier alchemist, but I didn't believe it. I didn't expect it to be true. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned. Immediately after, when everyone came to their senses, their faces were filled with joy. Master, does this mean that second madam has won a place in the alchemy competition? Everyone quickly connected the dots. Other than this, there was obviously no other possibility. Dujue smiled and nodded, that's right. After hearing this affirmative answer, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and felt as if the stone in their hearts had been lifted. Previously, because the D family didn't have an 8th-tier alchemist, they were bound to lose face in the alchemy competition. Everyone had been very worried. Regardless of Bailey Hongzhuang's ranking, as long as she was able to win a place, she had already won back a lot of dignity. I didn't expect my precious granddaughter-in-law to be so amazing. Xiao Wanrong couldn't help but exclaim with a smile on her face. Hong Zhuang not only broke through to become a level 8 alchemist, she also helped the 7th elder and the 8th elder to become level 8 alchemists. Dujue dropped another bomb. If he didn't recognize the handwriting on the note as the first elder's, he wouldn't believe it at all. However, after hearing Dujue's words, the crowd suddenly quieted down. Everyone stared at Dujue with their eyes wide open, wondering if they had heard wrongly. Yujue, what did you just say? Say it again, Lin Yunqing asked. Actually, it wasn't that she didn't hear clearly, but she felt that she must have misheard. I said, Hong Zhuang helped the 2 elders to become level 8 alchemists. Dujue emphasized. Is this true? Absolutely. Everyone took a deep breath. At this moment, they didn't know how to express their feelings. The second young madam is too amazing. Over the years, the 7th elder and the 8th elder have been racking their brains to become level 8 alchemists, but they have never succeeded. The second young madam can actually guide them to become level 8 alchemists. How great is her attainment in alchemy? In that case, could it be that our family has 3 level 8 alchemists participating in this alchemy competition? The third elder suddenly thought of this and quickly said. That's right. Our clan has 3 8th-grade alchemists participating in the competition. Dujue's face was full of smiles. Bailey Hongzhuang had really given him a big surprise this time. Despite the mountains and rivers, a glimmer of hope appears at the end of the tunnel. They had thought that they were at their wits' end this time. Who would have thought that there would be such a huge reversal in the end? In that case, our clan's results are very good this time? Lin Yinqing could not help but ask. Of course. Di Yujue had a smile on his face. This time, our family has been the center of attention in the alchemy competition. We've stolen everyone's limelight. When Di Linxian heard this, he could not help but frown. Even if our clan has 3 8th-grade alchemists participating in the competition, it shouldn't be enough to steal everyone's limelight, right? Just the brat from the Ouyang clan alone is not something that can be stolen by others. Father, you've guessed wrong. Di Yujue waved his hand. The first place of this alchemy competition is Hong Zhuang. When he said this, everyone present was dumbfounded. Di Linxian and the rest stared blankly at Di Yujue, only thinking that they must have been hallucinating. Yujue, the first place you just accepted is Hong Zhuang? Xiao Wanrong could not help but ask again. Mother, you didn't hear wrongly. This is all true. Di Yujue handed the letter in his hand to Di Linxian. Di Linxian and Xiao Wanrong immediately read the contents of the letter together. When they read it, the two of them were completely stunned. This is really too unbelievable. It seems that this time, our clan's disciples who meet the requirements can all participate in the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm, Di Yujue said with a smile. At this moment, the elders also understood that they were not hallucinating. An indescribable joy surged in their hearts. Second Madam is actually the first place of the alchemy competition. Usually, this first place is taken by the Alchemist Guild. Our clan has never obtained first place before. This time, we've really stolen the limelight. Isn't Second Madam a doctor? How can his attainments in alchemy be so amazing? I don't know what to say anymore. Our Second Madam is a genius among geniuses. All the elders sighed with emotion. This surprise was simply too great. I didn't expect my precious granddaughter-in-law to be so amazing. Xiao Wanrong's face was full of joy. This girl is usually too low-key. We didn't notice at all. Lin Yinqing also nodded. Hong Zhuang is indeed a good child. She's neither arrogant nor impatient. She's not like those young people who like to be in the limelight. The heavens are really protecting our Di family. When Hong Zhuang comes back, we must reward her well. Di Linxian smiled. Speaking of which, my precious grandson has good taste. For a moment, the entire Di family was immersed in joy. When Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the elixir store, she found that there were many people inside. Second Madam, you're back, Di Chuyuan said with a smile when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang return. President Liu is here. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang also noticed Liu Yuhai. Astonishment immediately appeared on her face. Greetings, President Liu. Bailey Hongzhuang bowed. Liu Yuhai smiled and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Miss Bailey, I took the liberty to come and disturb you today. It's my honor to have President Liu here. How is this a disturbance? Bailey Hongzhuang hurriedly said. Ever since he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's performance in the pill refining competition, Liu Yuhai's admiration for Bailey Hongzhuang grew. On one hand, Bailey Hongzhuang had cured the old president's unmentionable illness, so he was filled with gratitude towards Bailey Hongzhuang. On the other hand, he didn't see any youthful vigor in Bailey Hongzhuang. On the contrary, he saw a steadiness and magnanimity that didn't match her age. Originally, he felt that the Holy Maiden was one of the most outstanding people in the younger generation. However, compared to Bailey Hongzhuang in the pill refining competition, she was clearly much weaker. I'll get straight to the point. Liu Yuhai noticed the doubt on the faces of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, so he smiled and said, I'm here to invite Miss Bailey to join our Alchemist Guild. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. Ever since she found out about the Alchemist Guild, she also wanted to join it. According to her estimations, although the Alchemist Guild was an organization, its management was rather loose. Generally speaking, the alchemists in the Alchemist Guild weren't restricted too much. On the contrary, they could obtain quite a bit of convenience there. After all, the Alchemist Guild was spread all over the place. It was undoubtedly the most convenient place to find medicinal herbs. She was already an 8th-level alchemist. Although the Di family had quite a number of 8th-level spiritual herbs, there were still 2 other alchemists. Naturally, there would be some restrictions if she used them for practice. If she joined the Alchemist Guild, it would undoubtedly be much more convenient for her to obtain these spiritual herbs. She originally wanted to make a trip there in a few days, but she didn't expect that President Liu would personally invite her. When Di Chuyuan and the others heard this, their eyes flashed with astonishment. They originally thought that President Liu was here for the lost pill formula in Bailey Hongshuang's hands. After all, this item was a great treasure to anyone. It was especially useful to the Alchemist Guild. Therefore, their attitude towards President Liu was somewhat conflicted. However, they didn't expect that President Liu was here to invite Bailey Hongshuang to join the Alchemist Guild. Logically speaking, even if it was an invitation, it would be sufficient for the branch president of Chishui City to do so. President Liu personally inviting her was a little frightening. To trouble President Liu to personally invite me, Hongshuang is truly terrified. Bailey Hongshuang cupped her hands, seemingly overwhelmed by the favor. Although her performance in the alchemy competition this time wasn't bad, to trouble the Alchemist Association's president to personally invite her was still a little shocking. Seeing Bailey Hongshuang's reaction, Liu smiled, "I have always cherished treasured talents, you don't have to worry because of my status. You're so young, yet you're able to become an 8th grade alchemist. Even I feel ashamed of my inferiority to such a talent. In the future, alchemy will be your world." Bailey Hongshuang's eyes, Lu's faces, Lu's face, Lu was Lu's, face for hats faces. Hong Lu Wei's, Lu's, and faces Master Lu. His sense with his hiss. As a leader, there were naturally many people who cherished talents. However, there were also many people who were willing to kill any seedlings that could affect their position. Clearly, Guildmaster Liu wasn't such a person. "If Miss Bailey is willing, then please join our Alchemist Guild. I would like to invite you to become a deacon of the Alchemist Guild. Here, we can provide you with a lot of convenience in refining pills. Furthermore, there aren't many restrictions on you." After saying that, Lu Yuhai looked at Bailey Hongshuang with a smile. He believed that Bailey Hongshuang wouldn't reject his offer. When everyone heard that Lu Yuhai had invited Bailey Hongshuang to become a deacon, they were all very surprised. "I never thought that President Liu would invite sister-in-law to become a deacon. This is a huge recognition of sister-in-law. I heard that Ouyang Jifeng is also a deacon of the Alchemist Guild. This deacon has much more authority than ordinary alchemists." Di Xiaofeng's eyes were brimming with happiness. Now that he saw that Bailey Hongshuang was recognized by so many people, he felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Di Beichen's eyes also brightened when he heard this. The corner of his lips had a faint smile. He felt that after coming to the upper realm, his wife would soar into the sky. How could a golden carp be a fish in a pond? Once it meets the wind and clouds, it will become a dragon. This place was more suitable for Bailey Hongshuang. Although Bailey Hongshuang didn't know what kind of authority a deacon had, she knew that it was much better than an ordinary member. "Then I'll have to thank President Liu." Seeing that Bailey Hongshuang had agreed, the smile on Lu Yuhai's face gradually widened. "It is our honor that Miss Bailey is willing to join our Alchemist Guild." Only after guild leader Lu left did the members of the Di family relax. "Second young madam, congratulations." Di Hingyan's face was filled with joy as he cupped his hands towards Bailey Hongshuang. Becoming a deacon of the Alchemist Guild is something that many alchemists hope to achieve. "Eighth elder, what's the difference after becoming a deacon?" Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but ask when she saw that Di Hingyun was an understanding person. "The most important thing for us alchemists to join the guild is to exchange for medicinal ingredients. Once we become a deacon, we only need to pay half the price when exchanging for medicinal ingredients. The most important thing is that the deacon has priority when exchanging for medicinal herbs. This is very convenient when you need some more precious medicinal herbs." Bailey Hongshuang suddenly realized that the price of the 8th rank spiritual grass was very expensive. She didn't expect that the deacon would have such a benefit. It helped her save a lot of money. Not only that, but if you want to exchange for pill formulas, books, and the like, it will be more convenient than ordinary alchemists, and the things you have to pay will also be less. The Alchemist Association's deacon had a certain status. Ordinary alchemists would need to salute when they saw you. If someone dares to cause trouble for you, the status of a deacon is also very helpful. This means that behind you is the Alchemist Association. Whoever dares to make a move on you will have to carefully consider it. Following Di Hingyan's words, everyone's eyes were filled with envy. They didn't think that becoming a deacon would bring so many benefits. Di Beichen's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. He was originally worried that Bailey Hongzhuang would be wronged because she had no background. Now that she had such a background, it was undoubtedly a great thing. Second madam, the only deacon as young as you is Ouyang Jifeng. Di Yun had chuckled, once this news spreads out, I'm afraid that many alchemists will envy you. One had to know that he and Di Hingyun had also joined the Alchemist Association. Obviously, they didn't have the qualifications to receive this. The Di family's disciples were also very happy to see that Bailey Hongzhuang had received such a title. Bailey Hongzhuang was a member of the Di family. They were also proud of her. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had to go to Waterqi City to get the badge later. After eating lunch, Bailey Hongzhuang walked towards the Alchemist Guild. In this Waterqi City, the Alchemist Guild was undoubtedly a very conspicuous building. Not long after, Bailey Hongzhuang saw a building that was shaped like a pill furnace. On top of it, there were 5 steady and imposing words written in black, Alchemist Guild. The moment she saw these words, a steady and restrained aura hit her in the face. It was just like the Alchemist Guild's characteristics, steady, serious, and low-key. Although the exterior of the building looked extremely deep, when Bailey Hongzhuang walked in, she found that the interior was extremely bright and showed a low-key luxury everywhere. On the surface, there didn't seem to be too many decorations, but overall, it gave people a kind of imposing feeling. The hall on the first floor was obviously very lively. It was full of people, and the most lively place was the place where medicinal pills were sold. After all, a cultivator's cultivation couldn't be separated from medicinal pills. Another place that was more lively was the medicinal ingredients collection area. There were many cultivators who were carrying medicinal ingredients to trade. After Bailey Hongzhuang walked in, many gazes were attracted to her. No matter when or where, a beauty would always attract people's attention. When everyone noticed that the person who came was actually Bailey Hongzhuang, everyone's eyes became even brighter. Isn't this Bailey Hongzhuang who won first place in this year's alchemy competition? At that time, I saw her from afar. At that time, I felt that she was a celestial being. Today, when I saw her up close, I didn't expect that I would be even more shocked. She also came to the Alchemist Guild. I heard that she came from the lower realm. Could it be that she came here today to join the Alchemist Guild? While the cultivators who came to exchange medicinal ingredients were having a heated discussion, the people in the Alchemist Guild also noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's existence. The attendant quickly walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side with a polite smile on his face. May I ask if you are Miss Bailey? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. That's right, it's me. After receiving an affirmative answer, the attendant's expression changed a little. His words were full of politeness and he didn't dare to neglect in the slightest. Miss Bailey, the president has already informed me that you might come over in the afternoon. Please wait here for a moment, I will inform the president. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and said, I'm only here today to fill in the information and receive the badge. There's no need to alarm the president. This president is naturally not President Liu Yuhai, but the president of Water Praying City's branch. The president instructed me to inform him if you're coming today. Please rest for a while. I'll be back soon, okay? Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood that the branch president really wanted to see her. She immediately nodded and said, okay. Not long after she sat down, several figures appeared in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. When she saw the figure at the head of the group, there was a trace of surprise in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. She wasn't unfamiliar with this person, because this person was one of the judges of the alchemy competition. She had heard the seventh elder mention this person before, so he should be President Xue Changdong. Miss Bailey, you are here. Welcome, welcome. When he saw Bailey Hongzhuang, Xue Changdong's face revealed a joyful smile. I am the president of Water Praying City's Alchemist Guild, Xue Changdong. President Xue, I've heard a lot about you. Bailey Hongzhuang bowed and said. Immediately after, Xue Zhangdong introduced the vice president and the others to Bailey Hongzhuang. That kind of cordial appearance seemed to treat Bailey Hongzhuang as one of their own. Bailey Hongzhuang also recognized one by one. Only then did Xue Zhangdong introduce her, from today onwards, Miss Bailey will be the deacon of the Alchemist Guild. Once these words were spoken, a trace of astonishment appeared in the eyes of the surrounding people. However, the vice president and the others obviously already knew about this, so they didn't feel strange. With Miss Bailey's talent, she is indeed worthy of the position of deacon, the vice president said with a smile. There were many alchemists in the hall. After hearing this news, everyone's hearts were extremely shocked. Bailey Hongzhuang's treatment is really extraordinary. She just joined the Alchemist Guild today and is already a deacon. Her future is really limitless. This is also how it should be. She is the champion of this alchemy competition. With this kind of genius, even if she doesn't become a deacon now, she will definitely become one in the future. I think the Alchemist Guild made a very smart decision. Comparisons are odious. When I saw Ouyang Jifeng before, I already felt that his talent was terrifying. I didn't expect that an even more terrifying one would appear now. Everyone sighed. Bailey Hongzhuang's performance in this alchemy competition had already become a household name in a short period of time. This limelight completely overshadowed the other genius disciples. Therefore, in this Water Chi city, there was already no one who didn't know Bailey Hongzhuang. Miss Bailey, this is your rank 8 alchemist badge and deacon's token. I have already prepared them for you. The vice president smiled faintly and handed the two things to Bailey Hongzhuang. Looking at the glittering badge and the dark token, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a smile and said, I have troubled you, vice president. It's just a small matter. No need to worry. Miss Bailey, from today onwards, you are a member of our Alchemist Guild. For this reason, we have also prepared some small gifts for you. Why don't you come with me to choose? During the alchemy competition, Xue Zhangdong had already admired Bailey Hongzhuang. Although Bailey Hongzhuang was very young, he did not treat Bailey Hongzhuang as a junior, because his alchemy skills were enough for him to treat him as an equal. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't think that the Alchemist Guild would actually prepare a gift for her, and a trace of surprise involuntarily appeared in her eyes. Guild leader Xue, you're too polite. Deacon Bailey, you don't have to be courteous. This is also our kind intentions. Congratulations on becoming a deacon of our Alchemist Association. Our Water Praying City branch is very honored to become your branch. Xue Zhangdong knew very well that with Bailey Hongzhuang's talent, she would definitely become a leader in the future. Taking advantage of this opportunity to get closer to Bailey Hongzhuang was undoubtedly an extremely smart move. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally guessed what they were thinking. She immediately cupped her hands and said, Thank you, President Xue. She also had a very good impression of Xue Zhangdong. If he needed her help in the future, she would not refuse. According to the elders, the Water Praying City branch was one of the more outstanding branches of the Alchemist Guild. Presumably, there would be many treasures here. She would soon enter the Immortal Cloud's secret realm. If she could have more treasures to protect herself at this time, it would be extremely good. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang agree, the smile on Xue Zhangdong's face became even wider. Under Xue Zhangdong's guidance, Bailey Hongzhuang quickly arrived at the Alchemist Guild's treasury. Along the way, she discovered that the path to the treasury was extremely well hidden. It was almost impossible for anyone to enter without knowing the way. Even if she knew the way in, she could not enter the treasury on her own because the defenses here were extremely terrifying. Standing outside the treasure pavilion, Xue Zhangdong stopped and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile. This is the treasure pavilion. Bailey Hongzhuang can choose any 3 items here as our gift to you. Thank you. After saying her thanks, Bailey Hongzhuang entered the hidden treasures pavilion. As soon as she entered, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. There were many good things in the treasury. She had only taken one look and had already noticed many precious medicinal herbs. These medicinal herbs were treasures that could only be found in auctions outside. She never thought that she would be able to find so many different types of medicinal herbs in the treasury. However, when she thought about it carefully, she realized that the Alchemist Guild had the most medicinal herbs, so she calmed down. Master, there are many treasures here. Xiao Hei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Every time it saw these treasures, it could not help but feel excited. It's a pity that I can only choose 3 out of so many treasures. Won't I be dazzled by the selection? Bailey Hongzhuang stretched out her hand and flicked Xiao Hei's head. She then said exasperatedly, the treasures here are all very valuable. President Shui is already being very generous by allowing me to choose 3 items. Generally speaking, being able to choose one treasure was already very difficult. 3 treasures were enough to prove how much President Shui valued her. Alright, I'm just feeling a little heartache when I see so many treasures slipping away from my eyes. Xiaohei clutched its chest and looked as if its heart was aching. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head and ignored Xiaohei. She then swept her gaze across the shelves in front of her. Everything here was indeed a treasure, but she wanted to choose 3 that were most suitable for her current needs. After looking at many shelves, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was moved by many treasures. However, she did not make a decision rashly. Instead, she chose with a goal in mind. In the end, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze stopped on a pair of couple swords. Silk Cutter Sword, Severed Passion Sword. Bailey Hongzhuang murmured the names of these 2 swords. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. These were obviously a pair of couple swords. But she did not know why they had been named. When she had first laid eyes on these swords, she had felt their sharpness. Clearly, these were 2 peerless swords. However, she had tried to pull the swords out of their scabbards, but she had not been able to remove the swords. Master, these swords as swords. Hongzhuang recognized Bailey Hongzhuang's hands as. Xiaohei naturally had good eyesight. After seeing the situation of these 2 swords, he had already guessed the reason. Bailey Hongzhuang's GSSSSSS. Following the increase in her and Bewitching's powers, the swords in their hands could no longer keep up with their cultivations. They were about to enter the immortal cloud mystery realm. According to her judgment, once a treasure appeared, a fight would be unavoidable. A suitable sword was very important to them. Most importantly, when she had laid eyes on these swords, she had a feeling that they were fated to meet. Master, are you going to choose these 2 swords? Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had picked up the 2 swords, Xiaohei could not help but ask, if we bring these swords back and they fail to recognize us as their master, wouldn't we have taken them for nothing? There were so many treasures here, and each of them was extremely valuable. She had to make use of them to their fullest potential. If they failed to recognize them as their master, they would be considered as trash. It would be a waste of a good opportunity. Seeing the worry in Xiaohei's eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and said, I understand what you are thinking. However, these 2 swords are obviously treasures. Although there is a possibility that they might fail to recognize us as their master, there is also a possibility that they might recognize us as their master. We have to look on the bright side. Even if they fail to recognize us as their master, it doesn't matter. Bailey Hongzhuang was very calm. From the moment she had chosen these 2 swords, she was already mentally prepared. Even if she did not succeed in the end, she would not regret it. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had already made up her mind, Xiaohei sighed and said, All right then, I believe that you will succeed. Good girl, Bailey Hongzhuang said with a smile as she patted Xiaohei's head. After choosing the 2 swords, Bailey Hongzhuang finally chose a talisman. This talisman was able to defend against a full-powered attack from a Moonlight State cultivator. Obviously, this talisman was a protective talisman for her now. Although this talisman could only be used once, it was equivalent to another life. It was extremely useful. No one could guarantee that they would not meet with any danger after entering the Divine Cloud's secret realm. With this protective talisman, they would undoubtedly be much safer. When it came to protecting their lives, Bailey Hongzhuang had always been very willing to part with her life. Once she lost her life, she would have nothing left. After choosing the 3 treasures, Bailey Hongzhuang did not hesitate and immediately walked out of the treasury. When Shui Zhongdong saw Bailey Hongzhuang come out, his gaze immediately fell on the 2 sharp swords in her hands. Deacon Bailey, you've chosen this pair of couple swords? Shui Zhongdong's eyes were full of smiles. It seems that you and the 2nd son of the D family are really close. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and did not say anything, which was equivalent to a tacit agreement. When I saw you and the 2nd son of the D family that day, I felt that the 2 of you were a match made in heaven. Deacon Bailey is so outstanding, I'm sure the 2nd son of the D family must be a dragon among men as well. Guild leader Shui, you flatter me. Shui Zhongdong smiled faintly. These 2 swords are indeed treasures, but it's not easy to get them to recognize you as their master. The owners of these 2 swords were lovers who caused a sensation in the world. However, in the end, both of them fell in a great battle and the two swords were left behind. Later on, there were cultivators who tried to get these two swords to recognize you as their master, but none of them succeeded. I don't know the details, but I hope you will succeed. Hearing Shui Zhangdong's words, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but look at the two swords in her hands. These were also two swords with spiritual energy. Thank you very much, Guild Leader Shui. These things will be of great help to me. Deacon Bailey, you're too courteous. I hope you will be able to reap good rewards in the Immortal Cloud secret realm this time. Shui Zhangdong only returned after Bailey Hongzhuang had walked out of the Alchemist Guild. The news of Bailey Hongzhuang becoming the deacon of the Alchemist Guild gradually spread and many cultivators were shocked. Everyone knew that Bailey Hongzhuang had really soared to the sky this time. Master, why are there so many people gathered here? Xiao He looked at the large group of cultivators gathered in front of the elixir shop in puzzlement. When they left, it wasn't so lively. What happened in such a short time? I don't know. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head and smiled. Let's go in and take a look. As Bailey Hongzhuang approached, the crowd in front of the elixir shop turned to look at her, their eyes shining with excitement. After noticing the eager gazes of the crowd, Xiao He couldn't help but ask, Master, why do I feel like these people are looking at you like wolves who have been starving for a long time and finally saw meat? The way their eyes lit up was a little scary. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips twitched slightly. I'm not sure, Miss Bailey, I wonder if you can help me refine an 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill. The cost is not a problem, it's definitely not a problem. Yes, Miss Bailey, please help me refine one too. The price will definitely satisfy you. Help me refine it, I'll pay the highest price. Don't fight with me, I'll do it. For a moment, Bailey Hongzhuang was completely surrounded by the crowd. At the same time, she understood that these people were all here to ask her to help refine the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill. After knowing what was going on, Bailey Hongzhuang also breathed a sigh of relief. The 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill had been lost and this pill was very useful to cultivators. It was normal for such a situation to occur. In fact, when she went to the Alchemist Guild today, she thought that the Alchemist Guild would want her pill formula. She didn't expect President Shui to not mention it. This made her feel surprised and relieved at the same time. To her, the pill formula might not be that valuable. Just like when she was in the Punlai Palace, she didn't hesitate to hand over the pill formula. However, now that she was a member of the D family, she naturally had to consider the interests of the family. It was obviously the most beneficial for the family if the pill formula didn't fall into the hands of others. In reality, it was just as Bailey Hongzhuang had thought. The Alchemist Association indeed wanted to obtain the 8 Revolutions Bodhi Pills pill formula. However, compared to a talent like Bailey Hongzhuang, they were more willing to recruit her. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang had the support of the D family. Even if they used force, it would be useless. Moreover, they would offend Bailey Hongzhuang. Under such circumstances, they made the wisest decision. Bewitching immediately went to Bailey Hongzhuang and pulled her behind him. At the same time, Di Chuyuan and the others appeared as well, and they hurriedly said, "Stop squeezing." Before Bailey Hongzhuang returned, this group of people had already surrounded the entire medicinal pill shop. No matter what they said, it was useless. They were really helpless. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang had come back, she was naturally blocked by everyone at the first moment. When Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the medicinal pill shop, Di Beichen said helplessly, "These people all came to ask for the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill. No matter how much I refused, their enthusiasm didn't extinguish." Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. She naturally understood that the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill could give everyone the possibility of breaking through again. Naturally, they racked their brains to exchange for it. Ever since the end of the alchemy competition, the Di family had become extremely lively. In a short period of time, Di Chuyuan had already approached the cultivators of several families. The other party's purpose was very simple. First, they wanted to get closer to the Di family. Second, they wanted to find a way to obtain the 8 turns Bodhi pill. As for the reward, it was naturally not bad at all. In the face of the other party's passionate pleading, Di Chuyuan was a little helpless. After all, many families had a good relationship with them. Although many families had distanced themselves from them because of the alliance between the Xiao family and the Jun family, now they wanted to make up for it. Although it was a little ironic in his eyes, he could not completely refuse. After all, every family needed some help. Even if he knew that the other party was not completely sincere to him, he still had to put in some effort on the surface. Between families, there were very few true connections. More often than not, it was a combination of interests. Therefore, Di Chuyuan was extremely calm in this situation. Sister-in-law, you have really become a delicious cake in everyone's eyes. Di Xiaofeng smiled faintly and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. I also want to exchange an 8 turns Bodhi pill from you. Morongjing is my good brother. If he needs it, Di Xiaofeng scratched his head embarrassedly. If it was someone else, he would have directly refused. However, Morongjing was his good brother. Even when everyone was not optimistic about them, Morongjing never gave up on him. He would remember this friendship in his heart. Therefore, when Morongjing made this request, he had no way to refuse. Therefore, he could only shamelessly ask Bailey Hongzhuang. Seeing Di Xiaofeng and Di Chuyuan's embarrassed appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang's smile gradually deepened. Big brother, why are you so embarrassed? We are all family. This is just a matter of saying a word. Her voice fell, and Bailey Hongzhuang directly took out 2 white porcelain bottles from her arms and handed them to Di Xiaofeng. Dage, Great Elder, these are 2 batches of 8 revolutions Bodhi Dan that I refined. You can handle it. With her current situation, it was obviously not suitable for her to intervene in this kind of family interest matter. Most importantly, she did not have the energy to do so. The Great Elder and Di Xiaofeng were the ones who understood this situation the best, so it was best to give them the pill. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang immediately take out 2 bottles of pills, Di Xiaofeng and Di Chuyuan were slightly surprised. Then the warmth in their eyes deepened. Sister-in-law, thank you so much. Di Xiaofeng smiled. Big brother, you're too polite. Second madam, your pills can help us fight for a lot of benefits. Di Chuyuan also sighed as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. One had to know that the 8 revolutions Bodhi elixir was hard to come by. As long as he took out the 8 revolutions Bodhi pill, he would be able to exchange it for many treasures that he couldn't normally trade for. Most importantly, he would be able to gain a favor from the other party. It was undoubtedly a very worthwhile trade. This is what I should do. If Great Elder has any other needs, you can tell me directly. I only have these 2 bottles of pills on me now. If you need more, I can refine some more. Di Chuyuan waved his hand. Second madam, the 2 batches of pills you gave us are enough. There's no need to trouble you to refine more. Seeing that Di Chuyuan didn't seem to be faking it, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. If you treat me as one of your own, then there's no need to be so formal. Just tell me if you need anything. Hongzhuang is right, there's no need to be so polite. Bewitching also spoke. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of everyone present were filled with joy and joy. The Di family elders looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching with satisfaction. They never thought that the second young master and second young mistress, who they finally found, would be so close. All their previous worries were for nothing. Oh right, second young mistress, here are some places for you. Di Chuyuan took out some identity cards and handed them to Bailey Hongzhuang. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but be confused. Great Elder, what are you doing? This time, you've won a lot of places. Other than the places that our clan's disciples need, we've also prepared some places for the Lin clan and the other clans. This is enough for us to exchange for the benefits we need. As for the remaining places, the clan leader said that you'll be in charge. After all, without second young mistress, we wouldn't have any places this time. Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood and didn't refuse. Thank you very much. She understood that this time, they had won a lot of places. The Di family had more than enough. As for the remaining places, the clan leader gave them to her to give her more opportunities to make friends with others. After the Great Elder and the others left, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Xiaofeng and said, Big brother, you can give these places to Yunyan. Bailey Hongzhuang gave some places to Di Xiaofeng. According to what she knew, the Bailey family didn't get any good results in the alchemy competition. Therefore, other than the identity cards that the Bailey family already had, they didn't have any other places. Thinking about it, Bailey Yunyan also didn't have a place. In her heart, Bailey Yunyan was most likely from the same lineage as her. Therefore, she wanted to help the Bailey family. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang directly take out 10 places and give it to him, a trace of surprise appeared in Di Xiaofeng's eyes. Sister-in-law, I wanted to ask you for a place. Di Xiaofeng was a little embarrassed. Yunyan doesn't have a place this time, but 10 places is too much. Previously, when he saw the great elder giving a place to Bailey Hongzhuang, he already had. He didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to think of this as well and offered to give a place to Yunyan. At this moment, Xiao's a little. This sister-in-law was really too nice. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. It's very likely that Yunyan is of the same bloodline as me, so the Bailey family also has a certain relationship with me. I think these quotas should be very useful to them. Hearing this, Di Xiaofeng nodded, you're right. All these years, the Bailey family didn't have many places to enter the Immortal Cloud's secret territory. These places are already a huge surprise to them. Since sister-in-law has already put it this way, I won't refuse. Thank you. With the Bailey family's current strength, 10 quotas were already an unbearable benefit for them. One had to know that these quotas were things that all the large families were trying to obtain. If these quotas fell into the hands of a large family, even if others were jealous, they couldn't do anything about it. However, once the news of the Bailey family having a quota spread out, it was bound to arouse the jealousy of others. When a large force made a move against an ordinary force, they would not hesitate at all. Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to help the Bailey family, but she didn't want them to attract a fatal disaster. Di Xiaofeng was also a smart person. After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, he already understood. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will definitely remind her. I will also tell her that this quota was given to them by you. This way, if sister-in-law really has the same bloodline as the Bailey family, it will also be good for you. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and did not refuse. After finishing everything, Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the room. Wife, did the trip to the Alchemist Guild go smoothly today? A devilish smile appeared on his handsome face. Although it was a question, Di Beichen's face did not show the slightest bit of worry. It went very smoothly. Bailey Hongzhuang poured a cup of tea. Her red lips slightly opened as she took a sip. Then she continued, President Shui of the Qishui City branch was very polite to me. Not only that, he also gave me 3 gifts. As she spoke, Bailey Hongzhuang took out 2 swords. This is my gift to you. Di Beichen looked at the swords that Bailey Hongzhuang handed over and a trace of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Then it turned into a smile. Wife really knows my heart. You knew that the weapon in my hand was not good enough and immediately helped me pick out a treasure. Take a look. Are you satisfied? Bailey Hongzhuang asked with a smile. Di Beichen blinked his eyes, looking devilish and seductive. How can a gift from my wife not be satisfactory? Severed Passion Sword? Di Beichen looked at the name on the scabbard and could not help but frown. Why does this name sound a little strange? Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged and shook her head. I don't know either, but these 2 swords are clearly a couple. Not only that, I heard from Guild Master Shui that the previous owners of these 2 swords were a pair of lovers with deep feelings. However, they died in an accident and left these 2 swords behind. Her original intention was to find 2 handy weapons, and after seeing these 2 swords, she felt that they were very much to her liking. Although the name sounded a little strange, it was indeed a first-rate treasure. Silk Cutter Sword, Emotion Severing Sword, these names sound very domineering. These 2 swords are so sharp, and our feelings are so deep that even these 2 swords can't cut us apart. Good name. Di Beichen smiled as he held the sword in his hand. Hearing Di Beichen's explanation, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze changed a little. Thinking about it, she felt that this was indeed a good name. Although I have already brought these 2 swords back, I haven't actually made them recognize me as their master. According to Guild Master Shui, it won't be easy to make these 2 swords recognize me as their master. I'm afraid that the 2 of us will have to put in a lot of effort. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the swords in her hand and sighed. If we can't make them recognize me as their master, then we'll have wasted the opportunity to choose a treasure. After obtaining the 2 swords, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen did not hesitate and immediately went into seclusion. Before entering the immortal cloud's secret realm, they had to think of a way to make the two swords recognize them as their masters. Otherwise, they would have to find other suitable weapons. After the D family knew that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had gone into seclusion, no one went to disturb them. At a time like this, it would be good even if they could increase their strength a little. At the same time, Mo Yunjue and the others were also cultivating in seclusion in the Chaos Ring. On the day of the pill refining competition, they had seen many outstanding geniuses and deeply realized the gap between them. Most importantly, ever since that day, Ao Lingxiao had started to cultivate crazily. Although he did not say anything, Mo Yunjue and the others understood. It must be because he saw the Ao family's team during the pill refining competition that he trained so hard. After all, his brother had taken everything from him and made him bear such a bad name. In fact, when he had arrived in the upper realm, Ao Lingxiao had wanted to know about the Ao family's situation. Di Beichen had once helped him to gather some information, which allowed him to understand more about the Ao family's current situation. However, this was not as stimulating as seeing it with his own eyes. He only hoped that his strength could increase quickly. Only then could he return to the family and take back everything that belonged to him. Under the influence of Ao Lingxiao's crazy cultivation, Mo Yunjue and the others did not relax. They all immersed themselves in higher intensity cultivation. As a result, the demonic beasts in the forest world also suffered and became their practice targets. They did not have to worry about staying in the Chaos Ring. After Bailey Hongzhuang entered the immortal cloud secret realm, they would naturally enter as well. The Xiao family's patriarch was undoubtedly very depressed at this moment. He was originally very happy to wait for the Xiao family's results. With the strength of their family's alchemists, they would definitely be able to obtain a good result. Reality proved that their ranking was indeed good. However, he was not happy at all. Because in this pill refining competition, the Xiao family had undoubtedly become a joke in everyone's eyes. I never thought that something like this would happen. So it was too reckless this time. Xiao Yanlong frowned. Although previously, because of Xiao Sou's matter, he was indeed dissatisfied with the D family, he did not plan to break off relations with the D family because of this. After all, the two families had been friends for so many years, and they had dealt with each other in all aspects. Not only that, he knew in his heart that the D family would find a way to make up for it. However, he did not think that it would be so. He did not think that Soa clans as a family. And she even allied herself with the Jun family's family. Xiao Yanlong Soa's the family as a joke. The Xiao families become a joke families as well. And even the family's families was to become a joke to be them. I don't know what's wrong with the great elder this time. Why would he make such a decision? Xiao clan's Wu family had. After hearing Xiao Yanlong's words, the Xiao family's elders' faces were filled with dissatisfaction. This time's matter was really unwise. The D family's relationship with us has always been very good. This time, the D family's patriarch must think that we have betrayed him. That's right. If we hadn't broken off our relationship with the D family, we would have been able to gain a lot of benefits from this matter. Things are really troublesome now. The elders of the Xiao family all sighed. This situation was simply beyond their expectations. After seeing the dissatisfaction and resentment of the elders of the Xiao family, Xiao Yanlong also felt a wave of irritation in his heart. Elders, I understand what you mean. Unfortunately, things have already come to this point. I'm afraid it's impossible to make up for it. Although Xiao Yanlong still hoped to have the opportunity to make up for it, he asked himself honestly. If he and Di Yujue were in different places, he would definitely not forgive the Xiao family. The only way now is for the eldest young lady to become the holy maiden as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be really disadvantageous for our Xiao family. The second elder said in a deep voice. Not only that, Master, I think the eldest young lady should also restrain her temper. There are many capable young talents now. Before the eldest young lady becomes the holy maiden of the light, I think she needs to properly reflect on her mistakes this time. The third elder's gaze darkened slightly. His expression was solemn and serious. It seems that the daughter-in-law of the D family is not a simple person. She has directly surpassed Ouyang Jifeng and become the most dazzling existence among the younger generation of alchemists. I'm sure her future achievements will not be low. As soon as these words came out, everyone nodded one after another. If it was said that they did not put Bailey Hongzhuang in their eyes before, then after this pill refining competition, Bailey Hongzhuang had entered their field of vision in a completely new manner. Even they could not ignore her. Third elder, I understand what you mean. Xiao Yanlong nodded. He actually had the same thoughts. In the past, he had always held Xiao Shou in the palm of his hand. As a result, Xiao Shou did not understand many things. On the contrary, she was very arrogant and overbearing. Originally, in his opinion, Xiao Shou only needed to cultivate in peace with her identity as the Holy Maiden of the Light. There was no need to pay too much attention to other people. However, now it seemed that it was not enough to be lacking in this aspect. He had to warn Xiao Shou. It's good that you understand, Master. However, the current situation needs to be discussed at length, the third elder sighed. With the current situation, they were truly in a terrible fix. Di Yunhe and Di Hingyun were undoubtedly the busiest elders in the Di family while they were waiting for their family members to arrive. This time, the clan had sent the largest number of cultivators to the immortal cloud mystic realm. As the clan's alchemists, they naturally had to do their best to refine pills for the clan's disciples so that they would have the ability to protect themselves in the immortal cloud mystic realm. Normally, there would not be many cultivators, and the medicinal pills in the clan would be sufficient. However, the number of pills this time was unprecedented, so the two of them were very busy. Although Bailey Hongzhuang was an 8th grade alchemist, they obviously wouldn't disturb Bailey Hongzhuang at this time. Even though they were very busy, they still had smiles on their faces all day. Looking at the thriving scene of their clan, they felt happy from the bottom of their hearts. Compared to the Di family's high-spirited atmosphere, the Jun family's atmosphere was completely different. Ever since the end of the alchemy competition, the Jun family had been filled with complaints. Originally, they would have been able to obtain dozens of spots. However, they did not expect that there would be nothing left in the end. Therefore, they could only try their best to obtain spots from other clans. Most importantly, even though they had offered enough benefits, it was still very difficult for them to obtain a slot. This was because the opportunity to train in the immortal cloud mystery land was very important to every family. Seeing that the Di family had so many slots that they could never use them all, it was very difficult for them to obtain even a single slot. One could imagine how depressed they were. The Di family is too despicable. Not only did they cheat us of all our slots, they also refused to let the other families exchange their slots with us. Jun Lingshuan's eyes were filled with anger. Recently, they had been given the cold shoulder too many times. Every time, they would shamelessly ask the other families to exchange their slots, only to be doused with a bucket of cold water. According to their understanding of the situation, the Di family had exchanged their remaining slots with the other families. They had originally wanted to use this method to obtain a slot from the Di family in the name of the other families. Who would have thought that the Di family had already stated their conditions? No matter what, they could not exchange their slots with the Jun family. Most importantly, the Di family had even threatened them with the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill. If any family gave their slots to them, they would not be able to exchange for the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill from the Di family. Under such circumstances, almost no family was willing to exchange their slots with them. This time, it was indeed our mistake. The Di family wanted to use this opportunity to suppress us. Jun Xuanxia's face darkened. This situation was not beyond his expectations. In fact, if they had been the winners this time, they would never have given the Di family a chance to make a comeback. Winner takes all. That was how it was. Then what should we do now? Jun Lingshuan frowned. It would be a pity to miss this opportunity to enter the immortal cloud mystery land. He had wholeheartedly wanted to enter the immortal cloud mystery land this time. If he missed out on a slot, he would not be able to accept this result. Jun Zitao and the others were also nervous. They had never thought that they would not be able to enter the immortal cloud mystery land. No one was willing to give up on this opportunity. Jun Xuanxiao's gaze swept across everyone. I will think of a way. Hearing this, everyone's hearts relaxed a little. They were most worried that the Great Elder would choose to give up. If that happened, they would have no chance at all. As long as the Great Elder did not give up, there was at least a glimmer of hope. Jun Xuanxiao's thoughts were very complicated. Based on the current situation, it was really not easy to exchange for a quota from other families. The only way was to find a way to get some quotas from a few clans that they were on good terms with. On the other hand, he might be able to give the Xiao clan a try. After all, they were now in the same boat as the Xiao family. Even if he couldn't get too many quotas, at least he had to find a way to get the most important members of his family in. After the efforts of Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, they finally succeeded in making the two swords recognize them as their masters. Just as Elder Shui had warned, this process was indeed not easy. Even though they had spent a lot of effort to succeed, they were obviously very satisfied with this result. With this handy weapon, our battle prowess will increase by a notch. The corners of Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. She could feel that the silk cutter sword was one with her heart and soul, and she could wield it with ease. On this day, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching felt that there was a commotion outside and immediately walked out of the house. After they came out, they realized that Di Xiaofeng and the rest were all gathered here. At the same time, many disciples of the Di family were also gathered here. Obviously, all the disciples who were sent by the family to participate in the Immortal Cloud secret realm had arrived. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's faces lit up with joy. Second brother, second sister-in-law. When the group of disciples saw Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, their eyes lit up and their faces were filled with eagerness and joy. Second sister-in-law, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to enter the Immortal Cloud secret realm. Second brother, second sister-in-law, it's great that you're able to return to the family. That's right. In the past, we were always at a disadvantage when competing in pill refinement. Now that we have you, we don't have this weakness anymore. Now, everyone knew that it was all thanks to Bailey Hongzhuang that they were able to obtain a slot to enter the Immortal Cloud secret realm. When they thought about how they had complained about Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang, they felt extremely ashamed. Even more disciples were grateful to Bailey Hongzhuang from the bottom of their hearts because with their abilities, they would not have been able to enter. Even if the Di family and the Xiao family were still close, they would not have been able to enter. However, because of Bailey Hongzhuang, they had a chance. Hence, one could imagine how grateful they were. Even if they were all disciples of the Di family, their cultivation levels were different, their potential was different, and their cultivation resources were different as well. The Immortal Cloud secret realm had undoubtedly given them a chance. If they could perform well here, they would be treated differently in the future. Feeling everyone's heartfelt gratitude, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes also showed a trace of a smile. She never thought that she would win the recognition of the disciples of the family as well as the entry slot for the family. She was well aware of everyone's complaints. However, she also understood that this matter was indeed inseparable from her. Now, the resentment in everyone's hearts was obviously gone. Although these people had complained about her before, she had never taken it to heart. Because to the other members of the Di family, she was indeed a stranger. Because their own existence affected their interests, anyone would feel resentful if they were in their shoes. After this incident, I don't think everyone will be the same as before. Don't mention it, everyone. This is what I should do. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. When the crowd saw how graceful Hongzhuang was, they secretly sighed in their hearts. They were really short-sighted before. Previously, I thought that second sister-in-law wasn't good enough for second brother. Now it seems that I'm really short-sighted. That's right. Now everyone knows that our second sister-in-law is a genius alchemist. Even Ouyang Jifeng can't compare to her. You don't know how embarrassing Xiao Sou was in the pill refining competition this time. She didn't have the demeanor of a great family at all. Instead, she seemed very petty. Everyone shook their heads. Although they had just arrived at Water Chi City not long ago, they had already understood the general situation from the others. Most importantly, when they had arrived at Water Chi City, they had clearly noticed the envious gazes of the other families. The weather was clear, and the sun was shining brightly. Today was the day that everyone would head to the Immortal Cloud secret realm. Thus, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were already prepared to leave early in the morning. Wen Ziren, Shang Guanying, Mo Yunjue, and Ao Lingxiao were all standing beside Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang. According to their original plan, they were prepared to enter the Immortal Cloud secret realm directly before coming out. However, they remembered that the D family had sent a huge team this time. If they were to appear rashly, everyone would discover the existence of the Chaos Ring. It just so happened that they had a lot of places in their hands this time. Bailey Hongzhuang kept 4 of the remaining 10 places, and the other 6 were auctioned off at the auction house in exchange for a lot of cultivation resources. Of course, the people from the D family were also present at the auction to prevent the people from the Jun family from winning the bid. Previously, the Jun family had set such a huge trap for them, and they were almost finished this time. In addition, they were certain that the person who tried to assassinate Bewitching and Di Xiaofeng was related to the Jun family. Both sides were already at daggers drawn. Therefore, the D family would definitely not give the Jun family any chance. Not only that, they had already made up their minds. If the Jun family still sent people into the Immortal Cloud secret realm, they would definitely not be polite. The other party secretly tried to assassinate their successor. It was simply too abominable. If they seized the opportunity, they would also give the Jun family a fatal blow. Di Chuyuan looked at the group of young disciples of the D family standing in front of him, and a trace of pride appeared in his eyes. Today, you will be heading to the Immortal Cloud secret realm. Although this slot is very rare, in reality, it is not a paradise. On the contrary, you may encounter a lot of dangers when you go. Fortunately, there are more disciples in our family this time. I hope that you can unite and help each other, and return safely. Di Chuyuan's gaze was deep. Every time they went to the Immortal Cloud secret realm to train, it was inevitable that some disciples of the family would die. In the history of the Immortal Cloud secret realm, it was not unprecedented for an entire team to be wiped out. However, if the young disciples wanted to grow, they would definitely have to go through these experiences. As elders, they could only try their best to help the disciples improve their ability to protect themselves. As for other dangers, they could not share the burden for their disciples. Great Elder, rest assured that we will return safely. Everyone said one after another. As disciples of aristocratic families, they knew from a young age that if they wanted to obtain something, they would have to pay a price. In the face of danger, they had never thought of it. At the same time, the 7th elder and the 8th elder distributed the elixirs that they had refined during this period of time equally to every disciple of the clan. Here are some medicinal pills that we have carefully prepared for you, including healing pills, chi recovery pills, and so on. You can take a closer look later in case you need them. The expressions of Di Yunhe and Qin Wendian sank. The dangers of the Immortal Cloud secret realm were unpredictable. These people before them were all good seedlings of their clans. They only hoped that they would be able to return safely. Thank you, elders. Everyone's eyes were filled with emotions. They understood that the elders of their families wanted them to be safe. However, they were similarly aware that danger and opportunity coexisted, and they only hoped to be able to turn danger into safety. After bidding farewell to the elders, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest walked towards the gathering place. When they arrived, they found that the disciples of the various large clans had already gathered here. There were also many groups slowly approaching from afar. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze fell on the huge flying magic tool at the front. Her eyes were filled with shock. This is a flying magic tool? The size of the flying magic tool in front of her was completely beyond her imagination. On this flying magic tool, it wouldn't be a problem for hundreds of thousands of people to stand on it. If it wasn't for the fact that she was standing at this moment and could see clearly, she would only feel that she was on flat ground after stepping on this flying magic tool. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's shocked expression, Di Xiaofeng nodded and smiled. That's right, this is the biggest flying magic tool. We will need 3 months to go to the Immortal Cloud secret realm this time. There are many rooms on this flying magic tool, and each of us will have our own room. Not only that, standing on this flying magic tool is like standing on flat ground. You won't feel like you're moving at all. After seeing such a terrifying scene, Xiren and the rest didn't know what to say. The things from the upper realm are really eye-opening. The last time I saw a flying magic tool, I was already very surprised. I didn't expect there to be such a huge flying magic tool. This is too terrifying, Xiren shrugged. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it at all. Shang Guaniying nodded. Indeed, how does this look like a flying magic tool? I feel that such a huge thing can't be moved at all. Mo Yunjue just silently sized up the surrounding environment, taking in everything around him. In his opinion, nothing was impossible. However, he still sighed. He didn't expect the upper realm to be so much more advanced than the lower realm. Oh right, why don't we just use the teleportation array directly? Shangguan couldn't help but ask the question in her heart. Because the immortal cloud secret realm we're going to is actually not stable in one place, but in a region. That is a small world created by a powerful being. It often floats in the air, but due to some spatial laws, it only exists in that area. It will take some time for us to find it even if we take a flying magic tool. Di Xiaofeng heard Shangguan doubts and explained. Hearing this, everyone finally understood what was going on. So that's how it is. Shangguan suddenly understood. She stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "It seems that I thought too simply." Di Xiaofeng smiled faintly and said, "It's normal. When I first learned about the immortal cloud secret realm, I had the same question." Shangguan smiled brightly. She knew that Di Xiaofeng was giving her a way out. While they were talking, Bailey Yunyan and the others also quickly walked over. Earlier, when Di Xiaofeng gave her the quota, he told her that when she arrived at the gathering place, she should go with them directly to avoid any trouble. Therefore, when Bailey Yunyan came today, she did not hesitate and directly went to Di Xiaofeng's side. Seeing Bailey Yunyan, Di Xiaofeng smiled and said, "Yunyan, you're here." The other 9 children of the Bailey family who followed behind Bailey Yunyan had mixed feelings at this moment. They were a little surprised and a little panicked. When the elder gave them the quota before, they were still in disbelief. Until now, they really believed that all this was true. But from this point of view, they also increasingly believed in Di Xiaofeng's feelings for Bailey Yunyan. As a matter of fact, this immortal cloud secret realm quota was extremely precious. Even if it was sold at an auction, it could be sold at a sky-high price. This time, Di Xiaofeng had given them a total of 10 spots. The value of this was self-evident. Lin Yi also noticed the appearance of Bailey Yunyan. In fact, she already knew that Di Xiaofeng gave the quota to Bailey Yunyan, but seeing the other party standing in front of her at this moment, she still felt a little uncomfortable. Lin Xianxia had been standing beside Lin Yi. After seeing Bailey Yunyan appear, she began to talk to divert Lin Yi's attention. "Sister, you don't have to worry about me. I understand." Lin Yi noticed that Lin Xianxia was trying to divert her attention, and she couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. Although it was impossible for the person she liked to be with her in the future, at least her family was very concerned about her. Listening to Lin Yi's words, Lin Xianxia sighed, and her gaze became softer. She found that since Lin Yi saw Bailey Yunyan last time, she locked herself in the room for a long time. When she came out later, she felt that Lin Yi had grown a lot compared to before. In the past, Lin Yi was more carefree, but now she obviously began to have her own worries and thoughts. As her sister, Lin Xianxia didn't know whether such a change was good or bad. She only hoped that Lin Yi was happy. "Although I still can't accept it now, I believe I will accept it sooner or later." Lin Yi's lips pulled out a smile, but anyone could see the reluctance in this smile. Di Xiaofeng naturally also worried about the existence of Lin Yi, so he didn't show too much enthusiasm. He understood that his actions this time really hurt Lin Yi's heart, but the other party's reaction was beyond his expectations. He didn't expect Lin Yi to accept this matter so calmly. She didn't pester him at all, which was far from his original idea, but the more it was like this, the more guilty he felt because he found that the smile on Lin Yi's face had decreased a lot during this time. He was clearly a happy person, but he suddenly stopped smiling. How could he not blame himself? At the same time, many teams were surprised when they saw Bailey Yunyan and the others. Why did so many people from the Bailey family come this time? Could it be that they want to enter the immortal cloud secret realm as well? It can't be, right? The Bailey family is just an ordinary family. Their alchemist's level is not high enough. They have already betrayed him in the alchemy competition. It's impossible for them to have so many slots. But from the looks of it, it's obvious that they want to enter the immortal cloud secret realm. And that Bailey Yunyan doesn't seem to have a simple relationship with Di Xiaofeng. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They didn't know that Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan had such a close relationship. Di Xiaofeng was very calm about this. Not long after, several figures appeared and attracted the attention of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Jun Lingxuan walked at the front. From the moment he appeared, his gaze fell on Di Xiaofeng and the others. His cold and angry gaze was filled with murderous intent. The grievances he had suffered during this period made him hate the Di family to the bone. Oh, Jun Lingxuan's luck is not bad. He even has the chance to participate in the Divine Cloud's secret territory. Di Xiaofeng's lips curled into a mocking smile. The appearance of the Jun family here was not beyond his expectations. After all, the Jun family was also a big family. Although the Di family had interfered a lot in the process, they were still unable to prevent the other party from obtaining a few spots. If it were any other day, the Jun family's disciples would have come in a very large group. However, the entire Jun family only had 10 spots, which was enough to make them a laughingstock in the eyes of everyone. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others turned to Jun Lingxuan and the others, surprise flashed in their eyes, but it was replaced by calmness. Master, I didn't expect the Jun family to get a spot. Xiao Hei's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. She hoped that no one from the Jun family would come. The Jun family has been around for so many years, so they naturally have their methods. It will be very difficult to prevent them from getting a single spot. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. According to her original judgment, the Jun family could get 3 or 4 spots, which was possible. However, it would not be easy to get 10 spots. After all, these spots were very scarce. Coupled with the attraction of the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill, any family that did not have a close relationship with the Jun family would not trade their spots with them. Beichen, do you think they got their spots from the Xiao family? Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Di Beichen. She felt that the Xiao family was the most likely. This time, the Xiao family had also obtained quite a number of quotas in the pill refining competition. Their family already had enough quotas, so it wouldn't be a problem for them to give up some quotas to the Jun family. Most importantly, the Jun family and the Xiao family were already on the same side. If the Xiao family didn't help the Jun family at this time, their alliance wouldn't be so stable. Di Beichen smiled faintly. It seems that my wife has the same thoughts as me. At the same time, on the other side, Di Xiaofeng quietly said, if the Xiao family doesn't tie themselves to the Jun family now, it's equivalent to offending us and the Jun family at the same time. They won't do such a bad deal. Actually, it's also good to have a few people from their family come. Otherwise, how can we take revenge for them plotting against us? Di Xiaofeng's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. He had always hated people plotting against him. Previously, under the ambush of the Jun family, he almost lost his life. Although he had never expressed this debt, he remembered it clearly in his heart. After entering the Immortal Cloud secret realm this time, as long as there was a chance, he would settle this debt with Jun Lingxuan and the others. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. She also remembered this debt clearly. At that time, if it weren't for her good luck, they would all have died. Towards people who wanted to take her life, she would never be soft-hearted. Di Xiaofeng, do you think that no one from our Jun family can come this time? Jun Lingxuan looked at Di Xiaofeng coldly. But unfortunately, I'll have to disappoint you. With your Jun family's background, there should be at least a few dozen people coming. This time, there are only 10 people, which is already embarrassing enough. I'm not as wicked as you guys who like to be ruthless. I have to leave some opportunities for small fries, right? Di Xiaofeng's handsome face was filled with a sunny smile, but his words were full of sarcasm. Jun Lingxuan's face suddenly sank, and his eyes became gloomy and cold. If it wasn't for your Di family deliberately releasing false information, how could we be in this situation? Don't put all the blame on us, Guruyan said. Di Xiaofeng's lips curved into a mocking smile. We didn't say anything. Besides, with so many families, how could your family be the only one who fell for it? What's more, we didn't want to make a bet with you at that time. You came to us and arrogantly said that you must bet. We were just fulfilling your wish. Right? Beichen. Di Beichen raised his eyebrows. Second young master Jun emphasized that if I don't agree, then I'm not a man. Since you insist on betting, I naturally have no reason to refuse. but now that the bet is over, your reaction doesn't seem to be manly enough. Listening to Bewitching's words, everyone seemed to recall the situation of the bet that day. Suddenly, a smile appeared in their eyes. When they saw Bewitching and Junzi Tao's bet, the D family was very anxious. Now, it seemed that Bewitching was completely confident at that time, but on the surface, he looked indignant. Just this acting alone was enough to make them admire him. Junzi Tao's face was extremely ugly. It was because of this matter that he had been blamed by the rest of the family for a long time. Now that Bewitching suddenly mentioned it, he suddenly remembered how stupid he was that day. He was clearly sold by the other party, but he was still counting the money for the other party. It's just a win or loss, you don't need to be too proud. We'll see in the future. Jun Lingxuan knew that they had already suffered a loss in this matter. There was no benefit in continuing to talk about it, so he simply ended the topic. However, they would remember this matter in their hearts. Sooner or later, they would make the other party pay. Just as they were talking, the Xiao clan's team slowly arrived. Xiaosu was still walking at the front of the group, and the way she was surrounded by so many people proved her position in the Xiao family. Her youthful and beautiful face was shrouded in a confident luster, as if the events of the past few days had not affected her at all. However, when her gaze landed on Bailey Hongshuang and the others, a look of disgust and hatred flashed across her eyes. Ever since the last incident, she had been taught a harsh lesson by her father. Since she was young, she had never been reprimanded like this. Her father almost never said any harsh words to her, but this time, he did not give her any face, which made her feel very wronged. Of course, she would never reveal this point. Previously, she had lost a round to Bailey Hongshuang, but there was still plenty of time in the future. After going to the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm, she would think of a way to win a round. Bailey Hongshuang glanced indifferently at Xiaosu and did not pay much attention to her. She no longer had any interest in this defeated opponent. Very quickly, after the disciples of the various families who were going to participate in the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm had arrived, the crowd gradually walked up to the deck of the giant flying device. Hearing this, Mo Yunjia's expression changed slightly. Don't we need to go in? According to his judgment, although this flying artifact was huge, its cultivation speed should not be slow. If they were to stand outside like this, the wind speed should be very shocking. Even if their cultivation was not weak, it would still be troublesome. Don't worry. Di Xiaofeng naturally understood what Mo Yunjia was worried about. Although the influence of the wind is very scary, this giant artifact has a protective array which weakens the power by a lot. However, it hasn't completely dissipated. Standing on top of it will also have a tempering effect and resist the influence of the wind. Who knows, we might even be able to comprehend the true essence of the wind here. I see. Mo Yunjia's deep black eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. I didn't think that there would be such a cultivation method. The many cultivation methods in the upper realm are really eye-opening. When Xiren's face was full of smiles, although we haven't entered the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm yet, the current situation has already given us a lot of benefits. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching could not help but look at each other after noticing this scene. Fortunately, Xiren and the others had come directly, otherwise, they would have missed out on some experience. The people of the lower realm are really country bumpkins. They don't even know about this, how laughable. Junzi Tao looked at Xiren and the others who had not seen the world and could not help but mock them. These people should be Bailey Hongshuang's friends. I didn't think that you would be so generous to give the quota to these people from the lower realm. Xiaosu's gaze was full of contempt and the corner of her lips curled into a faint sneer. However, you thought that you were giving them a chance, but you didn't think that this could very well cause them to lose their lives. This place is where genius cultivators gather. If some shrimps go there, they'll only be sending themselves to their deaths. When Xiren and the others clearly did not think that their inquiry would cause such a reaction, and their faces instantly turned ugly. Most importantly, the other party's contempt and ridicule made them very unhappy. Eldest Miss Xiao, you don't have to worry about us. You're always worrying about this and that. You're such a busybody. Bailey Hongshuang's gaze was cold. No wonder you would ally yourself with the Jun family. Your temperaments are really compatible. I'm just reminding you out of goodwill. Xiaosu's eyes were gloomy. Don't lose your life. It'll be too late for regrets. I already said that I don't need you to remind me. Bailey Hongzhuang sneered. If you have the time, why don't you think about yourself? You have the title of the successor of the Saintess of Light, but you haven't really inherited it yet. You must be lacking something, right? Bailey Hongzhuang's clear and melodious voice was accompanied by a chuckle, but her eyes were cold. Xiaosuo liked to make trouble for her, and she was already used to it. However, now that Xiaosuo pointed the finger at their friend, they couldn't let it go. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the other cultivators present could not help but voice their opinions. Bailey Hongzhuang is right. Xiaosuo has been holding this title for a long time, but she hasn't really become the Saintess of Light yet. It's indeed a little strange. I've had my suspicions for a long time. There must be some problems. The position of the Saintess of Light has been vacant for a long time. The Holy Light Assembly must be hoping that someone will take over as soon as possible. The cultivators present were all geniuses from various clans. Although they had some misgivings about the Xiao family, they did not care too much about it. After all, Xiaosuo was not the Holy Maiden of Light yet. Her status was the same as theirs. Xiaosuo did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to suddenly bring up this issue. This was also the issue that she did not want everyone to bring up. She naturally wanted to become the Holy Maiden of Light, but there were still some problems with the purity of her light attribute. If she could have obtained the light vine previously, this problem might have been solved. However, all of this was ruined by Bailey Hongzhuang. However, Bailey Hongzhuang actually took the initiative to bring up this point. It was really hateful. Faced with everyone's suspicious gazes, Xiaosuo clenched her hands into fists. Her fingernails were deeply embedded in her palms. The hatred in her heart made her feel no pain at all. Just as Xiaosuo was about to speak, Beichen's voice rang out again. Miss Xiao, we are not familiar with each other, and we have no intention of talking to you much. I hope you can conduct yourself with dignity. Beichen's voice was cold. He did not expect Xiaosuo to be such an annoying existence. However, ever since the incident with the light vine, he felt that it was a waste of time to look at this woman. However, this woman always liked to take the initiative to find trouble with them. He was the cause of the incident, so he naturally had to express his stance. As soon as this was said, Xiaosuo's expression changed. Compared to Bailey Hongzhuang's mockery, Beichen's words were more serious. When the other cultivators heard Beichen's words, they were secretly surprised. I heard that Beichen originally had an engagement with Xiaosuo, but he gave it up for Bailey Hongzhuang. Now it seems that Beichen really has no feelings for Xiaosuo. It's hard to imagine that Xiaosuo would actually be rejected. He usually has a lot of suitors. Actually, I also thought that Beichen must be crazy. But after I saw Bailey Hongzhuang, I understood that I wouldn't agree to such a peerless beauty either. Xiaosuo's face turned red with anger. She looked at Beichen angrily. She couldn't believe that Beichen could be so cold. Beichen, you think too highly of yourself. Miss Xiao doesn't like you at all. At this moment, a figure stood beside Xiaosuo and stared coldly at Beichen. Looking at the newcomer, Beichen looked indifferent. And who are you? I am Nangong Yuqing. Nangong Yuqing. He has been pursuing Xiaosuo all these years. He is the representative of her suitors. Di Xiaofeng reminded. Beichen's eyes showed a trace of understanding. Let's not talk about whether she likes me or not. At the very least, she doesn't like you. Nangong Yuqing wanted to stand up at this time to teach Beichen a lesson and win the favor of the beauty. He didn't expect to be directly choked by this sentence. After hearing this, everyone present was dumbfounded. This really made people speechless. I am telling the truth. Beichen spoke again. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. I think so too. This was because Nangong Yuqing wasn't very good-looking. Nangong Yuqing naturally understood why Beichen said this, and his expression became extremely ugly. It had been a long time since someone had dared to mention this to his face. He didn't expect Beichen to not give him any face at all. His eyes burned with anger. Di Xiaofeng noticed this and felt helpless. He had forgotten to remind Beichen of this. Although Nangong Yuqing isn't good-looking, his strength and talent are first class. Not only that, but he also holds grudges. In the past, there were people in his family who mocked him for being ugly, but after he rose to power, he taught them a lesson. Therefore, although everyone knows this, no one dares to mention it to his face. Di Xiaofeng said. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression changed. Although she knew that everyone present was a genius, she didn't expect Nangong Yuqing to be a genius among geniuses. Since Di Xiaofeng had reminded her, it could be seen that this guy's strength wasn't ordinary. Nangong Yuqing was probably one of the top geniuses here. Di Beichen, I heard that you will be the successor of the Di family in the future. Nangong Yuqing narrowed his eyes. Wouldn't it be interesting if I killed you? The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Everyone's eyes fell on Di Beichen and Nangong Yuqing. It seemed that a fight between the two was unavoidable. Nangong Yuqing's strength has recently made a breakthrough. I heard that he has already broken through to the nebula realm. This guy's cultivation speed is truly abnormal. Di Beichen definitely won't be his opponent. Of course. Di Beichen would be at a disadvantage if he were to compete with Nangong Yuqing. Xiaoxia felt very helpless when it came to Nangong Yuqing. This guy had been chasing her for a long time, but unfortunately, his looks weren't good enough. Otherwise, with his status as the young master of the Nangong family, it wouldn't be bad. Now that Nangong Yuqing and Di Beichen were fighting because of her, she was happy to watch. Di Beichen had embarrassed her time and time again. She no longer had the affection she had in the past. It was good to teach him a lesson. Anyway, I just returned to the Di family. Even if I die, it won't affect the Di family. Di Beichen said casually, but, if you die, I think the Nangong family will be more interesting, right? Following Di Beichen's words, everyone present was stunned. There was only one thought in their minds, is Di Beichen crazy? *CK, I didn't expect the second young master of the Di family to have such guts. He actually dares to challenge us directly? Nangong Yuqing chuckled after hearing this. You? What about me? Di Beichen chuckled. Don't think that you're so great just because you grew up in the Di family. I came from the lower realm. The tempering I went through isn't something that someone who grew up in an environment like yours can compare to. Nangong Yuqing's black eyes flashed with a biting cold light, and a murderous aura gradually emerged. The domineering aura of a powerhouse suddenly burst out. Di Beichen locked his eyes on Nangong Yuqing. His eyes were as sharp as knives, and just looking at them made people involuntarily feel a chill run down their spine. From the moment he became the young master of the Di family, almost everyone doubted him and looked down on him. However, he was also a proud son of heaven and had never lost to anyone. Since he was young, the tempering he endured was no less than anyone else. Although everyone knew that Di Beichen would be the head of the Di family in the future, almost none of the cultivators present put Di Beichen in their eyes. A cultivator from the lower realm simply couldn't compare with them in terms of cultivation. In their eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang was much stronger than Di Beichen. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation wasn't as good as theirs, Bailey Hongzhuang was a genius alchemist. Just from this point alone, Bailey Hongzhuang was already a powerful person. In contrast, Di Beichen had appeared in everyone's sight for a while, but he hadn't shown any performance, so everyone thought that he had an empty identity but didn't have the strength to match it. However, after seeing Di Beichen's aura, everyone's thoughts couldn't help but change. This kind of aura wasn't something that just anyone could have, at least most of the people present couldn't. The most important thing was that from Di Beichen's aura, they could feel an almost tangible killing intent. It was the kind of killing intent that only a person who had walked through a mountain of swords and a sea of blood could have, not to mention the others. Even Di Xiaofeng was shocked when he felt Di Beichen's aura at this moment. Nangong Yuqing looked at Di Beichen in surprise. He suddenly felt that he had underestimated this guy before. This kind of aura shocked him so much that he couldn't recover for a while. Xiaoxia and Jun Lingshuan's expressions were also constantly changing. At this moment, they realized that they had always overlooked Di Beichen's strength. In their eyes, Di Beichen's cultivation was completely incomparable to theirs. However, all of them overlooked one point. Di Beichen relied on his own strength to come to the upper realm, not the Di family's people who directly brought him up from the lower realm. This meant that Di Beichen was also a peak existence in the lower realms. Even if such a person's foundation was not as good as theirs, his experience must be extremely rich. Since you're so arrogant, then let me see how strong you are. Yuqing naturally wasn't someone who would be scared. Even if Debaichen's momentum was astonishing, he wouldn't back down too much. After all, in terms of strength, he had never been afraid of anyone. As soon as his voice fell, Yuqing directly punched Debaichen. The moment he punched out, everyone could clearly feel his strength. Nebula Second Order. Seeing this, Debaichen didn't back down. Instead, he met the attack with a punch. Bang! When the two fists collided, Debaichen retreated a few steps, while Yuqing stood still. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That scared me. I thought that Debaichen's strength was really on par with Yuqing's. Fortunately, it's not as scary as it seems. Debaichen is younger than Yuqing. He came from the lower realm, but he was able to take a punch from Yuqing. It can be seen that his talent isn't any weaker than ours. That's true, but at least he's not Yuqing's opponent right now. Although Debaichen retreated 2 steps, he looked at Yuqing with a devilish smile. He waved his hand without a care. Obviously, he wasn't injured from the previous exchange. However, Yuqing, who was in an advantageous position, frowned. His gaze gradually became cautious and complicated, but his face was full of impatience. I'm too lazy to bother with you. When everyone saw Yuqing suddenly leave, they were all at a loss. According to their understanding, Yuqing wasn't someone who would show mercy. It seems that Debaichen is a bit strange. Jun Lingxuan's gaze fell on Debaichen. He clearly saw the situation between the two and knew that Debaichen's cultivation wasn't a match for Yuqing. What was strange was that when Debaichen made his move, he didn't sense his cultivation. Not only that, he believed that if Yuqing really had the advantage, he wouldn't give up so easily. As such, there was only one explanation. Although Debaichen seemed to be at a disadvantage, the one who was at a disadvantage was actually Yuqing. Only in this way could everything be explained. Even though he already understood everything in his heart, Jun Lingxuan still couldn't believe that Debaichen could do this. I also think that Yuqing's performance is a bit strange. He always likes to show off his strength in front of Xiaosou, so he definitely won't give up such a good opportunity. Jun Zitao also said. Yuqing was also very depressed at this moment. When he fought with Debaichen, although Debaichen seemed to be at a disadvantage, he felt that Debaichen's power was strange. That kind of power mixed with killing intent entered his body like a sharp blade, causing him to feel a burst of pain. Most importantly, he couldn't expel that kind of power in a short time. It was because of this that he chose to give up. This kid was so strange. If he continued to fight, he might be seriously injured. The people present obviously weren't stupid. After thinking about it for a while, they understood the problem. Suddenly, they looked at Debaichen with a trace of fear. It seemed that they had all underestimated Debaichen. He wasn't someone they could easily provoke. If Yuqing didn't dare to continue fighting, then at least most of them weren't a match for him. For a time, everyone began to ponder in their hearts. The D family wasn't simple this time. They had Bailey Hongzhuang as their pharmacist, and Debaichen was such a talented cultivator. They were on the verge of rising. After Yuqing left, the matter came to an end. Xiaosou was clearly still angry, but she didn't know what to say in this situation. Big sister, father has already told us not to take the initiative to find trouble with Debaichen. Xiao Sudong could not help but remind her. He was Xiaosou's biological younger brother. Although others didn't know that Xiaosou had been scolded by someone, as her biological younger brother, he knew about it. That was because he had also been reprimanded by his father, who had asked them to keep a low profile. The Xiao family and the D family are both big families. Why should we hide from them? Xiaosou said unhappily. Xiao Sudong was also somewhat helpless. Big sister, listen to father's advice. If we cause trouble again, we will be punished when we go back. Seeing this, Xiaosou looked at Xiao Sudong with displeasure. In the end, she chose to give up. Sooner or later, she would find an opportunity to teach Debaichen and Bailey Hongzhuang a lesson. The deck suddenly became quiet. After the flying artifact was activated, everyone felt a gust of wind. Under the scale, it was not an easy task to even stand firm. Almost at the same time, the cultivators on the deck swayed left and right, unable to stabilize themselves at all. Many cultivators directly fell and slid from the east side of the deck to the west. They didn't stop until they hit the edge of the deck. However, after a series of collisions, many people were already dizzy from the collisions, and many of them were even injured from the collisions. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others clearly didn't expect the movement to be so terrifying, but they were also people who had experienced hundreds of battles. They usually encountered all kinds of strange situations. Even if this was the first time they encountered such a situation, their reaction speed was very fast. They immediately attached their spirit energy to their feet and tried their best to stabilize themselves. Shangguan Ying was careless and directly fell. Just as she was about to hit somewhere, Xiren grabbed her. Ying, be careful. When Xiren grabbed the iron pole on the deck with his other hand and held Shangguan Ying tightly with his other hand. Although people wouldn't be thrown out of the flying magic tool, once they slipped, the injuries wouldn't be light. With the help of Xiren's strength, Shangguan Ying quickly stabilized herself. The spirit energy in her body surged out and she didn't dare to relax at all. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching also stabilized themselves immediately. Feeling the terrifying airflow around them, their hearts were filled with emotions. Xiaofeng, you didn't tell us before that the airflow would be so terrifying. Shangguan Ying looked helplessly at Di Xiaofeng. When she heard Di Xiaofeng's indifferent expression, she thought it was a very easy thing. Now the facts told her that she thought too simply. Other than the fact that people wouldn't fly out of the deck, nothing else had changed. Seeing this, Di Xiaofeng smiled awkwardly. When I went out to train before, the airflow wasn't so terrifying. As soon as he said this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also understood. Thinking about it, the airflow strength that Di Xiaofeng endured before was based on his previous strength. Now, the airflow strength was obviously stronger than before. At this moment, Mo Yunjua's voice suddenly sounded. Some people say that we are country bumpkins who have never seen the world. At least we can still stand steadily, unlike some people who are like a silver spearhead. They can't even stand steadily. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others turned their eyes to Junzi Tao. Sure enough, Junzi Tao had already flown to the other side and was now trying to stand up. Hearing Mo Yunjua's mockery, Junzi Tao's face turned black. He remained silent, feeling depressed. He didn't expect that the airflow this time would be so terrifying. He didn't react in time, and the back of his body was completely out of control. Following the swaying of the flying magic artifact, he flew in all directions. At this moment, he felt as if his internal organs were about to be knocked out of place. When he heard Mo Yunjua's ridicule, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Most importantly, the country bumpkins that he had mocked before were all standing properly. They did not fall down at all. This was awkward. Jun Lingxuan also stabilized his body for the first time, but it was too late to help Junzi Tao. Logically speaking, with Junzi Tao's strength, he shouldn't have fallen down. However, Junzi Tao didn't pay attention to the flying magic artifact just now, so he suffered a loss. Xiren looked at Mo Yunjua with a smile. Didn't we already know? The Jun family likes to flaunt their power with their mouths, but when it comes to facts, they're useless. Wasn't it the same last time? Looking at Xiren's expression that said, it's fine as long as we know it in our hearts. Junzi Tao couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. This guy was too mean. He was already embarrassed enough when Mo Yunjua said that. Now that when Xiren mentioned it, he lost all his face. Nangong Yuqing's gaze fell on Xiren's body, and a strong sense of surprise emerged in his heart. In fact, he didn't care about Bewitching and the others at all. The lower realm's resources couldn't be compared to the upper realms. Although the lower realm's cultivators had some ability to come to the upper realm, they still couldn't be compared to the geniuses of the aristocratic families. However, many of the cultivators present were unable to stabilize their bodies. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other cultivators from the lower realm were all able to stabilize themselves. Just this point alone couldn't be underestimated. Previously, the Jun family suffered a big loss at the hands of the Di family, so he somewhat looked down on them. However, now it seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others did have some ability. If he underestimated them, it was very likely that he would fail miserably. Just like before, when he and Bewitching exchanged punches, it didn't seem to be a big deal to others, but only those who had fought with him would understand how uncomfortable it was. Thinking about it, the Jun family's disciples had the same thoughts as him. Although many of the cultivators had fallen, everyone's strength was there for all to see. Naturally, they stood up at the first moment. In a short time, everyone on the deck had stabilized their bodies. A gust of wind swept across everyone's body. Even with spirit energy protecting their bodies, everyone could still feel that the wind was as sharp as a blade, causing a burst of stinging pain when it blew across their bodies. It wasn't until this moment that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others understood what Di Xiaofeng meant by tempering. Because under the influence of this airflow, everyone's origin energy was exhausted extremely quickly. Not only that, but his physical body was also greatly affected. Once their essence energy was insufficient, they had no doubt that this energy would directly cut through their skin. The airflow here is really scary. It's not easy to stay on the deck for a long time. Xianxia frowned slightly. He could feel that his elemental energy was depleting rapidly. During this period of time, his strength had also increased by a lot, but in this short period of time, he had already consumed nearly half of the origin energy in his body. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. He wasn't the only one. He noticed that the other cultivators around him didn't look too good either. Apparently, they were all in the same situation. That's right. This is indeed not an easy task. Di Xiaofeng said, although this place does have a tempering effect, most people will still enter in the end. The airflow here isn't something ordinary people can withstand. Hearing this, Xianxia nodded slightly, that's more like it. If these people could all endure here, then the strength of the upper realm's disciples would be too terrifying. Conserving elemental energy was also a kind of ability for cultivators. Cultivators of the same level would compete to see who could last until the end. The situation in front of them was undoubtedly a good opportunity. Bailey Hongzhuang attached the required amount of elemental energy to the soles of her feet. Stabilizing herself was undoubtedly the most important thing now. As for the elemental energy in her body, she did not attach too much to her body. This situation was extremely beneficial for tempering her physical body. Furthermore, her physical body was already stronger than that of an average cultivator. Normally, she would not be able to find a suitable environment to temper her physical body. Now that there was one in front of her, she naturally would not miss it. Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang looked at each other. His thoughts were the same as Bailey Hongzhuang's. Now, he also understood the importance of tempering his physical body. Since they were going to stay here for 3 months, it was undoubtedly a good opportunity for them to cultivate. As Bailey Hongzhuang gradually reduced the amount of elemental energy in her body, the pain caused by the wind blades also increased continuously. Faintly, some bloodstains began to appear on her skin. Red flowers bloomed on her white dress. It was coquettish and desolate. Bailey Hongzhuang circulated the demon summoning scripture, while the elemental energy in her body continued to circulate. Even though the environment here was not good, the elemental energy in the airflow still existed. Through the circulation of the demon summoning scripture, she gradually absorbed and strengthened her dantian. Bailey Hongzhuang was dressed in white, and the blood-red color on her body was undoubtedly very conspicuous. Xiao Wu noticed this situation for the first time, and suddenly a trace of ridicule appeared in her eyes. Going to the immortal cloud secret realm with such little power, she is completely at the bottom of the list. Xiao Wu sneered in her heart. Even though the elemental energy on the deck was depleted very quickly, she still had half of her elemental energy in her body. She was not injured at all. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was already unable to hold on so quickly. It could be seen that the amount of elemental energy in her body was very little. Jun Lingxuan and the rest also noticed this scene. With this kind of power, I'm afraid she is only at the Star Radiance realm. Cultivators from the lower plane are naturally not as strong as us. It is not strange for such a situation to occur, Xiao Sudong said with a smile. Previously, they had been suppressed by the Di family. Now, they had finally found a way to turn the tables. When Shangguan Ying and the others saw this situation, a trace of surprise appeared in their eyes. Logically speaking, with Bailey Hongshuang's strength, she shouldn't be unable to hold on so quickly. Could it be that Hongshuang is deliberately trying to confuse others? Shang Guanying's eyes flashed as she pondered. Now that everyone was gathered here, she could tell how strong they were from the time they lasted. She was well aware of Hongshuang's strength and believed that she must have her reasons for doing so. When Xiren glanced at Bailey Hongshuang and noticed that there seemed to be blood seeping out of Debaichen's clothes, he then said, "I'm afraid Hongshuang isn't trying to confuse others. She's just tempering her body." Hearing that, Shang Guanying was struck dumb for a second. That seems to be the case. Now is indeed a good time to temper your body, Mo Yunjue also said. He also noticed this point and immediately reduced the amount of elemental energy covering his body. He began to use the power of the wind to temper his body. Seeing this, Xiren, Shang Guanying, and Ao Lingxiao looked at each other. These guys were really abnormal. The pain of tempering one's body was not something that ordinary people could endure. Since they are already like this, we can't be lazy. Xiren suddenly chuckled. After making their decision, when Xiren and the other two no longer hesitated and began to use the power of the wind to temper their bodies. As their cultivation gradually increased, they also felt the importance of a strong physical body. They had long been used to suffering. As long as they could improve, suffering a little was nothing. Moreover, the people around them were all eyeing them covetously and did not take them seriously at all. This feeling made them very unhappy. When Xiaosuo saw the blood on Bailey Hongshuang's body, she was sure that Bailey Hongshuang would leave the deck and enter the room as quickly as possible. However, she noticed that Bailey Hongshuang's body was gradually becoming more and more bloody, but she still had no intention of leaving. She could not help but frown. I didn't expect Bailey Hongshuang to be so stubborn. She has already suffered such serious injuries and still refuses to leave. Jun Lingxuan and the others were also sizing up Bailey Hongshuang. They all understood that Bailey Hongshuang's cultivation was weaker than theirs, so she would naturally be unable to hold on. One must know that even if there were no wounds on the body, the wind blades would already be very painful and unbearable. Now that Bailey Hongshuang had so many wounds on her body, it was not easy for her to still be able to hold on. Not only that, he also noticed that Debaichen and Wen Xiren were in the same situation. However, they did not show any signs of unbearable pain on their faces. These people from the lower realms are pretty good at enduring, Yi Futian muttered to himself. Jun Zitao frowned. He felt that leaving quickly was more in line with the situation of Bailey Hongshuang and the others. This way, he would be able to mock the other party back. However, the other party insisted on staying here, which made him speechless. As time gradually passed, many of the cultivators on the deck had exhausted their primary energy. The strong wind swept across their bodies, bringing about intense pain. Many of them were too embarrassed to leave after seeing Bailey Hongshuang and the others persevering. However, as more and more wounds appeared on their bodies, they grimaced in pain. Debaichen and the others are too abnormal. They can still endure such pain. I can't take it anymore. I'm going in. Are you going in? I'm going in too. After the first cultivator mentioned that he wanted to go below the deck, many cultivators left one after another. In fact, although everyone knew that standing on the deck was a form of training, most people would not continue to stay here. That was because this place was simply too torturous. 3 months later, they would enter the Immortal Cloud's secret realm. That would be the time for them to compete. Staying on the deck was nothing but torture. Most importantly, they needed time to recover from their injuries. What they wanted was to enter the Immortal Cloud Mystery Realm in their best condition, and not torture themselves until they were neither human nor ghost. In a short period of time, the number of people on the deck had decreased by half, making the originally empty deck even more spacious. Xiaosuo realized that the primary energy in her body had been depleted. The intense pain caused her to frown. She looked around and realized that Bailey Hongshuang's body was almost completely covered in wounds. However, under such circumstances, Bailey Hongshuang still had her eyes tightly shut. She had no intention of leaving. What a lunatic. Big sister, it's too torturous to stand here. Why don't we go down as well? Xiao Sudong could not help but ask. Many of their family's disciples had already gone up to the deck. They did not have to endure such torturous pain. Xiaosuo glanced at Xiao Sudong before looking at Bewitching and the others who had no intention of leaving. She said in a deep voice, "If you can't stand it, you can leave first. I want to continue staying here." She was not an alchemist and could not be compared to Bailey Hongzhuang in the alchemy competition. Now, they were competing in cultivation. If she was defeated by Bailey Hongzhuang, how could she face others? Jun Lingxuan, Jun Zitao, Nangong Yuqing, and the others were still standing on the deck. They had no intention of leaving. I suddenly realized that the cultivators from the lower realm are not simple. So many people can't stand it anymore, but they can still stay here. Indeed, I feel that we have underestimated them before. They still have some ability. Debaichen's words make sense. It's not easy to go from the lower realm to the upper realm. Many of the cultivators present noticed that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were clearly wounded, but they were still holding on, and did not retreat at all. Their thoughts had already begun to change. Towards Wen Xiren and the others, they had never taken them seriously. After all, these people were only supporting characters in the Immortal Cloud's secret realm. They could not even be considered as supporting characters. They were just cannon fodder. If it was not for Bailey Hongzhuang who had won so many spots for the D family, Wen Xiren and the others would not have had the chance to come here. However, after seeing the perseverance displayed by Xiren and the others, everyone's thoughts changed. After all, everyone admired cultivators with strong willpower. Bailey Hongzhuang closed her eyes and focused on circulating the demon summoning scripture. The intense pain on her body was not unbearable for her. In the past, she had often endured such tempering. She knew in her heart that tempering one's body must be a painful process. If he gave up just like that, he wouldn't gain anything. On the contrary, as long as she continued to persevere, the harvest would definitely be better than she expected. "Xiao Feng, I can't hold on any longer," Bailey Yunyan said after holding on for a long time. Initially, when she saw that Bailey Hongzhuang's people had no intention of leaving, she forced herself not to leave. However, as the pain gradually intensified, she couldn't hold on any longer. The cultivators of the 100 Lane clan had all left by now. She was the only one left here. Hearing Bailey Yunyan's words, Di Xiaofeng nodded and said, "You can go down and rest well." "What about you?" Bailey Yunyan couldn't help but ask. "Beichen has no intention of leaving. As his elder brother, how can I leave?" Di Xiaofeng smiled warmly, "You don't have to worry. It's good for me to stay up here. If I really can't take it, I'll go down directly." Hearing this, Bailey Yunyan's eyes flashed with hesitation and said, "All right then. After you go down, go back to your room and rest. If there's nothing else, it's best if you don't come out. I'll look for you after I go down," Di Xiaofeng said. The Bailey family was originally a relatively weak existence among the many forces here. If they were targeted after going down, it would be troublesome. Therefore, the best choice was to stay in seclusion and cultivate in peace. Time gradually passed, and the number of cultivators on the deck became fewer and fewer. 3 days later, Debaichen's gaze landed on a black figure. He had been paying attention to this person for a while. Almost everyone couldn't help but discuss at this moment. However, this person didn't care about the thoughts of others. He directly sat on the ground and started cultivating. It was obvious that he had already treated this place as a place to cultivate and had no intention of leaving. If his judgment was not wrong, this person should have decided to temper his body here after stepping on the deck. "Big brother, who is that?" Di Xiaofeng looked in the direction Debaichen was pointing. After seeing the other party clearly, he said, "The person you are talking about is Madman from the Great Devil sect." "Madman?" Debaichen's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. Di Xiaofeng nodded slightly, "That's right. This person is called Chen Feng. He is a genius cultivator from the Great Devil sect. His strength is extremely tyrannical. According to our judgment, he should be the strongest among all of us here." Hearing Di Xiaofeng's words, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but open her eyes and see the person they were talking about. Chen Feng was wearing black clothes. His expression was grave and stern, and his whole body was emitting an aura that kept people away. "He is the strongest?" Bailey Hongzhuang was also somewhat astonished. She really didn't notice this person's existence before. However, now that she looked carefully, she also found that this person was not simple. That's right. He is completely a cultivation maniac. Once he starts cultivating, he looks like a madman. That's why everyone gave him a nickname, Madman. However, he is a relatively cold person. He generally doesn't like to interact with others. He spends almost all of his time on cultivation. He even feels that talking to others is a waste of time. Therefore, although he is the strongest and none of us dare to ignore him, he is too lazy to pay attention to ordinary things. As soon as these words came out, Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang looked at each other. It turned out to be this kind of temperament, no wonder she was ignored. Let's not talk about him. Di Xiaofeng's eyes fell on Bailey Hongshuang and Bailey Hongshuang. The way you two cultivate is quite abnormal. This is completely a masochistic way of cultivation. Previously, when he was in the Di family, Di Beichen had lamented that Di Beichen and Gu Shijiao were in closed-door training almost every day. It was a little exaggerated. However, now that he saw the two of them like this, he understood the situation of the two people's daily cultivation. Big brother, cultivating here is very helpful for tempering the body. Don't you think this is a good opportunity? Di Beichen asked with a smile. You're just looking for trouble here. Di Xiaofeng rolled his eyes. Look at how many people are still here. In his line of sight, other than them, there were less than 10 cultivators left on the deck. Big brother, if you don't like to cultivate here, you can directly go down. We have no problem here. Di Beichen chuckled. He naturally knew that Di Xiaofeng's usual cultivation method was not like this. If it wasn't for his face, Di Xiaofeng would have left long ago. Those guys haven't left yet, so how can I leave? Di Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows and quietly glanced at Jun Lingxuan and the others. Let me tell you, they must be very depressed right now. They usually don't suffer like this, but this time, they're angry with you, so they've been holding it in until now. They must be cursing you in their hearts. Di Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with a mischievous smile. The Di family and the Xiao family had always been very familiar. In the past, the Di family and the Xiao family had been friends for generations. As for the Jun family, because the two sides had always been opponents, they knew the Jun family's situation better than the Xiao family. Whether it was Jun Lingxuan or Xiao Shou, they were naturally cultivation geniuses. They usually cultivated very hard, but this kind of cultivation method was obviously not suitable for them. Hearing this, Di Beichen's lips curled up. They're willing to do this, so maybe it'll help them. When Di Xiaofeng noticed Jun Lingxuan and the others frowning, the smile in his eyes gradually deepened. If that's the case, then isn't it not worth it for us? Just as you said, if they didn't really want to stay here, then they definitely wouldn't have been able to last until the end. Di Beichen's expression was indifferent. He admitted that Jun Lingxuan and the others were cultivation geniuses, but these geniuses were still somewhat different compared to them. Because they were more self-trained, while Jun Lingxuan and the others relied on their family's cultivation resources. Although this was the advantage of their family's heritage, it was also a flaw. For cultivators like them who relied on their own strength to reach their current level, their perseverance was definitely not something Jun Lingxuan and the others could compare to. He believed that the other party wouldn't last long. Looking at Di Beichen's confident appearance, Di Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows, obviously thinking about whether he was right or not. Xiao Shou's gaze fell on Bailey Hongshuang. When she saw that Bailey Hongshuang was cultivating with her eyes closed, she couldn't help but curse in her heart. I didn't expect this woman to be so patient. She hasn't left yet. In his line of sight, Bailey Hongshuang's clothes had already been dyed red with blood. It was obvious that there were countless wounds on her body. In fact, her own situation was not much better than Bailey Hongshuang's. Every second she stayed here made her feel extremely uncomfortable. However, Bailey Hongshuang had not left yet. If she gave up just like that, it would be too embarrassing. Compared to the pain, she cared more about her reputation. Jun Lingxuan felt very helpless at this moment. Jun Zitao was originally staying with him, but he couldn't stand the torture and left. He also wanted to leave with Jun Zitao, but Xiao Shou was still here. If he left, he would lose face. 7 days was a complete torture for them. Almost everyone on the deck had left, leaving only the few of them here. He felt that it was normal for the madman of the Great Devil sect to stay here. After all, this person couldn't be judged by common sense. This kind of cultivation method should be normal for Chen Feng, but he didn't believe that Bewitching and the others were the same as Chen Feng, all cultivation madmen. Even if they could hold on for one more second, it would still be a victory. As long as he gave up first, Bewitching would have a reason to laugh at him. With this thought, Jun Lingxuan and the others continued to persevere. But another day passed. Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang were still the same as before. They did not have the slightest intention to leave. Beichen. Xiren looked at Bewitching. Yingying's body is a little weak. Her injuries are too serious now. She can't take it anymore. I'll take her to rest first. Xiren naturally did not care about this kind of pain. Although his talent was not as good as Bewitching's, he had been training with Bewitching since he was young. His perseverance was definitely not weak. It was just that Shangguan Yingying had always stayed in the sect to cultivate. She rarely went through such training. Since going to Punlai Island, Shangguan Yingying had become much stronger than before. Her endurance had also greatly improved. However, there was still a gap. He understood that Shangguan Yingying had been holding on bitterly and was unwilling to give up. However, her body that was on the verge of collapse revealed that she had already persevered to the limit. Bewitching also noticed this situation. He quickly said, "Take Yingying to rest. It's good to cultivate below. Hongzhuang's healing medicine is very effective. Remember to apply it to Yingying." Seeing that Xiren was about to take her away, Shangguan Yingying could not help but say, "I can still hold on." "You're already like this. What are you still holding on for?" Xiren looked at Shangguan Yingying with heartache. He did not care about himself. However, seeing Yingying suffer like this, he really felt distressed. On one hand, he hoped that Yingying's strength could be improved and improve her ability to protect herself. On the other hand, he hoped that his strength could improve. As long as he could protect her, so what if Yingying's strength was weak? But everyone is still holding on. I don't want to give up like this. Shangguan Yingying's eyes were slightly red. In this team, her strength was undoubtedly the weakest. She knew this very well and hoped that she could keep up with everyone's pace. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang said, "Yingying, everyone has different cultivation methods. What suits us may not suit you. You didn't have any foundation in body refinement before, so it is indeed very difficult for you to endure here. If you stay here for too long, it will cause irreversible damage to your body." Previously, she did not expect Shangguan Yingying to be able to hold on for so long. Other than the few people who were competing with each other, the rest of the cultivators present had already left. However, she felt that since Yingying was willing to persevere, she would let her persevere for a while longer. She could leave once she couldn't take it anymore. Ao Lingxiao couldn't help but say, "I'll go down as well. This kind of body tempering is too abnormal. Without a solid foundation, it will be hard to endure." Ever since he met Bewitching and the others, he realized that Bewitching, Bailey Hongzhuang, and Mo Yunjue were all really abnormal. Cultivation was completely masochistic. During this period of time, he had been cultivating very hard. However, when facing Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, he really could not say that he was hardworking. "You all go down first. Have a good rest," Bailey Hongzhuang said with a smile. In fact, she and Bewitching both felt that the environment here was very suitable for their own cultivation. They did not request for everyone to stay here. Shangguan Yingying, who was originally unwilling to give up, felt a little better when she saw Ao Lingxiao preparing to leave. "Yingying, we will go down first. When your condition improves, if you still want to come up, we will come up again," Xiren said with a smile. Seeing this, Shangguan Yingying nodded, "All right then. Yunjue, do you want to go down with us?" Ao Lingxiao asked. Mo Yunjue shook his head, "You guys go down. I think the environment here is quite suitable for me." Seeing this, Ao Lingxiao and the others looked at each other. Sure enough, it was as they thought. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching couldn't help but chuckle. Mo Yunjue was the young master of Shitian Tower. The cultivators there were notoriously cruel. Although Mo Yunjue was the young master, according to their judgment, Mo Yunjue would not suffer less than other cultivators. On the contrary, he would suffer more. This situation was obviously not a problem for Mo Yunjue. If not, Mo Yunjue's cultivation speed would not be so fast. When Xiao Sou and the others saw that Shang Guanying and the others wanted to leave, they were overjoyed. After enduring for so long, they could finally be liberated. However, when they saw that Bewitching and the others had no intention of leaving, they couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Another day passed. Xiao Sou felt that her body was no longer hers. Her body was already covered in wounds. If it wasn't for her anger, she would have collapsed. When Xiao Sudong walked to the deck and saw this scene, he couldn't help but say, "Big sister, are you still going to stay here? It has been so many days. Your injuries are so serious. What are you doing here?" Xiao Sudong couldn't hold on for 2 days. Although he wanted to compete with Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, he finally decided to leave first. Even if he lost some face, at least he wouldn't feel so bad. He originally thought that after he went down, Xiao Sou would come down with him soon. He didn't expect that his injuries had already healed, but Xiao Sou still hadn't come down. He couldn't help but come up to take a look. He had never seen his sister in such a miserable state. It was as if she had just been fished out of a pool of blood. If he continued to stay here, wouldn't all the flesh on his body be shaved off? "Sudong, you're here." Xiao Sou couldn't hold on any longer. After hearing Xiao Sudong's words, she was even more eager to leave. Xiao Sudong walked to Xiao Sou's side. "Big sister, let's go. Don't continue to compete with them here." Xiao Sou shook her head. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang didn't leave, she would never leave. After Jun Lingshuan saw Xiao Sudong's ruddy complexion, a trace of envy appeared in his eyes. As the children of aristocratic families, they had always been treated very well. They must have lived very comfortably below the deck. Staying here was completely miserable. After struggling for a long time, Jun Lingshuan said, "Miss Xiao, why don't we all go down? Are you also going to leave?" Xiao Sou looked at Jun Lingshuan in surprise. She thought that Jun Lingshuan would also persist to the end. Although he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to win against Bewitching, it was obvious that Bewitching's endurance was very terrifying. If he continued to endure like this, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to hold on. If he couldn't hold on and fainted, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? If we want to win against them, we have plenty of opportunities. We don't have to insist on this kind of thing," Jun Lingshuan said. It was obviously not a wise move to compete with the other party's advantage with their own weakness. The most important thing was that he found that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two's faces had gradually begun to recover from their initial pale state. Their mental state was not the slightest bit sluggish, which was obviously different from how they forced themselves to hold on. If his judgment was correct, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two had gradually adapted to the strength of the wind. Blades on the deck. Although this discovery made him feel incredulous, he still had to admit that it was true. What's more, he found that he obviously couldn't adapt to all this in a short time. If this continued, it would only continue to widen the gap between the two sides. Since he couldn't win against them, he might as well give up. It was more powerful to leave now. Listening to Jun Lingshuan's words, Xiao Sou's eyes flashed a trace of hesitation. She, who originally wanted to leave, was even more shaken at this moment. Previously, even if she wanted to leave, she couldn't find a reason. Now, Jun Lingshuan's departure had given her a way out. If she didn't leave now, then she really couldn't find a reason to leave in the future. "You're right, there's nothing to show on this deck. Let's leave together," Xiao Sou said. Hearing this, Jun Lingshuan's eyes flashed with a trace of joy. "Okay, let's leave together." After Xiao Sudong heard this, he also let out a sigh of relief. He was really worried that if Xiao Sou continued to stay here, she might lose her life. After staying on the deck for so many days, whether it was Xiao Sou or Jun Lingshuan, they had no strength in their bodies. At this moment, they stood up rashly and almost fell down. Fortunately, Xiao Sudong was right beside them. He hurriedly supported the two of them and asked, "Big sister, are you all right?" Bailey Hongzhuang's cold gaze fell on Xiao Sou and Yi Zichen. As expected, they left in the end. Xiaosou naturally noticed Bailey Hongshuang's gaze, and a trace of embarrassment flashed in her eyes. She immediately averted her gaze and pretended not to see it. Bewitching had been on the deck the whole time. When he saw Jun Lingshuan leaving with Xiaosou, he didn't continue to stay there. After all, his main target was Xiaosou. Jun Lingshuan was also his competitor. He couldn't let Jun Lingshuan have the chance to be with Xiaosou. After Jun Lingshuan and the other two left, only Bewitching, Bailey Hongshuang, Mo Yunjue, and the great devil sex Chen Feng were left on the deck. The four of them had their eyes closed and were peacefully cultivating and tempering their bodies. The deck was abnormally quiet. Bailey Hongshuang felt that although the injuries on her body were very serious, they were gradually healing. Not only that, but she could also feel that her body was constantly strengthening in this state of continuous healing and injury. This was progress. Chen Feng had been cultivating with his eyes closed, but he still had some understanding of the situation on the deck. According to Chen Feng's judgment, the reason Bailey Hongshuang's group was here was to defeat Xiaosou's group. Since Xiaosou's group had already left, there was naturally no need for them to continue staying here. However, half a month had already passed, and Bailey Hongshuang's group still had no intention of leaving. This proved that from the beginning to the end, Bailey Hongshuang's group's goal was only to cultivate here and not to defeat their opponents. Seeing Chen Feng suddenly take the initiative to talk to them, Bailey Hongshuang's group was astonished. According to Di Xiaofeng's introduction, it was almost impossible for Chen Feng to take the initiative to talk to others. This is a good opportunity. Don't you think so too? Bewitching's lips curled up in a faint smile. He knew that Chen Feng was an extremely pure person. He had no intention of showing off by staying here. All of them believed that this place was suitable for cultivating their bodies. Hearing this, Chen Feng nodded. You're right. This is indeed a good place to cultivate. It's just that those guys don't understand. I originally thought that I was the only one who would stay here. Bewitching smiled and said, So, we're disturbing your peace? No. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Anyone can come here. This is not my private property. If you guys want to stay, it's your business. After saying that, Chen Feng did not say anything else. He closed his eyes again and started cultivating, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Bailey Hongshuang's group looked at each other. It seemed like Di Xiaofeng's introduction was not wrong. This Chen Feng's character was indeed somewhat weird. Mo Yunjue, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, Actually, people with this kind of character are quite good. With this kind of character, they are usually upright gentlemen. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. You're right. With his character, I'm afraid he won't even bother to participate in some shady business. Perhaps it's precisely because of his character that he can become the number one existence. Bewitching's eyes were filled with wisdom. Anyone who wanted to be number one had to have no distracting thoughts. This was the fastest way to improve. Bailey Hongshuang and the other two did not delay any longer and continued to cultivate. They believed that if they stayed here for 3 months, the improvement of their physical bodies would be very obvious. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. As time went by, the physical strength of the three of them improved significantly. The wind blades scraped across their bodies, and the pain they felt was much less than before. Suddenly, several figures appeared on the deck. Beichen, Hongshuang, something happened. When Xiren's voice rang out. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang and the other two opened their eyes. They looked at Xiren in confusion and asked, What happened? Ao Ling Xiao and the Ao clan are fighting. What? Bailey Hongshuang frowned. You guys have been down there for such a long time. Why are you guys suddenly fighting today? Wen Zi explained, After we returned, we have been peacefully cultivating and healing our injuries. After recovering from our injuries, we prepared to come to the deck to cultivate with you guys. However, Ao Ling Xiao bumped into the Ao clan's team on the way here. His elder brother was obviously among them. So, they naturally got into trouble, Wen Zian explained. What's the situation now? The Ao family insisted that Ao Ling Xiao was a traitor to their family and demanded that we hand Ao Ling Xiao over to them. Wen Ziran's complexion was somewhat unsightly. We naturally didn't agree. However, the AO clan relied on their numbers and called AO Ling Xiao to stop them. Fortunately, Xiaofeng and the others also rushed over after hearing the news. However, the Jun family and the Xiao family also interfered in this matter, so the situation was very chaotic. I heard from Ling Xiao that there was the shadow of the Jun family behind his big brother. The reason why such a thing happened to his family before was because the Jun family secretly supported his big brother. If it wasn't for that, Ling Xiao wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Bailey Hongshuang's gaze darkened. She really didn't have a good impression of the Jun family. As she learned more about the Jun family, she found that this family really liked to do shady things behind the scenes. The AO family originally had a good relationship with the D family. Although they were only a small family to the D family, they still had some dealings with each other. Now that the AO family and the Jun family had become one, if he guessed correctly, the Jun family wanted to start with these peripheral forces and isolate the D family step by step. Fortunately, the D family's reaction was very fast, so they weren't affected too much. However, thinking about having such a family and thinking about how to plot against them all day really made him unhappy. The Jun family is indeed a malignant tumor. In order to take you down, they must have racked their brains. Mo Yunjue also spoke out. Di Beichen's gaze was cold. He had already noticed this point. We will take care of the Jun family sooner or later. He knew that Di Yujue was also dealing with the Jun family. If the previous matter wasn't enough to completely anger the D family, then this time, the Jun family's action against him and Di Xiaofeng had already angered the entire D family. Now that the two families were already in a state of irreconcilable hatred, a battle would be unavoidable soon. Soon, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others entered the magic artifact. This place was naturally extremely spacious. Not only were there rooms, but there were also places for gathering and cultivation. It could be said that there was everything one could wish for. However, the items on the list were also quite expensive. Fortunately, the cultivators inside were not short of money. Bailey Hongzhuang sized up the decorations in the surroundings. They were all extremely gorgeous, causing her eyes to light up. However, they were clearly not in the mood to pay attention to all this. The four of them were very fast. Under Xiren's lead, they quickly arrived at AO Lingxiao's location. From afar, they noticed that the area was already surrounded by cultivators. Whispers could be heard coming from the inside. I didn't think that this person would be AO Lingxiao of the AO clan. I heard that he killed his parents in order to seize the position of the clan head. However, he was discovered and fled. It's really hard to imagine that he would actually do such an intolerable thing. The most important thing is that he still dares to come here at this time. He came with the D family. I don't know what's going on with the D family. It's really hard to imagine that they would even accept this kind of person. Isn't that so? I think that this kind of person should directly pay with his life. I really don't know what Di Xiaofeng is thinking. Among the crowd, AO Lingxiao, who was facing everyone's accusations, was livid. The blood drained from his face, and he looked a little pale. Even though he had already expected such a situation to happen when he chose to return, he still found it hard to accept the fact that he was being condemned by everyone when it really happened. Killing one's parents was an unbearable crime no matter when it was pinned on one's head. After hearing the AO family's accusations against AO Lingxiao, Lin Taxing and the others were surprised. I have heard about what happened in the AO family before, but I didn't expect him to be AO Lingxiao. Lin Taxing frowned slightly. He didn't know much about AO Lingxiao. He only knew that he was a friend of Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen. At this moment, when they knew that he was the notorious AO Lingxiao, they found it hard to believe. They didn't understand how Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen could be friends with such a person. Although they were opponents of the Jun family, they couldn't accept standing here to protect AO Lingxiao at this moment. They wouldn't even look at such a person on normal days. After the two did such a thing, they were hunted down by the AO family. I didn't expect them to be so lucky. In the end, they came to the upper world with Beichen and Di Beichen. Lin Xianxia also said. Lin Yi's eyes flickered with doubts. AO Lingxiao is quite bold. He knows that he will encounter the AO family's cultivators here, but he still has the courage to come. Bailey Yunyan stood beside Di Xiaofeng and couldn't help but say, Xiaofeng, what they said shouldn't be true, right? Although she didn't have long contact with Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, she knew something about them. In her eyes, if Ao Lingxiao was really such a person, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen would never protect him. Di Xiaofeng nodded slightly. There are indeed many problems. Beichen told me that Ao Lingxiao was wronged. When he knew that Beichen's friend was Beichen's Ao clan's Ao Lingxiao, he had talked about this matter with Beichen. Because if the other party was really such a person, then he would definitely not protect him. Killing one's own father and mother, this kind of person should be cut into pieces. However, Beichen told him another truth. In fact, when he first heard that such a thing had happened in the Ao clan, he had become suspicious because it was really too strange. However, since all the members of the Ao clan believed so, he naturally wouldn't delve into it. In addition, the Ao family and the Jun family were very close now. So, he didn't want to know about them. After knowing the truth of Di Beichen's words, he was extremely shocked. After thinking for a long time, he still believed Di Beichen's words. Because, this statement was obviously more convincing than the one passed down by the Ao clan. Most importantly, he understood that if Ao Lingxiao was really such a person, then after the matter was exposed, he wouldn't have the courage to come back at all. With his strength, he would be a powerful existence in the lower realm, but he still chose to come back and face all this. If there wasn't a great injustice, he wouldn't make such a choice. Hearing this, a hint of understanding appeared in Bailey Yunyan's eyes. I know there must be something hidden in this, but the current situation is not easy to deal with. Ao Zhengqing looked deeply at Di Xiaofeng, his face full of anger. I don't care if this is your family's matter. Since Ao Lingxiao came with us, he's our teammate. There's no reason for you to take him away. Di Xiaofeng stood in front of Ao Lingxiao with a tough attitude. Obviously, he had made up his mind not to let anyone take him away. Following Di Xiaofeng's words, the surrounding crowd sighed. Di Xiaofeng is too unreasonable. He's protecting such a scum. I really don't know what he's thinking. Di Xiaofeng isn't usually like this. Why would he do such a strange thing today? Don't worry, let's watch first. It's rare to see something interesting. The crowd was obviously enjoying the show. Since they came below the deck, they had been cultivating in seclusion. Now that such a big thing happened, everyone was very interested. Di Xiaofeng, I respect you as the young master of the Di family. That's why I treat you with respect. Ao Lingxiao is a member of our Ao family. What's the reason for you to be so dominant? Ao Zhengqing's face was serious. He's my younger brother. Since he's back, he should join our team. Besides, he killed his parents. He should be punished according to the family rules. As he spoke, Ao Lingxiao looked at the crowd and said, Everyone, don't you think Di Xiaofeng is meddling too much? Di Xiao's frowned. Xiaofeng, what's going on? If he's really a member of their family, then return him to them. If we take him in, it will ruin our family's reputation. There were many kinds of bad people, but killing one's parents was the most unforgivable kind. At this time, Jun Lingxuan also stood out and said, Di Xiaofeng, aren't you meddling too much? You want to meddle in other people's family matters. Although your Di family is stronger than the Ao family, you can't bully others like this. That's right. You're really bullying others like this. Xiao Soa stood up as well. I was just saying how desperate the people from the lower realm were. I didn't expect to be associated with such people. It's really an eye-opener. Xiao Sou, Jun Lingxuan, why are you guys everywhere? Lin Yi stood up unconvinced. This is a matter between us and the Ao family. What does it have to do with you? Originally, this matter was already very troublesome. Now that Jun Lingxuan and Yi Shiwen had appeared, the matter was naturally even more difficult to resolve. Lin Yi, what you said is interesting. Xiao Sou chuckled lightly. We saw injustice on the road, so we drew our swords to help. Is there a problem? I'd like to ask everyone here, do you think you can stand by and watch such a thing happen? Everyone nodded in agreement. The Di family was indeed in the wrong. Young Master Jun and young Miss Xiao are both men of justice. That's why they stood up for me. If it weren't for them, I'm sure your Di clan wouldn't even bother to reason with me. Ao Zhengqing looked angry. as early as the day my parents died, I swore that I would find this beast and punish him according to the family law. Otherwise, I would be sorry for my parents' souls in heaven. Shang Guanyin couldn't help it at the moment. When she heard Ao Lingxiao talk about this matter before, she felt that it was infuriating. Now looking at Ao Zhengquang's appearance, she suddenly understood. This guy was really good at acting. If she didn't know the truth, she would have been completely deceived by this guy. That angry look, that hateful tears, who could doubt it? Ao Zhengquang, don't confuse right and wrong. Obviously, you did all these things. Shang Guanyin said. When Ao Zhengquang saw Shang Guanyin, his eyes flashed with doubt. He didn't know this woman. I confuse right and wrong? The truth of this matter had already been revealed. In my opinion, you are the one who was deceived by Ao Lingxiao. You really don't make a draft when you lie. Shang Guanyin was speechless. She really didn't know what to say when she met this kind of guy who lied without blushing. Miss, you are too naive. Previously, you were in the lower realm and listened to his nonsense. Now, everyone in the upper realm knows the truth of this matter. If you continue to be deceived by him, then it is really. Ao Zhengquang shook his head with a speechless look. His meaning was obvious. If she still believed Ao Lingxiao under such circumstances, then she was really stupid. Ao Zhengquang, don't think that you can just put the dirty water on my head. Ao Lingxiao looked at Ao Zhengquang with bloodshot eyes. The truth will never be buried. Hee hee. Ao Zhengquang sneered. Ao Lingxiao, things have already come to this point and you still want to quibble. I didn't expect that after a trip to the lower realm, your ability to fool people has improved a lot. No wonder you dare to come back. The person who killed my parents is obviously you. Ao Lingxiao's eyes flashed with deep hatred. I have always regarded you as a respectable big brother. But you actually did such a thing for the position of the family head. I know that under your conspiracy, I can't defend myself. But I won't let you confuse right and wrong like this. Even if I die, I will let the family see your face clearly, otherwise, I won't have the face to see my parents. Hearing Ao Lingxiao's words, everyone's face changed slightly. They had already recognized the truth. They didn't expect Ao Lingxiao to say another version. Most importantly, they had never heard of this version before. Ao Lingxiao, no matter what you say now, it is useless. Everyone knows that you are just quibbling. Ao Zhengquang turned to look at Di Xiaofeng. Obviously, he didn't want to argue with Ao Lingxiao on this matter. Di Xiaofeng, if you believe what he said, it is too ridiculous. Today, I will definitely bring him away. I hope you can agree to my request on account of the good relationship between our Ao clan and the Di clan. Looking at Ao Junquang's aggressive appearance, Di Xiaofeng also frowned. In the absence of evidence, this matter was really difficult to refute. Most importantly, almost everyone believed in Ao Zhengquang. It would be very difficult for Ao Lingxiao to make a comeback. Emperor Xiaofeng, Ao Zhengquang has already spoken to this point, and you still want to consider? Jun Lingxuan's eyes were filled with sarcasm. Can't you make the decision? Why don't you find Bewitching? At this moment, a voice was heard. Jun Lingxuan, we haven't seen each other for a while. You seem to miss me. As soon as the voice fell, Bewitching and the others appeared in front of everyone. Even if he was facing Di Xiaofeng, Jun Lingxuan didn't think much of it. Because they had been rivals for so many years, they already knew each other like the back of their hands. On the contrary, this Bewitching had only appeared for a short time, so he didn't know what the other party would do. Previously, when Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching teamed up, they had already suffered a loss. Originally, he thought that Bewitching's strength wasn't enough, but Namgong Yuqing also suffered a loss, so he couldn't underestimate him. Right now, he didn't know how strong Bewitching was or what other methods he had, so it was better to be cautious. Bewitching, you finally appeared. Jun Lingxuan said coldly. Bewitching's lips curved into a faint smile. It seems that after leaving the deck, you've had a good time here. You don't seem to be weak or tired at all. As soon as these words came out, Jun Lingxuan's lips couldn't help but twitch. On the deck, he had indeed lost to Bewitching. But he didn't expect this guy to bring up this matter as soon as he arrived, making his momentum unable to rise. Bewitching, you wouldn't want to cover up this scum who killed his parents, would you? Jun Lingxuan cleverly changed the topic. From the previous few confrontations, he had already understood that if he continued to talk about this matter, the one who would suffer in the end would be him. Your Jun family's shady business, aren't you very clear in your heart? Bewitching threw out these words lightly, his wise and sharp eyes looking straight at Jun Lingxuan, as if he had seen through everything. Under Bewitching's gaze, Jun Lingxuan only felt uncomfortable and couldn't help but feel angry. This guy who appeared out of nowhere really made him unhappy to the extreme. What do you mean by that? Jun Lingxuan lowered his voice and his expression became serious. Your character can be seen from the way the Jun family bribed medicine master Qin. Bewitching's gaze was mild. In order to defeat the D family, you must have been racking your brains all day long, right? Sorry for troubling you. Bewitching, don't talk nonsense. Jun Zitao said angrily. Bailey Hongzhuang also stood up at this moment. What exactly happened, others may not know, but you know very well. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at the people around her, and her voice became louder. As everyone knows, our D family has always had business dealings with the AO family. Our relationship is also very good. Moreover, AO Ling Xiao was already the next patriarch of the AO clan. There was no need for him to kill his parents. If you were in his shoes, would you do the same? Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the people present were slightly stunned. They didn't know much about this matter, and were just following the crowd. But according to this, AO Ling Xiao really didn't have to do that. With the AO family's patriarch's love for AO Ling Xiao, as long as he wanted to be the next patriarch, the patriarch of the AO family wouldn't refuse. On the contrary, if AO Jun Kuang wanted to be the next patriarch, it wouldn't be so easy. Originally, the AO family and the D family had a good relationship, and the young patriarch was AO Ling Xiao. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and her eyes fell on AO Zhengquang. Without a doubt, it's him. Bailey Hongzhuang pointed her finger at AO Zhengquang. Her sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through people's souls. As the former head of the Bailey family, Bailey Hongzhuang's words were undoubtedly very influential. Her analysis was clear and logical. No loopholes could be found, and it was impossible to refute. Before, almost everyone believed that AO Zhengquang was telling the truth, but now some people in the crowd began to waver. If this is the case, then what Bailey Hongzhuang said is very reasonable. AO Ling Xiao has no reason to do this. I can testify about this matter. AO Ling Xiao was indeed the young master of the AO family. So when I heard this news before, I felt very strange. Could it be that AO Zhengquang really inverted right and wrong? After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Lin Taxing couldn't help but say, it seems that Hongzhuang already knew the truth. If what AO Ling Xiao said is true, then AO Zhengquang is really a scheming person. Lin Xianxian's eyes were full of disgust, although I still don't know which is true and which is false. The old head of the AO family and his wife are really sad. They actually gave birth to such a scum and ruined their family. Miss Bailey, you can't talk nonsense. AO Zhengquang saw that many of the surrounding cultivators began to change their minds and hurriedly said, our family has long had no objection to this matter. Jun Lingxuan also said, that's right. Why should we believe your one-sided story? Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled, what I said is the truth. If AO Zhengquang is really wholeheartedly for the good of the family, then he should follow his father's thoughts. Why did AO Zhengquang have a close relationship with the Jun family as soon as he became the head of the family? The smile in Bewitching's eyes gradually deepened. Jun Lingxuan, do you think there is a possibility that your D family is supporting AO Zhengquang in order to disintegrate my D family's power? If D Zhais and the others had thought that AO Lingxiao's matter had nothing to do with them, after hearing this, they suddenly understood. In the past, the cooperation between the AO clan and us had always been pretty good. Later on, they suddenly stopped cooperating. I still felt that it was a little strange. So this is where the problem lies. Daihaoan had a look of realization on his face, as if he had suddenly figured out the problem that he had been unable to figure out before. That's right. If all of this is true, then the Jun family is really unscrupulous. A look of disgust appeared on Dijai's face. He was already filled with disgust towards the Jun family, but he didn't expect them to go this far. Lin Xianxian had an incredulous look on her face. If that's really the case, then it's really terrifying. The struggle between the aristocratic families was often very complicated. There weren't many things that were exposed on the surface, but when all of this was exposed, the bloody reality was really hard to accept. Jun Lingxuan and the others, who had been maintaining their calm until now, could no longer remain calm after hearing Bewitching's words. They hurriedly said, "Bewitching, what nonsense are you talking about? Why do you say that I'm talking nonsense?" Bewitching asked back. "Do you have evidence?" Bewitching looked indifferent. "If there is no evidence, then why do you say that I am talking nonsense?" "I don't need evidence." "You are talking nonsense," Jun Lingxuan said without hesitation. "Then we don't need evidence. What Ao Lingxiao said is the truth." Mo Yunjua's cold voice sounded. As soon as these words came out, Jun Lingxuan could not help but be stunned. His face suddenly became more ugly. He did not expect to be tricked by Bewitching again. "Everyone, don't be fooled by their words. They are completely inverting right and wrong." Ao Zhengquang's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. Originally, the situation was in his hands. He did not expect that in the blink of an eye, the situation would completely change. All of this changed when Bailey Hongshuang and others appeared. He did not expect these people to be so good at talking. Shangguan breathed a sigh of relief and secretly said, "Sure enough, this kind of thing should be handed over to Beichen and Hongshuang. What we said before was useless." When they came, the situation completely changed. Previously, everyone believed that Ao Zhengquang was right. They only felt that it was impossible to argue. Now, everyone's thoughts began to waver. When Xiran listened to Shangguan Ying's words and could not help but chuckle. Beichen and Hong Zhuang have always been good at talking. They are good at this kind of thing. If Ling Xiao had this kind of talking skill before, he would not have been suppressed by Ao Zhengquang. Yes. Shangguan Ying nodded in agreement. Just now, Ling Xiao was completely suppressed by Ao Zhengquang. He did not even have the strength to refute. It is indeed not convincing. We are inverting right and wrong? Bailey Hongzhuang sneered. When it comes to the ability to invert right and wrong, I am afraid that no one is better than you, right? In order to be able to become the head of the family, you can even do such a thing. Don't you feel condemned in your heart? Don't talk nonsense here. Ao Junquang was also enraged. In any case, you must hand Ao Ling Xiao over to me today. This is our Ao family's matter. We don't need you to interfere. As he spoke, Ao Junquang stretched out his hand and grabbed Ao Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Ao Ling Xiao had to die. Only when Ao Ling Xiao died would the truth be buried forever. He didn't expect that Ao Ling Xiao would actually get involved with the Di family, which made things a lot more complicated. Di Xiaofeng slapped Ao Ling Xiao's hand away, his eyes cold. This matter is related to the Di family, and it's not just your business anymore. Before we get to the bottom of this, you can't take Ao Ling Xiao away. Seeing this, Ao Junquang's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. It seemed that it was impossible to take Ao Ling Xiao away today. This matter is the Ao clan's own matter to begin with. Perhaps you guys are simply distorting the truth. Xiao Soa looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Words have no proof. This matter has already happened for so long. There is no evidence at all. If you want to quibble, no matter what you say, Ao Zhengquang can't produce any evidence. However, so many people in the Ao clan are blinded by him. Bailey Hongzhuang, even if your mouth is powerful, the truth is the truth. There is no use in quibbling. Xiao Soa naturally heard the sarcasm in Bailey Hongzhuang's words, and a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. What I said is the truth. The situation of the two of them is completely opposite. Obviously, one of them must be lying. This matter has been over for so long, and there is no evidence. If someone wants to quibble, then naturally, they just have to say the opposite. Miss Xiao is really understanding. Finally, someone came out to speak justice for me. Otherwise, this demon girl will confuse right and wrong. When Ao Zhengquang saw Xiao Soa stand up, a hint of joy flashed on his face. He was also eloquent, but when Bailey Hongzhuang's people said that just now, he didn't know how to answer. Who are you calling a demon girl? Lin Yi heard Ao Zhengquang's address to Bailey Hongzhuang, and immediately questioned. Ao Zhengquang was also intimidated by Lin Yi's momentum for a while. After a moment of shock, he replied, "I said she is a demon girl. The truth of this matter is already known to everyone. After what she said, this matter was completely reversed. If it is not misleading, then what is it?" Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. This address is quite good. She found that many people would demonize the other party when they couldn't outtalk the other party. She didn't care about such a title. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's indifferent look, Ao Zhengquang's face was a little ugly. This person is completely stubborn. Saying that our Hongzhuang is a demon girl, I think you are the pig head. Shangguan Yingying glanced at Ao Zhengquang coldly. Since this guy appeared, the more she looked at him, the more she disliked him. When she thought that this guy was an animal who killed his parents, she felt that such a title was really suitable for him. No matter what, this guy wasn't human. You. What about you? Am I wrong? Before Ao Zhengquang finished speaking, Shangguan Yingying directly retorted. Yingying, don't insult pigs, Bewitching said lightly. When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. When they realized the true meaning of these words, everyone could not help but cover the corners of their mouths and laugh. Seeing that everyone was laughing at him, Ao Zhengquang's face became more and more ugly. This matter was originally our family's matter. It's fine if you want to forcibly intervene, but now you're actually insulting me. Could it be that you're bullying my Ao clan because there's no one else? Ao Zhengquang's face was filled with anger. He was now the patriarch of the Ao family. In terms of status, he was a level higher than Bewitching and the others. After all, they were only young masters, while he was already the patriarch of a family. As Ao Zhengquang's voice fell, the cultivators of the Ao clan also stood out. Their meaning was very obvious. If they really wanted to fight, they would not be afraid. Just then, Lin Taxing stepped forward and said, "Actually, it's not impossible to discern the truth." "What's the way?" Ao Lingxiao quickly asked. In the past, he thought that as long as Bewitching was willing to help him, he could take back the Ao clan. But now, it seemed that he had been too naive about everything. Strength was naturally the most important, but if the people of the family did not believe him and thought that he was a traitor, then even if he suppressed Ao Zhengquang, the family would not accept him. Under such circumstances, the best way was to reveal the truth of what had happened back then to the world. In this way, there was no need for him to explain further. Everyone in the clan would understand everything. After seeing Ao Lingxiao's reaction, Ao Zhengquang's face immediately showed an urgent expression. He asked, "What's the way?" "I must reveal everything to the world so that others can no longer confuse the truth." Looking at Ao Zhengquang's indignant expression, Xiran and the others looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. This guy was simply a drama queen. No wonder so many people in the Ao clan were deceived by him. It is said that the Holy Assembly has a way to distinguish between right and wrong, but only the Holy Maiden of Light can do it. Lin Taxing's gaze fell on Xiaosu. If it was something else, it would be difficult for us to do it. However, the next Holy Maiden of Light is here. Miss Xiao is so righteous. I'm sure she will agree. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Xiaosu. That's right. I also heard that the Holy Assembly does have such a secret method. However, because the Holy Maiden of Light has not appeared for many years, there has been no news. This is the best method for things like this where we can't find any evidence and it's hard to determine the truth. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had never heard that the Holy Assembly had such a method. However, if it really did exist, it would be the best way to help Ao Lingxiao clear his name. Even if Xiaosu became the Holy Maiden of Light and wanted to help Ao Zhengquang, she would not be able to fake it in front of everyone. Ao Zhengquang's heart thumped when he heard that there was such a method. He had thought that he had done a clean job, but he hadn't been able to kill Ao Lingxiao. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so much trouble later on. Even if Ao Lingxiao was now connected to Bewitching and the others, he was still not worried because Ao Lingxiao could not find any evidence to refute all of this. However, if such a method really existed, then the truth might really be revealed one day. At that time, he would really be finished. Thinking of this, Ao Zhengquang could not help but look nervously at Jun Lingxuan. Jun Lingxuan naturally guessed the worry in Ao Zhengquang's heart, and immediately gave him a reassuring look. If it was in the past, he might not have been confident, but now that they had joined forces with the Xiao family, Xiao Shou could be said to be one of their own, there was no need to worry about anything else. After noticing Jun Lingxuan's eyes, Ao Zhengquang was relieved and his face once again showed a calm expression. In that case, we'll wait for Miss Xiao to distinguish right from wrong, Bailey Hongzhuang said with a faint smile. Looking at the smile on Bailey Hongzhuang's lips, Xiao Shou felt inexplicably dazzled. I just don't know when this Xiao Shou will truly become the saintess of the light. That's right. All bark and no bite. It's been so long and there's still no successor. I'm starting to wonder if the news that was released before was fake. It shouldn't be, but there must be a problem. Otherwise, it wouldn't be delayed for so long. For a moment, everyone's attention shifted to Xiao Shou. Regarding this, everyone was also full of doubts. Don't worry. If there is really such a method, I will definitely distinguish between right and wrong. Xiao Shou gritted her teeth. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled sweetly. That's great. Ao Zhengquang, who was at the side, couldn't help but say anxiously after hearing this. Then this matter is over? It was not easy for him to seize this opportunity to capture Ao Ling Xiao. If he gave up just like that, it would be too difficult to accept. Ao Zhengquang, if we hand Ao Ling Xiao over to you now, I think you will kill him to silence him, right? Before the truth is clear, Ao Ling Xiao will absolutely not go back to the Ao family with you. Di Xiaofeng said coldly. From the beginning to the end, their attitude was very firm. No matter what, they would not let Ao Ling Xiao leave. He did such an intolerable thing. He should be punished according to the family law. Ao Zhengquang immediately retorted. Young Master Jun, what do you think of this matter? Ao Zhengquang looked at Jun Lingxuan for help. He knew very well that the Ao family and the Di family were not on the same level, so no matter what he said, it had no deterrent effect on the Di family. However, once Jun Lingxuan intervened, things would be different. Ao Ling Xiao is in our hands. You can rest assured. As long as there is a need to confront in the future, he will definitely participate. He will never run away. Di Beichen's voice slowly sounded, directly interrupting Jun Lingxuan's words. Jun Lingxuan looked at Di Beichen coldly. Since this guy appeared, their plan had been hindered. Originally, Ao Zhengquang's matter was done cleanly. If Di Beichen and the others had not found Ao Ling Xiao, there would not be such a thing. They must deal with Ao Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Otherwise, no one knew what would happen next. Although Xiao Shou was already one of them, he did not know why when he saw Di Beichen and the others' confident appearance, he was always worried that there would be other changes in this matter. In fact, ever since these people appeared, there had been various changes in their plans. Since young Master Di has already said so, I hope you can keep your word. Young Master Jun can rest assured. We've always been men of our word. As long as some people can restrain themselves and stop thinking about killing people to silence them, it will be fine. As soon as he said that, Jun Lingxuan's gaze became even more gloomy. He looked at Di Beichen as if he couldn't wait to make him disappear from this world. I think you're thinking too much, Jun Lingxuan said coldly. I hope so too. Di Beichen's face was calm, as if he didn't feel the hostility in Jun Lingxuan's words. If there's nothing else, then everyone can leave. Di Xiaofeng looked at the people gathered together. These people were obviously here to watch the show. Before we find out the truth, I hope that everyone will not accuse Ao Ling Xiao of murdering his parents. After all, there are still many suspicious points in this matter. I believe that all of you are smart people. You should be able to understand where the problem lies. Di Xiaofeng's handsome face had a faint smile. In a few words, he had already magnified the problem of this matter, causing everyone to begin to think about the problem. After everyone left, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others returned to the house. Lin Taxing and the others didn't leave either. Instead, they followed Di Beichen and the others. They had a lot of doubts about this matter. Di Beichen, is what you just said true? As soon as they entered the house, Lin Taxing's voice rang out. He really had too many doubts. If it wasn't for the fact that the situation outside wasn't appropriate, he would have asked long ago. Di Beichen nodded. Slightly, yes, it's all true. Hearing Bewitching's affirmative answer, the D family and the Lin family's eyes flashed with deep emotions. I really didn't expect the AO family to have such a big conspiracy. If all of this was planned by the Jun family, then they are too terrifying. Lin Xianxia's eyes flashed with shock. The news of killing one's parents had shocked everyone when it came out. At first, they all thought that AO Lingxiao was wicked beyond redemption. They really didn't expect that the mastermind behind all of this was the Jun family. The Jun family has never been a good person. In order to deal with us all these years, it can be said that they have done everything possible. In this alchemy competition, if it wasn't for Hong Zhuang, then our situation would be very bad. Di Xiaofeng's eyes rippled with coldness. In his eyes, the Jun family was completely like a poisonous snake, always watching them. He didn't know when it would bite them. This feeling was undoubtedly very uncomfortable. I think we should get rid of these abominable people from the Jun family as soon as possible. Di Zhuai's eyes were full of disgust. They can even use such despicable means. Who knows what terrible things they will do in the future. AO Lingxiao, can you tell us in detail what happened back then? Di Xiaofeng looked at AO Lingxiao with a serious expression. Before, he only heard Di Beichen say that AO Lingxiao was innocent, but he didn't know much about the conspiracy. Today, after confronting AO Zhengquang, he found out that the reason why AO Lingxiao's family was in fact very much related to the Di family. When AO Lingxiao saw that the Di family had chosen to believe in him, his eyes flashed with a touch of gratitude. Although he understood that all this trust was because of Di Beichen and the others, this trust was very precious to him after he had been despised by everyone. Then, AO Lingxiao explained the situation to everyone. After hearing all this, everyone's eyes flashed with understanding. The celestial bluestone of the AO clan is actually a very important cultivation resource. The celestial bluestone that our clan needed was always provided by the AO clan. All these years, there has never been any unhappiness. It seems that the Jun family has taken a fancy to the celestial blue stone of the AO family. That's why they came up with this plan. It's really a good plan. AO Zhengquang himself wanted to be the head of the family, but no one in the family supported him. With the support of the Jun family, he accomplished everything. Now, they have pushed all the blame on AO Lingxiao, and he has become the righteous leader. It's really a good plan. Lin Xianxian sighed. This matter was really terrifying. Even they had to admit that the Jun family's plan was really good. Everyone had some doubts about this situation before, but after hearing everything that AO Lingxiao said, they completely believed this version of the story. When this happened to the AO family, they felt that the situation was a little far-fetched. In addition, the Jun family was involved. Even if there was no proof, they were already certain in their hearts. So, it must have been hard for you all these years. Lin Xianxian sighed as she looked at AO Lingxiao. They were more concerned about the Jun family's conspiracy, but in fact, AO Lingxiao was the most pitiful person in the entire incident. Not only did he lose his parents in a single night, but his own elder brother had also turned into such a vicious person. Moreover, he had to bear this unbearable infamy. It was not easy for him to have the courage to come back here. As soon as Lin Xianxian finished speaking, everyone in the room turned to look at AO Lingxiao. Thinking about it carefully, if they were AO Lingxiao, they probably wouldn't be able to endure such a situation. I will definitely reveal the truth to the world. AO Lingxiao's eyes were burning with a stubborn flame. Although my brother killed his parents, if it were not for the Jun family adding fuel to the fire, this would not have happened. He knew that his biggest enemy was the Jun family. Lingxiao, don't worry. The Jun family is also our enemy. Di Beichen patted AO Lingxiao on the shoulder. He knew what the other party was thinking. The Jun family was a malignant tumor. If the Jun family could not be uprooted, even he would not be at ease. AO Lingxiao looked deeply at Di Beichen. After seeing the sincerity and determination in his eyes lit up with hope. Di Beichen was undoubtedly the person he was most grateful to. Di Beichen gave him hope. If he had not met Di Beichen, he would not even have the courage to come to the upper realm. It seems that after we enter the Divine Cloud secret realm, we must be more careful, especially to protect Lingxiao. Lin Taxing looked serious. After they enter, they will definitely find a way to find Ling Xiao and make a move on him. Once the truth is revealed to the public, it will be a huge blow to them. As an aristocratic family, reputation had always been very important. Once their reputation was tarnished, they would be despised by many. As soon as he said this, everyone nodded in agreement. After entering the Immortal Cloud's secret realm, everyone will actually appear in different places. When the time comes, we will gather as soon as possible. No matter what, we must protect Ling Xiao. Di Xiaofeng said in a deep voice. They absolutely could not let Jun Lingxuan and the others succeed in this matter. All right. Not long after Jun Lingxuan returned to his house, Ao Zhengquang appeared in his house. Young Master Jun, what should we do now? Ao Zhengquang asked nervously. Pa. Jun Lingxuan raised his hand and gave Ao Zhengquang a slap in the face. The slap sent the other party spinning in a circle. It's all your fault. Jun Lingxuan couldn't hide the anger on his face. We had already planned everything for you. Everything should have been foolproof, but you left behind such a big weakness. Young Master Jun Ao Zhengquang covered his red and swollen face with one hand, but he didn't dare to grumble with that flattering smile of his. Back then, I didn't handle the matter well enough and let that little bastard escape, which led to the current situation. I didn't think that his luck would be so good that he would meet Bewitching in the lower realm. Now, we definitely can't let him tell the truth. Otherwise, it will be really troublesome. Do I need you to tell me that? Jun Zitao snorted and turned to Jun Lingxuan, Big brother, we definitely can't let them have a chance. After entering the Immortal Cloud's secret realm, the first thing we have to do is kill Ao Lingxiao. Jun Lingxuan nodded, killing Ao Lingxiao is indeed the best way. As long as we don't confront him, then even if Bewitching guesses the truth, it will be useless. Bewitching and the others definitely know that we have this idea. So, it won't be so easy to accomplish it. Jun Zitao sighed, I feel that Bewitching's appearance is a variable. Originally, we could completely suppress the D family this time. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this? Indeed. Jun Lingxuan frowned, Bewitching is really lucky. Back then, he fell into the lower realm and didn't die. Now, he has brought us so much trouble. Big brother, I don't think that things have reached that point. Hasn't the Xiao family already joined forces with us? Jun Zitao's eyes shone brightly, as long as we get Xiao Shou to stand on our side, we might be able to use this matter to bring down the D family. That's right. Let's say that they did it on purpose for the celestial blue stone. Ao Zhengquang said. Things aren't that simple. Jun Lingxuan's eyes were deep, although the Xiao family has indeed joined forces with us, their attitude isn't clear enough. If we want them to be worthy of our trust, there must be something that binds us together. Now is not the time. All these years, they had always wanted to cooperate with the Xiao family, but the Xiao family's attitude towards them was also very clear. If it weren't for the incident with Bewitching, they probably wouldn't have been able to cooperate with the Xiao family at all. Even though they were now allies on the surface, he knew very well that the trust between them was not enough. If he could marry Xiao Shou, then there would be no problem. Big brother, you've really thought it through. Jun Zitao sighed. If that's the case, then this is the only way we have now. Let's do our best. Jun Lingxuan nodded. I hope God will be on our side this time. Once they entered the Immortal Cloud Mystic Realm, it would depend on whose luck was better and who could find Ao Lingxiao first. Bailey Hongzhuang freshened up and changed into a clean set of clothes before walking out of the house. Bewitching and the rest were obviously waiting for her to eat together. Although they were currently on a flying magic tool, there was everything here. Only then did Bailey Hongzhuang realize that there was actually a chef here, in order to prepare meals for everyone. Not only that, these meals were made from the flesh of demonic beasts, which was very beneficial for them. Looking at Xiren's expression of you guys are really wastrels, you guys are really willful, Di Xiaofeng and the others felt it was funny. With your daily treatment, even if you don't cultivate, just eating more will help your cultivation. Shang Guaninging couldn't help but sigh. These monsters were all very powerful. Their flesh and blood contained origin energy. Through eating every day, they could increase their strength and improve their own flesh and blood to a certain extent. Although that's the case, according to my estimation, no one would eat so much every day, right? Xianxia said slowly. Hearing this, Xiren nodded. You're right. That's really a rice bucket. Ao Lingxiao was eating quietly at the side. After experiencing what had just happened, his mood was obviously not good. Although this matter had eased a bit, he was very clear that in everyone's eyes, he was still that heinous guy who killed his parents. If he couldn't clear his name, then he wouldn't be able to raise his head in this life. Noticing Ao Lingxiao's mood, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other with a trace of helplessness in their eyes. This kind of thing could only be resolved by Ao Lingxiao himself. Their consolation was useless. However, according to their understanding of Ao Lingxiao, he would definitely not be defeated by this kind of thing. By the way, do you guys plan to go to the deck later? Bailey Hongzhuang didn't forget the reason why Ao Lingxiao and the others met Ao Zhengquang today. That's right. Now that our injuries have healed, we plan to go up and challenge again. Shang Guanying nodded. Last time, because she couldn't hold on, she had been depressed in her heart. Therefore, now that her injuries had healed, she wanted to go back to the deck immediately. Her thinking was very simple. Her foundation was indeed not as good as Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, but didn't everyone go through the same thing? If the first time wasn't enough, then the second time. If the second time wasn't enough, then the third time. As long as she didn't give up, she would be able to catch up with everyone sooner or later. The most important thing was that she couldn't give up. Seeing the strong fighting spirit in Shang Guanying's eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips raised into a faint smile. Then we'll go up together later. The current Ying was no longer as delicate as before. Obviously, she was now more charming. Then I have to eat more. Staying on the deck, it's inconvenient to even eat. Xiren revealed a helpless expression. The wind on the deck made them unable to stand stably. Even if they took out food, they simply didn't know where it would be gone. Fortunately, with their current strength, even if they didn't eat for a period of time, there wouldn't be any problems. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to stay on the deck for a long time. Because they had not eaten for a long time, Bewitching and the others' appetite was also very astonishing. Fortunately, there were no otherses, otherwise, they would have been called rices. After eating, Li Feng S, Ants, Feng S, and S. Di Xiaofeng didn't go with them. In his opinion, this kind of masochistic cultivation method wasn't suitable for him. Most importantly, it would affect his image too much. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest returned to the deck, they unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. Di Zhai's? Di Beichen and the rest looked at Di Zhai's in astonishment. They had not expected him to return. In fact, Di Zhai's had stayed on the deck for a long time. However, they did not pay much attention to him. Although they were on the same side as Di Zhai's, due to Di Zhai's looking down on Bailey Hongzhuang, they did not have a good impression of Di Zhai's. Hence, they did not have much contact with him. Di Zhai's noticed that after Di Beichen and the rest appeared, he only nodded and closed his eyes, not saying anything else. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. It seemed that Di Xiaofeng was right. Although Di Zhai's personality was not good, he was not weak. At the very least, this kind of suffering was not something an ordinary person could endure. They came from the lower realm and did not have as many cultivation methods as the upper realm. Hence, many of the methods they used were struggling on the line between life and death. On the contrary, the upper realm's aristocratic family members had many methods to improve themselves. Hence, very few people were willing to try this method. Di Zhai's was willing to do this. At the very least, it proved that he was a person with perseverance. In their line of sight, Chen Feng was still the same as when they left. He was like an old monk in meditation, not showing any signs of moving. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest did not delay any longer. They immediately sat down and started cultivating. As soon as they came up, Shang Guanying felt the terrifying wind blade. The fierce wind blew past her, causing her to feel a wave of pain. After noticing Shang Guanying's expression, Xiren could not help but ask, Ying, can you do it? Shang Guanying nodded and said with a serious gaze, I can do it. I feel that compared to before, my endurance seems to be stronger now. Hearing this, Xiren's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. That's good. A faint smell of blood lingered on the deck. Although everyone's bodies were gradually strengthening under this tempering, injuries were still unavoidable. Their clothes were still dyed bright red, gradually turning dark red. No one made a sound, silently enduring everything. Time flew by quickly in this process. In the blink of an eye, there were only 7 days left until 3 months had passed. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others who were on the deck could clearly feel that the speed of the flying magic tool had slowed down recently. It was obvious that they were close to the immortal cloud mystic realm and were searching for the entrance. Suddenly, Chen Feng, who had his eyes closed, opened them and stood up. His face was still cold as he walked down the deck without looking sideways. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also exited their cultivation state. Bewitching looked at the surroundings and said, "I'm afraid we are about to reach the immortal cloud secret realm. I think we should return as well." "That's right. Before we enter the immortal cloud secret realm, we have to adjust our condition. We can't enter with injuries all over our bodies. This will affect our performance." Xiran nodded. "Then let's go back." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. In the past 2 months, she could clearly feel the increase in her physical strength. At the beginning, the power of the wind blade was still unbearable for her. However, these wind blades could no longer affect her too much. Dijai's looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest. His lips moved, but he did not say anything in the end. After experiencing the previous conflict, the relationship between them was really not good. Just as everyone was about to leave, Bailey Hongzhuang took out a bottle of healing medicine and handed it to Bewitching. Seeing this, Bewitching looked deeply at Bailey Hongzhuang and immediately understood what she meant. "Dijai's." Hearing this voice, Dijai stopped in his tracks and looked at Bewitching. "What's the matter?" "This is for you." Bewitching threw the healing medicine to Dijai's. Dijai's caught it and looked at the porcelain bottle in his hand. His eyes were filled with doubt. "What is this?" "This is the healing medicine that Hongzhuang concocted. It is very effective for external injuries and the recovery speed is very fast," Bewitching explained. Although medicinal pills also had a healing effect, the effect of Bailey Hongzhuang's healing medicine was unexpectedly good. Even medicinal pills couldn't compare to it. It was because of this that they usually used this healing medicine when they were injured. Although their injuries were not light, they were not worried at all. Before entering the immortal cloud secret realm, they would be able to recover quickly. Dijai's looked at the white porcelain bottle in his hand and was slightly stunned. His expression was a little stiff, but he finally opened his mouth and said, "Thank you." "No need, we are all teammates," Bewitching said. Although he did not have a good impression of Dijai's, they were all members of the D family. Generally speaking, they were all teammates. Dijai's gaze moved between Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang for a moment. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Bailey Hongzhuang. "I am very sorry for what happened in the past." As soon as he said this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. She really didn't expect that a person like Dijai would apologize to her. Clearly, Dijai was not used to apologizing. After he finished speaking, he quickly left. Looking at his departing figure, Xiran couldn't help but say, "Looks like this Dijai has finally figured out the situation. I thought he wouldn't make a mistake. Although he is quite arrogant, he still cares about the D family." Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with understanding. In the past, she had always felt that Bewitching was targeting her and Bewitching. The most important reason was that Dijai had appeared and taken away his position. However, after this period of interaction, she suddenly understood a little. To Dijai, what he cared about the most was his family. His previous contempt towards her was not because of her, but because he felt that she had affected the reputation of the D family. Now that so many things had happened, he understood everything. "Let him be," Bewitching said calmly. He didn't care what kind of personality Dijai had. The most important thing was that Dijai had not come looking for trouble recently. If this guy still dared to say anything bad about Hongzhuang, he would not hold back, even if he was a member of the D family. Not long after, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest returned to their lodgings and began to recuperate in seclusion. Before entering the immortal cloud secret territory, they had to quickly adjust their condition. Otherwise, they might fall behind the others. When Di Xiaofeng saw that Di Beichen and the rest had finally returned, he heaved a sigh of relief. Now, they just had to wait to enter the Immortal Cloud secret territory. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly walked out of the house when she sensed that the flying device had stopped. Indeed, she realized that everyone had already come out of the house and gathered together. We have found the entrance to the Immortal Cloud Mystic Realm. Everyone can enter the Immortal Cloud Mystic Realm soon. A steady and loud voice was clearly heard by everyone present. This person was the person in charge of the team. Before we enter, I have something to remind all of you. There are directional markings on your identity tokens. The Immortal Cloud Mystic Realm is a place where you can change directions at any time. Therefore, after you enter, you may not be able to differentiate between north, south, east and west. The direction of the exit will always be marked on your identity tokens. You will only be in the Immortal Cloud Mystic Realm for 1 year. Once the time is up, you must come out. Otherwise, you will have to wait for 10 years. No one knows what will happen in the Immortal Cloud Mystic Realm within 10 years. Therefore, do not try in vain. At least, no one has ever come out after 10 years. After you enter, all of you will be randomly teleported to any place. Be careful. After 1 year, we will pick you up at the exit. If you miss the time, we will not wait for you anymore. If there are no other questions, you may enter now. None of the people present had any objections. They already knew about this when they left their clans. Instantly, everyone walked up to the deck. In the clouds, a huge door slowly appeared. It was like the door to the Immortal Realm. Wife, be careful after you enter. Di Beichen looked at Bailey Hongzhuang worriedly. It was a pity that the Immortal Cloud Mystic Realm was randomly teleported. If only they could travel together, that would be great. Don't worry. With White Dragon, White Lion and Xiaohei by my side, I will be fine. Bailey Hongzhuang said, you, on the other hand, must be more careful. White Dragon's cultivation level was needless to say. White Lion's cultivation level was also high enough. With them by her side, there was no need to worry at all. If not for the fact that everyone here could see clearly, she really wanted to let Di Beichen enter the Chaos Ring. That way, they would appear at the same place. I will be fine too. Di Beichen gave Bailey Hongzhuang a reassuring look. After you enter, try to gather with the family disciples as soon as possible. This is the safest way. I will. In the next moment, under the instructions of the team leader, one by one, the cultivators leaped into the huge door. As soon as she arrived at the gate, Bailey Hongzhuang felt a strong suction force, and then her whole body was merged into the light. When Bailey Hongzhuang opened her eyes again, she found herself standing in a misty world. As far as the eye could see, there was a vast expanse of whiteness all around. It was impossible to see the situation in the distance. Master, why is there so much fog here? The Immortal Cloud White Dragon, on the other hand, the White Dragon, White, continued. In the words of the White Dragon, she would rather stay in the Chaos Ring and cultivate in seclusion than participate in such a trial. She wouldn't come out unless there was something urgent. Bailey Hongzhuang did not insist. With the White Dragon's strength, this kind of trial was indeed meaningless to her. I'm not sure. Perhaps this is the environment of the Immortal Cloud secret realm? Bailey Hongzhuang said uncertainly, however, the vital energy in this fog is very dense. If we stay here, our cultivation speed will be very fast. Master, I've heard that there are many spiritual herbs in the Immortal Cloud secret realm. This kind of environment should be very suitable for spiritual herbs to grow, right? Baisher's voice rang out. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. She nodded and said, that's right. This kind of environment is the most suitable for spiritual herbs to grow. Could it be that our luck is so good that we've directly arrived at a place where spiritual herbs grow? Xiaohei's eyes sparkled. If that was really the case, then their luck was just too good. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, that's not entirely impossible. However, if that's really the case, then our luck is just too good. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the identity token in her hand. Indeed, she noticed that there was a direction marked on the identity token. Clearly, that direction was where the exit was. Since that's the exit, we should go in the opposite direction. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. A year's time is still early. We can go deeper. No one knew how big the immortal cloud secret realm was. However, she believed that everyone would think of ways to go deeper. Only then would they be able to obtain more resources. After walking for a while, they would probably meet other cultivators, so she was not in a hurry. Let's take a look around. If there are any spiritual herbs nearby, that would be great. Xiaohe and Baisher nodded in agreement. As an alchemist, Bailey Hongshuang's need for spiritual herbs was not small. If they could find some spiritual herbs here, it would undoubtedly be great. The woman and the two beasts began to walk deeper. However, after walking for a while, they did not find any spiritual herbs. Most importantly, this area was extraordinarily big. It's so foggy. Fortunately, there are directions. Otherwise, it would be a complete maze. There's no way to tell. Xiaohe was speechless. This situation was a little too strange. Since they've given us a year's time, we know that the area here must be very large. Don't worry, let's take our time. White Lion appeared to be much calmer. In any case, he had already mentally prepared himself. For the next few days, Bailey Hongshuang had been moving in the same direction, but she didn't meet anyone else along the way. She did not stay on the road for too long. On the contrary, she walked very quickly. If she wanted to compete for resources, she naturally had to race against time. Otherwise, once she fell behind others, she was afraid that there would be nothing left. Master, is the fog gradually fading? Xiaohe looked at its surroundings. Although this feeling was not obvious, after walking for a while, it felt that the fog was gradually thinning, and its range of vision was much wider than before. Bailey Hongshuang nodded gently. It has indeed become fainter. It seems that not all of the immortal cloud secret realm is like this. We're finally going to walk out of this fog. It's so foggy all day, it's really uncomfortable. White Lion sighed exasperatedly. With such a range of vision, if one did not use their spiritual awareness to observe their surroundings, it would be very difficult for them to notice even if someone were to sneak up on them. According to Bailey Hongshuang's judgment, although the divine cloud secret realm was not small, she had walked for so many days. Logically speaking, she should have met other cultivators by now. As she walked, a strange look suddenly flashed across Bailey Hongshuang's eyes. Master, have you discovered something? Noticing the change in Bailey Hongshuang's expression, Baisher could not help but ask. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled into a smile as she said, I smell the fragrance of medicinal herbs. As soon as she said this, Baisher and Xiaohe's eyes lit up. All this while, their goal had been to find spiritual herbs. They had thought that they would not be able to find any in a short period of time. They did not expect to suddenly discover spiritual herbs. Even though they had not seen it with their own eyes, they believed in Bailey Hongshuang's judgment. As an alchemist, Bailey Hongshuang was very familiar with the smell of spiritual herbs. She would definitely not make a mistake. Then let's go quickly, Xiaohe hurriedly said. In the next moment, Bailey Hongshuang also increased her speed and rushed towards the location of the spiritual herbs. When Bailey Hongshuang stopped in her tracks, her face was full of shock. Oh my God, am I seeing things? Xiaohe was also dumbfounded when she saw everything in front of her. Baisher shook his head. Since the three of us have seen it, then you're not seeing things. In their line of sight, there was a huge medicinal field. There were many spiritual herbs growing in it, and the rich vitality was extremely shocking. Master, what grade of spiritual herbs are these? Baisher turned his head and looked at Bailey Hongshuang. Previously, when they were in the outside world, they had heard that there were many spiritual herbs here. However, they did not know if they were top-grade spiritual herbs. Most of them are 7th and 8th grade spiritual herbs. There are also a few 9th grade spiritual herbs. Her ink-black almond-shaped eyes flashed with astonishment. This huge field of spiritual herbs was simply too shocking. After all, spiritual herbs of this grade were extremely valuable. Previously, in order to become a level 8 alchemist, she had taken a lot of 8th grade spiritual herbs from the D family. Just those spiritual grasses alone were already very rare, but compared to this medicinal field in front of him, how could they be considered as anything? Let's move quickly. After recovering from her shock, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately reacted. No one knew when the other cultivators would appear, so they had to take these spiritual herbs for themselves as soon as possible. Yes. Xiaohei and Baisher immediately returned to their senses as well. These were all treasures, cultivation resources. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly walked into the medicinal field. The method she took was far more terrible than others, because she directly moved the entire medicinal field into her primordial chaos ring. On that empty space's eyes. Were eyes to her to Hongzhuang to move her Hongzhuang's palace. She also Bailey Hongzhuang's. Moving this medicinal field into her chaos ring was the most appropriate thing to do. Most importantly, this was the fastest way. However, the empty space behind the chaos ring was not as big as the medicinal field in front of her. Hence, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately rushed to the medicinal field where the 9th grade spiritual herbs were growing. There were even 10th grade spiritual herbs among them. With a single thought, she moved the entire medicinal field into her chaos ring. Xiaohei and Baisher, who were busy picking spiritual herbs, could not help but gape when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang's actions. Their master was indeed their master. Her actions were truly domineering. Master, should we call the white dragon out for help? Xiaohei's hands did not stop moving as she suggested this. With so many high-grade herbs, even if they were to pick them as fast as they could, it would not be something that could be done in a short period of time. Most importantly, other cultivators might appear at any time during this process. The thought of these treasures possibly falling into someone else's hands made its heart ache a little. One should know that even one stock of these spiritual herbs would cost an exorbitant price outside. Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment but still shook her head and said, "The white dragon is not interested in such matters. Let her cultivate in peace." Although there were many cultivators who had come to participate in the immortal cloud mystic realm this time, most of them knew each other. If a stranger suddenly appeared, others would definitely notice it at the first moment. That would not be a good thing. It was very likely that it would involve the chaos ring. If the white dragon were to step in when they were in danger, that would be something that could not be helped. Hearing this, Xiaohei nodded, "All right." However, after saying this, Xiaohei's hands moved even faster. Only the spiritual herbs in her hands would belong to her. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly picked the spiritual herbs. In a short period of time, the woman and the 2 beasts looked like bandits, as not even a single blade of grass was left. After putting all the spiritual herbs that they had picked into the chaos ring, Bailey Hongzhuang even held a portion of the spiritual herbs in her hand to confuse any cultivators who might appear later on. "Master, our luck seems to be pretty good. Until now, no other cultivators have appeared." Xiaohei took a moment to raise her head. She suddenly felt that farming was really tough. However, her heart was only filled with excitement as she picked the spiritual herbs. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and nodded, "That's true." Just based on her current harvest, she felt that this trip had not been made in vain. "Actually, we haven't ventured too deep into the mystic realm and we've already come across such a medicinal field. I wonder what kind of treasures we'll find when we go deeper." Baisher's eyes flickered with a sigh. No wonder so many cultivators are vying for a slot to enter the immortal cloud secret realm. Now, I feel that the previous auction price was too low. Previously, a small portion of the D family's identity cards were auctioned off at the auction house. When they first heard the price, they were all shocked. That was because the price was simply too high. However, they had only been in the immortal cloud mystic realm for a short period of time and they had already gained so much. Instantly, White Lion felt that the previous price was not considered high at all. "That's right, we've really struck it rich." Xiaohei's face was filled with excitement. Not only was she a foodie, she was also a money grubber. Bailey Hongzhuang found it rather funny when she saw how excited Xiaohei and Baisher were. She said, "Actually, it could be that we're just lucky. Not all cultivators would have such a harvest. However, if everyone is able to obtain such rewards, then this immortal cloud mystic realm is truly a treasure trove." Just as the woman and the 2 beasts were busy picking the herbs, another 2 figures arrived at the medicinal field. Suyating's eyes shone brightly when she saw the high-grade spiritual herbs in front of her. She could not hide the joy on her face. Su Minglei, who was standing at the side, sighed. "We have walked for so long without any harvest. I thought we were unlucky. I didn't expect that we would come across such a large field of herbs. These herbs are all very valuable. Previously, I heard that the Divine Cloud Mystery Realm is very suitable for the growth of spiritual herbs. I was still a little doubtful. Now that I see it, these spiritual herbs are really too shocking. Such a large field of spiritual herbs, I can't believe it. Xianxia looked at Su Minglei happily. Big brother, let's not waste any more time. Let's hurry up and harvest. If other cultivators come, it will be troublesome. All right. Su Minglei nodded without hesitation. He hated that he didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms and couldn't harvest fast enough. However, just as the two of them were harvesting, they suddenly felt an unfamiliar aura in front of them. The two of them immediately raised their heads and looked at each other with a serious expression. There's someone in front. Su Minglei said in a low voice. Let's go and take a look. Xianxia had a complicated expression. Looking at the situation, the other party might have come earlier than them. Bailey Hongzhuang, who was immersed in harvesting the herbs, also felt the two auras approaching rapidly. She immediately put the spiritual herbs into her chaos ring, leaving only a few spiritual herbs in her hands. Soon, the 3 of them came face to face. It's Bailey Hongzhuang from the D family. Xianxia recognized Bailey Hongzhuang at first glance. In fact, in this Divine Cloud Mystery Realm incident, Bailey Hongzhuang was undoubtedly the most eye-catching person. Previously, in the pill refining competition, Bailey Hongzhuang's limelight was already unshakable. In addition to the incident with Ao Lingxiao, almost everyone knew who Bailey Hongzhuang was. Most importantly, no one would forget such a beauty after seeing her for the first time. Knowing that she was from the D family, Xianxia and Su Minglei's expressions turned serious. However, after noticing that Bailey Hongzhuang was alone, the two of them secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although Bailey Hongzhuang's pill refining skills were very powerful, it was obvious that her cultivation level wasn't high. The siblings didn't need to fear her. Just as Xianxia and Su Minglei were sizing Bailey Hongzhuang up, Bailey Hongzhuang was also sizing them up. These two seemed to be from the Su family. Bailey Hongzhuang's brows raised. She had noticed it before when Di Xiaofeng was explaining the situation. Therefore, when she thought about it now, her tone was a little uncertain. The atmosphere instantly froze. The 3 of them stood face to face, their gazes colliding with each other. Undercurrents surged. A moment later, Su Minglei's voice rang out. Lady Bailey. After feeling Bailey Hongzhuang's soft voice, Su Minglei's face also had a smile. He cupped his hands and smiled. Miss Bailey, I've heard a lot about you. Since we're able to come to this herb field together, it can be considered fate. Why don't we pick our own and not disturb each other? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. That's great. I have the same idea. Su Minglei and Xianxia looked at each other and smiled. Then we won't disturb Lady Bailey any longer. With that, the two of them backed off and started to pick the spiritual herbs from below. In contrast to Xiao Hei's relaxed demeanor, Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head, but the wariness in her eyes did not dissipate. We still can't be sure if what they've said is true or false. Perhaps it's just a temporary measure. Her pitch-black phoenix-like eyes flickered with a bright and wise light. There are still so many spiritual herbs here. If they were to fight with me now, not only would they destroy the spiritual herbs here, they might even attract other cultivators here. This is not beneficial to them at all. Ah? Xiao Hei was shocked. Master, what do you mean? We're only safe for now. Even if they don't make a move now, it doesn't mean that they won't make a move later on. Once we've finished harvesting all the spiritual herbs here, it'll be time for them to make a move. Then what should we do? Xiao Hei frowned. She never thought that this matter would be so troublesome. Initially, everything in the herb farm belonged to them. Now that 2 people had suddenly appeared, a battle might break out later on. Master, I remember that these 2 people are the more outstanding members of the Su family team. I'm sure that they're not weak either. Baisha reminded her. As a demonic beast, Baisha's physical strength was extremely powerful. Hence, he had not stayed on the deck during the journey to the Divine Cloud Secret Realm. Instead, he had stayed below the deck. During that period of time, Baisha had learned a lot about the situation. If we were to make a move, what do you think our chances of winning are? Bailey Hongzhuang asked after some thought. I'm not sure. Baisher's expression showed some hesitation. They've never made a move in the flying artifact, so I can't determine their exact level of power. However, if we were to really meet them, we'll still have the power to protect ourselves. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded gently. Then we'll talk about this later. Let's harvest the spiritual herbs first. Following the appearance of Xianxia and Baisher, Bailey Hongzhuang and her two demonic beasts began to pick up the spiritual herbs even faster. Both parties were snatching the spiritual herbs as fast as they could. After all, every spiritual herb was extremely valuable once they left the secret realm. To a money grubber like Xiaohei, it was as if it had been injected with chicken blood. It did not even raise its head as it frantically plucked the fruits. Su Yaqing was originally quite calm. After all, she and Su Minglei were two people, while Bailey Hongzhuang was only one person. In terms of picking speed, Bailey Hongzhuang was definitely no match for them. However, after picking for a while, she looked up and found that Bailey Hongzhuang's two contracted beasts' picking speed was even faster than the two of them combined. Big brother, what kind of contract beast does Bailey Hongzhuang have? How can you pick the herbs so quickly? Su Yaqing was not calm and her voice was full of anxiety. Hearing this, Su Minglei raised his head. Sure enough, with one look, he discovered that Bailey Hongzhuang and the two demonic beasts were as fast as the wind. Compared to them, the speed of the siblings was indeed not enough. I don't know. Based on their speed, in the same amount of time, they're picking the herbs much faster than us. I'll release my contract beast too. Su Yaqing immediately released her contract beast. You, hurry up and pluck the herbs too. Su Yaqing's contract beast was a fire cloud fox. When it was released, it thought that it would be participating in a battle. Instantly, its face was filled with fighting spirit as it waited for a great battle. However, when it heard its master's words, it could not help but be stunned. What are you chirping about? Su Yaqing slapped the fire cloud fox's head. I'm asking you to pick the herbs quickly. The fire cloud fox stared blankly at Su Yaqing. When it realized that it had not heard wrongly, it looked at its claws and then at the spirit herbs in front of it. Without further delay, it began to pick the herbs. Su Yaqing picked the spirit herbs while paying attention to the fire cloud fox beside her. From her point of view, they were now 3-3 with Bailey Hongzhuang. Their speed should be the same. However, when she saw her fire cloud fox picking the spirit herbs as if it was pulling carrots, and then looked at the other party's nimble contract beast, the flames of anger in her eyes burned. The fire cloud fox was happily digging the mud when suddenly, another slap landed on its head. Chirp! The fire cloud fox looked at Su Yaqing in confusion. It was already picking the spirit herbs, why was she still hitting it? Why don't you take a look at your own speed? Su Yaqing's face was full of disdain. The others are also contract beasts, and so are you. Why is your speed so much slower than other contract beasts? Hearing that, the fire cloud fox looked at Xiaohei and Baisher who were not too far away. It was dumbfounded. Why were the claws of these two fellows so nimble? Are you contract beasts who specialize in picking spirit herbs? Slap. Another slap landed on the fire cloud fox's head. What are you looking at? Hurry up and pick them. Su Yaqing could not help but think. She had always heard that the cultivators in the lower realm were not powerful enough. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest had appeared, their views had changed. Now, she realized that the demonic beasts in the lower realm were also very powerful. At least, the nimbleness of these two claws was amazing. The fire cloud fox reached out and touched its head. It glared angrily at Xiaohei and Baisher and continued to pick the spirit herbs with an aggrieved expression. It was only a demonic beast. It could eat the spirit herbs directly. Why did they make it do such a thing? Xiaohei and Baisher suddenly felt a gaze filled with resentment. They raised their heads and looked into the distance. Only then did they notice the fire cloud fox opposite them. I didn't expect that fire cloud raccoon to know how to pick spirit herbs. Xiaohei was surprised. Then we have to speed up. Originally, they had the upper hand. Now that the other side had an additional helper, they could not fall behind just like that. If the fire cloud fox knew what Xiaohei and Baisher were thinking, it would definitely regret looking at them like that. Although Xianxia wholeheartedly wanted to surpass Bailey Hongzhuang and her two contracted beasts, the final reality told her that it was impossible. Finally, there weren't many medicinal herbs left in the medicinal field, and the distance between the two parties was getting closer and closer. Bailey Hongzhuang stopped what she was doing and looked at the two people before she said, "Young Master Su, young Miss Su, I'll take my leave first." She was not a greedy person. The amount of spirit herbs she had collected this time was enough for her. After meeting the two members of the Su family, she felt that she might encounter other cultivators at any time. Therefore, it was undoubtedly best to maintain her best condition. Most importantly, even if a conflict were to break out, it would be best not to stay in the medicinal field. Otherwise, it would be easy for others to guess what she had on her. Just as she spoke, Bailey Hongzhuang did not stay any longer. She took large strides forward and quickly left. Based on the situation that she had noticed, there seemed to be someone approaching from not too far away. Even though she did not know whether the other party was a friend or foe, it was undoubtedly the best choice to leave and observe before the other party arrives. However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang turned around and took a few steps, a sneak attack came stealthily towards her. Bailey Hongzhuang's figure flashed and turned into a ray of white light, disappearing from the spot and evading the other party's attack. Stopping in her tracks, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Su Minglei who had attacked her. Her contrasting black and white eyes were filled with a sense of gloominess. "Sir Su, you don't seem to want me to leave?" Her clear and cold voice was filled with chilliness. If she had not been on guard against Su Minglei, the other party's attack would have been calculated perfectly. Once she was hit by this attack, she would definitely be injured. Su Minglei clearly did not expect his attack to miss. He had calculated the time and angle. Logically speaking, Bailey Hongzhuang should not have been able to evade it. The only possibility was that Bailey Hongzhuang had been on guard against them all this while. It was because of this that she was able to react at the first instance. After understanding this point, Su Minglei's gaze towards Bailey Hongzhuang changed slightly. He had thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was only good at pill refinement. He never thought that the other party's vigilance would be so strong. Previously, the clan elder had told him not to underestimate cultivators from the lower realm. This was because they had come from one place to another. The training and cruelty they had endured was fundamentally different from theirs. He had not understood it at first, but after witnessing this scene, he suddenly understood. From the beginning, Bailey Hongzhuang had never trusted them and had always been prepared to defend herself. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Su Minglei did not feel awkward at all. After all, he had been prepared the moment he had decided to make his move. It would be best if he could kill him in one blow. Otherwise, he would have to force him to hand over the spiritual grass. According to his judgment, when they arrived, Bailey Hongzhuang had already picked all the most precious spiritual herbs. Although he did not know what kind of spiritual herb it was, he was sure that it was extremely valuable. "Hand over your storage ring and we'll let you go." Su Yaqing's gaze locked onto Bailey Hongzhuang. The two of them had arrived late, so Bailey Hongzhuang's harvest was definitely much more than theirs. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. "Just now, the two of you have already broken your promise, and now you say such things again. Do you think I will believe it? You don't have a choice." Su Yaqing's eyes were cold. "If you don't hand over the storage ring, we won't let you leave. If you hand over the pill formula for the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill, I won't take your spiritual grass," Su Minglei said. Although the spiritual grass was very valuable, as long as they had the pill formula for the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill, their value would truly be limitless. "So that's your goal?" A disdainful smile flashed across Bailey Hongzhuang's deep, bottomless eyes. Her expression suddenly turned fierce. "Then we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so." As soon as she spoke, Bailey Hongzhuang's aura exploded. She had not wanted to fight them, but now that things had come to this, a fight was unavoidable. A look of astonishment flashed across the Su siblings' eyes. They never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would dare to take the initiative to fight them under these circumstances. Most importantly, judging from Bailey Hongzhuang's expression, it was obvious that she was not afraid of them at all. The two of them could not help but look at each other at the thought of this. Could it be that they had made a mistake in their previous judgment? Big brother, the calmness on her face could be an act. Su Yaqing sized up Bailey Hongzhuang as her mind raced. Pretending to be calm was also a method. If they give up because of this, perhaps Bailey Hongzhuang's plan would succeed. Su Minglei nodded. He and Su Yaqing had the same idea. Since they had already made their move, they must obtain the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill. The heavens had given them a chance by allowing them to meet Bailey Hongzhuang at the first opportunity. They could only take advantage of this opportunity to resolve everything unknowingly. Then, Su Minglei and Su Yaqing no longer hesitated. The power within their bodies surged out and they charged towards Bailey Hongzhuang without hesitation. Master, leave Su Minglei to me. Seeing that the other party had made their move, Baisher naturally would not decline. Ever since his cultivation had increased, he had not found anyone to practice with. This fellow had actually dared to set his sights on his master, he would never let him off. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded gently. Both of you, deal with Su Minglei together. His powers are not to be underestimated. Even though she does not know much about Su Minglei, his powers would not be weak if he was able to become the leader of an aristocratic family's disciple. All right. When Su Minglei saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had charged towards Su Yaqing and left her 2 contracted beasts to deal with him, his eyes flashed with astonishment. He then could not help but chuckle. Indeed, Bailey Hongzhuang's toughness had been an act. She did not dare to fight him and had instead sent her 2 contracted beasts to fight him. It was obvious that these 2 contracted beasts were here to throw their lives away. He only needed a single move to deal with these 2 contracted beasts. A smug look flashed across Su Minglei's eyes. As long as he could control Bailey Hongzhuang, he would be able to obtain the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill and the pill formula of another long-lost pill. At the same time, he would also be able to ask Bailey Hongzhuang how she was able to contract 2 demonic beasts. This point also made him very puzzled. Clearly, every cultivator could only have 1 contract beast, so why was Bailey Hongzhuang able to contract 2? This was too strange. Now, he felt that the cultivators from the lower realm were full of secrets. He had never encountered such a situation before. Bailey Hongzhuang, you sent these 2 contracted beasts to deal with me? Are you trying to send them to their deaths? Su Minglei looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a sneer. If that's the case, I advise you to just hand it over and save yourself the trouble. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Su Minglei indifferently. If you want to fight, just do it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Su Yaqing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in front of her and chuckled. It's already come to this point. Why are you still putting up a strong front? With your strength, I don't even need to think to know that you are no match for us. Those who died in my hands before also thought so. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's lack of fear, Su Yaqing's heart was filled with suspicion. She had originally thought that Bailey Hongzhuang had only done that to scare them. Once she succeeded, she would be able to escape. However, Bailey Hongzhuang could no longer escape. Yet, she still maintained her previous confidence. This was a little strange. Since you're so insistent, I can only grant you your wish. Su Yaqing's gaze turned cold. She did not believe that her powers were inferior to an alchemist from the lower realm. If that was the case, it would be too laughable. When Xiao He and Baisher saw that Su Minglei did not place them in his eyes, they were not displeased. Su Minglei had underestimated them and was at a disadvantage. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger was something they were very good at. Su Minglei looked lazily at the 2 contracted beasts in front of him and reached out to call the fiery cloud fox over. Wasn't it a joke to let him deal with 2 contracted beasts? Fiery cloud fox, I'll give you a chance to train. The fiery cloud fox stood next to Su Minglei. When it saw Baisher clearly, its fur instantly stood up. Go. Su Minglei looked at the fiery cloud fox and said. The fiery cloud fox stared speechlessly at Su Minglei. Was this fellow mistaken? He was actually asking it to deal with a beast king. Don't you know about the hierarchy among monstrous beasts? Based on the difference in their levels, it was impossible for it to win against a beast king. Su Minglei saw that the fiery cloud fox was only staring at him blankly and had no intention of attacking. He frowned. You don't dare to attack? The fiery cloud fox nodded. What a joke. This was completely asking for a beating. All right. Seeing this, Su Minglei was secretly astonished. Su Yaqing's fiery cloud fox was rather powerful. Usually, when there were monstrous beasts around, the fiery cloud fox would be responsible for dealing with them. Now, it was behaving so strangely. Su Minglei did not force it. He waved the long staff in his hand and attacked Bai Shi. Just as he attacked, Bai Shi's figure flashed and dodged the long staff. His white and red body transformed into a beam of light and shot towards Su Minglei at lightning speed. The sudden attack and speed stunned Su Minglei. The fire cloud fox was also a Yao beast that excelled in speed. Unexpectedly, this Yao beast was even faster than the fire cloud fox. Shua. In the blink of an eye, a claw mark appeared on Su Minglei's face. Feeling the pain on his face, Su Minglei's face became very ugly. He never thought that he would be attacked by a contract beast. Although the scars on his face were nothing, it was still too embarrassing. However, White Lion was not satisfied with his attack. If Su Minglei had not reacted so quickly, that attack would have been enough to severely injure him. Xiao Hei's movements were also very fast. While the White Lion was moving, she took the opportunity to appear behind Su Minglei. Su Minglei's figure had just stopped, and he was still immersed in the gloominess of being attacked by the White Lion. His foot, which contained the power of light, kicked out fiercely. Bang! Su Minglei did not notice that Xiao Hei had run up behind him. Most importantly, from his point of view, a little fellow like Xiao Hei would only be able to launch sneak attacks. Her strength was not that great. However, his judgment was wrong once again. Just as he was about to make a move, Xiao Hei's figure grew larger and he mercilessly kicked over. However, after the kick, Xiao Hei instantly shrunk its body again. The fire cloud fox at the side also widened its eyes when it saw Xiao Hei's ability to change its body size. Although some demonic beasts could also change their body size, the difference in Xiao Hei's size was too terrifying. At the very least, it never knew that a demonic beast could change its body size so drastically. When Su Minglei turned around and saw the shrunken Xiao Hei, he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He couldn't understand how a contracted beast with such a small body could have such terrifying strength. First, he underestimated Bai Shi. Now, he underestimated Xiao Hei. This was simply asking for his life. I've underestimated both of you. Su Minglei looked coldly at the two contracted beasts in front of him. It had only been one exchange, but he was already injured. This was completely beyond his expectations. We're not the only ones you've underestimated, Bai Shi said coldly. Hearing Bai Shi's words, Su Minglei's eyes widened. His face was filled with astonishment. You can actually speak human language? What's wrong with being able to speak human language? You're making a fuss over nothing. Xiao Hei looked mockingly at Su Minglei. Its expression was as if it was looking at a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. It was Su Minglei's first time being looked at with such disdain by a contracted beast. However, the situation in front of him made it impossible for him to remain calm. You can actually speak as well? As far as he knew, any contracted beast that could speak human language had already reached the level of transforming into a human. Could it be that the two contracted beasts that he had underestimated had already broken through to the nebula realm? How was this possible? Bailey Hongzhuang was a cultivator from the lower realm. Her contracted beasts were naturally brought up from the lower realm. If she did not cultivate diligently after coming to the upper realm, she would not be able to deal with such strength. However, she was no longer at the same level as when she first came here. Even if they fought, she was not afraid. As soon as Su Yakan fought, she discovered that Bailey Hongzhuang's strength wasn't any weaker than her own. Shock immediately appeared in her eyes. If her judgment was correct, Bailey Hongzhuang should be younger than her. However, her strength was on par with her. Her potential was terrifying. Most importantly, Bailey Hongzhuang was an alchemist. She suddenly felt that Bailey Hongzhuang and Ouyang Jifeng were both abnormal. Such geniuses could not be judged with common sense. Others could not multitask as it was easy to waste their talent. However, when it came to them, it was not obvious. Because multitasking did not affect them at all. You are also a sixth starlight realm? Su Yakan could not help but ask. Is there any meaning in talking about this between us? Bailey Hongzhuang asked back. However, her hands did not stop moving. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Su Yakan's expression changed slightly. Bailey Hongzhuang was really eloquent. Her words were irrefutable. Su Yakan subconsciously looked at Su Minglei. If Bailey Hongshuang's strength was similar to hers, then their fight would not be settled in a short time. However, as long as Su Minglei settled the two contracted beasts, then her problem would be solved quickly. However, in the blink of an eye, she discovered that there were wounds on Su Minglei's face. Her eyes were immediately filled with shock. Her elder brother was injured by two contracted beasts. How was this possible? Her elder brother was only a step away from breaking through to the Nebula Realm. According to their judgment, Su Minglei could definitely break through to the Nebula Realm in the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm. However, Su Minglei was injured by two demonic beasts. How strong were the two contracted beasts? At first, Su Yakan only thought that she had seen wrongly. However, when she took a second look and saw that there were indeed scars on Su Minglei's face, she did not know what to say. How could Bailey Hongshuang's contracted beast have such strength? An indescribable envy spread in Su Yakan's heart. If she could have such a powerful contracted beast, then her status would skyrocket. However, Bailey Hongshuang didn't give her too much time to be shocked. She immediately attacked. Her idea was very simple. She wanted to end the battle quickly. She had already sensed that other cultivators were approaching. She had to end this battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, the situation would become even more troublesome. This was because she was unable to determine whether his appearance would be beneficial or detrimental to her. Under Bailey Hongshuang's attack, Su Yakan retreated step by step. She simply did not have the strength to take the initiative to attack Bailey Hongshuang. Instead, she had been passively resisting. In the process of dodging, she was shocked to the extreme. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have found it hard to believe that Bailey Hongshuang's combat strength was actually so strong. Were cultivators from the lower realm really so powerful? Why was the situation so different from what they had imagined? This discovery left her speechless. She couldn't imagine how Bailey Hongshuang managed to nurture such a powerful contracted beast. Not to mention anything else, just Bailey Hongshuang alone, with such a contract beast, the average cultivator would not be her opponent. As for the other contracted beast, although it wasn't as powerful as the larger contracted beast, it was also at the Starlight Realm. All of a sudden, she felt that her identity might have been reversed with Bailey Hongshuang. She was the one who came from the lower realm. At the very least, she couldn't compare to Bailey Hongshuang. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Su Minglei to deal with these two contracted beasts quickly. On the contrary, he was restrained by the two contracted beasts. This was because he was already injured at the beginning, which affected his strength. Coupled with the fact that this larger contracted beast was not weaker than him, the result was obvious. After understanding Bailey Hongshuang's true strength, Su Minglei and his sister started to regret their previous decision. If they knew that Bailey Hongshuang had such strength, they wouldn't have chosen to fight her. They were frustrated. Why didn't Bailey Hongshuang tell them about these two abnormal contracted beasts? Otherwise, they wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. Bang! Bailey Hongshuang's attack landed on Su Yakan's chest. Bang, bang, bang. Bailey Hongshuang didn't stop after the attack. She continued to attack Su Yakan in the same place. Boom! Su Yakan's body flew backward and landed heavily on the ground. Su Yakan spat out a mouthful of blood. She covered her chest with her hand and her face turned pale. She thought that even if Bailey Hongshuang's cultivation was similar to hers, she wouldn't be Bailey Hongshuang's match. However, she later found out that Bailey Hongshuang's combat strength was much stronger than hers. Although she didn't want to admit it, she wasn't Bailey Hongshuang's match at all. In front of Bailey Hongshuang, she didn't even have the chance to fight back. After Su Minglei noticed Su Yakan's situation, a trace of horror appeared in his eyes. He knew his sister's strength. Her strength was considered good among cultivators of the same age, but she couldn't be compared to those abnormal cultivators. However, Bailey Hongshuang was stronger than her. From the looks of it, Bailey Hongshuang wasn't just a little stronger. "Miss Bailey, let's talk." When Su Minglei saw Bailey Hongshuang approaching Su Yakan, he hurriedly shouted out. Hearing him, Bailey Hongshuang glanced at Su Minglei indifferently. "Bailey Hongshuang, what is there for us to talk?" Bailey Hongshuang, Su Minglei's TSSSSS. Bailey Hongshuang's, he, Bailey Hongshuang, Bailey Hongshuang's, but, Bailey Hongshuang, he's, Bailey Hongshuang, Hongzhuang, tt Hongzhuang. No matter what, he couldn't let Su Yakan die in Bailey Hongzhuang's hands. Hee. Bailey Hongzhuang laughed gently and raised her eyebrows. If I was the one who was at a disadvantage, would you show mercy? Silence. Su Minglei didn't know how to answer Bailey Hongzhuang's question. This was because the D family was a colossus. If it were not for the fact that Bailey Hongzhuang had so many treasures on her, they would not have taken the risk of offending the D family by attacking her. Hence, once they had made their move, they had to eliminate the source of trouble. They could not give the D family any chance to take revenge. Lady Bailey, everything can be discussed. We will agree to any request you have. Su Minglei said anxiously. Su Yaqing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang nervously. She did not want to lose her life here. Lady Bailey, it was all our fault. Please be magnanimous and let us go. We will agree to any request you have. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved slightly. My request is very simple. You can just die. She had always been the type of person who would not attack unless she was attacked first. If the other party had not intended to kill her, she would not have wanted to kill them. However, since the other party had wanted to take her life, she would not be kind either. Being merciful was not her style. As soon as she finished speaking, Bailey Hongzhuang attacked Su Yaqing directly. Su Minglei and Su Yakan's eyes flashed with disbelief when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang's decisive reaction. Bailey Hongzhuang had not even listened to their conditions and had directly rejected them. This kind of courage was not something an average person would have. Even if it was them, they would at least listen to everything before making a decision, but Bailey Hongzhuang was so decisive. Stop. Ding. A flying dagger flashed and blocked Bailey Hongzhuang's attack on Su Yakan. Then, a figure appeared in the line of sight of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Su Yakan and Su Minglei were pleasantly surprised when they saw this person appear. Jieqiao. Su Jieqiao quickly walked to Su Yakan's side and stared coldly at Bailey Hongzhuang. Miss Bailey, you don't have to be so heartless, do you? As he spoke, Su Jieqiao was also sizing up Bailey Hongzhuang. His heart was also filled with surprise. He was very clear about the strength of Su Minglei and Su Yakan. He did not expect that they would be at a disadvantage in the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang. This was really unbelievable. If he had not appeared just now, Su Yakan would have died in the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but frown. She didn't expect the two from the Su family to be so lucky. You're the ones who took the initiative to look for trouble. Now, you're putting this heartless name on my head. Aren't you too shameless? Su Jieqiao was slightly taken aback. After looking at Su Minglei's expression, he finally reacted. He didn't expect that the first to make a move would be their people. Instantly, his expression became a little awkward. Su Yakan rose to her feet with Su Jieqiao's help. Her eyes were icy cold and filled with murderous intent. Why do you care so much about her? Attack. Previously, she and Su Minglei were no match for Bailey Hongzhuang. Now that Su Jieqiao has joined the battle, they could defeat Bailey Hongzhuang. Su Minglei's gaze changed as well. Indeed, this was a great opportunity. Master, these fellows are too shameless. The speed at which they change their faces is truly astonishing. Xiaohei's eyes were filled with disgust as she stared at them. Her reaction would change at the slightest change. Baisha appeared to be calmer. It already knew what kind of trash these fellows were. These two contracted beasts can talk? Su Jieqiao could not help but be dumbfounded when he heard Baisha and Xiaohei's conversation. His reaction was exactly the same as Su Minglei's. At this moment, he finally understood why Su Minglei and Baisha were no match for Bailey Hongzhuang. It was because these two contracted beasts were terrifyingly powerful as well. Su Minglei nodded. These two contracted beasts are not to be trifled with. Su Jieqiao and Su Minglei were very familiar with each other. Just by looking at Su Minglei's expression, Su Jieqiao could guess what had happened. However, none of this was important. He also knew that Bailey Hongzhuang had treasures on her. As long as he could obtain these treasures, he would be able to reap considerable benefits. He made his decision without hesitation at the thought of this. Master, what should we do now? Xiaohei had a complicated look on her face. They were already in an advantageous position. Now that Su Jiaqiao has arrived, the situation has changed. At most, we'll cripple them all. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes were icy cold. She had never been one to be afraid of trouble. Since the other party had come knocking on her door, she naturally would not be afraid. However, before we do that, we have to see if the person behind us is a friend or foe. Hearing this, Xiaohei was shocked. Are there other cultivators? That's right. Bailey Hongshuang nodded gently. Previously, she had sensed two auras approaching from different directions. In order to prevent the previous incident from happening again, she had to clarify the situation. Attack. Su Yakin clearly did not notice the situation and was about to attack. However, Su Minglei stopped her and stared into the distance with a complicated look in his eyes. Someone else is coming. It seems that I've arrived at the right time. A clear and refreshing voice rang out. Then, a man in a blue robe slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight. When she saw the man, Bailey Hongshuang's eyes flashed with shock. She was no stranger to this man. It was Ouyang Jifeng. Ouyang Jifeng? Su Minglei and the other two couldn't help but frown when they saw that it was Ouyang Jifeng. They didn't have any relationship with the Ouyang clan. That's right, it's me. Ouyang Jifeng smiled and nodded. This matter has nothing to do with you. Su Minglei said slowly, if you're willing to leave. Before Su Minglei could finish his words, Ouyang Jifeng had already reached out to stop him. You're wrong. This matter is related to me. As he spoke, Ouyang Jifeng stood beside Bailey Hongshuang under the surprised gazes of Su Minglei and the others. Miss Bailey is my friend. The three of you are ganging up on her. I can't stand it anymore. Ouyang Jifeng smiled and raised his eyebrows at Bailey Hongshuang. I didn't expect us to be so fated. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. Indeed. She didn't expect the person to be Ouyang Jifeng. She thought that she was going to start a massacre. However, now that Ouyang Jifeng was here, she naturally couldn't make the same plans as before. When Su Minglei and the other two heard Ouyang Jifeng's words, their faces turned ugly. They really didn't expect these two to be friends. Ouyang Jifeng, are you really going to interfere in this matter? Su Minglei looked at Ouyang Jifeng with an ugly expression. Originally, they were in an advantageous position and victory was already in their hands. However, once Ouyang Jifeng joined in, the situation would be completely ruined. Most importantly, Ouyang Jifeng was the top genius of the Ouyang clan. It was said that his cultivation had already broken through to the Nebula realm. Once he joined in, Bailey Hongshuang would gain the greatest advantage. I think I've already expressed myself very clearly. Ouyang Jifeng's expression was calm, and his attitude did not change at all. Seeing this, Su Minglei and the other two looked at each other. It seemed that they had really made a wrong decision. Once Bailey Hongshuang left, the D clan's disciples would know that they had attacked Bailey Hongshuang. It would be unavoidable for them to be in trouble. Alright, you win. Let's go. Su Minglei looked deeply at Bailey Hongshuang and Ouyang Jifeng and made the decision to leave. Hearing this, although Su Yaqing was a little unwilling, she knew that leaving now was the best outcome. Otherwise, once Bailey Hongshuang and Ouyang Jifeng joined forces, their situation would be really bad. Miss Bailey, do you want to fight? Ouyang Jifeng looked at Bailey Hongshuang. If you want to fight, I can help. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang smiled. No need. Thank you for today. She and Ouyang Jifeng met at the alchemy competition. Because they were both very good at alchemy, the two of them became friends because of this. However, later on, Ouyang Jifeng was in seclusion, so the two of them did not contact each other. In fact, she was also a little surprised that Ouyang Jifeng would stand on her side. She understood that Ouyang Jifeng was not the least bit unhappy that she had stolen his limelight at the alchemy competition. On the contrary, he was somewhat sympathetic. Miss Bailey is too polite. I think that even if I didn't appear, you wouldn't be afraid. If my appearance has affected you, then I'm sorry. Ouyang Jifeng's eyes glinted with wisdom. Originally, when he noticed Bailey Hongshuang's situation, he felt that she would be in danger, so he directly appeared. However, when he got closer, he realized that even though Su Minglei and the other two had an obvious advantage, Bailey Hongshuang did not show the slightest bit of fear. He could tell that she was not putting up a strong front, but was truly not afraid. Therefore, he believed that even if he did not appear, Bailey Hongshuang would still be safe and sound. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang smiled. "Young Master Ouyang, I'm very grateful that you're willing to help. How can I apologize?" "I'm relieved that Miss Bailey doesn't blame me," Ouyang Jifeng said with a smile. Ouyang Jifeng's gaze swept across the herb field, and he smiled. "Looks like Miss Bailey's harvest today is not small." "It's all right," Bailey Hongshuang smiled. "I've obtained some spiritual herbs. Does young Master Ouyang need them?" "No need." Ouyang Jifeng waved his hand. "This immortal cloud mystery realm is a good place for spiritual herbs to grow. There are many other places that have them. These are your harvest, so keep them for yourself. However, you must be careful not to be targeted by others. Most of the people here only look at benefits." "I understand." Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. This situation was within her expectations. Everyone was here to fight for resources, and no one was a kind person. Situations where people killed each other for resources were common. "Nope." Ouyang Jifeng shook his head. "I've only met anyone on my way here. I didn't expect this place to be so lively. If you're looking for a member of the D family, you should continue looking further ahead. The deeper you go, the more likely you'll meet them. When we first entered, we were all scattered around the outskirts of the divine cloud mystic realm. Everyone would be closer to the inner regions." Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang also understood. "So that's how it is. Miss Bailey, I'll take my leave first. Since I've entered, I should look for my own opportunities," Ouyang Jifeng said with a smile. Bailey Hongshuang cupped her hands. "We'll meet again if fate wills it. Take care." With that, Ouyang Jifeng did not stay any longer and left in one direction. Looking at Ouyang Jifeng's departing figure, Bailey Hongshuang's lips slowly curled into a faint smile. Ever since she had gone to Water Praying City, she had met many members of the aristocratic families. Ouyang Jifeng had left the best impression on her. Not only was he exceptionally talented, hardworking, and determined, he also had a broad heart. If it had been anyone else, they would have been unhappy that she had stolen their limelight. However, Ouyang Jifeng had never thought this way. On the contrary, he had placed most of his attention on himself, searching for his own shortcomings. A person like this would definitely achieve great things. "Master, I thought that Ouyang Jifeng would travel with you." Baisher's voice slowly rang out. "I thought so too." Xiao Hei's face was filled with astonishment. "Although I know him, we're not that close. Traveling together rashly is actually a test. Since that's the case, it's better for us to travel separately." Her deep almond-shaped eyes flashed with wisdom. "If I'm not wrong, he should know that I have other things to do." With that said, Xiao Hei and Baisher could not help but look at each other, their faces filled with confusion. "Master, what do you mean by that? What other things do we have to do? Are you going to let those three guys go just like that?" Bailey Hongshuang raised her eyebrows. "Of course not. No." Xiao Hei and Baisher did not hesitate to express their stance. If it was an ordinary conflict, it would have been fine. However, Su Minglei and the other two were simply too detestable. A cold glint flashed in Bailey Hongshuang's eyes. The other party was determined to kill her. She would not let such a person live and bring danger to herself. She was very clear about her current attractiveness to others. If Su Minglei and the other two were to publicize it, it would be very troublesome. From what happened just now, she already understood the characters of these three people. Once they ran away, trouble would be inevitable. "Master, are you planning to chase after them?" Xiao Hei asked. "But they've already traveled quite a distance. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to catch up to them." Although they had not spent much time conversing with Ouyang Jifeng, cultivators moved very quickly. Furthermore, they were not sure which direction the other party had left in. It would not be easy to catch up to them. "I've already left a mark on Su Yaqing's body. I know where she is." Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled. She had been worried that the other party would ruin the situation, so she had left a mark to prevent them from escaping. Impressive. After Su Minglei and the other two decided to leave, they left as fast as they could. Bailey Hongshuang's previous display of decisiveness had shocked them. If Bailey Hongzhuang changed her mind and dragged Ouyang Jifeng along to deal with them, it would be really troublesome. Therefore, the three of them left as fast as they could. I don't know if Bailey Hongzhuang will chase after us. Our previous judgment was really wrong. Su Minglei couldn't help but sigh. He thought that it was foolproof, but he didn't expect the other party to be stronger than them. Su Yaqing nodded. Fortunately, Jieqiao came. Otherwise, I would have lost my life. I really didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be able to deal with the two of you. It seems that everyone has underestimated her. Su Jieqiao wasn't clear about what had happened before, but he could roughly guess in his heart. That's right. Previously, everyone thought that Bewitching came from the lower realm and couldn't possibly be the head of the D family. However, based on the current situation, even if he didn't stay in the D family all these years, his results are not worse than those who stayed in the aristocratic families. Su Minglei's eyes were filled with regret. If we knew the situation would be like this, we wouldn't have attacked Bailey Hongzhuang. Previously, when Xiao Sou and Bailey Hongzhuang had a conflict, you saw how Bewitching protected her. If he knows that we wanted to kill Bailey Hongzhuang, I'm afraid he won't let us go. It was precisely because of this that he had considered it before, but in the end, he still made this plan. Sigh. Su Jieqiao sighed. There's no other way. Who would have thought that she would hide so deeply? However, we have to be more careful from now on. It's best to find the other members of the family as soon as possible. As long as they are stronger than Bailey Hongzhuang and Ouyang Jifeng, then we don't have to worry. Su Yaqing said. Oh right, let's check if there are any marks on our bodies first. Su Minglei reminded. At their level of cultivation, it was very easy to leave a mark on the other party's body. If they didn't remove the mark, the other party would be able to know where they were at any time, which would undoubtedly be extremely troublesome. Hearing Su Minglei's reminder, Su Yaqing and Su Jieqiao were startled and hurriedly checked their bodies. I didn't leave any marks. Su Yaqing checked herself and felt relieved. That's good. Su Minglei nodded. I think she didn't expect something like this to happen, so she didn't have time to leave a mark. Maybe the cultivators of the lower realms don't have the habit of leaving marks. Su Jieqiao smiled. There are still some differences after all. Bailey Hongzhuang followed the marks she left and chased forward. Since she had made a decision, she had to solve this problem as soon as possible to avoid more trouble. Master, will they discover the mark you left behind? White Lion asked worriedly. Bailey Hongzhuang thought about it and shook her head. They shouldn't have discovered it yet. Otherwise, they would have erased the mark directly. The method she used to leave the mark was rather special and belonged to the previous method. According to her judgment, Su Yaqing shouldn't be able to detect it. Even if the other party detected it, it would be very difficult to remove it. Su Yaqing has been severely injured by me and her powers are no longer as strong as before. We can basically ignore her. She had not held back when she had dealt with Su Yaqing. Even though Su Yaqing had been saved in the end, her injuries were not light and she would not be able to recover in a short period of time. When we meet later, I'll poison her directly. Based on her current state, I'm afraid that she won't be immune to it. Her ink-black phoenix-like eyes flickered with a thoughtful light. Others were not aware of her identity as a poison master, so naturally, they would not be on their guard. At her level of cultivation, it would not be an easy task to poison someone to death. A cultivator's own defensive powers were already very strong. However, if the other party was injured, it would not be so easy to resist such a poison. In her heart, as long as she could catch up to the other party, Su Yaqing would become a dead woman. If it's only Su Minglei and Su Jieqiao, we can give it a try, Baisher said. We don't know how powerful Su Jieqiao, who had appeared later, is. Because he has not made a move, we can't tell. Xiao He looked troubled. This was one of the problems that they needed to pay attention to. Let's go and take a look first. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm. She did not think much of these problems. If the other party's powers were not much stronger than hers, she would treat it as practice. Besides, she has been lacking the opportunity to practice recently. Bailey Hongzhuang sensed that Su Yaqing and the others were getting closer and closer to them as the woman and the two beasts chased after them. Finally, she caught sight of them. You're here. Su Yaqing and Su Jieqiao were shocked when they heard the sudden voice. They stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in disbelief. What are you doing here? Naturally, we're chasing after you. Bailey Hongzhuang replied calmly. How? How could this be? Su Yaqing's face was filled with terror. She had clearly checked her body carefully and found no trace of Bailey Hongzhuang's mark. How could they have found her? Bailey Hongzhuang ignored Su Yaqing's shock. She frowned as she stared at the two people in front of her. She did not know why, but she could not see Su Minglei. Where did Su Minglei go? Su Yaqing and Su Jieqiao looked at each other but didn't say anything. Bailey Hongzhuang, we've already talked about our grievances before. Why are you chasing after me now? Su Yaqing forced herself to remain calm. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. I don't think I said that the feud between us is over. Miss Bailey, although I'm not too sure about what happened earlier, since it has come to this, let's just let it go. Su Jieqiao looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. If this continues, it won't do anyone any good. I can guarantee that we won't say anything after we leave. I don't believe you. Her elegant face was indifferent and her eyes were calm. It was obvious that no matter what the other party said, she would not change her mind. Su Jieqiao and Su Yaqing's expressions turned ugly when they heard this. Do it. Bailey Hongzhuang said coldly. Even though she did not know why Su Minglei was not here, this was quite beneficial to her. This way, they could first deal with the two people in front of them before looking for Su Minglei. Xiaohe and Baisher charged forward without hesitation when they heard Bailey Hongzhuang's orders. Su Yaqing was still unaware of what had happened. She only felt a sudden pain in her body and Bailey Hongzhuang's attack was about to hit her. She had no time to think. Just as she was about to block the attack, she realized that Bailey Hongzhuang had completely ignored her and had turned to attack Su Jieqiao instead. When she saw this, she could not help but be shocked. She could not understand why. However, she soon understood because she felt a sharp pain coming from her body. Following her careful examination, she realized that she had been poisoned. She thought about it and realized that the piercing pain from before had been caused by poisoning. You've poisoned me? Su Yaqing stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in shock. She never thought that the other party would use such a method. However, in the face of Su Yaqing's shock, Bailey Hongzhuang could not even be bothered to reply. Besides, the other party was about to die, so there was no point in speaking. Su Jieqiao was completely shocked when he saw Su Yaqing fall. However, he did not have the time to feel sad over Su Yaqing's death. Because under the attack of Bailey Hongzhuang and the two contract beasts, he did not have the slightest strength to fight back. The injuries on his body continued to increase and he did not even have the chance to escape. Bailey Hongzhuang, why must you be so ruthless? Su Jieqiao glared angrily at Bailey Hongzhuang. We clearly have no grudge against each other. This matter indeed has nothing to do with you. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for appearing at the wrong time. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were cold. The first to make the wrong decision had been Su Minglei and Su Yaqing. This had nothing to do with Su Jieqiao, but since they were already together, they must have understood what had happened. If she were to let Su Jieqiao go, he would definitely cause trouble for her. That was not what she wanted to see. Baisher was enough to deal with Su Jieqiao. With the addition of Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaohe, the result was obvious. In a short period of time, Su Jieqiao no longer had the power to retaliate. Where did Su Minglei go? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. I won't tell you. Su Jieqiao gritted his teeth as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. His heart was filled with complex emotions. Previously, because Su Yaqing was injured, it was not good for her to travel all the time, so they rested for a short time. While they were resting, Su Minglei had talked to him and thought that the two of them should leave first. This was the safest way. At that time, he didn't understand why Su Minglei had decided to abandon Su Yaqing, and had even argued with Su Minglei about it. In the end, Su Minglei decided to leave on his own, and he didn't stop him. However, he did not expect that Su Minglei's judgment was actually correct. Bailey Hongzhuang had really found her. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced coldly at Su Jieqiao, and the sharp blade in her hand slashed across. Clean and tidy. Master, if you kill him just like that, doesn't that mean we won't be able to find Su Minglei? Xiaohe looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in confusion. Perhaps Su Minglei was somewhere nearby. He won't talk. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly replied, even if I use other methods to force him to talk, I'm afraid that he won't be able to give us a specific location. The divine cloud mystic realm was not a place they were familiar with. No one knew where they would end up if they continued to walk forward. Even if Su Jiachao had casually made up a lie, she wouldn't be able to tell if it was true or false. Since that was the case, she might as well search for him herself. Upon hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Baisher and Xiaohei looked at each other. They were beginning to feel that their master was very smart and quick-witted. If my guess is correct, Su Minglei is a smart man. He must have predicted that I would come looking for him, so he ran away first. A complicated light flashed across Bailey Hongzhuang's bright eyes. She sighed inwardly. She never thought that she would be one step too late. Isn't his behavior a little too disloyal? He would actually abandon his own family members just like that. Xiaohei was speechless. His behavior was truly contemptible. However, aside from this explanation, there seemed to be no other possibility. Even though he's disloyal, it's undeniable that he's very smart, Baisher said. If he had stayed behind, he would be dead by now. Bailey Hongzhuang took Su Jiachao and Su Yaqing's storage rings in her hands, and with a casual swipe, she erased the imprint on them. She flipped through the rings and realized that there were many treasures inside. However, she did not look at them for long before putting them away. There are indeed many treasures in the storage rings of the disciples of aristocratic families. However, there aren't any particularly important items in the family. Clearly, they knew that they could perish here, so they did not bring any of their family's martial techniques or cultivation techniques with them. Nothing was more precious than a family's inheritance. However, these storage rings clearly did not contain it, so there was no need to examine them carefully. Master, should we go look for Su Minglei now? Xiaohei's heart sank. If Su Minglei had run away just like that, she would not feel too good about it. Let's go our own way. There's no need to go out of our way to look for him. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was mild and calm. He must have deliberately changed his direction in order to avoid us. It won't be easy to find him. Previously, she had not exchanged blows with Su Minglei, so she had not left a mark on his body. She never thought that he would be so smart to have made such a prompt decision to abandon his own family. However, she believes that they would meet again sooner or later. Sigh, what a pity. Xiaohei sighed. That fellow is so annoying. After the cultivators from the Jun family and the Ao family entered the Divine Cloud secret realm, they immediately began to search for Ao Lingxiao. They had already received orders to deal with Ao Lingxiao as soon as they saw him. Although there were quite a number of people from the Di family and the Lin family, they had to try their luck in the Immortal Cloud secret realm. No one knew which side they would meet first. Once they met, they would be able to solve a huge problem. Therefore, what they cared about the most was not finding resources, but finding Ao Lingxiao. At the same time, the Di family and the Lin family were also searching for them. Bewitching walked alone in the Immortal Cloud secret realm. He had already been here for a few days, but he had yet to meet a single person. Master, the area inside seems to be too big. We haven't met anyone else yet. Xiaobai looked helpless. Although she had already guessed that the area of the Immortal Cloud secret realm was not small, it was only after entering that she found out that it was actually this big. Indeed. Bewitching's eyes darkened. I wonder how Hongzhuang is doing now. He was most worried about Hongzhuang. Although he knew that his wife would not be in any danger with the white dragon around, he could not help but worry. After all, the Jun family and the Lin family viewed them as a thorn in their side. Looking at Bewitching's worried expression, Xiaobai comforted him, Master, don't worry. With White Lion, Xiaohei, and White Dragon protecting her, Mistress will definitely not be in danger. Originally, Bailey Hongzhuang was Xiaobai's master, but later on, its master became Bewitching. After thinking about it, Xiaobai changed the way it addressed Bailey Hongzhuang to Mistress. Not only that, but it was also very satisfied with the way it addressed her. In its opinion, no one would be able to think of a more suitable way to address her. That's right, Master. Don't worry. Xiao Xuanzi flew beside Bewitching, Mistress will definitely be safe. Bewitching nodded slightly. He also understood this, but he could not help but feel a little worried. I feel that this divine cloud mystery realm is simply a maze. After entering, we haven't met anything at all. It would be good even if we met another cultivator. Xiaobai sighed. If they could meet another cultivator, at least it would be able to roughly guess the area of this place. However, since entering, they were like headless flies. If they did not have a direction to leave in, they would not be able to differentiate between north, south, east, and west. It should be soon. Bewitching pondered. Although he also knew that the divine cloud mystery realm was not small, it was already very rare for them to not meet another person for so many days. The possibility of them not meeting another person after this was very small. Master, look over there. There seems to be a medicinal field. Xianxia had been flying in midair all this time, so naturally, it could see further. In its line of sight, it had clearly noticed the existence of a medicinal field. Hearing Xianxia's words, Bewitching and Xiaobai's eyes lit up. After wandering around here for so many days, if they came across a medicinal field, it would be a good harvest. I heard that there are many spiritual herbs in the divine cloud mystery realm. If we come across a medicinal field, then we can pick more spiritual herbs for mistress. Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement. As an alchemist, Bailey Hongzhuang needed spiritual herbs very much. If he wanted to improve his alchemy skills, he would need a lot of spiritual herbs to practice. Although the D family had a large business, it wasn't easy to get some precious herbs. What's more, there were still a few alchemists in the family. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally couldn't use them casually. Even if she could, she would still feel a little embarrassed. If they could obtain a lot of spiritual grasses here, it would be even better. Bewitching's lips curled into a faint smile as he quickened his pace. Let's go take a look. Bailey Hongzhuang continued to move forward after dealing with Su Yaqing and Su Minglei. Although Su Minglei's escape was not good news, she did not take it to heart. Many people knew that she had the pill formula for the 8 Revolutions Bodhi pill. So what, she had already mentally prepared herself. As for the spiritual herbs, although they were treasures, not everyone would be as greedy as Su Minglei and the others. They would offend her because of these. Once Su Minglei spread the news, she would also spread the news that Su Minglei had treasures on him. It was still unknown who would die more miserably. Since Su Minglei was a smart person, he would probably make a good judgment on this matter. Just as they were approaching, Bailey Hongzhuang's brows furrowed slightly as a trace of astonishment appeared in her eyes. The stone is reacting. Bailey Hongzhuang exclaimed in surprise. Stone? Xiaohe was stunned. Clearly, she had not realized what kind of stone it was. Baisher, on the other hand, reacted immediately. Master, are you talking about the stone that you had obtained in the Punlai Palace? Based on what he had learned, his master had only obtained this mysterious stone. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded gently. That's right, it's that stone. Xiaohe immediately recalled Baisher's reminder. Back in the Punlai Palace, Bailey Hongzhuang had concocted a medicine that could heal dark-type injuries. As a reward, the palace master had promised her that she could choose a treasure of her choice. At the time, Bailey Hongzhuang had chosen such a stone. At the time, they had all felt that it was strange because this stone was pitch black and did not seem to have much value. Later on, Bailey Hongzhuang had studied it carefully. When she realized that she had not gained much from it, she had placed it in the chaos ring. However, she had not expected that this stone would react after entering the immortal cloud mystic realm. Master, how did it react? Baisher looked curiously at Bailey Hongzhuang. His master's taste was not bad at all. Back then, no one had known the use of this stone. However, his master had still chosen it. Now, it seems that she had made a good choice. Because this stone was an item from the upper realm. Bailey Hongzhuang took out the black stone. The pitch-black stone was now emitting a faint glow. Bailey Hongzhuang could clearly sense that this stone was guiding her in a certain direction. Seeing the change in the stone, Xiaohe and Baisher looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. It's no wonder that back in the lower realm, no one had known the use of this stone. Xiaohe immediately understood. This was originally an item from the upper realm. How could anyone have discovered its use in the lower realm? Baisher nodded. However, I never thought that an item related to this stone would be in the immortal cloud mystic realm. What a coincidence. If we hadn't come here, we probably wouldn't have known the use of this stone. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curved slightly. When she first saw this stone, she had a strange feeling. She always felt that there was fate between them. It was because of this that she gave up on the other treasures and chose this one without hesitation. From this, it could be seen that feelings were also extremely important. Let's follow the direction the stone is pointing to. At the first moment, Bailey Hongshuang had already made a decision. Since the stone had fallen into her hands, it meant that it was fated to be with her. Immediately after, the man and the two beasts rushed in the direction indicated by the stone. However, the area of the immortal cloud mystic realm was extremely large. Even if they traveled at full speed, they would still not be able to reach it in a short period of time. During the journey, Bailey Hongshuang also met other cultivators. The other cultivators were the same as her. They were all alone. After the two sides met, because they were not familiar with each other, they did not talk. Instead, they scattered far away. Clearly, they did not wish for any conflict to break out between them. That night, Bailey Hongshuang leaned against a large tree to rest while Baishar was responsible for keeping watch. Even though the immortal cloud mystic realm was a small world, everything here was no different from the forest in the outside world. This immortal cloud mystic realm is really mysterious. Previously, when I heard that we would be leaving this place, I thought that there would be some powerful demonic beasts. I didn't expect that there would be nothing after we entered. I was worried for nothing. Xiaohei smiled and sighed. In the past, they would always encounter all kinds of dangers when they were training. Not only did they have to guard against the sneak attacks of other cultivators, they also had to be prepared to deal with the attacks of demonic beasts. This time, when they entered this place, they were also prepared to fight at any time. Who would have thought that after 10 days in this place, other than the time when they met Su Minglei and the others, everything else had been peaceful? Are you used to being tortured? White Lion looked at Xiaohei mockingly. Now that I've asked you to be a little more peaceful, you still feel that something is wrong? Xiaohei rolled her eyes. I'm not a masochist. I just feel that this situation is a little different from what I imagined. Perhaps this is the difference between the training in the upper realm and the lower realm. White Lion pondered and said, however, it seems that the training in the upper realm is not as cruel as the lower realm. At least from its point of view, the dangers here were much less than what they had encountered in the past. Master, why aren't you saying anything? Xiaohei and White Lion were chatting enthusiastically when they saw that Bailey Hongshuang had remained silent and could not help but ask. I'm thinking about the problem that you've mentioned. Bailey Hongshuang supported her chin with her right hand as a thoughtful look flashed across her beautiful eyes. She had been very confused about this point. However, after so many days in this place, they had not encountered any danger. Could it be that the immortal cloud mystic realm was really that simple? I still feel that it shouldn't be that simple. Bailey Hongshuang pondered and said, even if the upper realm is different from the lower realm, their training can't be without danger. Previously, when they were in the D family, the elder did not explain much about the situation in the immortal cloud mystic realm. He only said that this place was very suitable for the growth of spiritual herbs. According to her judgment, the situation in the immortal cloud mystic realm was probably not exactly the same. Hence, there was no way to explain it. This situation was not impossible. I think so too. White Lion nodded with a complicated look in his eyes. Although the journey has been peaceful, I have a strange feeling in my heart. You feel the same way? That's right, White Lion replied with certainty. Since even you think so, there must be something wrong with this. Bailey Hongshuang had a serious look on her face. All along, Baishar's senses had been very sharp. If she was the only one who felt this way, it might be an illusion. Since she and White Lion felt this way, it might be true. But what kind of danger could there be? Xiaohei looked puzzled. Judging from the situation in the vicinity, she really couldn't think of anything. Bailey Hongshuang took a deep breath and said, I can't tell at the moment, but we can't relax too much. If there really is a problem, we can deal with it in time. In the blink of an eye, a night had passed. The next day, Bailey Hongshuang and the two beasts continued their journey. She could vaguely sense that the item related to the black stone was somewhere far away. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to reach it in a short period of time. After understanding this, Bailey Hongzhuang was not too anxious. 3 days later, Bailey Hongzhuang had been moving in the direction that the stone had sensed. On this day, after traveling for some time, she sensed the presence of cultivators in front of her. It was not just one person, but a group of people. Upon discovering this, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Xiaohe and said, "Go and find out what's going on." Xiaohe was undoubtedly the most suitable person to scout for information. It was extremely small and possessed a certain level of ability to hide its aura. As long as the other party did not look carefully, they would not be able to discover Xiaohe. Xiaohe immediately nodded. "I'll go right away." After Xiaohe's figure disappeared, Bailey Hongzhuang and Baishar also hid themselves. "I hope we'll run into Bewitching and the others." Baishar's eyes were filled with anticipation. Throughout their journey, they had hoped to run into Bewitching and the others as soon as possible. Even if they did not run into Bewitching, it would be great if they could run into cultivators from the D family or the Lin family. However, they had not run into them at all. They felt rather helpless. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded gently. "I hope so." Just as they were waiting, they realized that Xiaohe had not returned after a long time. Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but frown. Something did not seem right. "Master, Xiaohe usually gathers information very quickly. However, it has not returned after such a long time. This does not fit its usual style." Baishar had been hanging out with Xiaohe ever since it was born. From the time it had been bullied by Xiaohe to now when it was bullying Xiaohe. The two beasts were very familiar with each other. This was definitely not in line with Xiaohe's personality. Something must have gone wrong. "Let's go and take a look." Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes darkened. "We have to be careful. Since this had happened, the other party must be an enemy and not a friend." Although she did not want to believe it, Xiaohe had not returned for so long. She must have been discovered by the other party. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and Baishar quickened their pace and quickly rushed forward. As they got closer, they were able to clearly see the situation in front of them. But when she saw it, Bailey Hongzhuang's face turned cold. In her line of sight, Jun Lingxuan, Jun Shitao, and Xiao Sou were all present. There was also another person that Bailey Hongzhuang found familiar, Su Minglei. At this moment, Xiaohe was being tied up and stepped on by Jun Lingxuan with a rope. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that it was not an ordinary rope. The rope was full of barbs. Once it fell on the body, it would definitely be dripping with blood. It would be an extremely painful thing to remove it. At this moment, blood was flowing out of Xiaohe's body, dyeing the ground red. "Xiaohe." Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed. Previously, when Xiaohe had not returned, she had guessed that Xiaohe had been held hostage. However, she never thought that the other party would treat Xiaohe in this manner. "Master, I'm sorry." Xiaohe's eyes were filled with shame. She never thought that the other party would discover her after she had approached them. Clearly, the other party had a treasure that could detect nearby auras. Hence, she had been discovered the moment she had approached them. Once she had been discovered, she had wanted to leave immediately. However, these fellows seemed to be well prepared and she had not been able to free herself. In the end, she had ended up in this state. "Xiaohe, we will definitely save you." Baishar's eyes burned with a raging fire. He could not control the rage in his heart when he saw how Xiaohe had been treated. "Bailey Hongzhuang, you've really come. Let go of Xiaohe." Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was icy cold. Her dark eyes were like a frozen lake in October as she stared fixedly at Jun Lingxuan as if she could freeze everything into ice. "Xiaohe?" Jun Lingxuan raised an eyebrow and increased the force of his foot on Xiaohe. "Are you talking about this furball?" As Jun Lingxuan increased the strength of his foot, the barbs on the rope pierced even deeper into Blackie's body. Blackie couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as bright red blood rapidly flowed out. "Stop it!" Bailey Hongzhuang roared. Her eyes were deep and cold. "Why should I stop it?" Jun Lingxuan laughed mockingly as he stared mockingly at Bailey Hongzhuang. His voice was frivolous and playful. "Why don't you kneel down and beg me? That's right, if you kneel down and beg us, perhaps we'll be in a good mood and let it go. Jun Zitao's face was full of smiles, but a trace of resentment appeared in the depths of his eyes. Weren't you very arrogant during the pill refining competition? Why aren't you arrogant now? I said, let it go. A shocking murderous aura emanated from Bailey Hongzhuang's pitch-black eyes. The temperature around Bailey Hongzhuang seemed to drop to the freezing point in an instant as a domineering and powerful aura exploded from her body. Noticing the change in Bailey Hongzhuang's aura, Jun Lingxuan and the others felt their hearts tremble. They had never seen Bailey Hongzhuang like this before. The murderous intent in her eyes was almost tangible. Even though they knew that they held the absolute advantage, they could not help but feel intimidated when faced with Bailey Hongzhuang's current state. Xiaosuo's eyes flashed with deep shock when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang's current state. She never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would be able to emit such an aura. It was truly shocking. It's just a contracted beast. I didn't expect you to care so much about it. It's not just a contracted beast. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was cold. To her, Xiaohe was not just a contracted beast, but also her family. She was a transmigrator. From the day she was reborn, she had been alone. However, Xiaohe and Xiaobai had always been by her side. They knew everything about her and were loyal to her. With their companionship, she never felt lonely. However, these damned bastards are now treating Xiaohe in such a manner. She could not tolerate this. Although Xiaosuo was surprised by Bailey Hongzhuang's reaction, this was exactly what she wanted to see. Bailey Hongzhuang, when you had acted so arrogantly in front of me in the past, did you not think that you would one day be under my control? A complacent smile bloomed on Xiaosuo's lips. She had always wanted to see Bailey Hongzhuang in agony. The more Bailey Hongzhuang was in pain, the happier she would be. I've never paid any attention to those who have lost to me. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was cold and her exquisite and beautiful face showed no signs of fear. At the same time, she was communicating with the white dragon in her heart. White dragon, are you confident if you attack? She could see that Xiaohe was in a terrible state. That strange rope seemed to be able to injure her core. If it was only a flesh wound, Xiaohe would not be so dispirited. Hence, she could not afford to waste too much time here. She must rescue Xiaohe as soon as possible. Based on her and Baisher's powers, they should be able to deal with the other two. She would have to leave the other two to Baisher. Hongzhuang, you must think this through. Other cultivators could appear at any time. We can't care about that now. The most important thing right now is to rescue Xiaohe. Bailey Hongzhuang's gloomy black eyes were like a deep abyss, hiding a power that could devour everything. At this moment, she was in no mood to care about anything else. All she wanted was for Xiaohe to be safe and for these damned fellows to pay the price. She would never let anyone who had hurt anyone she cares about get away with it, what more her closest kin. Since you've made your decision, very well, I'll make my move. The white dragon did not hesitate. It knows that Bailey Hongzhuang has made all the necessary preparations in her heart. However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to attack with the white dragon's anxious voice suddenly rang out, wait. What is it? Bailey Hongzhuang furrowed her brows. She does not wish for any problems to arise at a time like this. I sense another aura from Jun Lingxuan's body. I'm afraid that there's another powerful existence by his side. The white dragon's voice sank. This situation has clearly exceeded their expectations. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart turned cold. If Jun Lingxuan really does have such a powerful existence by his side, their current situation would be very dire indeed. At the very least, it would be very difficult for them to rescue Xiaohe. Based on your judgment, what should we do? Even though she was worried about Xiaohe's safety, Bailey Hongzhuang did not lose her sense of propriety. She understands that the more dangerous the situation, the more she needs to remain calm. I can only sense that the aura is not weak, but I can't determine its actual power. The best situation now is for me to not make an appearance. Once I do, that aura will appear as well. It won't help with the current situation. On the contrary, you'll expose the secret of the Chaos Ring. The white dragon's voice was filled with mixed emotions. It never thought that Jun Lingxuan would have such a powerful ally. However, based on the current situation, what it had said was the best way to deal with it. This news was no different from a nightmare to Bailey Hongzhuang. If the white dragon could not lend a hand, then she and the white lion would naturally not be a match for the four of them. It would be even more difficult to rescue Xiaohe. Xiao Sou's face turned ashen when she heard Bailey Hongzhuang's contemptuous words. She didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be so unyielding at this moment. The most despicable thing was that the other party's words reminded her of the time when she was in the underground market. Bailey Hongzhuang had also treated her like a loser. She was the dignified young miss of the Xiao clan, yet she was actually looked down upon by someone from the lower realms. One could imagine the fury in her heart. Bailey Hongzhuang, don't be too arrogant. Xiao Sou gritted her teeth and glared at her coldly, as if she wanted to tear her into pieces. You have to think carefully. Even if that contracted beast has reached the peak of the Starlight Realm, you are still no match for us. Do you want to see your contracted beast die in front of you with your own eyes? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes turned to Su Minglei. If she only felt disgust towards Su Minglei before, then at this moment, she couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. She regretted letting Su Minglei escape the most. If not for that, he wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. Facing Bailey Hongzhuang's sharp eyes, Su Minglei couldn't help but shiver. However, he didn't retreat because of this. End of chapter 48-45. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.